Oh.
Every sector in the galaxy must be purged of the alien menace.
Ugh. Man, I had something stupid to put for my title, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat.
Yeah,
Helldivers to
lady.
Hellpods. Launch
Hi, Nevada. How are you? What's it like not having a neck?
Deploying equipment package. Helldiver lost. Sending replacement. Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Ready to liberate.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area. Deploying minefield. Stand clear. Helldiver lost. Sending replacement. Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Damn, I missed him.
Attack underway.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Helldiver KIA deploying replacement.
I'm just trying to pick up my damn flamethrower, for fuck's sake, guys.
Have been launched.
Like, calm down.
Democracy has landed.
Excuse me, pardon me. No, stop climbing.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone. Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
How about a nice shot?
No. Flamethrower. Did this motherfucker take my flamethrower? You did, didn't you?
Requesting fortification.
And it's out of ammo, you cunt.
Sending in an eagle.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Game. Get over.
Lockdown complete. We have to leave now. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Liberty has seen you through.
Welcome back. Democracy's reach extends a bit further thanks to you. Welcome aboard, Helldiver. The super
Shut up.
destroyer is yours.
Helldiver, take command of the galaxy's liberation.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Let them come.
We picked a sterilizer.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Hellpod launch suspended.
Here? What about here?
Orbit synchronized.
Here? What about here?
pod launch is initiated.
History will remember your deeds this day.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling down a vehicle. Calling down a sentry. Reinforcing!
Dropping a pin.
Democracy has landed.
Reinforcing!
Order inbound. Calling in reinforcements. Package acquired.
Dropping a pin. West. 200 meters.
Drop in package. Requesting air support.
Package acquired.
Ah, stalker!
Reinforcing!
Requesting orbital.
Requesting orbital. Calling in reinforcements. Injury? What injury?
Sending in an eagle.
Administering freedom.
Get some! Get some!
Hi, dinguses. What the fuck is going on with the drone there? Whoa.
Bugs, southeast. Calling down a sentry! Package acquired! Dropping package. Tagging map, southwest, 300 meters.
Marking location. South.
Sending in an eagle. Dropping a pin, southwest, 300 meters.
Requesting air support. Found
Calling
something.
down a support weapon. Reinforcing. Cancel that. Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support.
Hi. I'm here.
Kids,
I'm tired.
kids.
I just put it out.
Requesting tac pack.
I did too. I've been awake for 20 or so minutes. What happened?
Orbital inbound.
Get this shit out of here.
It's 9 AM. What are you talking about? I worked yesterday. My literal
I work at night.
like my literal work schedule for Tuesday to Thursday is up at 6, sleep at 12. We were up until 3 o'clock playing Helldivers.
Sounds like a you problem.
It is. I'm tired.
He angry over there.
Dropping pack.
Should shoot that red barrel he's standing next to. And your turret's gone. Instantly killed by the predator strain.
Okay. I'm here.
The fuck was that? What the fuck was that?
Affirmative.
Reinforcing.
Package acquired. Dropping tech. I got the terminal.
I got terminal cancer.
Requesting air support.
Administering freedom.
Well, they still have time. Yeah, Trump could just update it and then rename it. It could be along the lines with the Super Raptor, the Super Molester. It's a super big drone.
I'm on it.
Dropping a pin. South. 100 meters.
Are we sticking with the ICE as the American Gestapo title? I think that's good.
Yeah, I had something, but I forgot it. I was too tired to remember.
Yeah, I'll keep pulling videos, and maybe I'll think of
There's
something.
tons of videos on the watch later and streaming fun.
Calling in reinforcements.
Depending on if I was on my other account, it
Yeah.
depends on what I can access, you know?
Liberty emerges victorious yet again. Extract when ready.
Get up! Get up!
Objective nearby.
Come on! Did you see that shit? Ridiculous. Fucking concussed motherfucker.
Found something.
Tagging map, southwest. 100 meters.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Engaging terminal. L-bomb armed. Clear the area.
Reinforcing! Requesting advanced weaponry! Dropping a pin, west, 200 meters.
No, you don't see me. Fuck you.
Eagle.
Keep liberty.
Objective located. Southeast. 200 meters. Road supply beacon.
You stay over there. Till I get my stem packs. No, you stay over there.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Requesting orbital.
Calling in reinforcements!
The patent pending
Tagging
skedaddle
map,
maneuver.
east, far. Requesting advanced weaponry!
Enemy. Southwest. Close.
Dropping a pin, east, far.
Last reload.
Affirmative. Found something.
Requesting air support.
Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
Objective located, east, 50 meters.
Rolling for
Reinforcing!
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
It's like, what could be worse than a giant paint bubble?
Reinforcing!
Oh, I know. 2 giant Bile Titan. Fuck!
Calling in reinforcements!
Beats me.
Bro's just got a
Request
shovel in his hand.
Reinforcements have been launched.
Oh, Ben, you fucking
Calling
dumbass.
down a sentry! Tagging map, northeast, 300 meters.
What is that guy? Right.
Calling down supplies.
Sending in an eagle!
Rare sample acquired.
Reinforcing! Calling in reinforcements! Tagging map, northeast, 200 meters.
Package acquired. Drop in package. Rare sample acquired.
Calling down a vehicle. Heavy, north, on my position. Requesting orbital strike.
Got a sample.
Requesting sentry.
Sending in an eagle.
Oh, by the
Eagle
way,
ready.
you remember those Nazis that came out of the US Army? They had the flags and they got raided by the FBI?
Orbital insect.
Yes?
No.
Package fired.
It was like last week. The cops raided some army guys. They were connected to Nazis in militaries around the world, including the Australian Air Force. You didn't
If
hear
we
this?
didn't cover it, then no, I didn't see it.
Democracy
Okay.
has landed.
So, guess whose unit it was?
Have a taste of democracy.
Remember our friend that we
John Cena's.
interviewed about Cop City? Fucking crazy.
It's a charger over there just gushing blood.
Well, shouldn't have been
I
standing
need
there.
supplies. Requesting sentry.
Dropping package. Package acquired.
Heavy, northeast, 50 meters.
Dropping package.
It's funny, this would be the objective people would just skip. So they made it so you could actually run with the shells, and now it's the LiDAR everyone skips.
Calling in reinforcements. Calling down a sentry. Last reload.
Requesting air support.
Unleashing democracy.
That's right. Bro. Why would you do that?
Freedom forever!
I love when people fucking throw their fucking 500s on a dead Bile Titan 2 seconds before another one fucking spawns.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Don't worry, I got it. You should be happy I'm here.
Like, I'm not surprised people miss this considering the Elon Trump shit happened. Just give me a minute, I'm gonna find it.
Dropping a pin.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Excuse me. No!
Calling in reinforcements.
Orbital inbound.
Yeah. Like nothing we haven't seen before, but it's more. I'm gonna bring up a Twitter thread because I saw the Twitter thread after I saw the story, and apparently their Instagram was constantly posting and had agents in foreign militaries. So I don't know if that is anything, but I want to have a look at it anyway. I kept forgetting.
Calling in extraction.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Calling down a support weapon.
Yoink.
Advanced weaponry. Requesting backpack. Calling in reinforcements.
Support weapon.
Joining the wreck.
Requesting air support.
Come on. He barely touched me. I just didn't know he was there.
What was the stated goal of cuts for Doge?
Something
1 minute.
ridiculous
It was like
number that
800
they didn't
billion,
even get
right?
close to.
Yeah, it was like in the hundreds of billions, right?
You're fucked. Yeah, bro, Quasar Cannon. That's exactly what we need right here. You figured it out. I don't know what he expected to accomplish when he pulled out that Quasar Cannon just now, but he quickly put it away, realizing this was not the right weapon to bring.
This is Pelican 1. Helldivers are outside the extraction zone. Landing aborted.
$2 trillion fudge says.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
2 trillion. It's a bit ambitious.
Do you see Trump and Musk had makeup sex?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, Elon said, sorry. I took it too far. I was high on the ketamine.
Many sacrifices were made today.
Shut up.
We will never forget.
I hate you.
Mission coordinates locked.
My
Hellhound
banner
Prime.
picture is so good.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Look at this map.
Orbit synchronized.
They think they're so funny with this one.
I had someone, I love it when people are like, you just call anything you don't like fascism. I'm like the only person that calls China fascist. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Actually, literally nobody.
And I am totally fucking confident on standing my ground on that too. Not just because of the romantic nationalism either. Now you can, you know, a little bit of nationalism, who gives a shit? But like, there's a point. You just gotta,
yeah, because like
stop.
Like pride in your country, you know?
Patriotism,
like light
yeah.
nationalism. Well, again, patriotism is a word
A
that's
different thing
changed.
entirely.
Like, conservatards' brains can't handle that the majority of the founders were kind of like the left-wing anarchists of the day. They still sought to align
Sure.
power underneath them,
Yeah.
but
Let them come. Let
a
them
lot
all.
of
Let them face
what we
the
call
insurmountable
thought leaders do that anyway.
Yeah. I ended up making the the gay 5th gen logo. The jankiest fucking thing. I just used the edit tool on my phone and just drew the rainbow on it. It looks janky as, but it's unique.
Calling down fortifications.
Sub-objective near your location.
Northeast. Calling down a support weapon. Calling down supplies.
Orbital inbound.
I love how they give you 3 cores for the double-edged sickle, even though it never overheats.
Yeah. It is kind of interesting that it doesn't overheat.
Main objective nearby.
Objective located. East.
Fire in the hole!
Objective located. Northeast.
Get confused, idiots.
Affirmative.
Huh? Is that a Titan? Skedaddle maneuver.
Requesting orbital.
Ah! Windows key, no! Why?
Alright.
Why Windows key? Why Windows key?
Objective near your
I have
position.
officially. I've officially calling for gay for one more day. Because Tim Pool keeps posting Pride Month stuff and being like, XX is gay. And I'm like, one, you're really bad at this. And then I'm like, don't forget, we want Pride Month to be extended 1 day per year until the Conservatives stop complaining about it. So don't forget, 2025, we're all gay for one more day. And honestly, like when you came up with this the other year, I was, it's such a good idea. If you can get momentum behind this, this is something that probably would happen. Like people just, not officially, just like everybody does more gay shit on July 1st.
Objective complete.
These motherfuckers still chasing me. I hope you realize that was a mistake. Oh, you don't realize anything because you're dead?
Well, it shouldn't be dead.
Sending in an eagle.
I'm gonna send you something.
Ah!
Requesting fortifications. Requesting orbital.
Bold move.
Reinforcing.
Helldivers never die.
I can't believe
Busting sentry.
I Windows keyed and still fucking got back in and was able to kill that Titan and get away from it. And then died to a regular Predator.
Outpost destroyed.
Calling in reinforcements.
You know, I'm telling you, bro, that skedaddle maneuver. That's the key. No bug drop, 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 no bug drop. Oh god.
Requesting vehicle. Tagging map. Northwest. 300 meters.
His compound in Abbottabad.
Requesting air support. Calling in orbital strike.
Epic, a bug breach. I just wanted to get my flamethrower. Thank you. Goodbye.
Orbital inbound. Freedom!
Dropping a pin. West. 200 meters.
Don't come over here.
Last reload.
Look, I warned you.
Enemy tactical asset within range.
Did I not warn him?
Calling down supply. Good.
Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Tagging map.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting orbital strike.
Oh, I got stuck on a rock. So did he.
Marking location.
I'm just trying to open this fucking escape pod. Ah! Alright, escape pod staying closed.
Holy shit. They're transvestigating Laura Luma.
When aren't they?
That's fucking amazing.
They're always doing that. What are you doing? Res me before you start fucking shit up. You moron. Now I'm not being resed at objective, you idiot. You idiot. I'm on the other side of the fucking map because you wanted to shoot guys who haven't detected you with a fucking laser beam.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting orbital strike. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Orbital inbound.
Holy shit. I can't believe how effective the drones are against the T-90s. Do they take out the reactive armor and it takes out the tank? Like, what the fuck is happening? How can a drone blow up a tank?
Calling down fortifications.
I guess the Russian ones pop off the turret, don't they? Like, that's the
Well,
whole point
maybe
of
the
it.
reactive armor triggers on the drone before the warhead hits or something.
Maybe.
Bro died at the objective.
Kind of interesting.
Now we're all on the other side of the map because bro wanted to shoot someone with a laser cannon.
Bug hide.
Rex slips, epic, love it.
Outpost destroyed.
I opened that pod.
Tagging location, northwest. Calling in reinforcements. Requesting.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Affirmative. Requesting sentry.
Objective located. Northeast.
Bro hasn't even touched the console.
Requesting sentry.
I'm on it. I'm on it. Objective located. Marking location, southwest. Tagging location. West. Requesting orbital strike. Requesting air support.
Sample. Reinforcing.
Dropping items. Engaging terminal.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Ready to liberate.
Reloading.
I literally told him to stop being an idiot. And said, bro, you're using your laser instead of rezzing me at the objective.
You have been a stalwart line of recruits. Extract when ready. Reinforcing!
Okay, when you're done with this mission, we'll do the video.
Reinforcements have been launched.
Going to lead to the end.
Calling down a sentry! Calling down fortifications! Bug hive!
Calling in orbital strike.
Firing gas strike.
Sending in an eagle.
Attack underway.
Throwing grenade.
Got him.
Request approved.
Calling
Reinforcements
down a
have been
sentry!
launched.
Calling down a support weapon!
Reporting to the front. Support weapon.
Outpost destroyed.
Rolling down a vehicle.
Support weapon.
Tagging that. South. Far.
Extraction is available. Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
There we go. Look at that. You can get that video going with the game.
Exactly. Well, we discovered that already.
Let me adjust. Whoops, too far.
Ah! Nice. Ultimatum the car next to the charger. That's so funny.
The chaos unfolding in
How about a
LA
little
is
chaos?
sending shockwaves across the globe. Our very own US correspondent Lauren Tomasi was caught up in the mayhem, shot with the rubber bullet. Take a look.
I heard about this. Hours of standing off, this situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA.
I'm team wiping them because I dropped the fucking napalm barrage.
You okay?
Like, for example, when the BBC reported this as reporter caught in the crossfire, that wasn't because the BBC reporter was stupid. That was because they're a liar.
Doesn't matter how many times you watch it, right? Lauren joins us live now from LA. Lauren, I mean, I think we were all so shocked and so deeply troubled by what happened to you yesterday. How are you feeling this morning?
Morning, Sarah and Carlos. I'm good, thank you. I have a bit of a bloody big old bruise.
Did he think they stopped filming? No, police officers just correctly assume they'll never get in trouble for doing stuff like this.
And it's a little bit sore, but I am all okay, thank you.
Hey. Someone got real mad when I asked them if they were new, when they're like, of course this matters. We need accountability. So I replied with, are you new? And she got very mad.
Can you talk us through just, you know, it was obviously, it's been a big couple of days, but it seemed to me that that escalated. And talk us about to what happened before and then during and after.
Yeah, I mean, we were reporting on the Today Show all morning the situation on the ground in downtown LA. My cameraman Jimmy and I had started by that detention center in downtown LA, and there was, you know, a few skirmishes here and there and a little bit of chaos moments as we went throughout the morning, but it was about 5 o'clock local time when there were suddenly just thousands of protesters on the streets of downtown LA, and we felt that presence of the LAPD and law enforcement really ramp up. Jimmy and I went live. We were doing a cross into the program, and police started pushing their way up the street. They'd begun firing tear gas canisters and those rubber bullets, and we moved onto the sidewalk and really tried to stay out of the way. What you saw, that report, was at the end of that live cross. We'd moved off to the side of the road. We were at the side of police. I had my back to those LAPD officers. I was really focused on the camera and, you know, finishing that report, telling what was happening. Yeah, and I got hit. Jimmy scooped me up, and we made our way out of there as quickly as possible.
Have you seen the clip of the
it's a tremendous shock, Lauren.
journalist holding up rubber bullets?
I think, you know.
No, I haven't.
And then saying, these are the explosives the protesters are using against the police.
Unreal.
Meet the press now. I'm Ryan Nobles in Washington.
Vosh is not going to give us anything from that. We already watched that video yesterday. We gave better context.
Washington, as the White House warns of additional military deployments in American
turret
cities.
Just bouncing. It's
We
look at it
found
just
out.
bouncing into the sky because it's reflecting off the charger.
And we found out the project got cancelled. That's fucking great.
You see this?
A blue light.
There's no extraction terminal.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Cities, with
Guess you'll have to
pockets
wait
of
for the time
unrest
to run out.
persisting in Los Angeles,
No,
ICE
no.
preparing to
We'll die
deploy
before
tactical
then.
units to major U.S. cities, and protests against the administration's immigration crackdown spreading across the country. At the White House today, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt doubled down on the president's harsh rhetoric.
The mob violence is being stomped out. Criminals responsible will be swiftly brought to justice. And the Trump administration's operations to arrest illegal aliens are continuing unabated. The position of the Democrat Party is that the federal government is not allowed to enforce our laws and to arrest and deport illegal alien criminals. They're attempting to use a violent mob as a weapon against their own constituents to prevent the enforcement of immigration law. This is deeply un-American and morally reprehensible.
Now, we should note there is no evidence that Democrats or any specific organization are behind the protests in Los Angeles or elsewhere. And as we've been noting, the pockets of unrest have so far been contained to a small area in downtown Los Angeles. But the comments came a day after President Trump, in front of thousands of soldiers at Fort Bragg, vowed to liberate Los Angeles from what he described as an invasion.
Under the Trump administration,
Bro,
this
I don't know
anarchy
how he
will
didn't
not
set off those
stand.
mines.
We will not allow federal agents to be attacked, and we will not allow
And
an
he blew up.
American city to be invaded and conquered by a foreign enemy. I'll say it loudly and clearly. They better do something before it's too late. Very simply, we will liberate Los Angeles and make it free, clean, and safe again.
A defense
Los
official
Angeles
tells
was
NBC
never
News
clean
that
or safe.
700 Marines are mobilized and in the Los Angeles area, but are not on the streets yet. But they could be sent out as early as today. A curfew ordered by Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass will remain in effect for a second night tonight for portions of downtown. The LAPD says it made nearly 200 arrests yesterday, more than the total arrests made on the previous 3 days, in what the police chief is calling a concerning escalation in unlawful and dangerous behavior. In a nighttime address, California Governor Gavin Newsom blamed the president for the continued unrest, while issuing this warning to other cities.
California may be first, but it clearly will not end here. Other states are next. Democracy is next. Democracy is under assault before our eyes. This moment we have
Nailed
feared
him.
has arrived. He's taking a wrecking ball to our founding fathers' historic project. 3 co-equal branches of independent government. There are no longer any checks and balances. The founding fathers, they didn't live and die to see this kind of moment. It's time for all of us to stand up.
In New York, meanwhile, the NYPD says it made dozens of arrests at an anti-ICE protest in Lower Manhattan. In Denver, police say they've made 17 arrests outside the state capitol, as our NBC affiliate reports that police deployed smoke and pepper balls to disperse the crowd. And Texas Governor Greg Abbott says that he's deploying the Texas National Guard to locations across the state ahead of protests planned in San Antonio. Meanwhile, NBC News has exclusive reporting that ICE is preparing to deploy its special response teams to 5 cities and regions run by Democrats: Seattle, Chicago, Philadelphia,
Abbott,
New York,
like, make
and the
sure you kill
Washington,
them.
D.C. area. NBC News correspondent David Noriega joins us again from Los Angeles. Also with me is NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley,
on the top of the
NBC
car.
News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander,
Like you could pull
and NBC
somebody
News
out of them
senior
if they're
national
injured or
security
something.
correspondent Courtney Cubey. David, let's start with you. We've been checking in with you all week. Describe what the mood is like there today compared to what it was like this time yesterday.
Well, Ryan, things are actually substantially calmer here today, right now, as compared to exactly this time yesterday. When I spoke to Gabe at 1 o'clock local yesterday, there was a crowd of about 100 to 200 protesters right behind me. They were spilling into the street. Tensions were ratcheting up with not only the National Guard troops and federal agents that are stationed in front of the federal building there behind me, but also with LAPD, which subsequently moved in and cleared this road of protesters. This has been the trend line. The number of protesters coming out, the sort of degree of confrontation that they've had with police has been steadily going down. And I attribute that very clearly, based on my observations on the ground, to the major crackdown by local and state and county law enforcement, which has been throwing a ton of resources into this, putting lots of police on the ground and making them, very ready, very quick to use non-lethal force to control and disperse these crowds. The latest escalation in that law enforcement crackdown, of course, being Mayor Bass's curfew last night and these, hundreds of arrests that happened overnight, Ryan.
And you mentioned those arrests, LAPD saying that they arrested nearly 200 people yesterday. That's more than the total arrests that they made Saturday and Sunday and Monday. What do you attribute the sudden uptick to?
Look, I think the dynamic here is one where Mayor Bass and the governor and the relevant law enforcement agencies are continuing to try to show to the federal government, to everybody else, that they have this situation under control. And again, from what I've seen, they very much do have the situation under control. Local, state, and county law enforcement are far outnumbering protesters on the street at this point. I've also noticed a bit of a shift in the tactics of the protesters themselves. They're becoming somewhat less confrontational, more eager to avoid law enforcement rather than come into direct contact with them. Yesterday, for example, there was a pretty large, maybe 200 to 300 people march around the various streets of downtown, moving pretty far away from this collection of federal buildings where most of the protests have been happening over the last few days, but they were moving very fast, very clearly trying to avoid law enforcement. And again, just a reminder, 200 to 300 people, that's my estimate, is still several. The number of police that I've heard from some law enforcement commanders on the ground is over 1,000. So we're still talking about a number of protesters that is dwarfed by the amount of police. One thing to note, though, Ryan, is that, you know, as we move through this week, the protest seems to be reduced to a pretty hard core of committed protesters. This weekend, we may see some much bigger mobilizations, not just here, but around the country, Ryan. That's the expectation.
Okay, David Noriega on the ground. As always, David, if something pops up there, please let us know and we'll bring you on immediately. Julia, let's go to you now. What can you tell us about what we're learning now? This is just coming in, the deployment of any federal surveillance programs in Los Angeles.
That's right. We had heard reports from our affiliate on the ground and others, David, our colleagues Jacob Soboroff, about Predator drones that were reported in the area. Now DHS is actually posting to X footage from those drones, confirming that they are from Customs and Border Protection's air and marine operations. And I just got off the phone with Jacob Soboroff, who said that he saw a CBP labeled Black Hawk in the area where he is right now, outside of Los Angeles. So this is part of CBP, Customs and Border Protection. They have what's called the air and marine operations, and those helicopters, I've been in them, are typically used for rescue recovery efforts along the border. They fly through really rough terrain where migrants may be trying to evade Customs and Border Protection. They can find them there, and oftentimes they're rescuing people who are in distress.
Is that really why the Russian turrets pop off? Interesting.
Because the ammo?
No, because of the fuel lines, apparently. There's a fuel line going around the tank. But I guess because they're all self-contained ammunition, and I think they're designed to do that anyway, they're probably pretty easy to do it.
That's how they've used them previously. In this case, they're using them for surveillance, that Black Hawk that Jacob saw, and there's surveillance
Did I really just hit my fucking drone with an ultimatum right there?
Not only of where ICE may go to make arrests, but also being able to surveil the protests there. So it's raising new questions about the surveillance being done by federal law enforcement in that area.
And you have some new reporting on ICE's next targets. What do we know about those cities, and how soon could those operations begin?
Yeah, that's right. Well, we understand from the president yesterday, he answered Garrett Hake in the Oval Office, that he does plan to replicate what you're seeing in Los Angeles across the country. And one way we're seeing that play out already is that ICE is getting ready to deploy these special response teams. Think of that as like a SWAT team for ICE. Those are people who could go out with long guns, Bearcats, tracked and armored vehicles. They're trained for situations where they might be making a mass number of arrests, like workplace enforcement, or in cases where they think they might encounter a threat. They were used in the raid on Diddy's home last year. If you remember the footage of that, quite striking when you saw really the SWAT team go in. They're not typically used in cases where you might be making arrest of non-criminal, non-threatening migrants in communities like Los Angeles. In fact, usually federal law enforcement tries not to use that escalated tactic unless they are prepared for their response. And of course, it was those military tactics that prompted some of the protesters staying in Los Angeles starting last week. And so now they're prepared to use those in 5 cities across the United States. As we understand it from our reporting so far, those include Seattle, Chicago, Philadelphia, New York, and the D.C. area. That's not to say, Ryan, that we couldn't see arrests in other areas. We've already seen arrests in Omaha, Nebraska, starting yesterday. But we know that at least in those cities, which we have to point out are sanctuary cities run by Democratic leaders, those are the areas where they are preparing to deploy those types of resources.
Okay, Julia Ainsley, thank you for that. Let's move now to Peter Alexander at the White House. And Peter, what have we learned about the Trump administration's apparent willingness to escalate these military deployments?
Well, Ryan, I think Julia detailed it well. We have heard from the president himself talking about his willingness to crack down on what he describes as protests. The White House later clarifying he's referring specifically to violent protests if they are to arise in other cities around the country right now, like they point to what's taking place in LA at this time. Specifically, what we're going to be keeping a close eye on is whether the president is willing to go further and invoke the Insurrection Act here, which would allow these federalized members of the military, the National Guard, the Marines, as well as other service members to use force and to make arrests themselves. That would be a significant step. Already the steps we've seen have been dramatic. This is the first time, as we've been covering in 50 years, 5 decades, at least, that the U.S. government, the president, has federalized American troops in a state against the wishes or without a request from that state's governor, in this case, Gavin Newsom. We should note we heard from Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, a bit earlier today. There was one particularly fiery exchange where she made the argument that a majority of the arrests, the majority of the protesters there have been engaged in violent activity. Notably, she said, nearly 400 people have been arrested.
What are you shooting at over there?
Undocumented immigrants in this country. We heard, though, from a reporter in the room reminding her that there have been thousands of people participating
I don't
here,
think
so
you're
it's not
hitting them,
entirely
bruv.
clear. So it is clear, I think we should say, that the president has been amplifying the size and scope of this when we know, in fact, it's isolated to a small area. But certainly this is a place that he feels like he has the political advantage, and one where White House aides and other allies.
According to The Guardian, 4 Australian journalists have now been shot by the cops in LA.
President have communicated that he is more than willing to lean in. Ryan?
Yeah, and maybe expand on that a little bit. I mean, how far is the president willing to go, considering, as you point out, they seem eager to lean in to these political issues? Is this just the beginning?
Yeah, it does certainly appear to be that way right now. We heard from Tom Homan, the so-called border czar, who has said in recent interviews that the White House right now, the administration is, in his words, opening up the aperture. You'll remember early on throughout the campaign, the president said the focus would be on violent criminals, the worst of the worst. But already we're seeing some pictures from around the country where they are clearly opening up that aperture, in Homan's words, echoing the words of Stephen Miller, one of the president's top aides here, where they're trying to bring up their numbers to as many as 3,000 arrests and deportations each day. That's well ahead of the numbers they've been seeing early on. And it does speak to one of the unique challenges they're facing right now, and what is really fundamental to the debate over what we're witnessing right now, where the focus is on those individuals who have committed crimes, who are violent criminals, or individuals who have served, who have worked in the United States for years, perhaps in restaurants or in fields, and the only crime they have committed is entering into the United States illegally. Brian.
Thank you. Peter Alexander at the White House. Thank you for that. Let's now go to our national security correspondent, Courtney Cuby, who is joining me now with more on the role the military could play in all of this. Do we have any new details, Courtney, about how the Marines could be a part of what's happening in Los Angeles?
Yeah, we do, Ryan. So we know that these 700 Marines who were based at 29 Palms in California were moved in.
It's all happening. It's all happening. Apparently, 6 intelligence agencies found a leak from Russia saying China is not our friend. Basically calling them an enemy. So, they're clearly aware. They have no other choice.
Sending in an Eagle.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Pelican 1 returning to extraction point. Please ensure you're inside the extraction radius.
in or mobilized to closer into the LA area earlier this week. But since then, they haven't actually been on the ground as part of this Task Force 51. In fact, they're still back again in the LA area, but not forward and actually deployed. And they're undergoing some very basic training to get ready for this mission. That includes things like learning about the standard rules of force. Ryan, you may have heard the term rules of engagement. That's what the military talks about when they're overseas. When they're here domestically, they refer to them as rules of force. It's the left and right limits about what these Marines will be allowed to do while they are under Task Force 51, if in fact they do end up on the streets of LA. So far, what we know, they will be tasked with protecting federal buildings and personnel. They always have the inherent right of self-defense. But Ryan, according to a couple of sources familiar, we are also told that the Marines could be used to protect ICE personnel while they are on raids. That could include even driving some of those ICE agents to these immigration raids,
not okay.
Ryan.
And I assume this is not exactly what Marines are normally trained to do. What are Marines trained to do and not to do?
Marines aren't normally trained to do this?
For U.S. Marines. Look,
I can't believe it.
Themselves war fighters. We hear the word out of even Secretary of Defense every single time we hear from him. The concern here is not that they can't handle the situation. The concern is that they are trained in a very different way than someone like the
that
Los
they're
Angeles
fucking
police.
cran-eating brutalists.
Yes.
Department or DHS would be to handle situations like this. It's everything from just the language that they use while they're on a mission. Those are the kinds of things that they are trying to iron out before they put these Marines on the street. The real concern in here is some very simple misunderstanding that's based on nothing more than a difference in the training could lead to a situation that puts Marines in a dangerous situation or even in a place that it could put them in an even unlawful situation, Ryan.
And perhaps innocent people caught up in it as a result of it as well. And you mentioned the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. He was back on Capitol Hill for the second day. What were your biggest takeaways from his testimony today?
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about the deployment in LA. He didn't provide a whole lot new detail, but I was really struck by his acknowledgement that this could expand out from just LA to other places in the country. He didn't talk a whole lot more about the overall price tag. We learned yesterday it was $134 million for these first 60 days. We don't know how much longer, frankly, it could go, but he was defiant when discussing this issue, saying that, in fact, the president has the authority to do this. He was pressed by Senator Baldwin, though, and I was really struck by the exchange because she asked him, look, we know what authority the president is bringing in the California National Guard. It's under his Title 10 authority. Why are the Marines there? Under what authority? He couldn't answer that. He said he would get back to her with an answer later.
And this, of course, all 3 days before the Saturday military parade here in Washington. What more do we know about that parade?
Yeah, so we're still, the big headline out of this continues to be the potential price tag here, Ryan. Officials still believe it could fall somewhere in the $45 million range. Right now, Army officials, and specifically Army engineers, are pretty confident that
someone needs to calculate how much CO2 has been polluted into the sky moving these tanks to DC and back. Someone needs to do it.
Oh, people have been. Also, not only that, they've had to modify all the roads and stuff. Like the Corps of Engineers.
Yeah, like this is the other thing. How much damage are they doing to the roads? Right, calculate all this shit. If Trump wants to talk about cutting the budget and all this cost cutting, you need to hammer him on this. This is not normal, right? People are like, oh, but it's the 250th anniversary. Where was the 200th anniversary? Where was the 150? Where was the 100? Where the fuck are they? They don't exist because this is something fascist countries do, and countries are getting attacked and pressured by fascists do, like Korea and Taiwan. They also do this because they need that power projection. America doesn't. Everyone knows how powerful America is. You don't need to do this. This is fashy bullshit. Nobody is threatening America. You are threatening America. That's all this is. That's all it is ever when Putin does it. It's all it ever is when North Korea and China does it. That's all this is. And maybe in the next year we might see some increased military action externally. Because he did the military parade. See? He's cool. He's attacking California. If he subdues California, then he can go, hey, I'm strongman, worship me. And then he has no criticism whatsoever. Like, it's all working towards that goal of total absolute power. And California is the first state to fight back.
Damage to DC streets. You see some heavy vehicles here, including tanks that are expected to be out on the streets of DC for this parade on Saturday. They're confident that the measures they are taking to mitigate any damage are going to be effective. It's simple things like putting down steel plates. They're redoing some of the treads. You can see on the tanks there, they're putting a new rubber tread on them. The hope is that those kinds of things will stop some damage to DC streets, or at least mitigate.
Hey, you know how you could mitigate damage to the DC streets? Not doing this. That would be a much better option. But why not just retrofit the tanks to drive on the roads? Fuck it. You know, the government, the GOP and the Republicans and the more cold dead hand types, they didn't give a fuck. Where the fuck are they? Like, they're literally calling for a Tiananmen Square in California. They want it. They're desperate for it.
It's so fucked.
Like, it's insane. And we're looking at Donald Trump doing a military parade in the same goddamn week? You don't see this as a problem? Oh, look, the tanks are already mobile. Just send them to California.
Mitigate that. Right now, there is an estimate for up to $16 million that this could cost DC in damage.
Okay, Courtney Cubie on Capitol Hill today for a change. It was nice having you there today, Courtney. Thank you so much.
You think
we thank you for watching, and
all
remember,
the damage
stay up.
it does to the roads and how expensive it is why we don't do this?
Yeah, I imagine it has a pretty large fucking factor to it. It's almost like they're military vehicles.
It's Monday, the 9th of June. Welcome to the PDB Afternoon Bulletin. I'm Mike Baker, your eyes and ears on the world stage. All right, let's get briefed. We'll start things off with the latest unrest in Los Angeles and the deep pockets that are funding the chaos. Remember, if it looks like a grassroots, organic, spontaneous protest or riot,
he does a lot of stuff. You know, like you'll have the Discovery shows about weapons and stuff. He's like a host type thing. So he's had a decent media career post intelligence work. I don't know how long he's been out of the agency, but I want to say he was like more in the Greek days. You know what I mean?
Not Greek day? No, not really.
Yeah, like I think he was one of the agents in Greece, trying to orchestrate the coup there.
Like in the 60s?
No, later.
When did
Iran Revolution times.
Oh, like 80s. Okay.
When they were trying to still do
the
coups
Nazi,
and stuff in Greece and
Nazis,
stuff.
wasn't it?
This is
like
after.
The fascists?
After.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. So he
potentially
was a part
bringing
of that.
those types of people back to power type stuff.
Excellent. Love the
Still
CIA.
with the
Well-
Soviets involved in the world stage, I believe. I
Fucking
don't
love
think
me.
he was ever an agent during the War on Terror. But you'd have to check. You can look it up. Pretty easy. Point is,
Well,
he probably only did anti-commie shit.
Yeah.
Which might be pro-fascist, but it's better than torture.
Probably not. These events typically have people and organizations and sacks of money.
He tries
somewhere
to be
behind
pretty
the curtain.
apolitical
We'll
as
peek
well,
behind
even
that
though it's
curtain.
obvious he's right-leaning.
Yeah. I mean, that's... I've said this all the time, and we say this when people come in all the time. Don't give a fuck. Like, we know he's CIA. We know his background now.
Yeah, so, like, I think he's Republican, but he doesn't like Trump.
Interesting. Because, like, at the end of the day, like, the CIA isn't going to be solely and only populated by fascist chuds, right? So,
cartwheel.
When I'm listening to people from...
How do you get the mech up there?
Surrounded by or loyal to the CIA, it's literally no different from listening to, like, a Russian agent and understanding.
Oh, speaking of which,
who they
I put a
are.
bunch of stuff on there about how people are saying that the protests are actually orchestrated by foreign agents and stuff.
I saw that, yep. I put that
Which
on.
is like, just because PSL's there.
Yeah,
it's like saying that the Cop City movement wouldn't be a thing without PSL.
And this is why I say just be careful when fraternizing with PSL. Like, just be very fucking cautious. Because, like, Cop City is a perfect example where they're very useful. But nothing's really happened in that space for a while, I think.
Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Anyway, it's like listening to, like, Russian
Nailed
cassettes
it!
and shit. Like, if we're listening to Jill Stein or something like that, right? We're aware of what she's gonna say. We're aware of how she is. We're not listening to her because we aren't aware of that. We're showing you agents and narratives that agents push, right? So it's... I like listening to these people because it makes it easier for me to track these narratives. And I like that. It's good fun.
Hi, BB.
To see who might be pulling
always
the
looking
strings.
at you.
Later in the show, I do hope this is the last time we report on this, it's the end of the road for Greta Thunberg's latest attempt at performative art. Israeli forces boarded the activist cruise ship, the HMS Insufferable, or whatever it's called, handed out food and water, took them to Israel, and processed everyone for deportation back to the countries that they came from, assuming that those countries want them back. But before heading home, the activists were to be shown a documentary about the Hamas atrocities of October 7th that kicked off this latest conflict. But first, today's afternoon spotlight. Sunday marked the third straight day of unrest in the City of Angels,
He's
Los
actually
Angeles, California. At least
British,
2,000
not
anti-ICE
American.
protesters.
MI6?
No, I mean, he was born in England. So let me see this.
Very interesting.
15 years CIA. It doesn't say when. Let's see here. Okay, this is from 2005. It says ex-CIA operative. So I believe I am correct. Never war on terror stuff. Which means...
Pre-war. Yeah, okay.
Which means that his opinion on the current state of terror is not relevant.
Fair.
Shut down the 101 freeway in downtown LA, bringing traffic to a standstill for over an hour. Nobody noticed because traffic's always at a standstill. The California Highway Patrol responded in riot gear and eventually pushed the crowd off the freeway via an exit ramp, which I guess is better than via an overpass. Elsewhere, things turned destructive. Rioters vandalized driverless Waymo taxis, smashing windows, tagging them with graffiti, and setting at least 5 on fire. The protests stretched into the night. Palestinian and Mexican flags were seen throughout the crowd because, while activists never miss an opportunity to wave the Palestinian flag, signs denouncing immigration and customs enforcement were everywhere. Now, the LAPD says rioters began launching glass bottles and fireworks and concrete ripped from bollard posts at officers. LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell admitted his department was, quote, overwhelmed, and said commercial-grade fireworks were aimed at his officers. By night's end, at least 27 people had been arrested. Now, here at the PDB, we're not just interested in what's happening on the surface, we're also very interested in what's fueling it. Or, as California's grammar-challenged Governor Gavin Newsom put it in a social media post, what's, quote, flaming the fire. Because while this may look like an organic outpouring of rage, the truth is, well, there's real money, millions of dollars, being pumped into organizing these events. And millions of dollars will buy you quite the show, since each gormless protester really doesn't cost you much. Two organizations in particular are casting long shadows over the unrest in L.A. The first is a local nonprofit called CHIRLA. That's an acronym, of course everybody loves an acronym, that stands for the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. Well, who can complain about that? This group staged a rally just last week to protest ICE operations targeting illegal migrants, including those convicted of violent crimes. But here's where things get interesting. According to financial records revealed by Watchdog Data Republican, CHIRLA received nearly $34 million in government grants in the fiscal year ending June 2023, and most of that money came from the state of California. CHIRLA claims that money goes toward legal services, deportation defense, DACA applications, citizenship filings, even services for undocumented students. But one detail is raising eyebrows. CHIRLA also received nearly $450,000 in federal funding from the Department of Homeland Security. That was between 2021 and 2024. That funding was for so-called, quote, citizenship education and training, meaning U.S. taxpayers were literally funding a group now protesting against federal immigration and enforcement.
Good.
This year, under the Trump administration, DHS cut ties and canceled all future payments to the group, clawing back over $100,000 that had yet to be paid out. The second group worth watching is even more, well, ideologically extreme, and that's the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Oh, and they have an acronym, too. That's PSL. Now, this Marxist group helped organize last week's L.A. protests and has previously been involved in radical anti-Israel demonstrations, including on the campus of Columbia University. PSL has also been linked to Elias Rodriguez. He's the Chicago man charged with murdering two Israeli embassy staffers outside an American Jewish Committee event in Washington, D.C., although PSL claimed after the attack that they, well, didn't really have much contact with the shooter. The funding for this group is connected to the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, through a man named Neville Singham. He's a wealthy socialist and former tech entrepreneur. Singham sold his company ThoughtWorks for $785 million in 2017 and has since used that fortune to fund far-left movements around the globe. His money flows through a network of nonprofits and activist groups, including Code Pink, which, oh, look at that, is run by his wife, Jody Evans. That must be a fun bunch to hang out with. And according to a 2024 report by the Network Contagion Research Institute, that's an American organization which identifies the spread of ideologically motivated threats and disinformation, Singham's financial support has links to the Chinese Communist Party, with funding tied to CCP-aligned propaganda. In fact, a major New York Times investigation last year...
That's fine. Good. Hopefully it kills itself. Like, do you think we're unaware of all of this? That's funny, though. Are you talking about Medea Benjamin? Medea Benjamin's married to a Chinese millionaire? What? No fucking way. Bro.
I wonder what the service technician would say if they were here right now. Probably something like, that could use some fixing. Huh. Oh, always such a delight.
Different person? Who created Code Pink? Co-founder of Code Pink. Jody Evans? Did he actually? Hold on.
Exposed how Singham's network steered millions
Crazy.
including Code Pink, and has since used that fortune to fund far-left movements around the globe. This group is connected to the China Washington, D.C.
Oh, PSL.
Although PSL claimed after the attack that they, didn't really have much contact with the shooter. The funding for this group is connected to...
Well, wasn't the shooter... Wasn't he ex-PSL? Like, he wasn't currently linked to PSL? I swear he was former. I could be
the
wrong.
Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, through a man named Neville Singham. He's a wealthy socialist and former tech entrepreneur. Singham sold his company ThoughtWorks for $785 million in 2017 and has since used that fortune to fund far-left movements around the globe.
Interesting.
His money flows through a network of nonprofits and activist groups, including Code Pink, which, look at that, is run by his wife, Jody Evans. That must be a fun bunch to hang out with. And according to a 2024 report by the Network Contagion Research Institute, that's an American organization which identifies the spread of ideologically motivated threats and disinformation, Singham's financial support has links to the Chinese Communist Party, with funding tied to CCP-aligned propaganda. In fact, a major New York Times investigation last year exposed how Singham's network steered millions into organizations that openly praise Beijing's policies, from South Africa to New Delhi. So when you see riots...
You know what this sounds like? It sounds like the Citizens Party. Sounds like Robbie Barwick and those fucking idiots. And they're like, in their policies on their website, they, literally, their One China policy, literally, word for word, basically Chinese government talking through the ACP. It's also funny that it's called the ACP.
It's in Los Angeles. Just remember, those protesting and setting fires and attacking law enforcement, they may not have a clue about who's paying the bills, but they're being quietly bankrolled by taxpayers and foreign interests and socialist billionaires. All right, coming up next, Israeli forces intercept Greta Thunberg's boat. Now she and her companions will be shown footage of the October 7th attacks before getting plane tickets home.
Alrighty. Found something. So let's have a read, shall we? So Code Pink. This is Code Pink. All right, let's stop listening to the CIA goon and let's read. Okay. The protest in London's Chinatown brought together a variety of activist groups to oppose anti-Asian hate. This, I am already gonna guess that this is about China co-opting Stop Asian Hate, which I believe, if I recall correctly, started in New York because there was a string of black Americans assaulting Asians in New York. I could be wrong, I could be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I could look it up, but I'm not going to. So it was peculiar when a street brawl broke out among mostly ethnic Chinese demonstrators. Happens a lot. Witnesses said the fight in November started when men aligned with the event's organizers, including a group called No Cold War, attacked activists supporting democracy movements in Hong Kong. Where have we seen this before? On the surface, No Cold War is a loosely run collective of mostly American-British activists who say the West's rhetoric against China has distracted from issues like climate change and racial injustice. Well, how about we talk about the 31% of all global emissions per year coming from China? You want to talk about climate change? How about we talk about China's green push for, what? More coal? There. But it's still kind of interesting that they're saying that they're trying to position this as like the protests are funded. I'm not a fan of this narrative. A New York Times investigation found it is part of a lavishly funded influence campaign that defends China, and pushes its propaganda.
Did you hear that?
Go.
What he said? That before they deported Greta, they showed them footage of October 7th. Pretty cool,
Did they
huh?
Really?
That's what he said.
Yeah.
You gotta pay attention.
No, I didn't hear that bit specifically. I heard them say that they did something and then put her on a plane. And I also heard that they put her on a plane because she protests flying because of the environmental thing, right? So it's almost like them trying to shame her, putting her on a plane. So pathetic. At the center is the charismatic American millionaire Neville Singham, who is known as a socialist benefactor of far-left causes. Is this the real Soros?
Orbit synchronized.
What is less and is hidden, less known and hidden, is the tangle of non-profit and shell companies that Singham worked closely with the Chinese government media machine and is financing its propaganda worldwide. When did this come out? 23. Okay. It's gotten worse.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
It's funny. I've never read any of this shit. And I know all this. Couldn't put it on paper, but I fucking know. From a think tank in Massachusetts to event spaces in Manhattan to a political party in South Africa to news organizations in India and Brazil, the Times tracked hundreds of millions of dollars linked to this guy and his progressive advocacy with Chinese talking points. Some, like No Cold War, popped up in recent years, like the American anti-war group Code Pink, have morphed over time. Code Pink once criticized China's rights records, but now defend its internment and predominantly Muslim Uyghurs, which human rights experts have labeled.
Code Pink has gotten even more China-linked.
Yes. We saw that as she continually went on state media and shit. These groups are funded through American non-profit.
Maybe it's because
nearly $300
Iran
million.
is getting broke.
Maybe. That's a very, very big possibility. But Singham himself sits in Shanghai, where one outlet... Oh my god, he's literally in China. Wow. In Shanghai too. I bet he lives in a very, 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 very expensive high-rise apartment. One of his networks is co-producing a YouTube show financed in part by the city's propaganda department. Love that. Two others are working with the Chinese university to spread China's voice to the world. And last month, Singham joined the Communist Party workshop about promoting the party internationally. Wow. Seems like this guy's a bootlicker. Singham says he does not work at the direction of the Chinese government. Yep, that's what they all say. But the line between him and the propaganda apparatus is so blurry that he shares office space. Wow. And his groups share staff members. Incredible. With a company whose goal is to educate foreigners about the miracle that China has created on the world stage. Is this sounding familiar to anyone yet? He and his allies are on the front lines of the Communist Party call a smokeless war. Yes, this is their unrestricted warfare shit.
Oh my goodness!
Allied destroyer has joined
Hey.
squadron.
What is this, guys?
Orbital thrusters.
Oh no. Don't click and read that link. That will tell you exactly what China's doing. Don't do that. Wasn't literally written by the PLA. Under the rule of Xi Jinping, China has expanded state media operations, teamed up with overseas outlets, and cultivated foreign influences. We know about this. We've done so much on this. The goal is to disguise propaganda as independent content. Yes, we have watched multiple things in the last couple of weeks, literally showing this. We watched a Xinjiang tour video from a dude who was clearly being paid to make it. Complete with dancing Uyghurs and everything. Singham's group have produced YouTube videos that racked up millions of views. They also seek to influence real-world politics, meeting congressional age, training politicians in Africa, running candidates in South Africa elections. Wow, this sounds a lot like what USAID is doing, was doing. The result is seemingly organic bloom of far-left groups that echo Chinese government talking points, echo one another, and are echoed in turn by the Chinese state media. Not sure if I've said it on here, but this interconnected back-referencing thing is how they convince people. They've been seeding AI articles that support their propaganda narratives, which also feed into AIs, which start giving pro-Chinese responses. Kind of funny how that works. You have enough money, you can manipulate anything. It's a fucking algorithm, and the West doesn't stop China from manipulating it. They don't give a fuck. Like, it's so crazy. Like, aren't we supposed to be, like, vicious imperialist nationalists? So where the fuck is the protectionism? Like, where is this? Where is the survival instinct? Like, fucking hell! Like, it's literally the Chad dog and the bitch little beta dog meme. That's what's happening. Please don't manipulate our systems.
Dog of wisdom.
The network is built on the back of American non-profit groups, the tax experts said. You know what Trump should do? Make it so all non-profits should have to register as foreign agents if they get 25% funding from foreign.
Yeah, the Russian law.
Yeah, that would be right on key. That would be picture perfect for Donald Trump. Mr. Singer may have been eligible for tax deductions for his donations. Excellent. The Times Untangled.
And then, you know, if Trump did that, you already know the rhetoric would be about how people who oppose it hate our country and want,
of course,
communist spies here and shit.
Mm-hmm. Of course, that's what it would be. That's exactly how Russia did it. Corporate filings, internal documents, and interviews with over a dozen former employees of groups linked to Singham. Some groups included No Cold War do not seem to exist as legal entities, but are tied to a network through domain registrations and shared organizers. How fun. Is this guy PSL? Has this guy, or is this guy a part of PSL? Is that what the CIA guy said?
I don't know.
Mr. Singham's non-profits have registered under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Interesting. Hey, that's the thing that if Tim Pool took money from the guys and they just registered under this, it would have been legal.
Yep.
That usually applies to groups taking money or orders from foreign governments. Legal experts say Mr. Singham's network was an unusual case. Most of the groups in Singham's network declined to answer the questions from the Times. 3 said that they never received money or instructions from a foreign government or political party. This, I do not doubt. What I do doubt is that the people giving them instructions aren't getting their instructions from foreign nationals or governments. Speculation about Mr. Singham first emerged on Twitter among self-described anti-fascists based. Fucking anarchists doing the Lord work. Reports followed in the publication New Lines. Alright, let's see what that says. Yeah, we're doing journalism, everyone. Oh! Epic! Well, I'm gonna read this one too. You guys down for this? I can move on to videos if you don't want me to read through it, but this is interesting. I'm gonna change the title. China, US, Russia, China, it doesn't matter. These people hate you. Okay, so the Twitch title I changed to US, Russia, China, it doesn't matter, these people hate you. And then the YouTube one is foreign agents are in the walls. South African investigation outlet Amu Bongain, I don't know how to say that, that's a weird word. The authorities in India raided a news organization tied to Mr. Singham. I'm going to change my camera to the laptop so I'm more centered on the camera. And then, while I'm also talking about China, I'm going to put my commie background on. Excellent. Okay. Tied to Mr. Singham during a crackdown on the press, accusing it of having ties to the Chinese government but offering no proof. That's pathetic. If you're going to make the accusation, if you're going to make the assumption, if you're going to make the arrest, make sure you can prove it. All this does is give... like, literally all this does is give China all the space to point and deny what they do. And this is like, if you're not going to go out and do direct action, the best thing you can do is not let imperialists get away with shit like this. If you don't let America get away with this, you shouldn't let China get away with this. You shouldn't let Russia
America
get away
bad.
with this. I understand. But like, really, if you are...
Really?
And really.
Really?
If you are an anti-fascist, you should not be pro-China. If you are anti-death penalty to the point that you protest death penalty in America, you should not be pro-China, let alone pro-Iran. Considering we're on PSL and like this is the side tangent we came from, it's important to mention this. You must call out all imperialism. Your team doesn't fucking matter. These people hate you. They want you to die. All they want is your support so they can have legitimacy to their claim of power. Fascism's victims don't stop at the direct victims. The dipshit idiot who gets manipulated by nationalism is also a victim of fascism. They are fascists and I don't give a fuck about them, but they are a victim of fascism. It's that simple. It's a manipulative ideology. And you need to avoid it at all costs. And if you are defending states who are actively pushing policies that you proclaim to oppose, and you don't call them out, what the fuck are you doing? The Times investigation is the first to unravel the finding and document Mr. Singham tied to the Chinese propaganda interests. Mr. Singham did not offer substantive answers to questions about those ties. He said he abided by tax laws in countries where he was active. I categorically deny and repudiate any suggestion that I am a member of, work for, or take orders from, or follow any instruction from a political party or government and their representative. He wrote in an email, I am solely guided by my beliefs, which are long-held personal views. Yeah, this is sounds like someone compromised. I think I maybe... No, actually, this current time is the longest I've sat on an ideology in my entire life. So, I don't know. Indeed, his associates, Mr. Singham, long admired Maoism and communist ideology that gave rise to modern China, praised Venezuela under the leftist President Hugo Chavez as a phenomenally democratic place. I wonder what he thinks about it now. And a decade before moving to China, he said the world could learn from its governing approach. Cool. Let's just have a look. Their governing approach. April. Thousands protest. State visit to North Korea. Necessity for clear stand against turmoil. Great. Party leaders are growing of foreign coverage of demonstrations. Cool. May 4th, tens of thousands of students march. Great. Students return to class at the start of May. Mikhail Gorbachev arrives in Beijing for the first Sino-Soviet summit since 1959, but the hunger strike forces the government to cancel plans to welcome him in Tiananmen Square. His escort is blocked in nearly every street in Beijing. They were aware of what was happening in the Soviet Union, so were the Chinese people. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union was more or less imploding. Interesting. So let's keep scrolling a little bit. For the first time in 40 years of communist rule, the PLA troops attempt to occupy Beijing. Yeah, we love Chinese methods of government. Troops are finally able to leave, but the government views the whole episode as a humiliation challenge to its power. Oh, cool. What do they do? Let's see. As word spreads that hundreds of thousands of troops are approaching from all four corners of the cities, Beijingers flood the streets to block them. As they had done 2 weeks earlier, people set up barricades at every major intersection. About 10:30 p.m. near Mushi-D apartment buildings, next to high-level party officials in their homes, the citizens became aggressive and the army tried to break through barriers. They yell at soldiers and throw some rocks, and then the soldiers fire on unarmed civilians with AK-47s. What a cool way to govern!
Come here. Get in this
And a
bucket.
decade before moving to China, he said he could learn from the governing approach of China. Cool. Great. 10 years? So after Tiananmen then. Very cool. Son of a leftist academic, Mr. Singham is a longtime activist who founded Chicago-based software consultancy ThoughtWorks. There, Mr. Singham came across a charming showman who prided himself on creating an egalitarian corporate culture. That doesn't exist. He was unabashed about his politics. A former company technical director recalled Mr. Singham lecturing him on Marxist revolutionary Che Guevara. Mr. Haroon said employees sometimes jokingly called each other comrade. In 2017, Singham married Jody Evans, former Democratic political advisor and founder of Co-Pink. Wedding in Jamaica was a who's who of progressivism. Photos from the event show Amy Goodman, Ben Cohen, and V from the Vagina Monologues. Oh my god. Okay, that's fun. What a fun guy. Let's see what this says. A month... Hold on. That's a long article. Alright, let's highlight the Singham bits. Because it's only really the first bit. Okay. A months-long investigation by New Lines revealed that over the past 5 years, $65 million has been filtered through various entities connecting with people who have defended the Chinese government and downplayed or denied their documented human rights violations committed by Beijing against the Uyghurs and Turkic minority Muslims. The funding has moved through a complex series of tax-deductible investment funds and charities, all linked by virtue of their governance structures to one man, Neville Roy Singham. Of mixed Sri Lankan and Jamaican heritage, Singham has long held the ideological affinity with the Chinese Communist Party, dating to his youthful membership of the League of Revolutionary Black Workers, a Mao-influenced group based in Detroit, Michigan, in his capacity as a Okay. I always find it strange when people of African or darker complexion shill for China. It's very strange. Like, the amount of direct, crazy fucking racism I've seen from China directed at black people is... I would... If I was black, I would not fuck with China at all. I don't get it. I would love somebody to explain what the appeal of China is to people like that. I'm so wildly curious. So if you do know somebody, send them my way, because I am wildly fucking curious what the appeal of China is to Africans or African Americans or whoever, just people of darker complexion. I'm wildly curious. Is it purely the Maoism? Is it China itself? Like, I'm wildly curious. In many ways, Singham's radical evolution from evangelist of black industry working class into the luminary of information age embodies high-flown dreams of the transformative 90s. This is the other thing. If you're pro-black working class, why the fuck are you pro-CCP? They're the most anti-working class people ever. Literally systematic wage theft to keep wages low and keep capitalists investing in the country. Apple built China, literally built by capitalism. And the capitalist systems have weaseled their way into China, and you see that the government utilizes capitalist cope and systems to benefit itself. They want to call themselves communist? According to the biographical note on the Chinese recruitment platform Boss Zippin? I don't fucking know. Zippin. I'm just guessing. Singham worked with the Chinese tech monolith Huawei as a strategic technical consultant. During that period, he raved about China's economic model. This was pre-2008 too. And he's still pro-China, seeing how far it's fallen? Line go up though. Line go up mean good. Fortune magazine, editor in 2008, China is teaching the West that the world is better off with a dual system of both free market adjustments and long-term planning. 2 years, how'd that go for you? Singham proclaiming his own influence on Huawei in his opening speech. Is this guy why Huawei stole Apple's whole vibe? ThoughtWorks has since expanded to 17 countries, taking on clients in the business world, showing an interest in pro bono work for progressive media, such as news organization Democracy Now! And
click this link to download
Grameen Foundation, a well-regarded non-profit. We should try and get these guys to give us money.
You just click that link.
Yeah, if they're working pro bono for progressive media, we could get free work, no paying. Give us free help. What link?
Wait, set.
Great.
You can just screenshot that.
Yeah, well.
And then I'll make another one.
Did you see the one that I put?
Yeah, that's why I made this.
It's janky as.
All I did was fucking put a rainbow layer in Capwing.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to do
lowered
that.
the opacity.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to do it. I tried.
Yeah, they keep changing it.
I tried for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, you did. I mean, it took me about 30 seconds to find where the opacity setting was, but...
Yeah, okay. I need a piss. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do?
What is this soundbite? Suicide is a joke. Is that the suicide is badass?
I think so. We could get free work. No pain.
I can't believe you committed suicide.
Okay,
I'll be back.
Pakistan in the world.
Hey, look at that. Perfect timing. Thanks, Siri. How do I turn this off? You can go away now.
Okay, goodbye.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright.
All other countries have inferior potassium.
Okay. That's all about him. Cool. What an interesting bloke.
Okay, you download that image because I'll make another one.
Not yet. Hold on. Alright, got it.
Kazakhstan, #1 exporter of
Alright, back to the CIA.
All
be right
other
back.
countries have inferior potassium.
Hey, Mike Baker here. Let me take just a few seconds of your time to talk about your personal finances and hard-earned savings.
Fuck off.
Israeli naval forces boarded the protest ship after it ignored repeated warnings to reroute. Among those detained was Thunberg, along with some Game of Thrones actor named Liam Cunningham, a member of the European Parliament, and other activists. Part of what Israeli officials are calling a pro-Hamas publicity stunt dressed up as a humanitarian aid mission. As we reported on today's PDB, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz issued a blunt warning, stating, quote, "To the anti-Semitic Greta and her fellow Hamas propagandists, I will say this clearly. You should turn back because you will not make it to Gaza," end quote. And they didn't. And now that the crew is in Israeli custody, Katz says they'll be shown raw footage of the 7th October Hamas terror massacres. He reiterated Israel's broader policy, saying, quote, "We will act decisively against any attempt to break the blockade or support terrorist organizations, whether by sea, air, or land." Now, this isn't Thunberg's first run-in with Israel. She's already been banned from entering the country due to her past statements supporting Hamas-aligned narratives about the war. And as our regular listeners know, we have been tracking this story since the Madeleine, operated by the Freedom Flotilla Coalition. That, of course, has the acronym FFC. Now, it set sail for romance and adventure from southern Italy on the 1st of June. It carried 12 activists, a small amount of aid, and vast quantities of self-righteous ignorance. The FFC said the goal was to, quote, raise awareness of what it calls, quote, genocide in Gaza. But Israeli officials argue that if delivering aid were truly the goal, the group would have accepted the Navy's offer to reroute to the Israeli port of Ashdod, where the cargo could be inspected.
Nah, that's a fucking crock of shit. They are literally going directly to Gaza because Israel is withholding aid. Like, that's why they did it. And that not only that, but they bombed the fucking flotilla.
Is dishonest?
Sorry?
You mean to tell me the CIA agent is dishonest?
No, of course not. That would be slander.
Inspected and legally transferred to Gaza. In fact, the IDF even released footage of its Navy hailing the Madeleine by loudspeaker and offering just that. Instead...
Okay. Just because of what he said before, I just wanted to show this. Hold on. We love this. Yeah, you gotta get that. It's just anti-Semitic, guys. It's just anti-Jew.
Instead,
Well,
the
maybe they
FFC
should stop
cried
being
foul
Jews.
because that makes for better video. The group claimed
Maybe
the ship
if they
was, quote,
weren't
unlawfully
Jews,
boarded,
people
that its,
wouldn't
quote,
hate them.
life-saving cargo was confiscated, and accused Israel of using
they
electronic
didn't even
jamming
think about
to
just
disable
not
the
being
vessel's
Jews.
navigation, an
Yeah, why
allegation
didn't
that
they just
remains
not-
unverified. Now, several of the activists, during all that, kept themselves busy recording breathless selfie videos, declaring that they were being kidnapped and were in
This is
danger.
the most political I've
Sunday's
seen him, but it
interception
makes
marks the
sense if
latest
he's
chapter
trying
in a
to profit
15-year
off his own
series of
show.
flotilla campaigns
Yeah.
aimed at breaching Israel's naval blockade. It's a blockade that the UN deemed legal back in 2011. While the
Okay, this was a little off topic. I do have another thing about Greta later. I should have done this as a transitional video, but it is what it is. Fuck it.
Brought to you thousands of national
Alligators
parades.
in the
This has
sewer.
sparked a furious show. US President Donald Trump has sent thousands of National Guard troops into Los Angeles following protests against ICE-led immigration
Los
raids.
Angeles.
This has sparked a furious showdown with Democrat politicians in California, including Governor Gavin Newsom, who's since filed a lawsuit against the federal government that only looks likely to escalate now that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has also called in the Marines. So in this video, we'll explain the ongoing protests in LA, why Trump is cracking down on California, and what could happen next.
Okay,
We're getting
here's the
ever
link
closer to a
again
million
for-
subscribers.
Huh?
Here's the link again for that. If you click it, there's a new version.
And you call my name. Okay. I kind of like the other one for the
Yeah,
gay
well,
one,
it just
the giveaway
depends what
videos.
fits better.
Yeah. Alright, I got both of those.
In LA and San Francisco after it emerged that Immigration Customs Enforcement, or ICE officers, were carrying out immigration raids to detain suspected undocumented migrants. On Friday, according to ICE, one single operation resulted in the arrest of 44 unauthorized immigrants, with another 77 people taken in the greater LA area on the same day. However, the LA raids, which have occurred in areas with large Latino populations, including LA's Westlake District and Paramount, where the population is 82% Hispanic, sparked protests in the streets and outside federal buildings. And while they have been large...
I don't think I said this on stream. I might have said it on Twitter. But they chose California for a reason. California's history
Yeah,
with
because the city's
anti-police
called Los
action-
Angeles.
but like the city's history with anti-police action, protection of migrants, general defiance of the federal government. This is Trump picking California as an example to be like, hey, I am the power. You cannot oppose me. I will do this. And California said, fuck you. Like, that alone is why we should be supporting the people of Los Angeles, if not the people of California entirely. This is a minimum required response to the kind of policies that Trump is pushing, in my opinion. Minimum.
Okay, this is trying to pronounce American
largely peaceful.
City
There were
names.
also violent incidents, including riots,
Los
attacks on
Angeles.
police, and vandalism, with at least 10 people in LA reportedly arrested on Sunday night, and around 60 arrested in San Francisco. So to quell the clashes, on Saturday, Trump issued a memorandum announcing that 2,000 National Guard troops would be mobilized for 60 days, with around 300 troops sent to LA on Sunday. To do so, Trump used a specific provision from Title 10 of the U.S. Code of Armed Services, Section 12406, which provides 3 sets of circumstances under which the National Guard can be called into service by the President. Firstly, if the U.S. is invaded or is in danger of invasion by a foreign nation. Secondly, if there is a rebellion.
The first one is New York.
New York.
New York. Los Angeles.
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Chicago.
Chicago.
Chicago. Chicago. Baltimore. Baltimore.
Baltimore.
Baltimore. Sounds like Baltimore. Oh, Baltimore. Okay. This is trying to.
It's one of my favorite videos ever.
Hilarious. Have you seen the videos of the... It's mostly Asian girls, but they'll be like... There's some game where they have to pronounce the word to get through.
Burger.
Yeah,
Burger.
those ones.
Yeah, the
those
French
are funny.
girl is the goat, though.
Yes, actually, I remember the French one as well. That was fantastic. Those ones are really fucking funny.
Rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States, or thirdly, if the president is unable with the regular forces to execute the laws of the United States.
Burger!
In this case, Trump has invoked the second justification.
Burger!
Burger.
Burger!
Burger.
Burger!
Burger.
Je le dis bien!
Burger. 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 Burger.
Burger! Burger!
Burger.
Burger!
Burger.
Burger!
Burger.
Nickel. Hot dog. Je triche à peine en plus, donc c'est vraiment génial. Nutella. Les gars, c'est le dernier. Oh, les gars.
Of rebellion to federalize the
She channeled her
Oreo.
hardest Italian then.
Oreo.
I win.
I'm better than you. Sur ce, moi les gars, aujourd'hui c'était full déménagement, mais suis mes actualités sur Insta, c'est mieux, je te dis tout.
Goddamn French.
There's the one girl, she's the Indian girl who has a permanent gig in Dubai.
One of those people.
What's her name? First, let's see if Zach has a new song
Copy
out.
paste Dubai influencer number 357,000.
I thought that I had everybody by my side, but I went and blew it all sky high. And now she won't even spare a passing glance, all just because I shit my pants.
Payday came around to put Zach down. Zach ass turned into a clown, and nobody ever wants to dance with the fool who came and shit his pants.
I know I shouldn't have drank that milk and it was cursed, but the dripping's getting worse. But finding me a bathroom sounds a lot more fun, 'cause I'm having the runs and the shit in my butt.
Now you learned a lesson that you underwear.
I shit my pants.
The National Guard in California.
That's, I'm assuming
Perhaps more
that's what he does, is every song is I shit my pants.
I mean, those are the only two that I've seen.
Concerningly, though, Trump's memo also allows the military...
The other one is definitely better.
...to be deployed in locations where protests aren't yet taking place, stating that National Guard members will be deployed, quote, at locations where protests are occurring or are likely to occur based on current threat assessments and planned operations. Some figures, including former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who's running to be New York City mayor, think this means that Trump is preparing to deploy troops to other cities too, with Cuomo telling Bloomberg Radio on Monday, "I believe it's going to get worse, and it's going to be New York." Anyway, in a series of Truth Social posts on Sunday, Trump referred to what he...
Okay, so he's also got song about sucking dick.
Amazing.
called violent insurrectionist mobs, radical left protests, and paid troublemakers protesting in LA. And in one of his posts, Trump also claimed that the National Guard had done a great job in LA, although journalists soon pointed out that Trump posted this before the 300 or so National Guard troops had even arrived. At the same time, Trump took the opportunity to attack California's Democratic governor, Gavin Newsom, calling him incompetent governor, brackets new scum, and claiming he was unable to handle the task. Trump then later posted saying Newsom should, quote, apologize to the people of Los Angeles for the absolutely horrible job they have done. And then, along with his border czar Tom Homan, insinuated that Newsom could be arrested, telling reporters, if officials stand in the way of law and order, yeah, they will face charges.
Oh, I'm on the wrong account.
Homan then
That's why I
clarified
can't
on
get it
Monday
to
that there
come
was
up.
no discussion about arresting Newsom, before another video later emerged of Trump saying, I would do it if I were Tom.
Gavin Newsom he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing.
Anyway, on Monday,
Also, just wanted to, because they've started streaming again, and we did say that I'm pretty sure that we were going to shout them out when they did. I will do that now. Small hiatus. This one. Go sub.
Sorry, Peach.
Oh yeah.
Go sub. Support. Go do it.
Can we do a shout out?
Yeah, you can do that. I'll post a link in the Twitch.
I'm looking. Yeah, I found it. The Accent Wars. This is what I was looking for, is this video. Here, I'm gonna post it to you while I go do the shout out.
Okay. So yeah. Go subscribe, go support. Be cool.
It's Monty Cat. Right?
Newsom confirmed that California...
Yeah, I sent the link. Double I.
will sue the US government over its deployment of the National Guard, calling it illegal and unconstitutional, and claiming Trump had manufactured a crisis.
He did.
Broadly speaking, Newsom's lawsuit makes two complaints. The first is that what's happening in California doesn't constitute a rebellion, as required by Section 12406. The second is that the National Guard was deployed without Newsom's consent.
I love Hitler.
For context, the National Guard is typically activated at the request of the state governor, and this is the first time in about 60 years that a president has sent troops under federal control into a state without any request, with the last time being during the civil rights movement when governors were resisting court orders to desegregate public schools. Whether or not Trump can act...
That's a pretty cool historical thing to bring back. Very cool, Trump. Very fucking cool.
Actually do this without Newsom's say-so is unclear. Section 12406 states that orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states. Although we should say that most legal experts seem to think this just means that the governor needs to be consulted and not that they have effective veto power. So what happens next? Well, at the time of writing, things don't seem to be calming down. Protests have continued into Monday, and US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced that he would be deploying 700 active duty US Marines from Camp Pendleton to, quote, defend federal law enforcement officers. Almost immediately, Newsom then took to X to accuse Hegseth of behaving illegally and said he would
I will open these in a second.
immediately seek an injunction to prevent this, quote, completely illegal, immoral act. Newsom does have a point here. If these Marines were used for law enforcement activities, it would almost definitely violate the 1878 Posse Comitatus Act, which generally forbids federal troops from participating in civilian law enforcement. While the act itself only applies to the Army and Air Force, another statute, 10 U.S.C. 275,
I think it might be like Brian Reagan or something, or Brian Regan. It's a fucking old bit, like 20 years ago. But he's talking about his kid has just discovered his penis, and he calls it his ting ting, and he keeps pulling it out in public and like tugging on it. And that's early in his set, and then later on in the set.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, my kid likes Thomas the Train Engine. But he doesn't like Thomas. He specifically likes the train Percy. And guess how he says it?
Pussy.
Yeah, exactly. And he's like...
Amazing.
So he's like, imagine me in the supermarket, son's in the shopping cart, bouncing up and down, yelling, I love Pushy, while he's tugging on his ting-ting.
That's so funny.
Extends the principle to Marines and the Navy, and the only obvious way around this would be for Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act, a controversial 18th century law that grants the president incredibly broad authority to deploy the military domestically, under circumstances...
If he does that, it's super gay coded.
Yes.
Pretty gay to do that.
I agree. Yeah. Invoking the Insurrection Act during Pride Month, pretty gay. What are you doing?
Wow, all these things at the bottom are different now, huh? Where's the... Put this here.
Why are you fucking with it?
I'm trying to get the video to be the highlight.
You've got to make us smaller.
I know, I'm working on it.
There you go.
That aren't clearly defined. Trump hasn't done this yet, but it looks possible at the moment and would mark a dramatic escalation. Ultimately, the risk here is that Trump's deployment of federal troops transforms these immigration-related protests into wider protests against Trump's apparently overbearing use of federal power. This also creates a political risk for Trump. While bashing Californian liberals for being too immigrant-friendly and cracking down on rioters will probably play well with many voters, if the debate moves away from the question of immigration towards questions about the balance of power between states and the federal government, then Trump will be on shakier political ground, especially if he has to resort to draconian legislation like the Insurrection Act.
And we're done.
You mentioned our upcoming military parade, so our listeners in D.C. are going to get to enjoy that parade this weekend, this like kind of North Korea, Russia-style fascist parade. It's reportedly going to cost $45 million. I think that number will probably go up once these tanks destroy a bunch more streets in D.C. that were not built for, M1 Abrams rolling around. It's going to feature reportedly 7,000 soldiers, a bunch of tanks, helicopters, even some rocket launchers. I think those like MLRS systems that the Biden administration fought about around Ukraine forever. The Army Golden Knights are going to parachute out of a plane to present Trump with a special birthday American flag. So I'm very excited for him there. Here's a clip of Trump talking about his upcoming military parade from Monday.
You know, we've rebuilt our military largely, little low on ammunition. That's because it goes out very fast to other countries, one in particular, but we'll get that back very quickly. There's no military like our military. We showed that with ISIS. I was told by the television generals.
Oh my God, he never shuts up with this shit.
3 weeks, and it was headed by General Raisin Kane, who's now the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's great. Just left him. I sort of have to laugh at these people. Well, you know, you're going to spend a lot of money. A lot of that money is being paid for by me and people that make donations. I don't know if you know that. A lot of it won't even come out of the military. I think I can say that, Susie, right? And it's not my birthday. It is my birthday, but I'm not celebrating my birthday. I'm celebrating Flag Day. It happens to be the same day, so I take a little heat.
Oh my God, it's so triggering.
So we've talked about how dumb this an authoritarian seeming this is.
Lip triggered.
I'm actually serious though. But like being in LA right now, watching the federalization of the National Guard, 700 Marines being sent to our streets, it does make it kind of hit different. I'm not suggesting that like the DC parade troops are gonna like finish their march and then go sack the Capitol, but like it's not
I don't know, it's not impossible, right?
Not impossible.
I'm going to be pretty dark about this today, and I think it is because we're like a few miles away from a totally crazy and unnecessary deployment of National Guard and Marines in response to, to protests, largely peaceful, no request for them. But to kind of connect these two dots, right? When you examine the extreme risk of the Trump presidency, the extreme risk of the Trump presidency is the total personalization of the power of the American presidency, and in particular, the personalization of the U.S. military as an instrument of power, right? So we've seen how Trump is willing to kind of corrupt all parts of the U.S. government to serve his interest, right? Tariffs, he can turn the dial on Vietnam, and then suddenly Eric Trump's over there signing a $1.5 billion deal. The Emirates, he can go there, get $2 billion in crypto investments for his company, through his family, and then, lo and behold, he's improving sensitive technology going to the Emirates. But the military is the ultimate danger here because our whole system is set up that the military does not serve the kind of personal or political interests of the president. It does not serve his domestic interests. It's a institution that serves the United States Constitution. The thing that links these two stories, LA and DC, is he's using the military for entirely kind of his personal interests.
Yeah.
So in LA, the military is being used to serve his personal interest in his immigration policy and his probably desire to pick a fight with blue state governors in a multicultural city, and that's what's happening. And we, lo and behold, have people like U.S. military in the streets of the city that we're in right now. This is everything he says is bullshit. Like, oh, it's just a coincidence that my birthday's on the same day as like the U.S. Army's birthday. Everybody knows he's wanted a parade. He's said that for a long time, and it's a sign of how much the frog has been boiling. That when he first raised this like 9 years ago, people were like, "This is nuts," and now it's like, "Oh, sure, he's doing it." My concern, Tommy, is it is fucking month 5 here, and we're already at a place where it's kind of normal that there's like a huge parade of helicopters and tanks through D.C. for the president's birthday. And then there's the deployment not just of National Guard, but Marines, which is totally unnecessary and totally provocative here in L.A. just to be the scared guy. What if there's like a mega Kent state kind of thing? How's it going to feel to live in this country if a bunch of people are shot? What if these people in L.A. don't go home? Like, what if the troops just stay out and suddenly we've like kind of almost semi-permanent garrisons in American communities, So yeah, the far end is like, what if the parade is the cover for the military takeover? Okay, doesn't even have to be that to start to kind of create a predicate where what you're worried about
what
is
was the reaction
years from now,
to Kent State
to do something super extreme.
Were these people the Republican types cheering it on?
Pete Hegseth and Raisin Cane, I guess, to be more willing to do these things.
And I was just watching his speech at Fort Bragg, where Trump was speaking in front of uniformed members of the military and giving a totally partisan political speech, making fun of trans people, talking shit about LA, and these guys are like whooping it up and chuckling behind him. It's just like, look, I know that norms from the before times, like it's a little quaint to talk about that now, but it is outrageous to give a highly partisan speech like that in front of active duty members of the military and have them like cheering you on at highly partisan statements. And, Ben, Trump said Sunday at the military parade that protesters will be met with, quote, very heavy force.
Yeah.
Like, what are they going to do? We're talking about, are they going to charge the fucking tanks? Like, what are you talking about here? And, I think both of us have a higher level of anxiety. Just to make it even darker, the thing I was thinking about the other day is like authoritarians, Bukele, for example, right? There was a horrific weekend of gang violence. He declares what they call a state of exception, suspend civil liberties, and uses that as a pretext to just, eradicate civil society and lock people up. That's kind of like the authoritarian playbook, right? You declare a state of emergency of some sort. The thing I've been thinking about is, okay, so what are the big things Trump is going to face during his term? AI, maybe they announce that there is some scary advance in AGI, and they use that to lead to a huge crackdown that, I don't know, curtails our civil liberties in some ways, maybe cuts off our access to technology or the internet. Like, there's just all the different weird ways we could go down a very fascist route. It doesn't necessarily require tanks in the street, but you're right that, like, we are the frog that's being boiled right now.
And the scariest one to me, Tommy, is it could be as simple as it's peaceful protest. And so it could be that the more Trump does extreme shit, the more people are protesting.
We need to stop this peaceful protesting shit. Just say it's protesting.
That creates the predicate for him to deploy the military. That's what happened here.
All it
Those
does
protests were not
is have these
some people
fucking
would fuck ice on a
troglodytes
car,
be like,
and
oh,
everybody sees
peaceful,
the same, you know,
peaceful,
video
look
of
at
the car
this!
burning over and over again.
They threw the scooter!
People marching
There's a level of violence that can be dealt with by the LAPD.
Well,
like,
and
any day of the week.
because
It's like,
nobody asked for that. Nobody asked, and so the point is, if there's more and more protests of his immigration policy, or if the economy goes to shit and people are protesting,
peaceful
and then suddenly he
protesting
keeps calling in the military
is a
to quash the
fucking
protest,
political rally.
and then it's like, actually, we just got to declare a big national emergency here. Like if George Floyd had happened now, like that would be it. We'd have martial law in this country, right? And
or 9/11 happened.
We
right
could cancel the midterm elections. I mean, this is the scary day, but like we have this military part is where shit gets real. The only other one thing I
shit just got real.
Again, I was writing this piece about corruption, and I was looking at all the other autocrats I've been looking at, and you know, Orban, who comes up on the show a lot, and I realized like Trump is doing shit that Orban has never even come close to doing. You know, like we're beyond Viktor Orban in this country. You know, if you think about it, including the way he's beginning to use the military, and I just think we have to take this very seriously.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just a quick note on the corruption beat. There's a very fun story in the New York Times from Monday about how Jared Kushner and Rick Grenell's little hotel project in Serbia is kind of unraveling and falling apart. Highly recommend everyone read it because it shows, it's just a great example of the corruption that's happening, but also how these guys are bumbling idiots.
It's incompetent corruption at times,
corruption. Okay, that was an excerpt from Pod Save the World, the show I do every week about foreign policy and national security with my co-host Ben Rhodes. If you want to get more content like that, subscribe to Pod Save the World on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts, and subscribe to Pod Save America here on YouTube. The right wing is kicking our ass on YouTube. They have huge accounts, and when people search for political news on YouTube, they are getting stuff from Ben Shapiro and TPUSA and other sites that have a right-wing spin and are just not credible. So when you subscribe to us, you help us get good information into the algorithm and get it to people who are just trying to learn about politics. So subscribe to Pod Save America.
Today, Asmongold expresses his support for police officers trampling a subdued protester with their horses. He also said he has no issue with people running over protesters and killing them.
Must have been the wind, yep. And then the guy got arrested. And was he going to do anything? Yeah, fire mage pussy. Well, I guess he was out of mana. And yeah, so the media dies. Yeah, it's just misunderstood. Yeah, I mean, people like this. Like, I think that the big issue of like of this and what the big problem is that people light stuff on fire. They destroy property. They basically just go ape.
Did that guy do any of those things? You're watching the cops behave infinitely more violent towards another human being in broad daylight, and you're trying to justify that by saying, well, you know, other people in a different part of town, by the way. I believe this is a different part of town. This is not even like the protest we were at. By the way, to understand how far right we have gotten, for the record, back in the day when Sex Pestany said,
the rioting needs to stop. And if that means like white redneck militia dudes out there mowing down protesters that think that they could torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my blessing. Because holy shit.
He got banned. He got de-verified. Asmongold can now be the largest content creator on the platform and be like, yeah, they deserve it. To be fair, he's talking about the cops in this circumstance. We understand them as white supremacist force and not like the non-state actors taking matters in their own hands. But even then, the results are the same. He will get no punishments for this. As a matter of fact, I'll probably get banned before he does.
And nobody has anything happen. Like, there's never any consequences for these people. And so I'm really glad to see this happen. This guy trying to run away. Again, literally zero sympathy for these kinds of people. He's trying to run away from the police, etc. I don't give it. They're psychopaths? Well, there are people, the reason why these people are doing it, I'm off. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, no, you're right. The psychopath is certainly the people that are protesting ICE kidnapping other people, okay? Kidnapping their neighbors, kidnapping their community members, and not the rat king who is covered in his own filth and rot, sitting in the comfort of his home going, yeah, it's perfectly fine to trample over a taxpayer with horses. Yeah, it's based. Yeah, disgusting. Of course, you can get away with saying this kind of thing if you have no real moral compass and you have nothing that you would actually fight for, and you are an immensely privileged person, an unimaginably wealthy person, an immensely privileged person who doesn't give a fuck about anybody else. You can even get a bunch of other nihilistic edgelords who also don't give a fuck about this or like the fact that ICE is kidnapping people and sending them the CCOT to cheer this on.
And again, they should immediately arrest this guy. And the mayor said it was Trump's fault. Yeah, watching him bonk the dude with a horseback. Yeah, huge W. I mean, again, it's just arson, and somebody like this should spend a lot of time in jail.
After Asmongold said he has no issue with people running over and killing protesters, he confessed that he constantly fantasizes about killing random people and must restrain himself.
You think about killing random people? Yeah, all the time. Oh, constantly. All the time. Yeah, if somebody makes me mad or something like that, yeah, of course. Absolutely.
Okay, that's
sure.
called...
I just don't do it.
It's called being a fucking
I remember,
psycho.
dude, the 3 months that I played Call of Duty,
that's what
I
psychos
could not
called
drive down the road
blending
without
in.
thinking about every pedestrian and if I could run them over or not. For like 3 months.
Oh, yeah, I'm the psychopath, or the people that are out there in the streets. Those are the psychopaths, you know, not Asmongold. Well, I guess he's openly admitting he has more restraint than the cops that he was cheering on a second ago. He has literally said in the past that he does not experience empathy towards other human beings and doesn't care about other people, just a misanthrope through and through. Yeah, the problem is, on the internet, a lot of people have bricked their brains into thinking that this is a demonstration. This kind of like sociopathic, antisocial personality disordered behavior is actually cool. Like, you're so edgy, you're so sick, you want to kill people. Oh man, it's like, don't worry guys, he's not killing anybody because he's not leaving his rotted house. Like, how the f did we go from looking at these nerdy school shooters to having entire communities that are designed around people who look like these god school shooters and behave like these god school shooters and have the same exact perspective of these god school shooters? How did this happen? It's crazy. Yeah, he won't even kill the roaches in his home, chat. Don't worry.
I was going in on this because I spend so much time around people over on Call of Duty. That's normal. Everybody does. Yes. It's just intrusive thoughts.
Intrusive thoughts is driving your car into a wall because I wonder what would happen. Intrusive thoughts is not, hey, I've been playing Call of Duty, I want to murder everybody. You're a fucking nutcase.
I'm just open about it.
Everybody
you
feels
asked me
this
the
way.
honest opinion. That's my honest opinion. It's called invasive thoughts.
You know, if Asmongold could successfully beat up a woman, he would. But you know for a fact that he'd lose a fight with a chick. He'd probably
This
run away
dude
screaming.
Gets
Why
rezzed
you
and
hit
walks
me?
away from me. Next to the, okay. What, you'd be
Everybody
shocked
has
at
them?
how
Yes.
fast I'll
You
kick
make that
somebody
decision
when
every
they
time
do
you
that
drive,
shit.
actually. No need to get guns. Absolutely. And so, yeah, it's the call of the void. You're describing.
Nothing. I said bunker. I waited a solid minute, and then I said, okay, I'm not waiting. I went to move on. The guy instantly killed himself to respawn.
Amazing.
But he could have just died, right? So I rezzed him, and I said, if he walks away from the bunker, I'm going to kick him.
And you kicked him?
No, he didn't walk away from the bunker.
Oh, beautiful. Are we,
But also, I was looking at the little thumbnail. The frame rate on the smaller one there. See how slow and laggy it look?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to Like, cause like if it's small, I can lower my quality to like get it up to 60 frames.
True.
And see if it looks better there.
That's not a bad idea.
Oh my god,
yeah.
give me the fucking medals.
The guy looks like he hasn't enacted any kind of self-care routine for his entire life.
Does picking his own scabs count as self-care?
Having psychopathy? Well, either way, I don't let things like this affect me at all.
You want to see a cool trick?
He's so cool. He's so level-headed. He's
See
like,
how this is one of them
the thrill in
dig
me.
to get the samples things? Let's just grab them straight through the ground. Just lay down on top of them. See, it's still laggy even when full screen.
Yeah, not sure.
Dude, I got this violent need to do violence. I'm a bad. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense why he would also say this. This makes perfect sense. A guy who's like, yeah, every time I drive, I want to kill pedestrians. Aren't I a bad? Well, then, of course, turn around and be like, I love when the state is doing violence to other people. It's like, he can't do it himself,
I love Hitler.
so he likes it when the state is doing it. And there are no repercussions for him defending the state doing this sort of thing because of the way we interpret state violence. We interpret state violence as a perfectly normal situation. And the video that he's, by the way, the video that he's like defending here and saying, yeah, based over is this one. It's utterly psychotic. They apprehend him, okay? I think he has a camera. Did they kick his camera off? Like, what is that? That looks like a camera.
To protect lives, safeguard constitutional rights, and serve every
They surround him.
with integrity. Let me open it up now for any...
Oh, it was a mask. It was a respirator. They jump over him. They step on him. It was a gas mask. He's trying to get up. His hands are in the air. He's like, let me go, let me go. And the cops, first they, before they even slam him to the ground, the horses stomp on him. Then they hit him in the head with a baton. Of course, they're doing this because they don't think that they're being watched. I mean, I guess they don't give a shit. And why should they? They have no accountability. It's built into the god law, dude. Asmongold, Hassan is a fake revolutionary. He's not on the street.
Have we seen the Watch the Watchers website? Here.
What the fuck is happening?
Here's a helpful little website.
Bro,
for
I
you
set
guys.
it to low graphics, ultra performance, and I've not gotten any frames back. Oh, here they go. They're above 30 now.
Interesting. Cool. That website has the...
Oh my god.
More or less the entire roster of the LAPD. Search their
This
badge
game
number,
on
they
low
come up.
is... It looks like a PlayStation 1 game.
Couldn't agree more.
Putting his life on the line. Chat,
Put this
he
full
was
screen?
literally
Tell me this
protesting in
doesn't
the
look
streets.
like Metal
Asmongold.
Gear.
Well, he should be arrested then. Like, they literally...
I said, I put the game on low to get frames, and it looks like a PlayStation game. Put it on full screen and tell me it doesn't look like Metal Gear. Oop, wrong gun.
You look dead.
Yeah, I shot my ultimatum because I wasn't paying
I don't
attention.
know I don't know what it looks like. Looks like Helldivers.
What do you mean? You were on a death screen. I can't click it. I'm on a borderless window. Put it up. Like, you see, doesn't that look like Metal Gear? It actually looks better on Restream. You don't know what Metal Gear Solid looks like?
I've never played the game, no.
You should know culturally. I've never played it either.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Literally, they will go, hey man, Why aren't you doing anything? Why aren't you getting off? By the way, he never gets off his, even though I get off my all the goddamn time whenever there is like an opportunity to mobilize. And then when they find out I did actually get off my, then he goes, okay, well, then he should be arrested.
You see Hassan? No, I don't see Hassan. I heard he
See,
was.
I didn't do that. I criticized him for bitch moding the first day, and then was like, good, he actually got out there. Great. It's all I wanted. Especially as like, you're in LA, you live close to downtown. Like, why are you taking stream stuff? Like, I understand that that's like your job and you need to stream and whatever, but like, do you think that if Hassan went to his stream as the protest popped off and he was like, hey stream, gotta go, going to the protest.
Yeah, gotta
no
go
prep
be
time.
platformed by PSL. So they can
But,
use
like,
my gigantic platform for their own agenda, because
don't
I'm
you
a
think-
fucking idiot.
But don't you think that, like, that, realistically, him going not streaming straight away would have been not necessarily better, but it would have brought more people out quicker? Also,
I don't know. I really don't care.
Sure. But also, like, I'm pretty sure Hassan's chat wouldn't necessarily go, well, what the fuck, dude? Why are you going? Keep streaming. Pretty sure most of them would be like,
I don't know.
Go nuts. Although, online people are weird. So
Yeah, these
who
are
fucking
people
knows?
who, like, are extremely parasocial.
So it's like, I don't know. I just don't see a reason why his audience wouldn't be like, sure, go for it, fucking epic. And maybe even some of them in LA or California would have been like, I'm coming too. Instead,
What are
we've
you
got him
doing,
whinging about
guys?
his stream backpack.
Run!
And this
Run,
is like,
you idiot!
And like, I have to say this about this is like, this is such piss weak bullshit criticism of Hassan. Like, this is the most petty criticism that I've ever given, and I acknowledge that. But I feel like this protest was kind of important to get as many people on the street as quickly as possible.
Oh, you know what might be affecting my frames? Is that my monitor itself on the Windows setting is 4K. So if I turn that back down to 1080...
He was out there.
What's going on? Why is it square?
I saw an image of it. I think he's
I
on
don't
like
know.
the side up the top.
Is your
So he's not actually going to
screen?
go down there and
I'm
stand
working
in
on
the,
it.
in this area because if he
Oh, goalpost shifted. No, I was down there, dip. Oh, he went in, but that's not enough. It's not enough that he actually is there. He actually is not like in front of the line. Oh, he is in front of the line. Okay, well, then he should be killed.
if he did, he'd get in trouble. Right? Like, he has no problem LARPing as a revolutionary, but actually putting it on the line, this is going to be very different, which, to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he should get in trouble. Like, I mean, for sure. He was, though? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to go and double check. He already did? Oh, I'd have to double see and see it. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think all these people should just get arrested.
That was so quick. Someone was like, no, he was down there. It's like, oh, he should get arrested. Like, that was literally, bro, the goalpost shift was so fast. He just went like, dude, oh my God. He went, he's not down there. He's a LARPer. He's not down there. He's a LARPer. Where are you? You're at your house. Why don't you go protest alongside ICE, dude?
I mean, I called him a grifter, but Asmongold is a LARPer, sure. I mean, that's a pretty good descriptor for him.
Put your pussy right on that, okay? Put your pussy right in the front lines. Stand behind the ICE agents and be like, please, please kill these people. You have no problem saying that from home. Go to the pro-Israel rallies and be like, we want more death. Yeah, go assist ICE, you bootlicker. Jesus Christ.
Like, I mean, for sure. He was, though. Yeah,
Look, this part is so fun.
He has his moments. He has his moments.
Though, holy sh! Someone being like, nah, he was there. He was in the front lines. Like,
different, which to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he should get in trouble. Like,
just no. Oh, you should just kill him, arrest him. Come on. What's happening?
I mean, for sure. He was, though. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go and double check. He already did.
Dude, right-wingers are such crybabies, dude. They have designed their entire culture around resisting against a tyrannical...
Bro, conservatives, specifically fascists, are reactionary conservatives. They react in real time because they believe in unreality, and their unreality makes them do that. And then, on top of that, they're bootlickers. Of course this is going to be their conclusion. I mean, they are conserving something that never existed. They are trying to restore a country that never existed. Like, it would be more accurate to call them fascist revolutionaries than conservative reactionaries. But I prefer the reactionary title.
Government, okay? They're like, oh yeah, come and take it. It's like, I got my gun, like, I'll fight tyranny, you know? They wave the Gadsden flag, but then the moment that the government is
step on everyone but
please,
me.
do more tyranny, please. Actually, can I assist
Tread on
you?
everyone
Can I
but
assist
me.
you in the tyranny?
Yeah.
We love the
And this is what I've been saying for a couple of days. Where the fuck are the NRA McCall Dead Hand people? Where are the Waco people? Oh, that's right. They're driving to California to back up the cops. Very cool.
The tyranny.
I'd have to double see and see it. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think all of these people should just get arrested. That's really how I see it.
Asmongold looking at the picket lines during the civil rights struggle. Yeah, all these blacks, they got to get arrested. And the whites too, actually. Separate but equal, guys. Yeah, based. It's separate but equal. Too much if you ask me. It should be separate and unequal. But they got equality. It's just separate. They don't like it. Yeah. Why are they resisting? Yeah, based. I was going to be on board, but LBJ, not really good that he sent the National Guard to Selma. Why is he protecting these criminals? Obviously, the law's the law. The law's the law, guys. Chat, the law is the law. These blacks that are trying to walk, trying to march, how about they don't march? I don't like it. We want to keep them separate. Yeah, law's the law. Law and order. Restore it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how like there's no other solution to it other than that.
There's no other solution. By the way, the beauty of
Here it
this
comes.
is these people
The most
are
important
engaging
part of the
in
game.
a behavior that absolutely is a nuisance, okay? They're protesting and they've blocked off the highway in an effort to protest, right? Except they're protesting for a good cause, a cause that I 100% agree with, that ICE should not work within the confines of any state, really, but especially not in Los Angeles, which is a sanctuary state and a sanctuary city, right? No ICE in general. If you were to ask me, I think it should be completely dissolved. It should not exist at all. And in the past, before the Department of Homeland Security was invented, ICE did not exist. You had the INS, which would routinely conduct raids as well, which also should be, I mean, it was significantly more limited than what took place since ICE's invention, which is, again, a relatively new phenomenon in American history. A lot of people take it for granted. You think the Department of Homeland Security was like always around, like is post 9/11, okay? And so is ICE. And INS's activities, mostly, aside from like every now and then going after undocumented migrant workers, but their overwhelming majority of INS activities still revolved around like sex trafficking and like criminal elements, right? There are already federal law enforcement agencies that are supposed to be tasked with dealing with drug trafficking. You got the DEA. Weapons trafficking, you got the ATF, and kidnapping and sex trafficking, you got the FBI. ICE does not need to exist. It simply exists as a way to militarize immigrant enforcement, which is a civil, not a real crime, basically. Like crossing the border is not considered a real crime. Overstaying your visa is not considered a severe enough crime that is supposed to be met with this level of force, this level of apprehension and mass detentions. If it was the case, then ICE wouldn't be routinely, when there's a libtard in charge, routinely conducting regular checkups with migrants that they are now kidnapping at the point of those checkups. For the record, it's not a crime. It's just paperwork. Like, you're waiting for your paperwork to be fulfilled to stay in the country. So I think ICE should be abolished 100%.
You think that you should be abolished? I agree. Next.
Imagine yourself in our situation. Imagine your people are being terrorized. They're being ran over. If you literally cannot have empathy for someone, I don't know what to tell you. You're an evil ass human being, and you need help, and you need God. You have no heart, and hell, there's a special place in hell for you. Karma is real, and God will take care of them. This is so heartbreaking.
What's up, folks? We are back again.
Is that Riley Gaines? Or is that just another copy-paste basic blonde bitch conservative?
I've literally thought it was Riley Gaines. But like,
whatever today is, I never
this
know
whole
what
narrative
it is.
where it's like sympathy for these people means no sympathy for their victims.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Okay.
Here's the prediction. Within 2 minutes, we're gonna get some kind of rant about Lake and Riley.
I was just about to say, what's the lady's name?
100% within 2 minutes.
This is a woman who is angry that there are mass deportations going on. This woman is angry that her fellow abuelitas and Pablos are being deported.
Oh my God.
Well, she should have mentioned to Pablo before he decided to come into our country illegally that maybe one of the consequences of that is that you face the legal consequences, which is being deported. Obviously.
Why don't you just say Bina like you want to?
Also had a long time to prepare for this, so that it's not, they didn't spring this on you. The first time you stepped across the border illegally, you knew you were doing something wrong. You knew that you would have to pay the toll eventually. If I cross into another country illegally, eventually they'll catch me as well, and they will send me right back home. Okay? If you commit
That sounds like a you problem.
a crime in this country, you are going to go to prison, or you will have to pay the fines, or whatever happens to you will happen.
Did Trump pay fines or go to jail for the crimes that he committed? What was it again? Multiple counts of rape, sexual assault, fraud.
White people don't commit crimes.
Of course. The native-born Americans are pure and Aryan, white right kind of shit. Of
Happen
course.
to you. That's what happens when you break the law. That's what happens when you commit a crime. So I don't really know why these people are playing the victim as if they didn't willingly commit a crime, knowing what the consequences of that could be. But this is, again, the outpouring of optics and victim status on extreme nitro mode, where we have people who come here illegally and then they're mad that when they face the legal consequences. So this is all stirred up
because there's massive riots going on in Los Angeles right now.
Bro,
the LA
this
riots
game,
are out of hand. Okay?
like, makes no
these
sense
people
to
are
me,
tearing up
okay?
the streets. It's like BLM
So I
Part 2,
rebooted
okay?
thinking, like,
But
hey,
this
if I
time with-
reboot, maybe that will fix the frame rate to be a little higher.
Mm.
Okay? So now I have it above 30. I can't get it really above 40. But, like, putting it in Ultra did not drop the frame limit at all.
Weird.
Oh, it's so stretched out on that screen.
With Pablo and Abuelitas, okay? And angry hot Latinas that everybody can't wait to you know what? I'm not even gonna leave it. I won't even mention that aspect of it, okay? Don't be doing that, by the way.
You're fucking
If you don't
weird.
want them to explode and turn into a balloon, you might be getting a hot Latina at first, but
Oh,
it
'cause
won't
it's
last long.
square now.
A year
Why
at
is it
best.
square
Okay.
now?
To get away from
What?
that very racist comment of mine,
The fuck?
I think
Isn't
we
she
just
funny?
found the blonde woman version of that redhead guy.
Oh, no. She's way more racist.
let's get into the rest of this video and see what this poor girl has to say about the persecution of people when they break the law. Like, if I, you know...
Just say the slur. We all...
There we go. I got it to
know
drop to
if you
5
want
frames.
to. I had to leave that comment.
commit a crime. If I break the speeding limit, I have to
Oh my God.
pay the fine. I have to go to court. I have to go to driving school, whatever. But these people apparently are allowed to commit crimes. They're allowed to come into the country illegally, but they don't want you to enforce the law. They want you to sit back and feel bad for them because they put on some fake crocodile tears.
Running us over, you're shooting
Yeah,
us
those tears are definitely fake.
I wonder if she cried.
You got
at all.
it. It's all fake.
I wonder if this woman cried at all about grocery prices under Biden. I bet she did.
Joe Biden.
All because of the color of our skin.
No, it's all
It
because you
literally
came
is.
into the country illegally.
Dragnet. Stephen Miller gave a quota of 3,000 arrests per day, sent them to California, and told them to go to places like Home Depot. Does that sound like a dragnet or something specific? I bet no innocent people whatsoever got caught up in this, only exclusively criminals. Oh, but of course, their existence in the country is criminal to you.
Illegally, actually.
All because we have culture we brought in here.
Oh, that's why.
Why is it fucking square and
We're
tiny?
actually just targeting them because we're jealous of their culture. We just can't stand that Mexican food. We're like, it's too good. Fuck, it's too good. We gotta get rid of these people. It's making local bakers and chefs angry. That's why we're mad. That's why we're targeting
Okay, I
them.
fixed
Because
it.
of their culture.
I
Their
fucking
great
hate
culture,
this
by the way.
person.
And we are who we are, and we love it here, and we help people here. That's what we're known for.
How exactly? How do you help people? Because so far with all the demonstrations,
Do you like having a house,
illegals in our
bitch?
country has been actually very destructive to our country.
Because guess how
Not
much the
only are
lumber
they actually
prices
not
would
rioting-
skyrocket if labor prices skyrocketed along with them.
Yeah.
You like having a house?
in the streets and attacking ICE vans as they go to deport people who are here legally. But they also drive the general...
They are black bagging
I love
people.
this. Mexicans crying on TikTok. Outrageous.
They are black bagging people in unmarked cars in military uniforms, and they are basically doing mobile kettling on innocent people with zero due process because they have brown skin. This
They
is
deserve it.
literal Nazi shit.
Well, don't you know that they killed Blake and Riley?
Well, my prediction was wrong.
quality of life down for the
Yeah, it was
everyday
worse.
American citizen. So if you're
It's so much
competing with
worse.
a implicate this child in a crime, I had to go pay the
Because
fine.
of the
Hello.
implication.
It's when I had to go pay my parking ticket, or I mean my speeding ticket. Hello. Where's the riots in the streets for that?
Oh my god.
I
Shut
broke the speed
fuck
limit
up.
and I had to go pay the fine. Hello. I would like a riot for that. You know what? Actually, I'm making a sign. I'm going to picket outside of the courthouse. This is wrong.
Wait,
I'm
you
being
mean you had to
targeted.
go to
I shouldn't
court
have to
and
pay the
got
fine.
due
I should be able to
process?
do whatever I want and break the law without consequence.
And you need help and you need God.
Okay, let's not bring God into this now.
Oh,
all right?
shut up, cunt.
By the way, a quick thing to note. Isn't it funny how these people who are out on the streets protesting about being deported back to their country?
Isn't it funny how purportedly religious people cheer on mass deportations and Nazi tactics? Shut the fuck up, you filthy cunt. I am fucking... Fuck this bitch.
Someone needs to tell
Support
her
for police
something.
officers trampling
Fuck that bitch.
Someone needs to tell her
a
something.
subdued protester with their horses. He also said he has no issue
You know
with
what
people.
they need to tell her?
Kill herself?
No.
What?
It's queuing for a soundbite, Jack.
I don't know which one you want.
I love
Someone
Hitler.
needs, that's certainly one. Someone needs to tell her that.
You are constitutionally incapable of not shutting the fuck up.
That one works too.
Hi, do you want to know how to fix this? Stop. These all work.
I don't have a mood for clowning right now.
Go to tree jail!
Tree jail for you!
With people running over protesters and killing
Must have
them.
been the wind, yep. And then the
Well,
guy
that's
got
the fruit
arrested.
release of death.
And he wasn't going to do anything. Yeah, fire mage pussy. Well, I guess he was out of mana. And
I
yeah, so
want to go
media
back
dies.
to
Yeah,
that
it's just
racist
missed.
bitch. That was great.
Nah, it's pissing me the fuck off.
That's why it's good content.
Country are waving the flag of that country. So it seems like you really love that country. It seems like you have a loyalty to that country. It seems like you are really, tied to that country. I mean, she's got a flag covering covering her window. It seems like she really loves Mexico. So why would you be mad about us bringing you back to Mexico? Almost as if you can't assimilate. Almost as if you don't want to assimilate. Almost as if you want to take over our country.
Oh
Maybe
my
not.
God.
Anyway, I can't
Hear
stand
that?
any more of these
Her
crocodile
issue
tears.
is assimilation specifically.
Yeah, Nazi.
You know what that means?
Take a look at what these
You heard her
innocent
herself.
people
It's not
have been
about
up to.
brown
Let's
skin.
take a look at what these people
It's
who
about
just come in who
assimilation.
just
This is an assimilation issue, not race.
Nazi here.
I'm with the Nazis. How about that?
No.
come here
Nazis
to help.
are the other one.
We just come here to help. We are
What do you mean? Nativists?
No, fascists are the assimilators. Nazis are the racists.
Sure. I mean, Nazis did the... Oh, no, they didn't really do the assimilation,
No, we
did
went
they?
over
They
this.
just
Mussolini.
mass deported. No, I know. I'm just thinking. Because
There's no
I
such
mean, the
thing as a
Holocaust
pure
started.
race.
I mean, the Holocaust started as mass deportation, but it was never the goal. Did they mass deport any other minorities? The Nazis?
Who? Yeah.
They did.
I mean, everyone mass deported in that era.
Yeah. But I'm like specifically when they were rounding up the Jews. I'm assuming they did, but I'm not sure. A young Angela Davis? Nah. That's our favorite Assadist.
I would like you to remove everybody that's smiling right now.
We are loving. We are amazing. We don't hurt anything. We contribute so much. Yeah. Okay. Let's see how much they're contributing. Let's see what exactly. Oh.
Oh, okay. Well, how about we do this? Right? What percentage of GDP comes from Hispanic people in America? Let's see.
Now type in what's the amount of money of government handouts that honkies get? and see if the Hispanics generate more GDP than the honkies
Yeah.
take from the government. Because
says
if that's the case,
here-
that's such a niche thing to bring out in a debate.
US Latino GDP, which might be Latino donor collaboration.
PG.
GDP report.
No, BB.
Sorry, I'm just finding stuff. Hold on.
Stop plotting.
US Latino GDP report produced by Latino Donor Collaborative, and Wells Fargo offers groundbreaking insight to the immense economic power of the US Latino community. Beautiful. This is what I fucking wanted. In 2022, the US Latino GDP reached 3.6 trillion, ranking as the 5th largest economy globally, surpassing India, UK, and France. This growth reflects the continued upward trajectory of the Latino cohort in the United States. Suck a dick, you stupid cunt.
Oh, looks like they're contributing.
Well, let's also see total GDP of US is 27 trillion. And that was 3.6 trillion from the US Latinos. So let's see. Let's do some quick maths.
I love
2
how
plus
this
2 is 4
racist
quick
is
maths.
still angry even though she's getting her way.
I know. Pathetic. Okay. So 27.9. 3.6 divides 17. 27.7. The Latino community puts 13% of the U.S. economy. Exclusively, Latin Americans contribute 13% of the U.S. economy. So, you said that they don't assimilate, and what do they contribute? How about 13% of the fucking economy, you stupid mole?
And then, how much of the handouts do white people get?
Okay. Total spent on white American welfare payments.
That's just welfare, though. There's also other government handouts.
Total government spending on welfare reached approximately 3.1 trillion in 2022. While the data on welfare recipients by race is not specifically tracked, it's important to note that white Americans make up a significant portion of the population and therefore a significant portion of welfare recipients.
Yeah, we don't care about that. We want to twist the statistic.
Sure, okay, well, all but 700 billion of that Latino economy gets given to whitey. There's your manipulated
So the Latinos
statistic.
make more than the whites get in welfare.
Yeah. So basically...
Good. See, now that's what we can say.
I would like to twist it to be like, you know, without the Latinos, white people wouldn't be able to get welfare.
Well, that they also hate welfare. The same
I know,
people.
that's funny.
So you gotta target it like all the white people on welfare are doing less for the country than Latinos.
All right, let's actually.
You gotta turn them against each other, you know?
Let's make a Twitter post about this and let's see what we can do.
Because think about it. These are the people who'd be like, imagine if you were gay in Gaza, right?
Yes.
They try to put contradictions of values against each other, but nobody ever does that back to them. They're so unprepared for it. So we need to come up with more things like this.
All right. Let's do this. Okay, so did you know in the United States, the Latin American community contributes 13% of the economy, and white welfare recipients receive, I'm going to use percentages because it's funny. I spelled receive wrong.
I think it's better to say billions because then it's numbers people can't comprehend.
Billions.
Yeah, you know, millions and billions. Trump, that's all he does is say millions. Like it's a big, yes, they're just incomprehensible big number.
Okay, 3.6. %, of that in welfare, amounting to 3.1 trillion. If Latin Americans don't contribute, Whitey wouldn't get welfare. We happy with that? Did you know in the US, the Latin American community contributes 13% of the economy at $3.6 trillion US, while white welfare recipients receive 86% of that in welfare, amounting to 3.1 trillion. If Latin Americans don't contribute, Whitey doesn't get welfare.
Bishi, how could you do something so naughty?
In the US, the Latino. Should I put Latinx just to try and trigger them further?
Whatever.
I feel like that, I don't know. Latino community contributes 13% of the economy at $3.6 trillion US, while white welfare recipients receive 86% of that in welfare. Receiving 86% of that, accounting for 3.1 trillion US dollar. Yeah, Hispanic. Hispanic community. If Hispanics didn't contribute, Whitey or MAGA specifically wouldn't receive welfare. Also calling MAGA poor. Let's fucking go. Back to this racist bitch.
I mean, a lot of crime. Sorry, folks. Let me pull this down. Ooh. Ooh. Wow. Thanks for the contribution. I'll pass, actually. Thanks.
You wanna see what her kind of contribution is? What she wants for contribution? Redneck skidding LGBT flag. I don't know how I can't find this. This is what they want for contribution. But do a skit in LA in defense of migrants, and all of a sudden that's bad. Do a skit on a gay Pride Month mural in the middle of a street, you're a fucking hero. Man, look at this hero. So cool. Like, imagine being this kind of person who lets this bother you so much. That's her.
Thanks for the contribution to our society
And
and
this smug, cunty smile. Like, everything about this asshole pisses me off.
culture, driving around in a stolen van and vandalizing. And by the way, this is the least egregious of the videos out there. I can't show most of the footage because it will get me removed,
very nice,
or it will get me
Jack.
a strike or whatever. So
He's just a chinchilla.
That is fundamentally a fucking lie.
to the footage because it will get me removed. Least egregious of the videos out there.
Like,
I can't show.
why you gotta be so mean to him? He's just a little guy.
We're just meant to believe her that this is the most, not the most egregious footage, and there's more out there. But she's not going to show you. You just have to trust her, right? That is one of the biggest red flags.
Show most of the footage because it will get me removed, or it will get me a strike or whatever. So just for note, that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Why are fascists always such fucking cowards? You know, if you're gonna write the word faggot on fucking Twitter, write the word. Stop being a pussy. Like, you want to use the words, you clearly want to use the words, so use them. Why do you censor yourself? Stop being pussies. Why should we listen to you if you are so scared of words that you won't even type it out online? Bitch made.
Of what's been going on in Los Angeles lately with these riots. So it really looks to me like they are really contributing a lot. Here's another here's a video actually of one of these people who contribute so much to a society. Let's see what they have to say. Let's hear their side. You know what? We want to be fair. We want to hear the sides of the American citizen. We also want to hear the side of the illegal immigrant.
That's probably why they're so mad all the time.
Why?
Because it will never be appropriate and acceptable to be a racist. That time is just not, you know, around. Right? And it's like pretty bad right now, of course, you know. But like, look at Kanye. It's like, I can say anti-Semitic shit and Adidas won't drop me. Now what? What happened next?
Yeah. Look at the screen.
She hurt me with my Ariana Grande shirt on. That's who it looks like.
Man, she really is just a flaming fucking racist. Look at these fucking videos. Stealing money from whites. Oh my god.
Helldivers across the galaxy are
Man.
fighting for every inch of territory.
This is all it is. This is all her content is. Just fascist bullshit. Look, look, Matt Walsh bootlicking. Of course.
Oh, why is that exactly? Did you build these lands? Did you create the highways and the byways?
Did you, bitch? Shut the fuck up. And you know what? People like him probably fucking did. You stupid cunt. They sure as fuck wasn't you.
Did you create the country?
I bet you if I looked into her, right? She's the wealthy daughter of some Christian minister of something, or some kind of cunt in the fucking Republican government. Guarantee it.
From scratch.
I guarantee her Twitter has a Bible verse in it.
Like we did. Like my ancestors from the Mayflower did. Is that what you did? Do you even pay taxes?
The
Did you hear that?
Are you romanticizing nationalist history?
My ancestors from the Mayflower, she said. You really can trace it back there?
Oh, look, here's her Twitter.
I love how she referenced immigrants on why she's more justified here. When she said, my ancestors were immigrants. I'm more justified to be here.
What a fucking moron. Ah, you wanna...
Suffer, but again...
You wanna see a fucking moron fight?
In the long term, what is... Well, I mean, I did say that there would be short-term economic, mishaps to that. The economy is going to suffer, but again, in the long term, what is better? Is it better to replace the native population with migrants coming from other countries, which is now going to drive the quality of living down, the quality of work life down? Because if you're competing with illegal immigrants or legal immigrants who are used to coming from countries, again, where they get paid hardly anything, now Americans are going to...
Didn't we just say you admitted that you're an immigrant?
Have to make those concessions. Now Americans are going to say, you know what, it's fine. I'll shack up with 10 of my cousins and I'll live in a tiny house with tons of people and I'll work for slave wages as well because this is what I'm competing with because we're outnumbered at this point. Another thing is, what nobody wants to talk about is you lose the racial demographics in your country. Is it wrong for a person
Nobody
in our
wants
country
to talk about
want
that?
a country that's majority
Really?
white? Is that a wrong thing? And if you replace the native populace with people from other... Well, I mean...
Oh, so she is a Nazi, huh? It's not about... Is that
a wrong thing?
Integrating,
and if you replace
is it, huh?
native populace with people from other countries, that is going to change that culture. So it's no longer going to be the United States or America as we know it. It's going to be...
There is no America as you fucking know it. There has never been a stable time in American history to say this is America. What are you talking about? When? What are you preserving? What are you wanting to bring back? Genocide? Fucking native removal policies? Starting wars with foreign countries to steal territory? After giving them a bullshit offer for it? Yeah, cool.
Look like a reflection of the UK, look like a reflection of all these other European countries who tried mass migration, and look how it's failing. People
But
are being
America
attacked in
is
the
a
street.
country of
They have no
migrants,
rights.
though. America is a country that was founded by migrants.
Was it though?
Yeah.
I mean, who are the
God.
founders?
My
They were white
ancestors were
Americans
on
that
your
came over,
Mayflower.
and then they would...
They were British. They were literally British.
Actually,
They
I think
wanted
the Mayflower people were not.
in
Right?
England.
Wasn't the Mayflower not British?
I don't fucking know. Who gives a fuck about the Mayflower?
She does, apparently. Her ancestors came from there.
From England to Plymouth, Massachusetts. So yes, they were British. And then, after they were not given representation in the British Parliament, they stole the Iroquois system and decided to become patriots, which was killing the British, the state, anti-state.
Only to establish a state.
Yes.
And that's what a lot of, the anarcho ideologies is that they're accelerationist ideologies.
Yeah. They don't necessarily want to get rid of the state. They want to take it over.
Unless it's the Native Americans, which I don't necessarily think that America probably wants to pin their cultural responsibilities on.
No, they do not. Anyway, we figured out that this woman is out and out fucking filthy cunt. So.
Or do you
Very
actually just
cool.
get paid under the bus? Under the table, tax-free, Medicaid, Social Security benefits, all of the handouts, you go to...
Are the handouts that white people mostly take? Shut up, you fucking idiot.
Aren't they great?
Urgent care for healthcare now. That's why you have to wait 3 hours in the urgent care building when you gash open your arm and you need a few stitches. that'll be 3 hours of a wait, because people like this who belong here and they actually own the land, even though they came here illegally and broke the law, they want you to know that they have just as much right to this land as you do. So I guess that means the idea of a country and borders is just...
That's funny.
Mute and void. It's not a thing anymore. Well, you don't have a country unless you have borders, and we have borders, and you are not a part of this country. Now, if you would like to try to come in legally, be my guest. By the way.
But you don't want that either.
Hey, idiot. Guess what the Biden fucking government did with that app? They gave them legal avenues to entry. And guess who shut it down immediately? Crazy. Hey, which dude got all his lackeys in the GOP to kill the border bill, which would have solved the immigration crisis after COVID ended? Oh, that was Trump? Seems like Trump doesn't want the border to be closed. Almost like he benefits from this rhetoric, which you are now parroting, and giving him the authority to do fascist shit. But you don't give a fuck because you are a fascist.
By the way, not a fan of legal or illegal immigration.
So why don't you live by your own ideology and go get chained to a kitchen somewhere and marry some fucking Nazi who treats you like shit? That's clearly what you want. So go do it. Fuck off.
But for the sake of argument, you have the option to come in this country legally, and you decided not to. But you think it's your right. You think it's your right.
See, she even said that you shouldn't come in.
My bad.
She
sir.
wants
Just
it.
come in and take this house. You know what? You have a right to my house. You have a right to my house.
Hey, do you support Israel? Let's see. Let's see. Let's have a quick little look-see through her Twitter and see what we can find, how she thinks about Israel.
This guy's username is Bush Noises.
There's no way.
Synchronized. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime.
What the fuck is this website?
Orbital thrusters.
She has a link to a website
Synchronized.
About
with
securing the
people-
future for their white children.
Well, might as fucking well be. It's called Censored TV, and it has people like Gavin McInnes doing their show on it. So that's really cool. Let's see how many Israeli flags we can see in her following list. Oh, follows a lot of groypers. Christ is King. More groypers. Very cool. Let's see what we can find with the advanced search. Oh my god!
Am I supposed to not see the beginning? Just kidding. Is that Caitlin Bennett in the photo there?
No, that's her. That's this
I
blonde
know.
one.
That's the joke.
Oh. I thought, you know, it could have been Kaylee McEnany. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. They all look the same.
Go now, Helldiver.
But I mean that pretty much tells us everything we need to know about it. So that's pretty cool. Did not see that coming.
It's like California be California. Let Gavin Newsom own his state that is
Yeah, lots of gropers. Lots of gropers. So, yeah, I think we'll definitely on it with the fascist. I was definitely more right with the Nazi.
collapsing. You want to turn your state into Detroit, my man? All you. What should be done here long term? That's really the question. Because these riots may well continue. Los Angeles may continue to burn. And here is my perspective on this issue. Democrats have made clear they do not want federal law enforcement in there. They don't want federal law enforcement there to help ICE effectuate its arrests. They do not want federal law enforcement involved in any real way in even protecting property in the city of Los Angeles. They want the federal government completely out. The voters of California have made this clear because they keep electing Democrats over and over and over again.
Are we fucking for real, bro?
And so my informed view as someone who used to live in Los Angeles for more than 30 years of my life, I deeply love the city. I have relatives in LA. I have friends in LA. I have members of government in LA who are friends. Is that President Trump, in the long term, should leave LA to its own devices and let it burn. If they want it to burn, let them have it. Let them do the thing. Because what that will mean is a continued outmigration of people who pay taxes, a continued outmigration of people who own businesses, a continued movement from Silicon Valley to Austin, Texas, a continued movement from LA to Florida and Tennessee.
Yeah, bro.
A continued movement.
LA's totally gonna
collapse.
collapse.
Should be done about
Everyone's gonna leave. Yeah, bro.
You know, it's funny. So, just searching her and the word Israeli, a lot of the gropers are calling her a Jew. Which is so fucking funny. What an awful...
About illegal immigration? Well, the states that actually don't want illegal immigrants to live there will work hand in glove with the Trump administration to deport as many people as possible, and that will push illegal immigrants to leave red states and then move to blue states. It turns out that one of the single most effective political tactics of my lifetime was Republican governors like Ron DeSantis in Florida and Greg Abbott in Texas saying that if Joe Biden was going to leave the border open, they were just going to give bus tickets to illegal immigrants to blue areas like Chicago and New York. Because it demonstrated that when blue states come down to it, they don't want illegal immigrants there either. But make Democrats live by their own standards. Make Democrats eat the cost. If they want it this way, then let them have it. Let them do it. President Trump's already done his job in shutting the southern border. And he should continue to do his job in deporting criminal illegal immigrants or victimizing American citizens. But when it comes to states that have decided that they wish to bankrupt themselves on the back of illegal immigration.
Yeah, California's
going
to bankrupt themselves, bro. Yeah.
And here are 5 reasons why. Number 1, they voted for this, okay? California voted for this. California SB 54 stops state and local law enforcement from assisting federal law enforcement. It includes banning cops from asking about immigration status, holding illegal immigrants for the feds after they've been arrested, and sharing non-public personal information with ICE. The Trust Act in California, which again is law, requires local law enforcement ask for judicial warrants before even complying with ICE detainer requests. So you have a in jail, and that person's an illegal immigrant, and ICE puts out a detainer request. If you don't have a judicial warrant, then California will not allow you to comply with the detainer request. California has proposed bills to prevent employers from even allowing ICE access to workplaces.
Good.
In violation of federal law, by the way, or employee records.
Hey, Ben. 10th Amendment.
Without a court order. Landlords are not allowed to ask about immigration status in California. California provides driver's licenses to illegal immigrants. Medi-Cal, which is essentially Medicaid for California citizens, but also for illegal immigrants. California earned income tax credits. So you get like actual checks from the government in California as an illegal immigrant if you have kids. Free public education for kids and in-state tuition for college. LA has its own sanctuary city ordinances that prohibit the use of any city resources whatsoever.
Yeah, you're
for
right,
federal
Ben.
immigration
Government should
enforcement
only
or
be used to
cooperation with
kill
ICE.
people.
The city of Los Angeles treats schools, hospitals, and courthouses as quote-unquote safe spaces to prohibit immigration enforcement. They voted for this. This is what they want, so let them have it. H.L. Mencken once suggested about democracy that democracy is the theory that the people should get what they want good and hard. That is not wrong. California should just be California. And there are a bunch of reasons for this, including, by the way, the fact that, generally speaking, states should be allowed to be states. We'll get to more on this in a moment. First, folks, the American dream is under attack. Many hardworking patriots, you can say they have a broader obligation to deport all illegal immigrants, but that's never really been a realistic possibility here. And everyone who watches, to deport 20 million illegal immigrants is going to cost you, by the best estimates, somewhere between $6 and $700 billion. Is that going to be something that any administration is going to undertake? I highly doubt it. And you know this because President Trump wasn't unleashing tens of thousands of ICE agents in California. He was unleashing like small coteries of 100 ICE agents in California to go pick up some people. Okay, that's what the immigration raids were. The federal government should, of course, try to enforce federal law, but it's not up to the federal government to make states run properly. And in fact, when the federal government, under Joe Biden, was attempting to get states to stop enforcing immigration law, that was bad too. The sword cuts both ways. So, my view is that the federal government should allow California to be California, and if they wish to be a failing state, let them. And the federal government should allow Florida to be Florida and Texas to be Texas, and allow successful states to continue to succeed. And the population movement,
I need to
vote with
change
their
it
feet.
so my support
So that is
weapon
reason number 2. Reason number 1, California
is
voted
the
for
one
this.
key. And my primary is 2. And my sidearm is 3. Because I want to switch to my primary and I pull out the ultimatum.
Reason number 2, federalism. Reason number 3, people do not learn their lesson until they reap the reward of their voting. If Californians continue to do this, they will reap the reward. They will. And eventually, maybe they wake up. Because it turns out that until the American people get it good and hard, sometimes they stick their hand in the stove, and then it burns and they remove their hand. Californians have been sticking their hand in the stove for 3 decades at this point. At a certain point, they might want to wake up, but things are going to have to get pretty bad in order for them to do that. And you know what? Don't inhibit the badness from happening. Let it happen. Let it go. And as for illegal immigration itself, if other states decide to crack down on illegal immigration and work with the federal government to stop illegal immigration, more illegal immigrants will go to California. California, by the way, is already somewhere between 7 and 10% of its population is illegal immigrants. At least 2.6 million illegal immigrants live there, as per the LA Times.
Why do you care?
That is currently 7% of the entire state population of California.
Did you not leave California to go to Florida? Fuck off.
It's probably significantly higher than that. The Los Angeles area alone probably has upward of 1 million illegal immigrants. If they want it, let them have it. And by the way, we'll save the American federal taxpayer some money. Because it turns out it's kind of expensive to deploy the National Guard. The projected cost of the current protest handling by the National Guard and the Marines is supposedly somewhere in the neighborhood of $134 million. I don't feel like paying taxes so that people in LA can yell at the National Guard for enforcing the law. If they voted for that, listen.
Your taxes go to poor whites. You fucking idiot.
I lived in that state for years and I paid millions of dollars in taxes to the California state government. For this,
you should have paid more. They should have taken all your money so you never could have started Daily Wire. Fuck yourself.
It's kind of crappy law enforcement response, which is not the fault of the cops, it is the fault of the politicos. So why should I pay for that now that I'm in Florida? I don't see a reason why.
You aren't. You fucking idiot.
Politically speaking, the only way that people learn their lesson is to feel the pain of the bad policies they have chosen. And that is why I think there's a solid case to be made.
I agree. This is why I support California violently ejecting federal forces from their state. Because People need to feel the effects of their bad fucking policies. And right now, the only state seemingly worth or willing to fight physically Trump's policies is California. So, you know, take your own fucking advice, dipshit.
All right, buck up. Fox News alert. The Trump administration sent in additional forces to restore order to
Nice.
Los Angeles as anti-ICE riots enter into the 5th day.
So let's get right to Jonathan Hunt. He's live on the ground. And
Pakistan's tagged because of the Kashmir stuff. We were
Yeah, we
covering
cover
a lot.
Pakistan frequently.
But yes, we also talk a lot about Pakistan because we talk a lot about America, and Pakistan and America are inherently linked. That's why. Our most recent coverage, I utilized a whiteboard to explain how Pakistan did nothing wrong.
down in LA. Hey, Jonathan.
Ainsley Lawrence Brown, good morning to all of you. I have to say that 24 hours ago, we joined you from this precise location outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. Very different scene then that it is now. There is a much more relaxed security posture here today. You can see a handful of National Guard outside the detention center behind me. But yesterday at this time, the entire street was blocked off. A phalanx of National Guard troops were right across this street. It is certainly a different atmosphere in LA this morning, and that might be a sign that
in the Kashmiri thing, yeah, Pakistan did nothing wrong. Like, there was a terrorist attack. You could loosely be like, oh, Pakistan funds the terrorists, but no, it was Al-Taiba?
The Lancashire Al-Taiba linked.
Yeah, okay. So LAT linked. India then attacks Pakistan.
Also, as we covered, what's important about Pakistan is that unlike India, they have a lot of population on the border with India. So all those strikes that are on the border region are striking populated areas of Pakistan.
Yeah, and all in response to a terrorist attack which India, I'm not going to say falsely, but let's say incorrectly attributed to Pakistan without enough proof to justify it, bombed Pakistan, fucked around and found out, and then bitched online about losing. Ultimately, Pakistan did nothing wrong. Everything in this particular instance was India's fault. Also, it's a terrorist attack in Kashmir. Like, it's a contested area. It's got 3 fucking states in it, for God's sake. Like, of course terrorist attacks are gonna happen in Kashmir. Why are you attacking fucking Pakistan? It doesn't make any sense.
that authorities believe they are getting a grip on these protests. Of course, that is not to say there was not violence yesterday. Thousands of protesters were once again on the streets of downtown LA, but the LAPD operation, along with the Sheriff's Department and the California Highway Patrol, seemed a lot more efficient yesterday. They broke the protesters into various groups. They continually pushed them back using tear gas rounds, using flashbangs, using in some cases rubber bullets. In the meantime, as you mentioned, President Trump has ordered Marines now to come to LA. We understand that 700 Marines left their base at 29 Palms, that is out towards the Palm Springs area.
This is the complicated thing about Pakistan, and John is a bit more well-versed on this, but I don't know about being a major counter-terrorist country. I don't know about that. John?
I mean, by default, sure. Like, I mean, India is too in that regard.
Sure, and like my...
But
my
also,
only
they do,
hesitation there-
because the Pakistani intelligence was trained by the CIA, they do a lot of contracting where they go and train other countries' governments and stuff.
Yeah, okay.
On counterterrorism and stuff. And like, well, we bring it up when we're talking about the Grand Mosque siege, and that it didn't happen, but a lot of people believe that Pakistani commandos were there to help Saudi Arabia regain control of the mosque.
Oh, interesting.
But in our video, we showed sourcing on why that is definitely not the case.
Also, we are on Twitch here, but we have a bunch of we have a produced show that we were doing, which is currently on hiatus just because it's hard to find people, and we're basically just doing it live at the moment, just sort of in the middle of stuff. But there's one episode, I think it's 8 or 9, where we cover
the history of
Fatah
terrorism. Oh yeah, there's also the Fatah episode, but the history of terrorism, we do talk about the Grand Mosque siege.
Yeah.
Or no, it's Radical Islam.
Yeah,
is what the episode is.
So there's a bunch of shows on our YouTube, which I'm pretty sure you can find in the Twitch links. Let me just double check. Yes, the YouTube is there. So if you just scroll down, you can click on the YouTube, go to the LTech playlist, and they're all there. Lot of discussions with Pakistan.
We also did I mean, it's not Pakistan, but
shit.
there's the whole special we did with Manipur that no one else covered when the violence was starting there.
And we also did Bangladesh as well, but we more covered that on live stream.
Yeah, well, I mean,
talk
that's
about
kind
this
of what
area a lot.
it's changed into, is we'll get somebody on to do a live stream.
Yeah. Yeah, so thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Spread the word. We need people watching. You know, we're journalists, we're not political streamers or whatever, but like, whatever. More people watching, the better. Like, the more people that we can talk to, exactly like this, and have people just like interact and talk through things, and not have this Twitter brain rot mentality that most political streamers seem to have as well. It's like this insulated, enclosed feedback loop that these political streamers and their chat put themselves in. It's very strange.
Area east of LA yesterday. We believe that they staged overnight at Naval Station Seal Beach, and that they should be deployed on the streets of LA at some point later today. California Governor Gavin Newsom said of that deployment,
Gavin
quote,
Newsom. Obviously, right now we're going to be covering the LA protests because that's the big
Trump
story.
Could have a talking point at his parade this weekend. It's a blatant abuse of power. We will sue to stop this. Nonetheless, President Trump and others will say that their deployment of the National Guard on Sunday clearly made a difference, that those Sunday clashes were much more violent than they were on Monday, and they will argue that is because, in part, they are surging forces here. In the meantime, the search to round up some of those involved in the violence goes on. Elpidio Reyna was a 40-year-old man who was seen throwing rocks and bricks at law enforcement
Oh, they got him.
officers.
Now
Pam
nobody
Bondi,
can
the
cry
Attorney
about this.
General, announced on Hannity last night that they have formally identified him. Here's the Attorney General.
That guy has just been identified, and they are doing a search warrant on his house.
Fucking rats.
But, like, of course they are.
ACAB includes rats.
Like, no, like, I saw the footage of that guy throwing rocks, you know, and all I thought was he's gonna go to jail.
Oh, of course. Of course. But, like, protect your boys. Fuck the cops. Don't talk to cops.
Well,
Be
you know,
smart.
the guy who snitched on Luigi never got paid.
That's true. It was a Macca's worker. Fuck yourself. Yeah, so this is kind of what we're trying to get, is we're trying to get the already compromised people to not be compromised, but also we're trying to get like the normal person who doesn't really, who's like kind of engaged
little susceptible to propaganda, just a little bit of media literacy, and most people will avoid information narratives. Like, just the most basic of shit. And it's crazy that the US hasn't implemented ways to teach people how to counter this shit.
As we speak. So you can run, you can't hide. We are coming after you federally. If you assault a police officer, if you rob a store, if you loot, if you spit on a police officer, we're coming after you.
But cops, they can shoot you point blank, nothing happens. Shoot
Come on, give it to me, give it to me.
Cool. No problem, not an issue. Shoot all the journalists you want. Apparently they're up to 4 Australian journalists. They're on a roll.
After you.
Now, as we understand it, Rayner is still a fugitive.
76.
At this point, he is a wanted man.
Protect this man. Hide him. Hide him for as long as you can.
Anyway, I don't think the protests are really that harsh.
Offered as a reward for information that leads,
especially for
to his
America, I
arrest. But
find them
clearly,
very tame.
A couple of messages.
Yeah, no, this is a minimum response to something like this.
From the administration. One, as Pam Bondi was just saying, the Attorney General, they will find...
No. It's corporate interests. The American media is run by corporate interests. Whatever corporations want, that's what the media says, which is generally in line with the country. Because line go up, people make money. I feel like a lot of the Indian outlets are funded by Russia as well, but that's just an inkling. That's just an assumption. They always seem very favorable to Russian coverage.
Find anybody involved in violent incidents over the last 4 days here in LA. And two, the bigger message is that whatever force that the Trump administration deems necessary to restore order here in LA will be used. Lawrence Bryan, Ainsley?
So, Jonathan, a quick question for you. The local cops, I'm not seeing many arrests. And I'm seeing illegal activity happening. Now, I've seen some of the feds rushing in and grabbing people and taking them into custody. Do you know from your sources why they aren't arresting some of these individuals?
They have 3,000 people per day quotas that they have to black bag. They're busy. Like, literally, if they're doing most of their raids in California, right? 3,000 a day. That's 125 an hour. That's 3 per state per hour per day, right? Now let's say they're only doing it in blue states or sanctuary states. That drops the states even more, increasing the number per day. Now, the police can only handle so many people. So either they aren't giving due process to the people they're black bagging, or they are too busy logging these hundreds of people per day, thousands per day, that they are too busy to arrest people. Now is the time to get on the street. They are busy. They are held up and tied up in doing this fascist shit. Now is the time.
You haven't seen the arrests in the hundreds, Lawrence, but the LAPD has been arresting people. They've been out with zip ties throughout the day, Sunday and again yesterday. So arrests are being made by everybody involved in this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can be solved the same way the Ukraine war can. Russia leaves, ICE leaves. It ends. Literally overnight. Newsom regained control of the National Guard. They get pulled out. The Marines are not allowed in, and ICE leaves. Is escorted out by California State Police. Get the fuck out of the state. That's the only way this can really end. The more that Trump moves shit in, the worse it's gonna get.
And that's by design.
And I have to say that there were certainly questions, legitimate questions, about the response of the LAPD on Friday night. They did seem to me, as I...
Also, I didn't answer the last bit. Are they credible? Sure.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Just be careful. PBS seems to be pretty chill. They seem to do pretty well.
The thing is that
independence.
Like I say, at the end of the day, you gotta sell papers.
Yeah, and that's what you gotta realize as well, is that, like, they're selling you a product. It's not news for news' sake. It's news, whatever's the most sensational, that's what they put up. Whatever scares people, so they watch, so they buy. That's the goal. It's a business. Don't think of it as journalism. Think of it as a business. And it makes total sense then.
I watched it all unfold.
I mean, to call Fox Trump narrative aligned is a gross understatement. Half of his cabinet is ex-Fox News. Like, this guy, his opinion is Fox News. Like, he doesn't have an independent opinion, right? Donald Trump can't read. He doesn't understand shit. He gets told, and whatever he doesn't get told, he doesn't get told. Right? So, I don't know whether it's because he does it on purpose or because he's genuinely stupid, but every time he's asked about something, he goes, I don't know about that. You're the fucking president.
To be very slow in moving, but since then, they have been heavily involved in policing the streets.
And that, I think, comes from the fact that the second Trump administration is full of yes men. So if there's endless yes men, and Trump doesn't read, and he only gets told stuff, and he only likes to be told stuff that makes him feel good, do you think Trump is the most informed person? Or do you think he rejects information based on emotional reactionary behavior? Because I can guarantee that if I went to Donald Trump and told him something that was fact...
He's not emotional or reactionary. What are you talking about?
He would just spurg out. He would just go nuts, screaming, just fucking crazy about how, no, that's not true. It can't be true. I believe this because Fox News told me. Like, bro listens to Tucker Carlson every single time. I guarantee it.
The streets, and it appeared to me that all of the agencies, the LAPD, the LASD, California Highway Patrol, the National Guard, and federal officers from Homeland Security, all working very well together yesterday. The operation, I have to say, as it unfolded last night, of splintering these groups, forcing them backwards, making the arrests when necessary, seemed to be a very efficient one yesterday, and certainly arrests were being made, Lawrence.
Jonathan, what about the opposition? We hear it's three predominantly groups: the Coalition for Humane Immigration Rights, supported by the state, the government, and the Chinese government, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and the Service Employees International Union. Have you seen them handing out face shields? Have you seen them handing out rocks and things like that? Some of them are wearing all black. Some organization there?
There's certainly.
I really enjoy commies laughing as anarchists. It's very funny.
I just love the need for them to try and show that these protests are
paid and funded. Trying to delegitimize
yeah,
it.
so then they can locally it's just, oh, George Soros.
Yeah.
Right? But anyone who wants to be a little bit more informed on this side of politics
is now aware of PSL.
Well, no, they'll just say that it's a fucking basically the equivalent of the color revolution narrative that other people say.
Oh, well, they have been. I've already seen that.
Like, I've seen it from Chinese propaganda accounts being like, America's facing a color revolution. Maybe not Chinese. No, China's cheering it on. My bad. The propaganda accounts are like, we'll come help you, America. We'll send the PLA. Like, yeah, great. Yeah, send the PLA.
Great.
See what happened the last time the Chinese government sent the PLA somewhere. You want to deploy the PLA somewhere? Deploy them to fucking Gaza, you pussy cunts. Like, you guys want to position like you're pro-Gaza even though you're the Israel of the Taiwan Strait?
Israel might legitimately bomb them in response.
Like...
Nope, that's the sterilizer.
Like, you wanna laugh as pro-Gaza, pro-Palestine, while you're the Israel of the Taiwan Strait? Okay, you want to put your money where your mouth is? Petition the UN to send the PLA in as UN peacekeepers to Gaza. You want to put your money where your fucking mouth is? Go on. I would 100% support China petitioning the UN to send PLA as UN peacekeepers to Gaza. I'm perfectly fine with that. If China wants to put it up, go for it. You want to actually call yourself anti-imperialist? Prove it. Until then, fuck you.
Certainly some organization, and
remember how the kafirs all basically don't get made in Palestine anymore because China killed the market? Pretty awesome.
Let's be frank, in any major protest, there is always a level of organization. There are always groups that get involved in that. And yes, masks are being handed out, water is...
Hey, John, how did China get the J-10 again?
Jews.
How did that happen? What country gave them the F-16 plans? Was it
Jews.
America? Israel. Crazy. Man. Collaborating with Israel to create a fighter jet is not very cash money of you, China.
Is being handed out, so there is organization on that level, as you would expect, and these are groups that we have seen before getting involved in other protests.
China had spies in the F-35 program, right? It wasn't Israel that gave them the F-35 as well.
You're the plane guy.
Well, that might be something to look into, because I'm pretty sure they had spies in the actual program. But if it was Israel that gave them the F-35 as well, that'd be fucking hysterical.
Test here. You'll recall the LAPD chief Jim McDonnell saying on Sunday that while there are people involved in these protests who have the cause of immigration in their heart and soul, they are not the ones, in his view, causing the...
Yeah. Unfortunately, it worked, yeah. And now Donald Trump instantly sent multiple tens of billions of dollars to Israel to continue their slaughter of Muslims. So I hope all the people who bought into his PR campaign are very happy with how they bought in. I hope they're happy with the money that they spent.
The violence. What Jim McDonnell said is that they are agitators, they are anarchists, as he put it, and he said you could use a lot of other words for them, who come in...
PSL and the commie group are not anarchists.
They've seen them in the George Floyd protests. They've seen them in the anti-Wall Street protests. The same people keep coming back because in the view of Jim McDonnell, they just want to cause trouble. That's it.
And they're getting paid. Thanks so much, Jonathan.
Thank you, Jonathan. Well, you have Cory Booker and Maxine.
All right. Fuck.
Protests in Los
You
Angeles
see, it's
against
literally
ICE action.
the color revolution narrative
Yep.
that Russia uses. That nobody actually hates Putin.
Mm-hmm. And this is what I keep fucking saying, and nobody listens to me. MAGA and the CCP nationalists are the exact fucking same. It's the same kind of fascist. Like, am I nuts? How am I the only one seeing this? Like, I feel like I'm going crazy. Like, It's so fucking obvious, but nobody wants to talk about it. Like, if you oppose MAGA, you need to oppose the CCP. It's the same shit. Stop kidding yourself. Yeah. It literally doesn't make any sense. They've convinced themselves, they're smelling their own fucking farts, that they're saying Israel's our greatest ally in the Middle East. No, they're not. Israel literally takes and takes and takes and gives nothing back to America. It's one of the most parasitic relationships in, like, statecraft in the world. It makes no sense. And they changed from supporting Egypt. Why? Literally doesn't make any sense. It makes more sense for the American imperial power to befriend the Muslim world and to subdue Israel into compliance. But instead, they give billions to Israel to continue instigating instability in the area. And it also doesn't help that Iran is also helping destabilize the area too.
I've now
And this is why I say, nobody is your fucking friend in this situation. The only correct position is to side on the side of Palestinian people who are dying at the fucking behest of states. It's a tragedy, and nobody gives a fuck. Everybody's just like cheering states on. Fuck this.
Escalated to what appear to be full-blown riots. But is part of this escalation the fault of the White House? But when we look carefully and peel back the layers, does this all have the hallmarks of Russian propaganda? I'm Paul, U.S. Army combat veteran. Let's talk about a little bit deeper into the story of these 2025 LA riots. Okay, so here's the overall contours. We talked yesterday about the fact that really, on the 7th, there weren't that many protests. In fact, in LA, the mayor and governor said things were largely under control. And when we looked at the LAPD's official Twitter account, we noticed that basically there were
Of course, it's Russia's, China, Iran, and all their goals to escalate these protests.
Yes.
Their goals, unfortunately, align with the president to escalate.
Unfortunately,
which happens constantly with the Trump admin.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like it's a trend of something people should pay attention to. Almost like he's emulating something. I can't quite put my finger on what.
Or some evening protests, some street closures.
Maybe in 2 days, on the 14th, we'll find out what it emulates. I don't know. Just a little confused. I don't know anything. What is history? What is context? What is never having done a military parade in 250 years? Oh,
fuck your stalker nest.
And then things largely died down, right? And the situation appeared under control. In fact, the LAPD didn't even ask for assistance from surrounding police department and counties and sheriff's offices. So it seemed very under control. But bizarrely, President Donald Trump came out and said, I'm going to be sending the National Guard into LA, despite the fact that the governor, who ostensibly is the commander of the LA National Guard, was like, or the California National Guard, was like, no, dude, we don't need these guys. But Trump said, I'm going to do it anyway under Title 10 authority. And once that was announced, suddenly you saw a huge influx, a huge increase in the number of protests. And anybody that was literally alive in 2020 knows that this is how this playbook goes. You have some protests, and if your goal is to escalate the protests, what you do is you deploy.
A little bit of a black eye. Outside, the aircon is literally like a metal frame that holds the aircon on the wall is literally eye level for me, right? And I was outside with the dog, and I turned the corner, looking at the dog, turned around, smack. Right in the face. And I was like, right fucking here, and I was a little worried that I was gonna get a crazy black eye.
but it's not that bad.
Deploy your scariest looking...
Sorry, I mean, it was my son X that hit me.
Cops, particularly cops from federal agencies, to those sites, to Ground Zero, basically, and a certain class of protester, they simply...
Well, it's kind of funny being Pakistani with India and Israel, because the Indians are like the prime target for the IDF cuties propaganda. They suck it down. It's so funny. And they are so vigorously pro-Israel, and it's...
But what's funny
hysterical.
is that the Indian government is not officially.
I know, it's so weird. It's very strange. India is a very interesting country.
Simply can't resist going in and throwing rocks and water bottles and fireworks at uniformed police officers, right? And so what you have is, in effect, this appears to be a collision course between two of the least likable classes of people on Earth. On one hand, you have the Trump administration, right?
On one hand, you
Russian
have
staffed with idiots.
fascists.
And then you have the turbo super violent, not super violent, you have the turbo violent protesters that always love to seem to turn into rock-throwing rioters, and they are on a collision course with each other while regular Americans look on and go, wow.
Hey, was a combat veteran, tell me, when the US military goes into an area, are the people angry or happy to have guns pointed at them? Do you think when armed thugs come in to stop protesters from protecting people in their community, that would have a favorable response? Like, cool, thanks cops, thanks for coming in to do what we were already doing. Thanks for coming to reinforce state terror. Thank you. Thank you, obedient servant of the state we are. We thank you for moving your heavily militarized police into our state to suppress us and our freedom of speech, considering that you are breaching constitutional amendments to do such actions. But, like, fuck all of that, because none of that matters. Very cool.
Wow, it's everyone I hate suddenly fighting each other, right?
It's almost like the cops instigate it every single fucking time.
Sort of like the even dumber version of Trump versus Elon. Now, but I want you to peel back some layers with me, because things are weirder, right? Now, in the last 24 hours, we've seen a big escalation, again, in part because it has gone from a minor series of protests by fringe groups to something that has become broadly popular and almost an event in its own right. But take a look at some of the groups that are organizing these protests, right? So we have two. The first, let's see if we can find it here, is the let's see, the World Socialist website. Here we go. This was on June 7th. In Paramount, protesters blocked a street with shopping carts and a recycling bin. In fact, we saw some photos of this. Federal agents then deployed flashbang grenades and pepper balls, injuring 2 people, right? A worldwide socialist website reporters reportedly sustained injuries while documenting the protest, including a reporter who was shot in the back with a rubber bullet by a U.S. immigration officer, right? According to an attorney, right, some protesters were throwing bricks and others looked injured. So, again, this sounds like a protest that turned into a riot, but I want you to note this entity here. The World Socialist website, literally, a kind of janky name, a website of the International Committee of the Fourth International, somehow has full-time reporting staff. Well, when we look over at these guys, we see that they are, well, kind of weird. They've been bumping around for a long time.
Kind of weird.
And they consider themselves the International Committee of the Fourth International. This is a communist organization. And you might recall, for example, that the International literally refers to communism, or international communism. And during the Cold War, this was a front for the Kremlin, right? The Kremlin actually considered itself the heart and soul of international communism, and it believed that by spreading communist movements around the world, that it was in effect trying to essentially grow its own allies, expanding the Iron Curtain by installing communist governments into power. And as the Iron Curtain showed, once communists get into power, power to the people, or whatever their slogans are, tend to translate into the people can't get too much power. They can't get so much power that they vote out the communists. And when you look at who the World Socialist website defends, it includes Julian Assange, notable for running the site WikiLeaks, which published Russian-hacked emails of the DNC. Chelsea Manning, a U.S. Army intelligence analyst who leaked a number of documents, classified documents about the Iraq War, and Edward Snowden, who leaked classified documents about the National Security Administration's, or National Security Agency's surveillance of American citizens. But what's notable is that both Assange and Edward Snowden, particularly Edward Snowden, who was granted asylum in Russia and currently lives in Russia. But also, the World Socialist website described the 2014 Euromaidan protests in Ukraine as a coup backed by the United States and Germany, in which the Ukrainian far right played a crucial role.
Okay, I was wrong. It wasn't his unit, it was his unit that they stole shit from. So those Nazis that had American military stuff, they were ex-military, but they'd stolen it from the unit that he was in. So that's kind of interesting.
Sounds a little bit like a narrative that someone else says, that Ukraine is secretly taken over by far-right, perhaps neo-Nazi groups. Can we think of anyone else who said that, who's made that claim? In fact, the World Socialist website called the Russo-Ukrainian War one-sided anti-Russian propaganda. That was in 2014.
Sounds about right. That tracks.
But what's more interesting is that when you look up the
I
criticism,
think this
you see
whole
that actually
narrative is dangerous, and it only gives legitimacy to people who claim everything is color revolutions.
I agree. I generally agree.
To say that these protests aren't organic. The same thing with Euromaidan. It's like, it doesn't matter how much assistance that the Americans might have given.
You literally can't pay people to die. They will not do it. It's like,
I mean, you kind of can. Like, you go to the military, obviously you're putting your life on the line for a paycheck there, but also people who go into the military genuinely believe in something for the most part. It's rarely somebody who just is like, oh well, I want to be an engineer and this is the only pursuit I can get it. You know, that still does happen. Also, Al-Qaeda pays people to die.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about fucking extremists. I'm talking about normal people who are on the protest, right? Euromaidan wasn't just right sector, it was normal people.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't pay normal people to just die if a revolution happens or a protest happens. You can't be like, here's $1,000, go run at the cops with guns. That doesn't happen. Shut up.
Actually, the World Socialist website is basically aligned almost 100% with Russian talking points. For example, it considers Putin to be a brave anti-Western crusader. Assad, the notable dictator and former dictator and war criminal in Syria, famously put down popular protests with tremendous violence as a friend of the World Socialist website, right? And when we look up the actual World Socialist website itself, you see that, oh boy, well, check out some of these hot takes from this site, right? For example, they describe, here's a quote from this article. World Socialist website says that the Bucha atrocity allegations, remember, this is a war crime committed in 2020 by the Russian forces in the town of Bucha, something that has been investigated by even international bodies like the UN and declared a civilian, a war crime, an atrocity. The World Socialist website says that these allegations were just a pretext for escalating NATO's war against Russia. They continue, quote, there is no reason to view the claims of a massacre in Bucha as anything other than war propaganda.
Why is the World Socialist Workers, whatever the fuck this is, supporting Russia? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Because it's a fucking Russian foreign agent group. If you look them up, they're
yeah.
probably registered.
World Socialist.
And we allow that in our country.
Yeah.
Like, do I think it's a good idea to allow it? No. But guess what? It'd be pretty fucking fashy and undemocratic if we didn't. I didn't get the bomb off in time.
They're Trotskyists.
Epic.
That's why. They are not registered under the Foreign Agents Registration Act.
Request approved. Deploy reinforcements.
But it's likely based on just that. Especially the Bucha stuff. Red ass flags.
Again, a quick Google search will literally show you the bodies being exhumed and numerous reports from the International Criminal Court. And
also, a lot of the Russian narrative around Bucha, there's like 3 major things. I forget one of their names, but Boris Johnson. There was the Russian guy. And then also, they talk about the dates and occupations, right? Their claim...
Let's see this kill streak. Ready for this?
The claim is that Russian forces weren't in Bucha
54.
when it was released, when the information came out. But this is the thing about when Russian forces leave and the Ukrainian forces enter, they discover the bodies. Crazy. And then they spend 3 days investigating why there are bodies all over the fucking ground, with their hands tied behind their back and bullets in their head. So they do this, and then on like the 2nd or 1st of April, they release the information, and instantly the Russian agents start being like, false flag, not real, this was to crash the peace negotiations, all this shit. Anyone denying Bucha is a Russian agent, willing or unwilling. It is the only thing I am 100% willing to say. If they say that and that alone, I will call them an agent. Like, you are working and pushing narratives of the Russian government and using their war propaganda to do so. It's as bad, if not worse, than doing the whole Ukraine is full of Nazis shit. Okay, Ukraine's full of Nazis. Why did Russia send Nazis to Ukraine in 2014, creating Azov, and then they got registered in the National Guard, I think it was. And then they got put into the 3rd Assault Battalion. And most of them are dead. So...
yeah.
If we're really wanting to talk about Nazis in Ukraine and Russia, the target we should be focusing on is the Russian Imperial Legion, the militarized unit of the Russian Imperial Movement, a neo-Nazi group wanting to reclaim the Russian imperialist state
with connections to neo-Nazis around the world. But you want me to give a fuck about dead Nazis from fucking 9 years ago? Fuck off.
The UN confirmed that the Bucha massacre was a real war crime. But listen to this hot take from the World Socialist website. They claim that after 3 years of war, the narrative used by the imperialist powers, and by the way, guys, the imperialist powers to them are not the large militarized country invading its neighbor. That's Russia. They're the good guys to WSW. No. The imperialist powers are America and the West. These imperialist powers justify the provocation of poor innocent Russia and escalation of the war.
Didn't you know? They are the imperialists. All the other countries, they're just anti-imperialist. Russia is invading Ukraine to defend against NATO. Obviously. It's NATO expansionism, not 1 inch west or east or whatever the fuck Chomsky, that dumb cunt, said. Like, that's literally what it comes from. All of this goes back to Chomsky saying those 4 fucking words. Fuck Noam Chomsky.
The war is being exposed to a pack of lies, right? World Socialist website analyzed the true nature of the conflict.
Okay, so let me pose something to you. India invades Pakistan, takes Kashmir and 20% of Pakistan, and then asks you for a peace deal. What are you gonna do? Is Pakistan gonna make peace, or is Pakistan gonna shoot them? You tell me. And you tell me which side is the correct side here. Right? Because really, because all of these...
Requesting orbital strike. Sending in an Eagle.
Exactly, you would fight back. I'm assuming. I'm
well, that's what
assuming
we
it's
were
like,
saying
of
about the
course not,
protests
never
too.
Fight back.
Like,
I'm
if you
assuming you're
keep
saying,
sending
of
in
course
shit,
no, never fight back is how I'm assuming that's being said. So please clarify. What were you going to say?
Like, normally, when you're met with force, you retaliate.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you're not just going to take it sitting down, especially if it's a state ingress on another state. It never has no consequences.
You're using ingress again, too, huh?
Ingress.
I've been trying to bring it back.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Like so when even in Helldivers, if somebody signals to me, I'll respond with ingress.
Hilarious. Yeah. Okay. So exactly. So, this is, I think this is a good way to get people to understand why this is war propaganda, right? So let's stay on this India-Pakistan thing, right? And let's make some comparisons. And let's use Kashmir, what recently happened, and let's say it escalated into a Ukrainian border war kind of thing, right? So, terrorist attack happens. Russia claims Ukraine.
Did I not trigger the bomb again?
Persecuting.
I pressed fucking 5.
Okay, so the claim is, Russia's claim is state terror against Russian speakers in eastern Ukraine. India's problem is terrorist attack in Indian-occupied Kashmir. As a result, right? Sorry, Pakistani occupied Kashmir. As a result... Sorry. I was right the first time. So as a result, India moves into Pakistani-controlled Kashmir and some of Pakistan. Right? Not in a full-scale invasion, but they send... What's a fucking Hindu militia, right? Let's say they send a Hindu nationalist militia into Pakistan. Pakistani Kashmir and parts of Pakistan. Let's say, I don't know, fucking the north bit above Kashmir. So, as a result, Pakistan starts mobilizing military to attack these insurgents sent by India, right?
Well, I mean,
Russia.
this does kind of happen in Kashmir, you know?
I know, and this is why it's such a good comparison.
It has in the past, you know?
So Russia funding insurgency, India funding insurgency inside the territory of a foreign nation. Your response as that foreign nation is to try and suppress that insurgency, but as a result, India claims that you are attacking Indian speakers inside Pakistan to justify a full-scale invasion.
Even though the
Ukraine, right?
you know, the language doesn't exactly translate for this one because
whatever.
The language situation is pretty exclusive.
The reality doesn't. The reality is irrelevant. I'm just using them as side by sides, right? So the accusation is that Ukraine is killing Russian speakers in eastern Ukraine. There is an insurgency as a result of this narrative, and then 8 years later, India launches a full-scale invasion. Does this war crime in, I don't know, let's look up a map of Pakistan, right? Map of Pakistan. Cool. So let's say they go to Peshawar. Let's say they go to Peshawar. They commit a fucking atrocity. The Indians go and summarily execute a bunch of Pakistanis, and Pakistan accuses India of the war crime, and the war crime committers go, well, we weren't there. Would you say that anybody denying that war crime would be called an agent? Like, and then on top of that, the full-scale invasion. Now, we see Pakistan here, right? So now imagine India takes all of Kashmir through Peshawar, and I know Lahore's a big city, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say it takes Lahore but doesn't push down much further, right? So basically ends where the Punjab area ends, right? Takes all of that. And then Russia asks for peace.
Also, Lahore is the minority that's the political elite of Pakistan. So they are the Indian Pakistanis.
Yeah, okay. So that,
because,
that would actually be
Peshawar
some kind of comparison.
Is not Talib, Pashto.
Oh,
So,
there you go.
yeah.
Interesting. But yeah, like that's, but you see, like that was long-winded, but you see kind of like that movement, that action by a state to ask for peace after doing that is some premium level cunt behavior. And it should not be tolerated. And this is in general, right? And this goes for, you know, just to keep it global here, right?
And also, Russia's not
Iran and
asking
Israel?
for peace, they're asking for complete disarmament of Ukraine. They're asking for something much greater, while framing it to people like they're asking for peace in Ukraine are the bloodthirsty ones.
Yeah. So like the Iran-Israel thing, right? It's another sort of situation where nobody wins. Everybody loses, right? That you side with the people. Like Iran probably doesn't have the capabilities to really hurt Israel, let's be real. But Israel sure can destroy Iran. So I tell you what, in that conflict,
wow,
probably gonna.
I can't believe this commando shot's hit.
Iranian people. But like, it goes for China as well, right? And being Pakistani, I'm sure you're acutely aware of all of China's fuckery around the Himalayan borders, right? Same shit.
Damn, I missed him.
Right? China is the bad guy here. With Taiwan, they're the Israel of the Taiwan Strait, right?
This is called consistency. Right? China is utilizing an imperialist claim over this entire area to justify their bullying of Southeast Asian nations and to justify their future invasion of Taiwan.
Bro left me to die on the Bile Titan there.
So, like, in that sense, I'm going to be on the side of Taiwanese and who are the fuck's getting invaded by the Chinese there. You know? If Japan is the bad guy, I'm going to be critical of Japan. You know, I don't see how being consistent on this is so difficult for so many people. Like, I really don't understand. I don't get it. Like, obviously it's political alignments, political loyalties. But, like, I don't get that. I don't get it. What are you getting from defending states like this? I don't understand. But we will be done with this. The explanation has been done. We should continue.
Conflict at the very beginning, they claim. They were...
Well, skeptical about what, though? I'm curious.
I mean, it's understandable to be
Russia's
skeptical.
as a desperate reactionary
because Russia spends a lot of money polluting the fucking space, right? And, like, naturally, you don't want to look at the U.S. and be like, well, they're probably telling the truth.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you naturally have an opposition to the U.S. because of their behavior.
Yeah.
Russia may be worse, but they don't have the power that the U.S. has, which means that they ultimately have affected more people negatively in the U.S. You know?
Yes. Yeah. And this
like
is like
Russia, unless you're like a former Soviet state or immediately bordering the Soviet Union, you may not be as cued into how cunty they are. Just like Turkey.
Yeah.
You know how many people don't know Turkey's like one of the worst?
Point of view in Pakistan? I don't really have one. I'd rather go to Pakistan
Oh,
than
I have
India.
hot takes.
Go on.
Oh, I mean, like, I love Pakistan, but I just don't think that it should have been, like, created.
We are a superpower, but we do not
It's complicated
have
because
superfacial.
I talk about this, like, Muhammad al-Jinnah founded the state and then died. And that had a lot of effect. And then, like, nationalists were able to take control of it and stuff.
Yeah.
And the question is with the conflict in India, like, would it just be a Muslim minority in a Hindu majority country if Pakistan didn't split? You know, how much oppression would exist inside the Indian state? So the question is was Muhammad al-Jinnah correct when he said that he can't be part of India because he, you know, you look at Iraq, right? The issue people had with the government people were setting up, that America was setting up, was that it would be Shia majority and the other people of Iraq didn't matter. So it ultimately came down to two Shia parties that always have control of Iraq. That sucks. So that's why there was the whole plan to partition Iraq as well.
Interesting. But yeah, like I have precisely zero interest in going to India. I would go to Pakistan though. Pakistan is an interesting country.
Yeah, I want to go to Khyber and see all the gunsmithing and stuff.
Yeah, that would be cool actually. Because like the one thing that I would ask is, would all the Muslims have moved like they did if India was not partitioned? Would it still be a mixed ethnic
But that's another thing, is the partition
thing?
that's another thing of a what if scenario. Like if the partition wasn't rushed, then the situation would be better today as well. Like, it's not a question on whether the partition was right and wrong, right? Like, Jinnah had legitimate reasons for founding the state of Pakistan, and they weren't bad reasons. It was just that the partition was rushed, and by the time it happened, like, Jinnah was dying.
Yes.
And, like, it kind of sucks when the founder of your state just, like, promptly dies right after.
Yeah. Lenin problems.
Exactly. Same thing. Right? Yeah. Like, what would the Soviet Union be like if Lenin was there instead of Stalin for World War II?
The exact fucking same.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't think
I think it would be more Khrushchev-y.
I don't think Lenin would have cut that deal with the Nazis. But that's giving Lenin a lot of credit. It's being very favorable.
A response to the oligarchy and catastrophic consequences of the dissolution of the Soviet Union. There we go. Yes, they are like, it was a catastrophe that Soviet Union fell. That sounds like Russian propaganda, because that is a core Russian.
I mean, it kind of was.
You guys, I think it was completely right, but being respectful to your opinion, Jinnah's life goal was to get Pakistan.
Exactly.
Just so he could get this done 75 years later.
I agree with you. So that's what I'm saying, is that's what's unfortunate, is that, like, him dying had significant effects. 'Cause, like, he's one of the, when it comes to, like, people who found countries, he's, like, probably one of the better guys to have done it. And, like, he looked at Ataturk in Turkey and was like, how do I do this but not be an asshole? So, like, I think it's, like, Article 2 of the Constitution, I think, is, like, about inclusivity. And how it, like, all minorities will have a place in Pakistan. And then you have Zia al-Haq basically just destroy Jinnah's legacy. We'll watch the movie sometime with Christopher Lee. It's very good.
And then...
but and you'll see why he's, like...
Yeah.
Really, interesting.
Okay. This has actually been pretty interesting. This has been a great discussion. Thanks for sticking around. This is great. I've been talking to there was a dude on Twitter that I was talking to right around the India-Pakistan stuff happened. He's apparently from Kashmir, and I was talking to him about it. The fucking area is gorgeous. It's such a shame that it's such a fucking conflict-ridden area. It is gorgeous. Like, peak Himalayan country. Like, incredible.
You know what's
The valley
also
just before
interesting?
The mountains, amazing.
Can you pull up Mohenjo-Daro? Like the Wikipedia or something for it.
What is this, an archaeological find?
Yeah, just pull it up real quick.
The wiki?
Yeah. Right, so does it have anything in there about how they didn't have any weapons and stuff? It's like, it's kind of seen, it's overdone, but it's kind of seen as like this, like, peaceful society that didn't know what war was. They did, but it was still way ahead of, like, other civilizations at the time. Oh, I was looking at the screen. What was the name of the civilization that inhabited it?
Indus Valley. Ancient
Civilization,
Egypt, Mesopotamia, Minoan, Crete, or North Chica.
There's
North
something
Chica.
in there. You can just type in Mohenjo-Daro peace or pacifism on Google.
Lack of fortified walls, scarcity of weapons, and absence of depictions of warfare.
Right? Isn't that fascinating?
That is very interesting. Didn't know that.
It's not that they didn't have violence.
So they didn't utilize it as an outward thing.
Point, right?
It kind of seems like it was a more of avoid at all costs thing.
Have a further non-violent kind of thing, further conflict resolution similar to the Kurds.
But I mean, you look at like at the same time in the Fertile Crescent.
Yeah.
And you have like, you know, he washed his weapons in the sea type shit. Glorifying Sargon. Also, I think it was matriarchal.
Interesting.
They're a city-state in Civ. They give you culture. But yeah, there's no like civilization quite like it.
Very interesting.
The imperialist powers, this is the West again, provoked the war and relentlessly escalated it to cement their domination of the Eurasian landmass. Huh. I've never heard of anyone refer to the Eurasian landmass, except, of course, for Vladimir Putin and his propagandist philosopher, Alexander Dugin. Of course, they say in every virtual war, governments claim to be acting in self-defense and focus on attention.
That's a mission complete right there with a hell bomb.
Yeah, dude. Well, given the fact that Ukraine is defending its own territory and that Russia fired the shot, right? They say this is followed by relentless atrocity propaganda aimed at demonizing the enemy. But casualties pile up. Deeper factors are revealed. Guys, the deeper driving factor is Putin wants to take over Ukraine, and Ukraine says, I don't want to be taken over. And so it's fair to say the World Socialist website is a shill for Russian talking points, right? But then they're not alone. It's not just the World Socialist website who are deeply involved in these protests. It's also an organization called the Party for Liberation and Socialism. You can see, in fact, the protests
I want to
were
go to
led by the
Pakistan
Party for
so bad. We have a
Liberation
lot
and
of
socialism.
Like,
when we look at these guys,
like
you
we
see
have people
they
we're
are
affiliated
even
with
more Russian
who are in
shills.
India and
They call for a
Pakistan.
90% cut to the military budget of the United States.
Would be neat.
But yeah, I would go to Pakistan and Afghanistan to interview Taliban for sure.
That's fun.
I mean, so many Afghans fucking love me, you know? I have no fear of going there. I have less fear of going to Afghanistan than Syria, you know what I mean?
Even now?
Yeah. I mean, I have friends who live there now. Like, really good friends who live there, who moved back there underneath the Taliban.
I mean, if we do end up doing that, we might as well do the whole area. You know what I mean? Go India up through.
I know about Pakistan
Iraq and
hospitality.
and,
I actually,
Syria and Turkey.
when I do a lot of like speaking about like how the war on terror happened and Mullah Omar sheltering bin Laden, I talk about Pashtun Wali and stuff, and like how the entire culture of the region like needed to be understood on why bin Laden couldn't have just been turned over. You couldn't have done that as a leader. The people would, even if they hated bin Laden, which Mullah Omar did, Like, it's just, the whole situation is unfortunate, and I spent a lot of time, like, understanding what America was doing there. I fucking... We are losing this shit, bruv.
The planet?
Yeah, yeah.
Why? How?
They're just ahead. It's Predator strain. They're strong.
Fair.
Orbit synchronized. Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
All my homies hate Predator strain.
States and a closure of all overseas military bases, a halt of American aid to Israel, which is actually the most reasonable, but they also support the Workers' Party of North Korea. And they say North Korea is one of the few top to bottom actually existing alternatives to the global capitalist
like, this
system.
is what I talk about. It's like, even... So, like, in Afghanistan, like, people need to understand that 1992 was, like, the worst year in Afghanistan. And so, like, Mullah Omar turning to, like, we need to base the society off the Quran because look at what's around us. It made sense. Like, everything that the Taliban was doing was less brutal than what the society existed of the time. And I just think it's so fucked up that the American propaganda and media went from, like, holding up these fucking tribal people to vilifying them, and not even just Afghans, but like Islam in general, associating the Taliban with Al-Qaeda when Mullah Omar wanted bin Laden out of the country, but hospitality codes wouldn't let him do it because he knew that bin Laden was going to bring trouble to his country, and he knew that he needed outside aid to restore the country. So he was already reforming a lot of the brutality of the Taliban. So if the Americans never went there and 9/11 never happened, Afghanistan would be at least on par with, like, most of Iran. Not so much the capital, but all the like lesser regions of Iran, like Balochistan, Iran.
Okay, yeah, just like
not so much like
minority regions.
capital, where you have all the rich people living there, but.
System. Guys, if you love it, they'd be happy to have you. Why don't you move there? Right? They've defended North Korea's human rights record against criticism by the United Nations, calling it a thinly veiled justification for U.S. aggression towards North Korea. Want to point out, guys, North Korea, there are currently 0 U.S. troops fighting in North Korea. That's it. The only U.S. troops are in South Korea at the invitation of the South Korean government. Okay? Just like people say, oh, this is a Russian war, this is a war of NATO against Russia. FYI, guys, there are currently 0 NATO troops in Russia. There are currently 0 NATO troops in Ukraine fighting. So, this is difficult to sit there and say, oh, these claims don't make any sense. They only make sense if you assume that they are Russian propaganda factories, right? PSL also supports the Communist Party of China, criticizing only those Chinese economic reforms that turned it into a market socialist economy. Of course, PSL supported the Russian annexation of Crimea. See, it's only bad when a democracy does it, right? And democracies don't do the right. They generally don't do these things. But again, they say, well, it was
Generally
bad when
speaking,
the U.S. invaded
Chinese
Iraq because
people look
Iraq was a
Chinese.
free country. But it was good when Russia invaded Crimea because Russia good, guys. Don't you understand? PSL says they did not support the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but said it was NATO's fault that it happened, right? Which, of course, is exactly what Russia says. They say we didn't want to invade Ukraine, but we had to because NATO, even though Ukraine wasn't a NATO member, wasn't really close to becoming a NATO member, and frankly, other NATO members had explicitly said that they would continue to veto Ukrainian membership, including, notably, the United States. And of course, in a statement, the PSL said that, quote, Russia's military intervention highlighted the plight of ethnic Russians in the Donbass. And Russia had legitimate security concerns and NATO's provocative behavior. For example, most notably, NATO admitting 0 Eastern European states in 20 years. Seems kind of weird. How was they provoking Russian aggression?
Are we at the 7th
Oh,
party
also,
system?
the PSL is a...
one of them.
Because I don't think we're at 8. Because it says 2008 to 2020, but I would argue that it's still going. It hasn't quite changed yet.
Is a supporter of President Bashar al-Assad, a notable dictator, war criminal, and Russian ally. And the PSL claims, of course, Assad never used those chemical weapons, right? Whenever something bad happens by a Russian ally, it's convenient the PSL says, hey, that's actually imperialist propaganda. But whenever the U.S. does anything bad, real or not, they lose their mind, right? So I want to point this out because it's fairly clear that while these riots are expanding and are almost certainly partially a response to the Trump administration's escalation, that there are organizations that are explicitly backed by Russia that appear to be driving this narrative, which is very strange given that this is actually that the other Russian ally, the Trump administration, seems to be on the other side of it. But we're going to take a second and we're going to talk about why this actually is something everyone wants. Now, before we talk about that, you might mention, you may have noticed, okay, so it's a week, so we see the latest evolution in combat tactics, including sometimes we drop videos sent to me by the guys fighting on the front lines today that you can't get anywhere else. Plus, you get access to the whole archive, and lieutenant tier and colonel tier get access to a weekly Q&A. The link is in the description. Thanks to all you guys that do support me. Okay, so why is it we know that Russia has a pretty big incentive to drive
you moron,
to create instability within the United States, right? But we also know that his ally, the Putinist ally. Again, this is not my claim. Donald Trump himself has tweeted. He said, I kept bad things from happening to Putin. I protect
You're not
Vladimir
doing
Putin,"
anything.
which should be a way more controversial statement by a U.S. President than it really is. But the fact is, you're like, why? Why does he want instability and stability? The answer is these serve everyone's objectives. Everyone, of course, but the U.S. public, right? Why is that? Well, you might notice that this has produced a lot of media. In fact, here are 2 subreddits. One is called the Greater Los Angeles subreddit. And you can see there's a bunch. In fact, all of the content is photos of the riot. In fact, there's no content at all about Los Angeles that isn't riot photos. And then you can see the R Los Angeles subreddit also contains riot photos, which ours have a different orientation. You can see this one is actually focusing on how bad the rioters are, and this one is focusing on how bad the law enforcement officers are. And so they are just escalating, right? In fact, this one is literally advocating for violence. Well, actually, no, I'm sorry. That's the president's son advocating for violence. Jesus Christ. Right? And this is absolutely preposterous. You can see the level of stupidity here. There's a Waymo being burned, right? That you might note that is a Google-owned robo-taxi, which doesn't do anything, which has nothing to do with deporting immigrants. Just burning things for the sake of burning
it's because
things.
they take jobs. It's an enemy of the fucking worker.
But
Idiot.
Why does the Trump administration? Why
You
did it
moron.
take these, why
You
did it send the
fucking
National Guard into
moron.
California, when
How
California
could
said
you
we have
not
things under
see?
control, and it appears that that move escalated the violence. In fact, it explicitly escalated the violence because the PSL and the WSW said this is an escalation. We need to ramp up our violence. The answer is because the Trump administration has actually been failing on deporting immigrants. You might think, what? But I see videos all the time. Guess what, guys? ICE conducts raids all the time. And based on their staff, you know what the truth is? Usually, not always, but usually, when ICE does these kind of raids, particularly with other agencies, which many of the LA raids have been, they've been joint with the ATF or with the FBI or with HSI, generally, they are involved because there are other crimes being committed. And usually, they'll sit there and go, hey, maybe we can't get this person who we think is smuggling people or guns or drugs. You know, the ATF will raid them and they'll say, hey, we found 4 firearms and 5 guys. They go,
5 guys?
So we can charge 4 of them with gun crimes, but we can't charge this 5th guy, but he's literally in the house. That's where ICE comes in. So ICE says, listen, we can't get him on the drug crimes, but guess what? He's associated with known criminals and he doesn't have valid status in the United States. We're going to roll him up. That's how these kind of things happen, right? So the answer is it's suddenly being amplified by these Russian leftist groups and pushing this rioting, pushing these clueless goobers towards violence and riots. But the Trump administration wants there to be escalating violence. They want to be seen as being strong in the face of anti-ICE protests because they're not actually strong at deporting. In fact, the Trump administration says they've stepped up immigration enforcement, right? And saying on social media that they make a lot of arrests every day. But you can see that when you look at average daily removals, this is from 2 weeks ago, by the way, we talked about this yesterday, the Trump administration is within 1% of the Biden administration in terms of average arrests and average removals. In fact, we looked yesterday at the official Office of Immigration Statistics, and the Trump administration has stopped publishing immigration statistics. But the last year we have data for is 2023, the Biden administration, and they deported a world record 2.4 million people. So why is it that now the Trump administration is struggling to keep up with Biden's policies, right? So, but they need, and also they are losing badly. In fact, this is a humiliating defeat for them. You might remember this guy, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, was seen as a symbol by the Trump administration, or at least he became a symbol of the Trump administration because they alleged he was a gang member. They were unable to prove it in court. They weren't able to charge him with anything. And so they ended up saying, hey, we're just going to deport this dude back to El Salvador. And the court said, no, dude, he has a right to appeal. You can't deport him until he's finished getting due process. Well, he was sent to El Salvador. The administration told the courts to go fuck themselves. And in fact, one of the notable Trump administration officials who is largely seen as the architect of the Trump deportation said, let's see if I can find his exact quote here. Let's see. Stephen Miller, here we go. Here we go. Stephen Miller, this is May 1st, a month and a half ago. Let's see if they'll let us actually see it. Stephen Miller literally said, here we go. Kristen Noem said a few months ago, she said, quote, there is no scenario where Abrego Garcia will be in the United States again.
Well, that didn't last
This
long.
is another, here's Stephen Miller has a full-blown...
Oh, fuck that guy. Alrighty.
Bro!
Change the topic.
He's shooting the fucking people attacking the generator with a fucking eruptor. Are you fucking nuts?
Why doesn't America have federal riot police? This question actually came from a viewer of
'Cause we're not
mine
a
who lives
fascist
in
country.
India, and I got to tell you, man, there's a couple of reasons why trying to create some kind of American federal riot police might actually break the country more than it fixes it. Quick plug first, YouTube demonetized another one of the crisis. So why doesn't the U.S. just build a professional paramilitary force that you do have full-time centrally controlled units like the CRPF who are trained to manage unrest? But in the United States, we send in the National Guard. These are part-time soldiers, teachers, plumbers, accountants during the day. Occasionally they put on a uniform during times of crisis. So why doesn't the U.S. just build a professional paramilitary force for civil unrest? Because that kind of force wouldn't just clash with rioters, it would clash with America's entire identity. Never mind the fact that rioting is more the exception than the rule in America. Now, unlike India or France, the U.S. doesn't have a single unified police force. We have like around 18,000 law enforcement agencies. A lot of foreigners don't understand this, but we have local police, county sheriffs who run the jails and serve warrants, state troopers.
Okay, great. I only put that on so I could find another video. Hey look, Nazis. Yeah, so I'm not sure if you're gone yet or not. No, I've just caught this. Our timing is generally like ends maybe half an hour from now, an hour from now. About 6 hours is like the general time block that we do the political stuff, but we're always generally doing stuff, so we'll be here. Thanks for watching. This is cringe as fuck. Imagine having a framed picture of Hitler.
I was about to say, of Hitler? And it was.
Like,
I love Hitler.
Cringe.
I'm with the Nazis. How about that?
What is this, Ukraine? Yesterday, Army CID reached out to TCSO for assistance with the execution of a warrant on an address in the city of Lacey as a result of a violent robbery and theft of military weaponry and armor. The suspects identified in this case were closely affiliated with Nazi white nationalist efforts. Says the cops. FBI SWAT team executed the warrant, which resulted in the seizure of short-barreled rifles, an MG-42, grenade launchers, explosives, body armor, ammunition, and ballistic helmets surrounded by Nazi paraphernalia. Multiple military rifles were staged at the windows throughout the residence.
Cringe?
I'll just read what I've been sent here. After a robbery and theft of military armory and weapons at Joint Base Lewis McChord, just north of Olympia, the U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Division, the FBI Special Weapons Tactics, and executed a search warrant. During the raid, law enforcement discovered a cache of weaponry, including machine gun, grenade launchers, along with Nazi paraphernalia. Derek Sanders, elected sheriff of Thurston County, said that the suspects identified in this case were white nationalists. This photo is from Joint Base Lewis McCord. This one. Right there. Shows surveillance footage of the two guys, two military veteran Nazis who robbed a military base and stole weapons and armor. FBI complaint alleges that both stole equipment and assaulted a soldier on the Army Special Operations compound. Prosecutors say Fields and Frakes entered the military base on Sunday evening through the main gate and made their way to the facility used by Charlie Company, 75th Ranger Regiment. The complaint said that the pair were scanned into the main gate of JBLM around 8 p.m. and that they had allegedly used bolt cutters to break a lock into the Ranger compound. The pair allegedly stole military gear after bludgeoning a soldier with a hammer and fleeing the scene before being attacked. The soldier was not identified in court documents, confronted the veterans who were in the process of stealing tens of thousands of dollars worth of ballistic helmets, rifle plates, and communications equipment as the soldier was questioning the pair, ordering them to remove their mask. One of them attacked him, striking him on the head and torso with a hammer. The soldier fought off the attacker, taking the hammer, but surrendered as the other assailant was brandishing a knife. Why is the MP not armed? It's a military base. Shoot them. Literally brandishing a knife at a enlisted military police officer. They're not armed? Kill them. Nobody will question it. They assaulted you with a hammer. Oops. Bang, 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 bang. Dead Nazis. I don't understand. The complaint says that the two stole $14,000 worth of gear, dropped most of it while fleeing. In addition to much of what they stole, Fields left behind a hat and had his last name on it. Fucking idiots. Unfucking real. During the search, one of the homes, CID sees 35 weapons.
Of course, you could only get somebody this stupid as a Nazi.
Yeah, 3D printer, night vision equipment, body armor, flashbangs, smoke canisters, and blasting caps. Images from the complaint also show Nazi and white nationalist paraphernalia in one of the residences, including flags and swastikas with an SS lightning bolt, murals, and literature in every bedroom, and near several stockpiles of weapons and military equipment. During their interviews, one of the Nazis admitted to the investigators that he'd been stealing from the compound for about 2 years.
Epic.
Amazing. The two registered company is billed as a defense manufacturing and training service, which features Nazi imagery on its website and socials, listed several military units as including the 75th Ranger Regiment, U.S. Army Special Forces, 1st Marine Division, and Coast Guard. Some of the business's social media posts include captions like, "Pro tip, Antifa can't see at night." Nope, but they can see during the day, and now they know your names.
Was it Taylor Lorenz who started going after the Gold Corp guys?
Not sure.
Some journalist who was like a legitimate journalist started fucking going after them.
Okay. So, here is the tweet thread, because this is what we're doing now. Arrived firearms explosive charges. Just for the reference to the pictures here, as we can see. But the flags have lines on them. They're clearly not Nazis. Have you seen those narratives going around? The flag crease notices.
Oh, yeah. That's such a stupid thing, because you find me a trans person with a flag that doesn't have creases in it.
Right, typical what you'd expect. Cringe. Cool little shorty shotgun.
Then we got Nazi shit. And Nazi shit. Fucking cringe. Both men are listed in Washington State business records as officers of Sovereign Solutions LLC. A profile for Charles Fields includes that he was a member of the 75th Ranger Regiment. Give me a minute. Member in 2021. Website Sovereign Solutions LLC includes SS with a lightning bolt as well as merch for sale. So this is their logo, and this is their short. Professional war crime committer. Looks like a shirt Ben Robert Smith might wear. Zach Frank's LinkedIn profile state he was a Marine between April 2017 and April 2021. Why do they always look like this?
Gay?
Every fucking time. It's like fucking loser phenotype. Combat marksman instructor, radio operator, infantry. Like, I hope this pisses off veterans. Like, these guys, not only are they more loyal to Nazis, but they were ex-US military stealing from your fucking, what do the military people call each other? Fucking brothers in arms or some shit.
Homies.
Literally assaulting and stealing from your brothers in arms for the furtherance of a fucking
comrades.
Nazi goal. Like, this should piss you off. Sovereign Solutions LLC shows the same ICERN division patch and a similar looking helmet in some of the photos shared by Thurston County Sheriff. Instagram claims multiple clients in the armed forces. So let's see if we can track down these. So, Guadalcanal 1. So this is the 1st Marine Division. We keep going. This may be British. ERT Lion Sword Military logo. This one seems to be a little difficult to find. I don't know what this is. If anybody knows, let me know. Blue, green, yellow, shield, lightning bolt, sun and star. Hey! That's the 75th Ranger Regiment. The Oppresso leader. Depresso Espresso.
Sometimes you get
US
stuck on the
Special
ice
Forces.
plants, you know?
So this is the US Special Forces something. Not sure what this specific shield is. Obviously US Coast Guard. This is a very interesting one. So... This is number 4 squadron of the Royal Australian Air Force. Guess they got a Nazi problem too. Awkward. Oh look, formed in Point Cook, Victoria. I've been there. Very cool. Now out of Williamtown. Cool. Oh look, they literally have their people here. I wonder if I can send this guy an email and be like, hey, you got Nazis in your shit. Levi Frank spent time with known white nationalists. Tag somebody. Oh god, they literally just look like Nazis. Another Instagram account with Sovereign Solutions link in the bio. It's giving active club. Oh. I see. Interesting. So, very fun times.
To find a cache of guns, armor, Nazi materials. This during a home raid. Let's look into this one. The FBI in Washington State discovered a stockpile of military weaponry and armor, including a machine gun, grenade launchers, along with Nazi paraphernalia during a raid of a home in Washington State. You see some of the pictures there. Derek Sanders, the elected sheriff of Thurston County, said in a Facebook post that the U.S.
The one with the flags.
Yeah, okay. I figured you'd seen something, but just didn't note it, like didn't take note.
Yeah, I just.
But this stood out to me because of the Air Force thing, and then I got told by somebody that we know that it was in their, literally their Ranger regiment. So I looked into it. I'm trying to get more information. I'll see if I can't try and get a little more information about what happened on the base and like how it was allowed to happen for so long. Because if he was stealing and what he said is true, which you can't really trust a fucking Nazi, but if what he's saying is true and he's been stealing for over 2 years, somebody was helping.
U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Division asked his officers for assistance Monday as an FBI Special Weapons and Tactics team executed a search warrant in Lacey, that's near the state capital of Olympia, as a result of a violent robbery and theft of military weaponry, armor. U.S. Attorney's Office in Seattle said in a statement to the Associated Press on Tuesday night that the search warrant related to an Army CID, an FBI investigation into an assault Sunday at Joint Base Lewis McChord, just north of Olympia. AP with the reporting. Sanders' statement said 2 people were arrested and booked into Thurston County Jail for investigation of firearms-related offenses. Suspects identified in the case were actively involved in Nazi white nationalist efforts, he wrote. Remember what we're being told. It's picking up the movement. U.S. Attorney's Office statement said Army investigators had identified suspects in the assault at the military base, and the FBI executed the search warrant late Monday night into early Tuesday. In his post, Sanders said agents had seized 35 firearms, at the home, including short barrel rifles, an MG-42 machine gun, a type typically supported with a bipod, and which was used by German troops during World War II. Other seized gear included grenade launchers, explosive
no
body
idea what
armor,
she's
ammunition,
reading.
ballistic helmets.
You can tell. Fucking fuds.
Multiple rifles were staged at windows throughout the residence, the sheriff said. Photos from the home show an array of weapons, ammunition, body armor surrounded by Nazi paraphernalia, including a red flag emblazoned with a black swastika. This is quite the haul that they got here. Look, I don't know, the investigation's ongoing. They have some people in custody as. But the haul here is concerning. The Nazi self-proclaimed, I mean, they're admitting they're part of this Nazi group. That's concerning. The rise that we're learning about from media reports, others, institutes, research, and this kind of activity, if you want to call it that. Something tipped the FBI off. That incident at the air base. I mean, what do you make of this? What should we make of this?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I feel like I ask this question several times whenever I'm on this show. But what is wrong with people? But the answer is probably a lot, right? A lot is wrong with people. And we can't pretend, first of all, that, you know, people aren't sometimes inherently hateful and dangerous and unhinged of, you know, like just all of the things. You know, some people really do take pride in calling themselves Nazis and saying, you know what, this is how things are supposed to be. This group of people who we know historically genocided a bunch of people, not just the Jews, but a lot of different minority groups. We know that this is exactly who these people are. For somebody to say, I align myself with that group and with their beliefs and with the things that they did, that is a very hateful person, and there's no way around it, right? You also have this environment that we're all living in, where
Marlon Brando was one of the biggest stars Hollywood ever created. He spent decades.
He was also a Nazi.
Have a look at
Is
this.
that where this is going?
I have no idea, but maybe. Because the title is something. It's not working.
Oh, this is a Jews control the media thing.
Yeah, the bio says it's a controversial question, but one that's important to ask. So this could go either way.
Decades bucking the system, trashing the press, insulting politicians, even slamming his own industry. He had so much clout that in 1973, he skipped the Oscars and sent a Native American activist to reject his Best Actor award for The Godfather.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, people booed this too.
It was vintage Brando. And
I bet they did. That's fucking great. I like Marlon Brando even more now.
he got away with all of it until he said that Jews
used
run
to be a
Hollywood.
contender.
Hollywood is run by Jews.
I used
It's
to
owned
be
by
somebody.
Jews. And they should have a greater sensitivity about the issue.
Wait, no.
Of
It was I could have been a contender, wasn't it? I could have been somebody. I was a contender. I could have been somebody. Have you seen that movie? I'm assuming so.
What movie?
On the Waterfront?
No, but I'm familiar with the contender line.
I'm so surprised. They fucking made me watch it in high school. And I fucking hated it.
That's probably why I haven't seen it.
Every time
I know I won't like it.
Well, you don't know that. But every time I see Marlon Brando, I think back to that movie. And it's actually pretty good. Like, it's really good.
of people who are suffering.
Days later, Brando issued a written apology through the Simon Wiesenthal Center and then apologized to Jewish leaders in person. I'm Ken LaCourte. Here I look at controversial topics, sometimes radioactive ones like this, but not with hate or finger-pointing. I truly believe these issues and subjects help us understand how our world works, and that's got to be a good thing. So let's talk about the elephant in the room. do Jews control the media? It's a tricky topic for a couple reasons. And I think the top one is anti-Semites really love to talk about it. I mean, there's a large group of people out there who blame Jews for anything bad in life.
This guy's channel is super fucking interesting. Like, what the fuck? Like, did slaves owners breed bigger, stronger slaves? Why do conservatives love Israel? The real reason behind the war on masturbation. Why men lead cults. The Indian hustle? What the fuck is happening? Why do black athletes dominate? The fuck? This is fascinating. I'm so interested. Unreal.
I did a video about illegal immigration in the United States, and a number of comments just said it was all caused by the Jews, which I found odd. There are a lot of memes that you'll see on social...
And I'm adding that video to the list.
Media saying Jews run every news outlet imaginable, and they often just make up those facts. Heck, I've been accused here of both working for the Mossad and of being funded by Jewish groups. Again, odd. But on the other side, you have Jewish...
That's generally a pretty good sign that you're doing something right.
Organizations like the Anti-Defamation League, who essentially say
This fucking
topic
teammate
here,
sucks.
It's not a theory to
All he
examine,
does is
but
run
an
away from me,
anti-Semitic question
res
in
me in the
itself.
middle of shit,
According to the ADL,
and then run
even
away.
suggesting that Jews have disproportionate influence in media
Because he has a
is one
fucking
of the core
eruptor and a
tropes of
senator.
anti-Semitism.
What a
And in
great
America-
combination of weapons. 2 heavy pen weapons. Wow. Look, what?
say
Oh,
things
what?
like
You
that in
can't
polls,
defend
it's
yourself
used as
against
evidence of
basic
bigotry.
predator strain
A
because you have a
2015
fucking
poll shows
senator
25%
and an
of
eruptor.
people
And not only
worldwide
that, he
believe
has
Jews have too
thermite.
much control over the media. To the ADL, those
All
numbers
of these
are troubling.
things do the
But to
same
me,
thing, bro.
they're a starting point for a real conversation. Because reality is somewhere between those two extremes. And in that space is a place for some honest talk. And the antidote to bad opinions, it's not censorship, it's more speech, smarter speech. And look, this is a topic that matters because the
I
media is
disagree.
important. It doesn't just report about things, it shapes our culture. Whether we like it or not, a huge part of how we see the world comes from what we watch.
This is
what
why
we
we're
read,
losing
what
the
shows up in
planet.
our feeds. And if one group has an outsized role in deciding that content, then yeah, it's worthy understanding how and why. So I worked at Fox News for a long time. And one time I was out in the field for a big trial, and we had a good number of staffers there. That dinner, I looked around the table and noticed that about a quarter of them were Jewish. Now, I mean, it didn't bother me. I mean, these were my friends. But knowing that Jews comprise about 2% of the country, it certainly raised my curiosity. 20 years later, I'm trying to answer that question. But how? I mean, it's not like you can bring this up in the break room without...
I mean, when you think about it like that, like if, okay, so you're at a table, 2% of Americans are Jews, 25% of this people at this table is Jewish, right? So, 1 second.
Jew.
So, okay. So 25% of the people at the table are also Jewish, and you're working at Fox News. Cool. What percentage of IT tech workers are Indians? Why do the Indians run IT? Right? There's no conspiracy about Indians controlling computers. Right? So, like, clearly this whole train of thought is connected to anti-Semitism. But the question itself isn't necessarily anti-Semitic. If you're asking the question, you are probably an anti-Semite. Yeah, there are multiple confusing avenues that this can take. This is why I don't touch it.
Jew.
Exactly. This is why I don't fucking touch it. Oh, who runs the media? I don't care.
Without getting a call from HR. There's no
Who runs
index.
the media? Capitalists.
There's no scorecard or official media control database. But the question still matters, so let's break it down. Because to properly answer, do Jews control the media, you actually have to define all three parts of that sentence. I mean, first, what does it mean?
What do you mean?
Okay, Jordan
by
Peterson.
Jew? What do you mean by Jew? What do you mean by control?
mean to be Jewish? Is it a religion, an ethnicity, a culture? If your mom's Jewish but you're an atheist, what are you? What if you light Hanukkah candles but also eat...
If your mum is Jewish and you are atheist, you are still Jewish.
What if
Is that
I'm
correct?
gay?
Is it? I'm pretty sure that's correct, right? Like the ethnic Jewish identity is stronger than the religious one. Because of, I'm assuming because of the Holocaust and what's happened to the Jews and shit, that's mostly why. But if I recall correctly, like the
Bro kept his
ethnicity-
eruptor for the eradicate mission.
the ethnicity and like the identity of being Jewish feels like it's more important. Is it more accurate to say that the identity of being a Jew is more important than the religion? Like being Jewish ethnically is more important than being religiously Jewish? Yeah, kind of like how Mussolini wanted everyone to be Italian before anything else. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, like that's my exact point, is the fact that there are secular Jewish people. I'm sure that there are people who claim that they're secular Christians, but that doesn't exist.
Eat bacon and don't believe in God. Even Jews argue about this. So the first part of the question is, it's more
okay.
complicated than it sounds.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I mean. Like, it's so much more complicated with the Jewish diaspora than it is with any other religious diaspora, because it's like, I don't know, it's very weird. Judaism is strange.
Then there's the word control. I mean, and that's the one that freaks out a lot of people. It conjures up images of smoke-filled rooms, puppet strings, and secret meetings. But is that what control means? Or does it mean something softer, like heavy influence, disproportionate ownership, cultural shaping? Control can mean owns the company, or it can mean set the tone. And those are different things. And what's the media?
That's true.
This one's probably the hardest to answer. I mean, 50 years ago, it was pretty easy because it was a narrow universe. You had 3 broadcast networks, 1 or 2 big newspapers in each city, a handful of national magazines, and a bunch of radio stations. That was it. Today, it's radically different. The traditional players are still there, 5,000 newspapers, over 1,000 TV stations, 15,000 radio stations. But what we've recently seen is an explosion of thousands of new media outlets, big and small, and pundits and influencers. Heck, even me. And the AI boom is going to make that universe even bigger. So let's start with the easiest part of the media to analyze. Do Jews control Hollywood? And the answer to that, it's a
yes.
Pretty solid yes. Although it's a lot more historically true than today because it's dispersing like the rest of the media. And Jews didn't just run Hollywood, they created it. The founders of Paramount, Universal, 20th Century Fox, MGM, Warner Brothers, they weren't Hollywood royalty when they started. They were Jewish immigrants, many of them poor, all of them outsiders. They didn't come from power, but they built it. And by the 20s and 30s, they turned the novelty of silent films into a national obsession. They locked down the whole system, actors, writers, directors, and created an industry where a handful of companies controlled what got made. But it didn't stop with the studios. The whole industry evolved around them. Agencies, managers, publicists, financiers. Success bred infrastructure. People hired their friends, mentored people like themselves, helped the next generation, and over time, that became a pipeline. One that was
that's actually a really, really good explanation, right? Because I'm assuming that even before World War II, the Jews weren't exactly favorably seen across the world. So I imagine that the initial emigration from Ashkenazi Jews was related to that kind of thing, maybe around World War I. I don't know. I'm just speculating. But it makes sense that with the persecution complex and like the constant like aberration towards Jewish people that they would insulate if they made an industry, right? It totally tracks. Like, no, you're all good. Don't stress. Like it really does make a lot of sense that the creation of Hollywood by a Jewish diaspora results in Jewish people becoming entrenched in that industry. Because why wouldn't you support your own group in that aspect? Why not help your own group advance in society? It makes sense, right? Fucking the honkies will fucking do the same shit, the Nazis. We're not racist. We just want our own society. The blacks should be with the blacks, and the whites should be with the whites. You know, that kind of shit. But it's like... that is a fucking hell of a time to join this stream while we're doing the Do Jews Control the Media video. But like I'm genuinely curious here. Like this is interesting. Like the train of thought here makes some kind of sense if you put yourself in the shoes of a Jewish person in the 20s. It makes sense. Why not want to help your community?
Mostly Jewish. And not because of a master plan, but because that's how networks work. And at the top of every one of the companies I mentioned were Jewish executives. As they grew in influence, they controlled not just movies, but how America saw itself. Interestingly, for the first few decades of that, they rarely made anything overtly Jewish. Hollywood wasn't pushing religion or broadcasting Jewish pride. In fact, the early moguls, they were worried about drawing attention to that. They didn't want to be seen as outsiders or tribal. They wanted to be Americans, to sell the American dream. So for years, they stayed away from Jewish characters, Jewish stories, even Jewish names. It wasn't until the 60s and 70s that films and TV shows began to reflect more of that identity openly. And even then, it came in cautiously and slowly. Fast forward to today, and that legacy is still strong. The major studios, Disney, Paramount, Warner Brothers, Universal, are still disproportionately led by Jewish executives. The upper ranks of Hollywood's creative and business machinery remain filled with Jewish producers, agents, and financiers, but it is in the midst of a change. Because the biggest power centers today are tech companies. Netflix, Amazon, Apple, streaming platforms, not film lots. And while those companies have plenty of Jewish executives too, it's not the same as the old Hollywood machine. So aside from Hollywood, how influential are Jews?
They've been displaced again.
Throughout the rest of the media. Now, that's a harder question to answer than you think, because even for someone like me who spent decades in it, as I explained earlier, the media is massive. There are close to 2 million people working in it just in the United States. And unlike race or gender, there's no official box to check for religion. There's no public list of who's Jewish and who's not, which, for the record, is probably how it should be.
Fuck! I didn't pause it quick enough. I don't like lists. No, there shouldn't be a list. That's a bad idea.
Because that can get a little creepy. The reality is also, I couldn't find any academic or journalistic study that tried to quantify the percentage of media ownership or leadership by religion or Jewish people. But to look at some of the very...
Don't do that. Avoid it.
Bro's got just Google searches of "Do Jews Control the Media?" Has this Liberator always been here?
Yes, it has been there for the last, week.
The Liberator specifically,
I noticed, at least. Fiddler on the Roof was deliberately written not to be as overtly Jewish to appeal to other diaspora communities. Interesting. Is that a Jewish story, is it? I didn't know that. That's very interesting. I'm very much enjoying this video, to be honest. This is so interesting.
The very largest media companies shows that a lot are run by Jewish people. ABC is owned by Disney, headed by Bob Iger. CBS is part of Paramount Global, controlled by Shari Redstone. NBC and MSNBC are owned by Comcast, which is run by Brian Roberts.
Interesting.
CNN is part of Warner Brothers, run by David Zaslav. Facebook and Instagram is led by Mark Zuckerberg. Google was co-founded by Sergey Brin, who's Jewish, though it's now run by Sundar Pichai, who's not. For most of its existence, YouTube...
Really? Couldn't tell.
is run by Susan Wojcicki. Reddit and a lot of other outlets are controlled by Advanced Publications, run by Donald Newhouse.
She got fired. That's not true.
She's dead.
Is she?
Yeah.
Wait, I got one.
Poggers!
She is dead. There you go. The current YouTube CEO looks like an Indian.
And the Jews had nothing to do with it.
He is American as fuck. Born in Indiana. Educated at Stanford. Indian descent. Okay.
Do Indians
Susan Wojcicki.
control the media?
Reddit and a lot.
Getting back to tech origins, making all tech leaders Indian again. Make tech great again.
A lot of other outlets are controlled by Advanced Publications, run by Donald Newhouse. And finally, there's the New York Times, which is still the flagship of American newspapers. It's run by A.G. Sulzberger and Meredith Kopit Levin. In fact, since Adolph Oakes took over the Times in 1896, it's been run by a Jewish member of his family ever since. So look, that's not a numerical study, but to me, it's clear that there's a representation of Jews at the top of U.S. media that well exceeds their population numbers. So all of this still raises the
Hit him with the DEI.
big question. Why? Why are Jews so overrepresented? Not just in media, but in so many other high-achieving professions. Part of it's culture. For generations, Jewish communities emphasized education, literacy, and professional excellence. They account for a massive share of academic awards and top university slots and intellectual awards. They've won 22% of all Nobel Prizes. Heck, I did a whole video on that. They're disproportionately well-educated and disproportionately drawn to white-collar professions. And then there's the thing I described earlier. Networks matter. People help their friends. They mentor people they know. I once worked with a reporter who would regularly bring in a USC journalism grad when a job opened up at our company. Her community was her alma mater, and she wanted to help them out. And there's nothing overtly wrong with that. People help their friends. And when someone gets...
I disagree. This is how you get journalism in the current state that it's in. You help your friends instead of getting the best people.
into a position of power, they often pull up others with them. That's human nature. But over time, it can create bubbles. If the same kind of people keep hiring and promoting the same kind of people, industries start to narrow.
Hey,
I'm not saying it's malicious, but gatekeeping doesn't always need a gate. And over the years, that can shape an industry. So what does all this tell us? It tells us that there's real overrepresentation in top leadership, especially in legacy media, Hollywood, and some major tech platforms. But it doesn't tell us how much that leadership actually changes the content that you and I see. So let's look at that. First, let's ask how much of being the big boss of a news organization, for instance, how does that actually affect its editorial point of view? Because it's not as straightforward as you might think. Let's start with one that is.
False news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets.
This is going to be the test of how reliable he is. If his explanation of this is their affiliate networks, and that's why, happy. Anything beyond that?
Why would he not say that?
I know.
Because this was a whole conspiracy of media control that people pushed.
Yeah. And this is why I'm happy that he's put it in there, because based on how this video's gone so far, I imagine he's pretty covered on this. I don't expect him to do the typical shit.
Now, that's obviously creepy as hell, and it's clearly an example of someone high up in a corporation dictating editorial to a number of outlets. But generally, real life is a lot messier than that, especially in big media companies. Let me give you an example from Fox News, which is run by Rupert Murdoch.
Boo.
His company didn't run just Fox News. It owned over 200 media entities, newspapers, television stations, book publishers,
Bro's
magazines,
got an
movie
F on
stores,
his
you name it.
back.
Those news outlets were all over the map geographically and often politically. Murdoch owned both the conservative New York Post and the very liberal Village Voice at the same time. And I can tell you firsthand that most of the Fox Entertainment Division guys hated Fox News. And so did a lot of the local Fox television stations around the country. So did Rupert Murdoch control all of it? Absolutely. He could hire and fire anyone he wanted. If he wanted a memo read on air, it'd get read on air, although I really don't recall that ever happening. But practically speaking, no one's sitting at a desk approving every story or every segment. A media company that size makes thousands of editorial decisions every day, and those decisions are made by thousands of individual employees. So here's where it gets interesting, though. Those employees, they're usually trying to be good journalists, but they're also trying to make the boss happy, because that's
not at Fox.
How you succeed in corporate life. You figure out what your boss's priorities are, even if they're unspoken. And that can absolutely affect the kind of journalism that gets done. Here's an example. In the early 2000s, Murdoch was trying to expand into China. He was traveling there constantly, investing heavily, and it was obvious that if the Chinese government didn't like what you were doing, you weren't doing any business there. Now imagine you're an editor at one of his outlets, and a pitch comes in, a big story about how Chinese are abusing people in their re-education camps.
Can't talk about that.
You didn't get a memo telling you to spike it. You've probably never even met the big boss, but you know what's going on, and in the back of your head, you're going to wonder, is this story going to create problems for me? It's not something that happens frequently, but it's real.
Yeah. And if you're a good journalist, you'll do the fucking story anyway. Fuck the corporate press. Fuck you suppressing stories for your own fucking benefit. Eat shit. This is literally the whole reason we started. Was this exact fucking attitude. Fuck this.
Could you imagine being a producer at MSNBC who uncovers something really good about the Trump administration? How hard do you think he'd fight for that at the editorial staff meeting? That's how influence works in the real world. Rarely through orders from above, but from signals about who's in charge and what they care about. Which, of course, then leads us to the question, how does Jewish overrepresentation in media affect what we see? Did Brando have a point? Are Hollywood films more positive or at least less negative towards Jewish characters? I mean, I really don't know how to answer that one besides speculation. What I can say, though, from my personal experience watching Hollywood films and movies throughout my entire life, it's pretty clear that devout Christians are fairly often smacked around, portrayed as hypocrites, bigots, or just backwards rubes. It's hard to quantify or even give a fair perspective to how much that is, or really how much it deserves to be. But to me, that seems apparent. And in the news world, how about there? From a wider perspective, American Jews are much more likely than the average American to be liberal and to vote Democratic. In the 2020 election, around 70% of Jewish voters went for Biden. They've been consistently one of the Democratic Party's most loyal voter blocs and contributors. So if you've got an industry with disproportionate Jewish leadership, and that group leans left politically, it's reasonable to assume that it will move the center of gravity. My opinion? I think that's one reason why what we used to call the mainstream media tends to have a liberal tilt. What about the coverage of Israel? This one's trickier. Over the years, the U.S. media outlets have generally been sympathetic to Israel. They portrayed it as a small, Western-style democracy surrounded by hostile authoritarian neighbors.
Go away, please.
September 11th.
I had no idea that Marlon Brando was so invested in the Native American thing.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. And then, on the same vein, he's calling Jews slurs on TV. So
he was, think about it, he was so woke that when that shit happened at the Oscars, they were booing. You want to see something crazy?
Sure.
Look up Michael Moore booed at Oscars.
Look at what we paused on.
Epic, love it.
Who am I looking up, sorry?
Michael Moore booed at Oscars.
And the Oscar goes to Bowling for Columbine, Michael Moore and Michael Donovan.
On behalf of our producers, Kathleen Glynn and Michael Donovan from Canada, I'd like to thank the Academy for this. I've invited my fellow documentary nominees on the stage with us, and we would like to, they are here in solidarity with me because we like nonfiction. We like nonfiction, and we live in fictitious times. We live in a time where we have fictitious election results that elects a fictitious president. We live in a time where we...
I'm assuming this is about Bush and Gore.
Yeah.
Have a man sending us to war for fictitious reasons, whether it's the fictition of duct tape or the fictitious of orange alerts. We are against this war, Mr. Bush. Shame on you, Mr. Bush. Shame on you. And anytime you've got the Pope and the Dixie Chicks against you, your time is up.
They're playing him off.
Did you hear what he said at the end there?
Anytime
you got the Pope and the Dixie Chicks against you, your time is up.
That's great. Hilarious.
11th, well, that hardened that very much. Americans watched Islamic extremists fly planes into buildings, and after that, the idea of Israel being under siege from similar enemies, that became a lot easier for everyone to believe. And in fairness, Israelis weren't the ones
America deserved it.
burning American flags or attacking U.S. soldiers. That kind of thing makes a difference. You want better press in America? Don't blow up our people. That's not all that complicated. So yes, Jewish overrepresentation probably plays a role in how Israel is framed, but it's not the only reason. Geography, politics, history, terrorism, all of that matters. And anyone pretending it's just about who's Jewish in the newsroom, they're not looking at the full picture. But here's where the script flips. Because for all the talk about Jewish influence in the media, something strange has happened in the last few years, especially when it comes to Israel. Some of the outlets with the least Jewish leadership, like Fox News, Talk Radio, the broader conservative media sphere, have been the most pro-Israel. Not cautiously supportive, but full-throated. Flags on screens, IDF interviews, the whole thing. Meanwhile, a lot of the traditional mainstream press, outlets with far more Jewish executives and editors, they've gotten a lot more critical of Israel. The New York Times, MSNBC, CNN. Some of the toughest scrutiny of Israel has come from inside those institutions. In some cases, from Jewish reporters.
Honestly, some of the biggest proponents against what Israel is doing, but also not necessarily pro-Palestine, are Jewish. Like, they are saying, fuck you, Netanyahu, you're fucking everything up. Unfortunately, not enough.
Reporters and editors themselves. So
I'm stuck in a crater.
Politics trump identity. In today's culture war, your political alignment matters more than your background.
That's hilarious.
I'm out,
The
I'm
media
out.
class, which includes plenty of Jews, is also shaped by progressive ideas about race, colonialism, power structure, and global justice. And those frameworks don't give Israel a pass. In fact, they often put it under a harsher lens. Meanwhile, the populist right, many who don't have any particular connection to Jews, have embraced Israel as a symbol of strength and nationalism and Western values under attack. So whatever influence Jewish identity might have had, in many ways, it's now competing with something stronger, the gravitational pull of American politics. And for now, that's the louder force. But you know, even when the media is trying to help out a political cause, that doesn't always mean it's successful. I have a pretty counterintuitive theory that the left-leaning media actually helped elect Donald Trump twice. They didn't mean to, but their efforts to defeat him backfired in multiple ways. Had they been the referees they claimed to be instead of cheerleaders, I don't believe that Donald Trump would have been president. So you might...
What an interesting dude. Another one of his videos.
God and my mother. I'm here, I'm queer. Get used to it.
Why do some gay men sound gay? I've heard people argue this idea.
We have watched a video like this before, but it was from.
But it was made by gays, so it was okay.
It was made by gay guys, yeah. So I'm kind of curious how he covers it.
It doesn't exist, or it's really just a stereotype. But both research and common sense tells a different story.
I was gonna
Many
say
gay men have.
It really isn't a stereotype. It's a thing. I don't know. Like, I don't think we really figured out why the fuck it happens. It just is. It's just a thing. It's just another accent.
and have a distinctive speaking style, a real phenomenon that's been studied by linguists, sociologists, and psychologists. To me, the most interesting question is why? Why does it even exist at all? Could it be biological or learned behavior? And that got me studying. Hey, I'm Ken LaCourte.
Hi.
I do my best to look into sometimes awkward questions as fairly and objectively as I can. I'll take you through what I learned about the power of voice and how we communicate.
It's not very Fox
Then
News
a
of you,
breakdown
my
on
friend.
exactly what the gay voice is. We'll dive into the nature versus nurture debate, and finally we'll look into a little bit of the history and some of the dark side of the gay voice. So our voice is a powerful instrument, far beyond the actual words we speak. Our vocal tones, inflections, and variations in pitch and volume convey a massive amount of information that impacts how our messages are heard. And that information can include the speaker's sexual orientation. Researchers at the University of Toronto found listeners were able to identify the sexual orientation of male speakers 62% of the time. Other studies have shown it to be higher. Now, we all instinctively change our speech depending on the situation. Think about how you'd talk to a baby versus a job interview.
Code switching.
And straight men can even drop their pitch by up to 40 hertz when talking to an attractive woman.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, please.
Hey, how you doing?
It's a sign of masculinity. We do it when we meet strangers or asserting authority, when we're the boss or we want to be. Even in the animal kingdom, vocal modulation is used as a tool for attracting mates. Every male, from birds to whales, alter their vocalizations to appeal to potential partners. Studies have also shown gay men were more likely to sound gay if they were talking to someone who either knew they were gay or were gay themselves. One study even showed that gay YouTubers sounded more gay after making a public coming out video. And sometimes they dial it down, sounding more straight in a work situation. Other gay men who just didn't like sounding gay could also alter that speech pattern. Okay, so what are we exactly hearing in a gay voice? Let's start with what it's not. When I grew up, it was universally called a gay lisp, but it's just not. A lisp would mean speaking your S's with a th sound, like you're Philly. But a stereotypical gay voice holds the S's longer than others, and sometimes with a little bit more of a hissing sound, sometimes with the tongue closer to the teeth and overall more noticeable. Another thing the gay voice isn't is really a feminine way of speaking. There are some similarities and overlap, but it's distinct. It's also not universal. Couldn't find great statistics on this, but it clearly seems to be a voice that a minority of gay men use. And finally, it's not a higher pitch than most men. Instead, it's a wider fluctuation in range.
Results find that gay men speak with higher pitch variation, meaning that their range from low to high is much more extreme than straight men. Not surprised we have range, honey.
Vowel duration is another distinct element. Gay voice holds A's, I's, and Oo's longer. Okay, so there are fewer studies on this one, but a popular documentary called Do I Sound Gay also holds that the gay voice is characterized by heavily articulating certain consonants and words overall. And here's an interesting note. Elements of the gay voice seem to cross different cultures and languages. Similar speech patterns have been observed in gay Dutch and Czech men. There hasn't been a lot of research on non-American or non-European cultures, but we see it also in Puerto Rican Spanish and other dialects of Caribbean Spanish. So there might be some universal features that signal sexual orientation. So now we know what the gay voice is. The question is why? Why do some guys talk like this?
Why are you gay?
Is it genetic or all about upbringing and finding your identity? It's a classic nature versus nurture debate that's really at the heart of so much we don't know about human behavior. And it may be the most fascinating question, but it's also the hardest to answer. But let's start with biology. I couldn't find any serious research aimed specifically at the gay voice in biology, but there's been a lot of it looking at homosexuality and genetics, hormones, birth order, brain functions, and more. And the more you dig into those studies, one thing becomes abundantly clear. Scientists have absolutely no idea. A study comes out finding testosterone differences between gay and straight men, only to be rebutted by a larger one finding the opposite. And then a later one finds the difference in free plasma testosterone. For decades, trying to find a gay gene has been a scientific mishmash. Part of this is because individually, human biology and behavior are massively complex, and trying to understand how they interact is really beyond our reach. We still can't cure a cold, let alone predict someone's behavior with a lab test. But there's a less charitable explanation as well. Politics poisons science. I first
True.
discovered this related to just this issue in the 80s when I was in college, and researchers discovered gay hands. They claimed that the proportional length of men's fingers correlated to their sexual orientation. It made a big splash all over the media, but a quick look at their methods and a small sample sizes made it clear it really wasn't serious research.
That's
and unsurprisingly,
hysterical.
no one could replicate it. But it was part of a concerted scientific effort at the time to find a gay gene, to prove that
Hands.
homosexuality was biological. Now, that wasn't just driven by scientific curiosity. It came at a time when the gay rights movement was making huge strides, and that movement wanted to counter arguments that homosexuality was a choice. If scientists could find a genetic basis, then how could being gay be wrong or a sin? They hoped it would help reduce discrimination and increase legal protections overall.
Here's a better idea. Tell them to stop being cunts and punish them or anybody who does it. Wow. See, the cat's even saying wow.
But political pressure,
Wow.
through funding, or researchers who are working for a cause, it absolutely perverts science. And the more heated the debate, the worse the science gets. If you study any hot topic that people are debating in society,
topic?
you need to start with the assumption that the average study is misleading. It sucks, but that's just where we are. So today, for what it's worth, the scientific consensus on being gay says that it's a combination of biology and conditioning, which is scientific talk for, we don't know. For the gay voice, though, it certainly appears to be a way to fit in with a social group. By adopting a certain way of speaking, you signal that you're part of the club. Some researchers say it starts young, when some gay boys subconsciously pick up some more feminine speech patterns from socializing more with girls and women. Historically, there's also some evidence that a lot of vocabulary unique to gay men originated in the gay ballroom culture and drag scene of the 1980s,
Interesting.
especially among Black and Latino gay men. From there, those terms and phrases spread out to the wider gay community, kind of like an in-group language. For many gay men, sounding gay may be a way of connecting with a gay identity in a culture, a way of saying, this is who I am. But for many times in history, in different geographies still.
Here's a question. Why do nearly all the fucking drag queens on RuPaul's Drag Race have the gay voice? Maybe it's a level of flamboyance that a gay man has that gives them the voice. Huh? Maybe it's a personal personality thing. What do you think about that?
You're the only gay I know.
Well, what do you reckon? Because you probably know more of the gays than I do. How many people with the gay voice are overtly flamboyant in your experience, in anecdotal?
Well, one more time?
So, like, out of all the gay men that you know, like, the more, like, masculine ones, do they have the gay voice? Or is it on a scale to flamboyancy that, like, the more flamboyant someone is...
I don't know what.
Maybe that's an indicator?
I have zero clue what's happening.
I'm just theorizing.
I don't know.
Because, like, I brought up the RuPaul's Drag Race for a reason, right? Most of those guys are very flamboyant. And it comes out through the drag, but they almost always have the gay voice. So I was just like...
I'm more likely to fuck someone who talks like that.
So, like, I'm just connecting two dots that may not be connected. But that might be something. It could be a personality thing, maybe a flamboyance thing related to that, where it's like, in addition to how flamboyant they are,
I think it's really just an in-group, out-group thing.
It could be as simple as that. It really could be.
Sounding gay isn't a good idea at all. Historically, the gay voice isn't just a scientific curiosity. It's got a bit of a dark side as well. Because for a long time, it was a source of mockery or a punchline in a joke. In entertainment, effeminate-sounding men often were the joke. In American movies from the 1930s to the 1960s, explicit depictions of homosexuality were outright banned. But coded gay characters with effeminate mannerisms were still there. Again, usually as something to ridicule. When that ban ended in the later 60s and 70s, queer characters could be more open, and the gay voice was a shorthand to indicate their identity. But they were often tragic figures in those films. It wasn't until the 80s and 90s that we started to see more positive depictions, but even then, the gay voice was often played for laughs, like Nathan Lane in The Birdcage, or the character of Jack in Will and Grace.
I was just trying to fucking remember the name of the show.
I watched The Birdcage not too that long ago.
Sorry, what?
I said I watched The Birdcage not that long ago.
Oh, really? I've never seen
it.
Yeah,
it's funny because like the plot is like about how conservatives are pedophiles.
That's funny.
Kind of, but not really.
Because I'm pretty sure
the whole point is like the two gay guys' son is bringing his fiancée to dinner because she has a traditional family, and you find out like his fiancée's dad is a senator on the committee for like family values or something.
Yeah, okay.
And his co-committee chair member just went down for diddling kids. So he also needs to show that he's not one of those sexual deviants.
Fucking hell.
So they're trying to get the kid's like mom back in the picture, and it like drives apart the two men.
Yeah.
Because he's like, one is the biological parent, and the other one is who raised him as well.
Yeah.
You know?
But yeah, I was trying to think of Will and Grace specifically, because I don't think.
Yeah, my mom loved that.
My mom does as well, and honestly, the show's pretty good. It's pretty good. But he is like overtly gay as fuck in that show. But I don't think his partner was. And I don't think he had the voice in the show. I think it was only Jack's character. So...
Oh, you mean Will from Will and Grace?
Yeah, I don't think it was as overt. It was a bit more subdued. But I haven't seen it for a minute, so I could be wrong.
Grace. In the past, and sometimes still now, many gay men have felt the pressure to sound straight in order to avoid discrimination. But in recent years, like black men using the N-word with friends or gay people reclaiming the word queer, gays have reclaimed...
What do you mean? You gotta be older than his daughter.
Gotta be older than my daughter.
The gay voice as well. To some, it's a way of taking back power. Hey, so
Gotta
this is my 25th
older
YouTube
than
video.
my wife.
They've been viewed about 500,000 times, and I've grossed a grand total of $327.
Nice.
There's
But
no
someone
quicker
recently
way
told me that when he finishes one of my
get people
videos,
to think you are
he walks
diddling
away
kids.
smarter. And that's my
And by
entire
singing
goal.
a song about not diddling kids.
Alright, here's the option. We can end there for the videos, because I'm assuming you're going to keep streaming.
Where the fuck are the supplies?
However, I also have Patrick Bet David and Tommy Robinson. That's the appropriate reaction. An allergic reaction.
It happens.
Right now, can Tommy Robinson run for political office?
Tommy Robinson could run for political.
Why don't you?
Why don't I? I believe that I have more power as a journalist. I believe...
Journalist, he says.
Unfucking real. A fucking... This cunt.
See,
I don't know about that. Because if...
at the minute.
Okay, well, I mean, who is the biggest name in your country that was a journalist that eventually went and, you know, ran and was hated by Chamberlain and all these other guys because he had brass balls and he was feared by a lot of different people? Who is that guy? I mean, we know who we're talking about, right? Churchill was a former journalist for many years. But if you're telling me...
Yeah, this guy's a regular
there isn't
Churchill.
anybody in the parliament that's going out there being vocal. I'm in Brazil a couple months ago, okay? And do you know who Nicolas Ferreira is in Brazil? Have you heard of this guy?
The guy.
Nicolas Ferreira, the young guy, the 28-year-old super...
Yeah, man. Robinson, he's a journalist, just like us. You know, he asked the Jewish
He's just like us.
question too.
He's just like us. He's just like us.
You know, we asked the Jewish question. He asked the Jewish question. You know, it's exactly the same.
Superstar.
Yeah.
So this guy right here, Nicolas Ferreira, right? Brazil is another shitty situation. They have a guy named Alexandre de Moraes. He's the dictator. He's the Supreme Court guy that if you see his face, you would know who he is. Yeah. This guy has gone into office. Not him. He's a Supreme Court guy. Nicholas got into office.
Yeah. As a smaller channel, we probably should be a bit more cautious about the shit that we cover. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Like, you want to take it out of context? Go for it. Watch the show.
I don't know. I think it's a more likely to be taken out of context when you start having enemies who want to fucking, like... Because, you know, if you bring down your competition, it's more slice of the pie for you.
That is true. Oh, no, I know. I think we've gone over a couple of things. I think, when I found out the money was called shekels, we had quite a discussion about Israel and artifacts and shit, the horns, all that sort of stuff. And it's like, you know, if I was actually a Nazi piece of shit, I would be using that to like justify some kind of hatred, but I'm just laughing at it because cultures are fucking funny, man. Like, some fucking cultures are just absurd. Like, I'm talking with my friend at the moment about, like, regional euphemisms and just, like, dumb shit that countries say. Like, America has all these one-liner sayings. Australia has all these one-liner sayings, right? And most of the English ones are fucking stupid. And they're so entertaining to learn about. It's that kind of shit. Like... And I'm just like, I'm laughing at it because it's funny. Because, like, the conspiracy theorists are using this kind of shit and, like, connecting dots that don't exist. And I'm sitting here, like, laughing at it that it exists as it exists. Like, you fucking shoot me. I don't give a fuck. Shit's funny.
To office through using social media.
It's not my fault
he has become the most popular voice in all of Brazil. To the point where I'm in Brazil.
Life's a joke. Nothing matters. It's the internet. Who gives a shit? 60% of cunts are bots. Who gives a shit?
With them in Brasilia. We're walking around. He can't go anywhere. Everyone is stopping him. He posted a video this year on Instagram. I think it was in January or something like that. Do you know how many likes the video got? Not views. Likes. 9.8 million likes. I think the video got 1.5 billion. I'm sorry, 9 million likes, 900,000 comments. Rob, can you see how many views it...
Well, when we were going through that, I saw the numbers and we had like 11, 12, 13 people watching at the time. So I'm hoping that, like, the fact that we weren't just like... Well, I was joking.
People watching at the time for what?
That, like... They're watching and they realize that, like, we can ask and talk about this shit and not take it to a ridiculous place. Like, when we're talking about the protests and talking about PSL and talking about China and all this stuff, like, I'm not taking it from an absurdist position. Like, this is all stuff that people need to pay attention to. Like, we can't be letting people get away with shit. But you also can't make it a taboo that you can't fucking laugh about it. The way to defeat mysticism is by
normalizing shit. Make it understood and laugh at it, for fuck's sake. Like, if something's so taboo you can't laugh about it, of course there's gonna be conspiracies about it. It's ridiculous. I don't know, I just think that that is important. Like, kind of like he was saying, it's like, you need to talk about the topics, you need to talk about the stuff. I don't even give a shit about talking about it, just like, or researching it, just talking about it is normalizing it, is making it great. Like, all the time that we talk about trans people, like, I just don't care for the people criticizing it. Like, leave them alone. Fuck off. Like, their existence doesn't impact you. Leave them the fuck alone. It's not that hard to just leave people alone. And that goes for fucking Israel too, considering that we're talking about it. Leave them alone. Like, stop. It's not that... It's so simplistic. But like, it doesn't need to be that way. It's so dumb. So ignorant, so shallow, surface level. My family was killed by your family 30,000 years ago. I don't care. Shut the fuck up. Unfucking real.
Who's it got? How many views did he get? Just
I gotta
if you
priest him
click
more.
on the like,
This is why they want to crush social media.
they do, but if you go on the likes, it'll show you the video right there. If you no, not right there, Rob. Whatever you were going before. If you Kelly, if you can check to see how many views this thing got on his account. What's the point? Everybody fears him because they see him being able to run for office and be the president of Brazil in 2036. So if you legally can run.
I mean, the Israel-Palestine thing, just saying, just stop, is not a great example. But sure, at a simplistic level, go with it. But like, the China-Taiwan thing is a perfect example of like, just don't. It doesn't need to happen. You're doing this for no reason other than like national pride and serving some fuckwit who wants a legacy. Fuck him. Put him to the gallows and put a new person in charge. Fuck that guy. Like, Jesus Christ. Don't, like, just don't. Don't start a world war. Because you want a tiny fucking island. Because of a fucking civil war that happened 80 years ago. Get the fuck over it. Move on. Fuck
According
me.
to the law, if you can legally run, and if you don't get into create enemies, people like you now. By the way, someone's gonna say, "I cannot believe Patrick Bet David wants a far-right extremist who's a racist Islamophobia to go run for office." No, I mean, if you're seeing the issues that's happening in UK, and people are looking the other way because they're scared, and you're not
Just
getting involved in politics,
fuck off.
My thing is, I don't.
Or getting behind someone that's willing to do it.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be alive. So the way I operate, the way I live, for the last
Like, we really need to stop pussyfooting around this. Like, just fuck off. Like, stop entertaining any aspect of, like, supporting any kind of, like, imperialism. Imperialism. Like, stop it. Stop entertaining any of it. For any country. America, Russia, Israel, everyone. Everyone. France. Make all your fucking colonies free. Fuck you.
Did he have egg?
What egg?
Do I have egg?
Oh,
I
that
have egg.
If you got your pistol out, you got the egg.
About
I know
that.
it's redundant. I'm just ranting. It's so stupid, and it frustrates me so fucking much. And the more that I've realized that, like, the Chinese nationalists and MAGA are exact fucking same, and that clash, the fact that they're the exact same, that it's a positive and a positive clashing, and we're about to get driven to war because of fascist fuckwits, is pissing me off. And the fact that nobody is acknowledging it because nobody is acknowledging that China is fascist is so annoying. Like, God fucking damn it. Like, it just doesn't need to happen. It's so dumb.
Whoa.
Like, what year are we in? Like, I hate this.
What
like,
year is it?
year. Like, the modern year thing, but like, this is 1930s thinking. Get over it.
The last 3 years is I hide. That's the only way I've been able to. I've been in foreign countries. I fly back into the UK, I do my work, and I get the hell out because I'm not safe.
Is your family over there?
They're over there, but many times I've flown them out and moved them. My family have lived in 8 different properties in 8 years. That's what they did.
I don't care.
Yeah, every time they had to be moved. Do you know who tracked them down each time? Home Not Hate. The government groups.
Good. Fascists should not be let to be comfortable.
They expose them. You'll
Fuck
see it. You saw it in Silenced. So I don't believe my family is safe. Or I know they're not safe. I don't believe I'm safe. But I have important work to do.
Get an RV.
I believe the fight is in the UK. And I believe that I hoped, you see, with Reform.
Hey, did you get an award from a certain country east of Belarus for something? About the same time Grey Zone did, I think, if I recall correctly. I bet you that has no connection to any of this fascist shit that you're doing. Not at all.
Do you know there's not one politician since Churchill, since Sir William Gladstone, there's not one single politician that's mentioned Islam in the House of Parliament. We've had how many jihad attacks? How many terrorist attacks? Not one single person's had a discussion on Islam. No one's even allowed to talk about Islam out of 5-6% Muslim population because of the shutting down and the silencing and the criticism.
Give me a second. Cambridge discussion Islam. Can we just look at that date, please? Can we acknowledge that this was 14 years ago?
This is what he has issue with?
At Cambridge, in England. Tommy, you can't talk about Islam? Are you dumb?
House believes Islam is a threat to the West.
We are being Islam.
Is this British people?
We live in a free state.
Is this British people?
Talking about Islam?
To adhere to the rules of the debate.
Oh my
and
God.
And to argue, fact for fact.
Let's see if we can find more. Is this Mehdi Hassan talking about Islam at Oxford 11 years ago? You can't talk about Islam though. Fucking mouth breather.
In America, you've still got people who are willing to talk. I've always looked at American thought there's still brave people who can have the discussion. And this is this discussion that has to be had.
This
he means racist.
Literally a fascist doing fascist rhetoric in real time. That's what we're watching right now. And every time I'm gonna try and find something that shows that he is incorrect.
It has to be had unless you're willing to. There's 1,000 years of English history. You're just going to give it away. Christian English history. It's going to be gone.
Good.
I think Americans, you need to come and look at what London looks like now. You need to come and look at our cities. They're gone. They're never coming back. Paris is not French.
London, 1945.
Stems. Yum, 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 yum. They're like little candy pouches.
London, 2025. Wow. It looks like he's right. London has changed. You should go look at the cities. The old London of 1945 is never coming back. Those buildings will never be built from the ash again. You fucking moron. Oh, did you know demographics of a city change? Oh.
It's gone. The beautiful city of romance that you think about, it's not there anymore.
Let me live fact check. Ready? Does Paris still exist? Yes, Paris still exists.
And it's not there, it's gone. And we're not even allowed to talk about it. And then when you try and talk about it, far right, racist, extremist, Islam, all this nonsense, that power has gone.
Live fact check. Is Paris still the city of love? Yes, Paris is still widely considered the city of love. Thank you.
The monopoly they had has gone. And it's only gone.
I agree.
Who had? What monopoly?
Yes,
I agree.
Tell us. Tell us what? What exactly are you talking about? Why are you so afraid to say it publicly?
I'm with you. That's what I'm saying. If your plan
Patrick Bet David,
is,
the true
for example,
Aryan.
a guy like you've chosen to live this life. This is not a good life. It's not an appealing life. You can't sell this life to somebody else. You can't say, go live this life. You know, it's tough to stay married if you want to, you know, your 3 kids, you're not...
Hey, you can't tell people, go live this life that doesn't exist anymore because the world you grew up in doesn't exist anymore. Why are you romanticizing the past, you fascist? I wonder why it doesn't exist anymore and why you need to mythologize it in your head. This is called a reactionary.
Not seeing them. What father doesn't want to see their kids? What father doesn't want to see their wife? What father doesn't want to, you know, have talking to mom and dad, hey, you guys got to move out of the house because someone's coming knocking on your door, something can happen
tradition.
to you. This is not a life that one can sell the dream. But if you've chosen to live this life since 04 and you're a crusader of this message that you're doing, the biggest thing when people say, you know, you're Islamophobic or you're racist or any of that stuff, it's not about that. My interpretation of how I receive you is, look, if you come to my city and I have neighbors, and if I go into a city and it's run by Scientologists,
England is my city,
and the city gets better, I don't care what your religion is. If you come into a city and you're Jehovah and the economy does better, you create jobs, safer, you guys take care of your kids, you guys are...
What we are witnessing here is Patrick rationalizing out-group bias towards fascism.
I'm good with that. But
yep, you are. You're good with out-groups because you are a fascist.
The whole point is...
You are attributing problems, long-term issues set in place years ago, roughly around the time of Reagan, funnily enough. And then you are attributing the problems created by Reagan policies, reinforced in Trump's first term, doubling down in his second term on migrants. Because you are a fascist.
Is if you're coming into a city and you're bringing ruckus, chaos, crime, and you want us to adjust to you, you came to us. Well, I didn't come to America trying to change America to my leanings.
they
I
do?
came to America because America offered me what life I wanted.
And what should they do?
That's why I'm in America. I'm not in America to say, well, we got to go back and do it the way Iran did it.
Say it.
No, then go back to Iran.
There you go.
If you
Love
think
it
that
or
is
leave
such
it.
the right way and the right way to live, go
Say
there.
it.
But for a guy like you that's this
Say
level of a true
you need to
believer,
assimilate. I know that's what you mean. I know that's what you want to say, Patrick. Maybe you don't know the word.
I think you may need to either consider that. I'm sure people have already brought it up to you because, you know, and if you consider it's a point of no return, because I asked you multiple times, what do? You said, I'm this guy, I'm this. What's the solution? The one thing a lot of people don't want to talk about, Charlie Kirk tweeted something 3 days ago. And his tweet was, Islam is not compatible with Western ideology or something like that. What does he say? Islam is not compatible with Western civilization. He posted it. 66 million views?
Well, the European Court of Human Rights said in 2007, I think, that Sharia is incompatible with Western civilization.
Now look what your friend Dan says on the bottom.
I completely disagree. Yeah, of course, because he's getting paid by Iran. Of course he's gonna.
See, here's the thing.
He sees his future.
Here's where I'm at. I don't think he's getting paid by Iran, and I don't think
he's just
no. I don't think he's getting paid by Iran. I don't think you're getting paid by Israel. I think
No, you're right. He's getting paid by Russia.
his reasoning is completely different. But to me, at this age, look at the city. I've lived a lot of different places. I don't have one bad experience with somebody that's Jewish. They're always going to make money. They're very tight with their money. You can criticize them for all that stuff on how they are. But when they get into societies and places, it gets better. Yes, they want control. Yes, they want influence. Yes, they want power. Yes, they want all that stuff. Criticize them for that.
Bro, what is
when
happening?
It comes down to this, and we're seeing if it's compatible or not, a message like this, there is a lot of...
This is what happens when we don't talk about it.
How good that is that Charlie Kirk's done that.
But let me tell you, but
How good is that this tiny-faced motherfucker that just got wrecked by a blonde girl in an America t-shirt is posting about the exact thing that he just got wrecked about. Yeah, how cool. I love that he goes online to confirm his bias and reinforce his bubble after it just got shattered while he was touching grass. Kind of embarrassing for Charlie Kirk, honestly. Like, really embarrassing. Like, he should delete that tweet. It's really embarrassing.
we need to fly back, so I got to go take my family to dinner tonight. But when you look at this, you know what this really says, though? This says one thing. It says the Constitution has a challenge and a flaw in it in the U.S. Because what is it? Freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion.
Islam's, that's if you recognize it as a religion. It's an ideology. It's not just a religion.
China said it's a mental illness. You know, I don't know if you saw that or not. There were stories about...
I don't think the people genociding Muslims and using imperialism to make the Muslim world support it is a good place to quote, "You fucking psycho."
Some countries that talk about Islam is it's not a religion.
The last thing is it's a complete way of life. It's a complete way of life, and it's a danger to the West.
So is every fucking religion, you moron. Hey, John, dedicated evangelical Christians, do they never shut the fuck up about Christianity? Everything's about God. They literally never shut the fuck up about it. Yeah?
We're doing patriotism. Yeah, they're cringe.
Yeah. Okay. So would you say that it's a way of life for them? Would you say it's an ideology for them?
Yes, them specifically.
Is it a certain type of Christian? Called an evangelical? Which would have an identical version in any other religion? And therefore making this entire point irrelevant? Or because I guess because I'm not religious, I don't know.
A total danger. And that doesn't mean that individual Muslims. I try and separate Muslims from Islam because most Muslims don't follow the scripture to the word. But the scripture to the word is going to bring big problems. I think 4 times as many British Muslims joined ISIS and fought for the British military. 40,000 British Muslims on a terror watch list. 40,000. These aren't small numbers. If you look at the numbers of Muslims that want Sharia law, look at their views, it's massively problematic. And we're just sitting there waiting for it to get so big and so bad that it's irreversible. And it's only going to take brave people like that talking out.
Notice that he said that Britain was a Christian country. It's almost like it's one extremist cult fighting with another extremist cult over influence in the country. Wow, it's almost like we've seen this before, and both sides should be mocked into irrelevance. Especially you.
So speaking up,
like the fact that anybody takes this guy seriously is impressive to how stupid people are.
Brave people speaking up and educating. I think most Muslims are naive of the agenda of Islam.
Oh my God.
Because many Muslims treat their religion like a buffet.
Don't worry, peasant Muslim. I know more than you. I will help you. I am the white Christian savior.
It's me, Islam understander.
Like, they take the good bits and then...
I agree. I had an assistant of mine that was, like right now, a couple of my favorite people in the company. I like to go to dinner, have conversations with them. They're Muslim, but they're nice people, family, good, all that. So my assistant, who was 9 months, was my assistant, one of the funniest guys in the world. He was Muslim, and we sit there and talk about it. Probably the sweetest assistant I ever had. He was the sweetest guy. Some guys you can use the word sweet?
Yeah.
You very rarely use the word sweet with a guy. This guy was a sweet guy. Now, he was a surfer. He was a regular guy. He wasn't deep into it to know what's going on. But to me, when you see things like this taking place, Charlie tweets something like that, more and more people are starting to talk about this. And you see a guy like you that just got out 10 days ago, we're sitting having a conversation, a place like UK, I would only encourage you to consider what it would look like if you did get involved, because the reality of it is history can't be written without UK having influence in a major part of world history. You can't go to study world history without reading a bunch about
just
the
a
influence
soundbite
of
of Ben Shapiro saying
UK
kill the
did.
president?
Good, bad, ugly, but it's part of
Did
history.
I make
we
that?
all got it, right? So to me, when someone's a true believer like you, from the moment you walked in, you were on the edge. The moment you walked in,
I love Hitler.
it's not like this is an act. 25 years old, you're sitting there with that one journalist, whatever the guy's name is, you're going back and forth.
They're both pretty good options.
You've been like this and so forth with your niece, your second cousin, 13 years old. But it's great having a conversation with you right now. I'm glad we were able to make this work. We're going to put the link to the book, Enemy of the State, that they can get now on Amazon as well. And all the books, right?
Books are on trbooks.co.uk.
TR Book.
TR Book.
Don't give this piece of shit money. Like this guy should be homeless, begging for money.
Books.co.uk. They're the books. And the new and TR Films that'll be up by the time this goes out. trfilms.co.uk will be on my documentary.
trfilms.com?
.co.uk.
.co.uk.
And the thing is, for anyone watching,
these are the ones that he's about to prime you to not believe the information about. He falsely accused somebody, was told to retract it, said no, got charged with contempt of court, and got put in prison. And he was grifting off of that as like a political prisoner, but he literally did it himself. He did it on purpose, and he did it mostly to get arrested and put in jail. Like, it was a political stunt. This guy is a all-and-out piece of shit.
What's him?
Put that link below, Rob, in the chat so they have
And
it.
let's not forget that he started a race riot by
Yeah,
blaming
yeah.
an immigrant for a crime.
And Asmongold was
by a British person.
literally spouting the fucking propaganda for him too.
Yep. Revolting.
They have it as well in the description and comment section.
whilst everything's so negative, I've also never felt so positive. The public are ready. Our country's ready. I was talking about this 15 years ago. People didn't want to listen. People weren't listening. And I've watched all the other countries have their populist...
Do I need to bring up the Cambridge video from 14 years ago?
rising. I've watched it started with Brazil. It started with India and Modi. Then I watched Trump. Then I'm watching all these European nations. I think it's coming. It has to come, and the public are awake now more than ever. But we need, as you said, I always thought if we can change the culture, you change the politics. So we want to build a cultural movement based on identity, because we've lost our identity. It's gone.
This is the worst weapon ever for globalists.
Do you think Patrick Bet David knows he's talking to a Nazi?
You think Tommy Robinson knows he's talking to a Nazi?
Hey, PBD. Great convo with
Are you aware that this guy's a Nazi?
Funded Nazi, brother. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed live fact-checking this dumb cunt. Love your content. Love your content, baby. Was that too aggressive?
An establishment. They hate this weapon. This right here exposed all of them. Before this...
It literally didn't. It's literally disinformation, you fucking moron. You are the prime target for fucking propaganda. You are so disturbingly susceptible to it. It's incredible. And that's not saying that I'm not. But I will always come out of it from now on. I've changed.
This came out
promise.
20 years ago.
Total control.
Total control. They hate this invention that came out. Hate it.
That's right. Yeah, after Trump.
It's so funny. Because they're literally praising tech and tech monopolies. The very people that they fucking complain about. It's so funny. Fucking idiots.
Trump got elected. That's why they then took back control. They realised they took back control. So Nick Clegg was put in charge of Facebook. That was our old deputy prime minister. He's just been replaced, right, by Dana White of Facebook. So I'm still deleted from Facebook. I'm still deleted by all these social. I've never done anything. I've never been tried by a court. Totally censored. YouTube turned us back on last week.
Excuse me? Tommy Robinson sentencing. Wow. Tommy, what's this? Tommy Robinson jailed for 18 months after admitting contempt of court. It seems like you have been tried by a court. It seems like you have, in fact, done that exact thing. Oh, and what's this? You got found in contempt of court for repeating false allegations against a Syrian refugee? Let's see if that silence document... Oh, what's this? The false claims were repeated by Robinson in interviews with figures like Gareth Icke, son of conspiracy theorist David Icke, in a film made by Robinson entitled Silenced. Very cool. Very, very cool, Tommy. Wow. Let's hear that in instant replay.
Control.
Total control. They hate this invention that came out. Hate it.
That's right. Yeah, after Trump got elected, that's why they then took back control. They realised they took back control. So Nick Clegg was put in charge of Facebook. That was our old deputy prime minister. He's just been replaced, right, by Dana White of Facebook. So I'm still deleted from Facebook. I'm still deleted by all these social. I've never done anything. I've never been tried by a court. Totally censored.
Wow. How interesting. Bet you there's no reason you would be lying about that. Trying to legitimize your own bullshit information and Russian-funded misinformation bullshit. Yeah, no. Definitely no monetary motivation here either. No. Definitely not. No. The totally legitimate human being with genuine intentions here. 100%.
YouTube turned us back on last week, so we'll see how that goes.
Well, you keep doing what you're doing, because guess what the audience can do? They can sit there, agree with you, disagree with you, but one thing they will definitely do is that documentary out there, the BBC guy Sweeney really get fired? Is that really happen? Let me go look at that video. They're going to be forced to research on their own.
The what?
The what?
What in the fuck is that?
People who are asking, they are just searching the India-Pakistan tags and stuff.
And anyone watches this, if you follow me on my YouTube, it's Tommy Robinson Online. And yeah, I'm grateful to Elon Musk for giving us back my voice. I've obviously, yeah, because you know how hard it is. You know when you're trying to progress.
A copyright there? I don't care, to be completely honest. Fuck copyright.
It's a message.
Of course.
And then you're censored.
Of course.
And you're doing the most important work you've ever done on the most important issue you've ever done. On my 5-part series.
I'll care about copyright when YouTube fixes their fucking damn CA system. Oh, well, is the big media corporation suing the YouTuber? Then fuck the big media corporation. Like, fuck them. They're probably crying about fair use.
Series on the Rape of Britain, and you're not reaching anyone.
Do you have any thoughts on the Musk Trump thing or no?
On the Musk Trump thing?
Yeah.
I've been flying. I've come here. I'm not sure fully or looked at everything.
Got it.
Do you know what I have? My thoughts are. I know what it's like to feel under pressure. I know it's like to feel under attack.
You're such a victim.
They both must felt so much pressure and under attack. Everything that's gone on with Tesla, everything that's gone on with the attacks against Elon Musk. I look at both of them and think Donald Trump didn't have to step into the political arena. Donald Trump was a billionaire.
Why don't you join fucking Edward Snowden over in Moscow, you fuckwit?
And he was loved by everyone. And he put himself in the firing line, where he will forever be in that firing.
Well, that fucking David, whatever the fuck his name is, I found another Russian shill. American dude just in Russia shilling for the Russian government. Get a job shilling for the Russian government. You can do your bullshit propaganda from there and distribute it to the West. You didn't need to be here. Fuck off back to the place that pays you, you fuckwit. Go to your white nationalist fucking utopia. Russia.
And he done that for the love of America.
Join the Russian imperial movement. They'll love you.
Okay. And now look at Elon Musk. And he stepped in and done the same. That's why I have utmost admiration for anyone who steps into that fire line when they simply didn't have to. So I hope for America, everything's sorted out for them. I hope there's an awakening in America. People need to realise the issue of free speech, and I hope one day I get to come and visit America.
When you do, we will send an open invitation to come to the office. And
I changed my mind. I hope he does, because if something's going to happen, it'll be in America.
do another one live in Florida.
My name's Tommy Robinson. I'm a citizen journalist. And for my work, I've become an...
They're a news media company? If they're a news media company demanding massive subscriptions to use clips, fuck them. Fuck those guys.
Enemy of the British state.
Shut up, fuckhead. Alright, we're done. You gonna keep streaming?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, totally on the YouTuber side. Fuck those guys. Like, Indian media companies must make so much money. They got 1.3 billion fucking people as a media audience. Fuck yeah. Fuck their subscriptions. Losers. Yeah, probably. Of course I gotta support the company, but like, go through YouTube. Just use their clips anyway. Alright. I'm gonna head off.
Yeah.
If you are still playing,
I'll still
when I
be
get back. I'll jump on.
Yeah, I'll just keep streaming, but I'll put videos on with my laptop.
Okay. It works. Because there was 2 here that I wanted to watch. One of those, like, I'm a Westerner living in China. And the F-16 taking down the Su-35. So I guess we can watch those when I get back. Anyway. Goodbye.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Syria.
Thank you, Syria.
So quiet because I turned down the music for video. You motherfucker. Okay.
ever since I went to Ukraine last July 2024 with my wife for the honeymoon and for the final mission I did there. I started writing this book and it's ready now, ready for you. It's already in the United States or in Europe, wherever you are in the world, you can get it. Just check the link in the description at aistore.com/book and go and get this book for yourself. Now, here is everything I did in Ukraine, even some secret missions that I couldn't talk about then, but we can talk about now, since there are cooperation missions with GUR and SBU in this book. By the way, this guy right here, the leader of the SBU Alpha group. So go and have fun, read it, and you'll know everything I did in Ukraine with your help, since you donated to all of these 8 missions in Ukraine. Go and get it. Links in the description below. We begin today with fantastic news and a first in history, because a Ukrainian F-16 managed to shoot down a Russian Su-35. Now, a Ukrainian F-16 is an old plane. It is a previous, almost 2 generations ago plane. Actually, it is 2 generations ago. A Russian Su-35, though, is one of their newest fighter bombers they have, and F-16 shot it down. We now know how it happened. Don't worry, we also have visual confirmation, because if you look at this video, this actually comes from a Russian chopper pilot who flies circles around the place where the Su-35 landed or crash landed, was knocked out cold. This is what it looks like. The strike took place near the Russian border in Kursk with support from Swedish Saab 340 aircraft that provided real-time targeting data. Now, this is the early warning and control aircraft of the Swedish Saab company that can see air targets up to several hundred kilometers away without the air target spotting it, and it can communicate with the F-16 in real time. So this is how they found the Su-35, and this is how they targeted it. Experts call it a breakthrough. The Swedish AWACS system enabled F-16 to strike before the Su-35 even knew it was under attack. If Ukraine keeps neutralizing Russian aviation and missile systems, the war could finally shift in Ukraine's favor. Now, I have to say also, let's bring the feedback to the ground. This was a very dangerous interaction because the F-16 used an AMRAAM missile. The range of that missile is not long enough to do that regularly. If you put Ukrainian F-16s regularly, even at the range of the AMRAAM missiles, still they are too close to Russian anti-air defense capabilities and Russian fighters. In the end, unfortunately, statistics show that they will lose F-16s if they would do these kind of missions regularly. But this specific one is a massive success. So the Su-35 is a multi-role 4++ generation fighter jet. It's equipped with Al-41F-1S engines with thrust vectoring for high maneuverability and modern avionics, including its radar that can detect targets up to 400 kilometers away. Well, it couldn't detect the F-16. The aircraft can carry up to 8,000 kilograms of weapons, including air-to-air and air-to-ground missiles. It's considered the transitional models between the Su-27 and the 5th generation Su-57, which doesn't exist and it never will. And here is another video of the Su-35 burning on the ground, which is always a beautiful sight to see, and it's a very nice sight to see. My friends, a lot of people tend to reach out to me to learn how to express or communicate their ideas into the form of full-length videos like I do. The kind you've always wanted to create in the most seamless, intuitive way possible, irrespective of whatever skill level you are at. In-video AI enables you to do just that.
Cringe.
Deep learning curves that only solve parts of your video creation process. InVideo is the creative partner that you have always wanted. It removes all friction and puts you in the director's seat, letting users focus entirely on their vision and their idea, while InVideo AI does all the heavy lifting. You can try InVideo AI for free. This will save you hundreds of dollars that you would otherwise spend on editing, animating, and other production costs. Thank you, InVideo AI, for sponsoring today's video. But my friends, this is not the only shocking news of today. This is not the only first, because there is the Operation Spiderweb 2.0. This is, of course, the Spiderweb 1st of June attack 1.0, where Ukrainian cheap FPVs took out 1/3 of Russia's nuclear-capable bomber fleet. Well, it turns out that wasn't the only Spiderweb operation. This information comes from a Russian Telegram channel, and they claim, I'll read it to you, this is insane. Since I have no photos or videos for you, but the Russians themselves are chattering about this, you know, I'll make it up to you to decide if this is true. If it is, it will blow your mind. Another unthinkable F-up by our special services. There is no point in remaining silent anymore. The enemy destroyed a locomotive with tanks and dozens of armored vehicles. At some point, hatches through which grain is poured began to fly off from railway containers, such as hoppers or grain trucks. While they were moving, it was through them that drones flew out and attacked the equipment it was located on the platform, cars. What a genius came up with the idea of combining a train of equipment with grain trucks. It's a mystery. As well as how the SBU managed to hide drones there is also unknown, but the result was this. The first blow was delivered to the locomotive, after which the train began to lose speed and was stopped. The enemy destroyed most of the equipment without a hindrance. Operation Spiderweb 2.0. Let's exactly look at what the SBU claims they destroyed. 1 railway locomotive, 13 tanks, 7 artillery systems, and 103 units of automotive and armored equipment, 10 fuel tank cars carrying an estimated 150 to 72,000 gallons of fuel. There's no photos or videos, as I said before. I mean, SBU has a habit of releasing them slowly, bit by bit, to keep the informational war, keep the informational aspect, the effect of these missions as long as possible, to release it slowly. So now we still get new footage about the June the 1st attack against the bombers. We haven't gotten anything about this. But yeah, Russia uses trains and train platforms. They just put their cars and artillery on top of it, they strap them down and they move them around. And they had some grain carts or grain hoppers on the same train. I don't know why, Russians don't know why, but this is where the Ukrainian SBU hid their drones and hit the entire train, starting with the locomotive. And you can see it on this losses chart, the SBU actually reports it. 166 vehicles and fuel tanks, 52 troop-carrying AFVs, and 15 tanks. That's a beautiful sight to see for any Monday for anyone. Another news, my friends, connected to Spiderweb 1.0. Now we have another reaction from Russia. How are they reacting if 1/3 of their expensivest and rarest planes are blown to smithereens? Well, Russia moved Tu-160 bombers 6,600 kilometers from Ukraine to Anadyr. Just 500 kilometers from the US
Level 5
border.
cadet bringing
It
mines.
did so after Ukraine's June 1st drone strike wrecked 41 aircraft. Don't matter if it's 41 or 20, it's as bad, equally as bad. 7 billion loss forced Moscow to pull surviving jets, not jets, bombers, to the edge of Alaska. The thing is that Russian nuclear strategic aviation thinks that their bombers are safer, almost hugging the United States border. It's ironic and funny. These bombers were created with the sole fact of striking the United States with nuclear warheads. That's nuclear bombs. That's why they exist. And now their safest place is close to the United States border, as far as physically away from Ukraine as possible. Satellite images from June 4th showed the Tu-160 Anadyr runaway. That aircraft hadn't appeared here for months. The base previously held no strategic bombers. Russia didn't send the bomber there to launch attacks, it sent it to protect it. Anadyr has no permanent road access, only 230 kilometers of a planned 2,300 kilometer highway exists. Ukraine's Operation Spiderweb, and that's where it all began. I mean, Russians cannot protect their long-range aviation. They have to bring it close to the United States border, because honestly, it's safer there than the Ukrainian border. If you would say this 40 years ago in the 80s, say it to Brezhnev in the 80s, the Tu-6s and T-95Ms will be 500 kilometers from Alaska border stationed there because it's safer there. Brezhnev would die right there and then. Now, my friends, a little bit of a gift for you and your Monday to make your week. I introduce you to another Russian invention that we haven't seen. Almost weekly we get these new inventions because Russians really are inventive when it comes to crappy technology. In this case, they took a bathtub, painted it green, and made this motorcycle thing out of it. I mean, this is clearly a bathtub, but hey, it works. If you want yourself to be eliminated as fast as possible on the front, yeah, this is what they will go to assault with. There's one seat, there's another seat at the back, and 2 or 3 Russian troops can be in the bathtub. So this is transportation for half a squad.
Ooh,
in the Russian army. Half a squad is transported by this one magical vehicle right here to their elimination. Now let's take a brief visit to the Crimean Bridge, because last week Ukraine attacked the Crimea, or didn't attack, but exploded a beautiful, nice little explosive. If I say little, I mean 1,000 kilograms of TNT on the foundation of the railway bridge. And now how will the Russians react to it? Well, I'm glad you asked, because we see them deploying 2-layered anti-marine drone defense systems. There was 1 layer before, now there's another layer added. They will just put as many layers as possible to defend this bridge. They're almost desperate actually at this point. But I have to mention it does work. Ukrainian marine drones have attacked these barricades, and unfortunately they're quite hard to destroy with marine drones. It takes quite a lot of them, and if you have to use 5 or 6, it's quite expensive also to destroy this quite cheap barricade. So they do work, but the fact that there's so many of them and Russians with all their weapons cannot protect the bridge in any other way than deploying these water barricades is a bit ironic and funny, but they do work. Now, traffic on the Crimean Bridge has always been very chaotic throughout this war. Every time something happens in Crimea, they close this bridge by turning it into a parking lot, because it will, all 20 clicks of it or 15, however long it is, it will be filled with cars, because it's a frequently used bridge, and if anything goes kaboom next to it, and it always does with Ukrainian drones, everybody has to stand on this bridge for hours, sometimes over a day, and this is the case right now also. People crossing this bridge already know that crossing these 15 clicks might take them tens of hours sometimes, and they never know when. Also, like I mentioned in the previous video, Ukraine managed to turn this attack, Operation Spiderweb, and perhaps now Operation Spiderweb 2.0 with the trains, they managed to turn it into something much more than it was. See, it was an attack with drones against military hardware, like planes and tanks and everything. But now it has been turned into a massive paranoia in Russian security services heads, because FSB is supposed to take care of internal security also in Russia to, ruin plans like that. They couldn't do it. So heads will roll. They are responsible for it in the eyes of Putin. So now they are checking every truck. These are trucks going in and out of Crimea. The list, the traffic jam, it's endless. It's days worth of it. You have to wait days in this line to get in and out of the peninsula, slowing down logistics, slowing down businesses, cutting revenues. It's just bad for everything if this kind of paranoia exists and every truck needs to be checked by an understaffed FSB and security service forces. So Ukraine managed to heighten this paranoia in Russia, which I think it's genius. But now, my friends, I want to introduce you to a Ukrainian farmer. Where is this farmer, you might ask? I only see artillery shooting. Well, look again, here it is. This was a Ukrainian forward artillery position shooting at Russian lines, and next to it, 200 meters away, there's a Ukrainian farmer. I don't know what he's doing, because it's not the time yet to be cutting anything, but I guess he's turning over the soil to, you know, air it and get it ready for reaping the crops, sowing the crops, sorry. But I mean, it's war zone. There's probably mines on this field. There's artillery, active artillery shooting right here. But Ukrainian farmers have to live. Their income comes from these fields. So it's life or death for them anyway. You might as well plant your crops and sow it and reap it at the end of the season. By the way, my friends, did you know that out of 12 million people living in Moscow city, about 1.5 to 2 of them are Muslims? So a very massive percentage of these. I mean, you might think, oh yeah, Moscow, it's only Russian. No, it's not. It's not. Even if we don't talk about Muslims, there's a lot of Central Asian people living there. Dagestan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, all people from there, they go to work in Moscow. So out of 12 million people living in Moscow, Moscow is surprisingly multicultural, and it's not Russian. It's everything else but Russian. In this video, for example, you can see tens of thousands of these Muslims who recently held a prayer together in Moscow. You might think this is London or something, but no, it's Moscow. There's a lot of, we're talking, over 1 million Muslims living in Moscow who are not Russians at all, who are Dagestani, who are Chechen, and many other areas, Muslim areas or Muslim countries. And why I'm talking about this, because religious tensions in Moscow and in Russia are on the rise. Here, for example, we see Moscow's Christian anti-Muslim marches that demand Kadyrovite Abdialaudinov being punished and a Russian priest being reinstated, because a certain Russian priest criticized Muslims in Russia, and he was taken, down from the clerics. Sorry, I lack words here. The thing is, Russian Orthodox Church is the hand-lengthening power structure of FSB. So FSB has every interest to keep Chechnya under control. Then they have to show some kind of respect to the Chechen Muslims. Abdialaudinov is one, the most powerful one in Moscow. He's Kadyrov's friend. So Christian priest Gabriel criticized Muslims, and he was immediately removed from the clerkhood. And now this is a march for the Christian priest to be reinstated. And this is a very anti-Muslim march. So these tensions are very real. They have been pushed down ever since the last Chechen war, the last one in the 90s, end of the 90s. But they will blow again. They will. Just another footage for you. Moscow, all of these are Muslims. Muslim population is massive. You wouldn't imagine. Look at that. I mean, they have mosques there. You wouldn't imagine how massive they are. How massive population of Muslims are in Moscow and in Russia in general. All right, my friends, I know you've been waiting for it. In every video, I show you what Ukrainian drones struck, and they did strike something again in the last 2 days. Cheboksary, Russian Federation, and this is 1,000 kilometers away from Ukraine. And this plant makes electronic parts for the S-300, S-400 systems, even supposedly the Armata tank, which doesn't exist in only like 20 prototypes do. But let's watch the video. A family gathers on their panelka to watch outside the beautiful fireworks in Russia are happening. And what happens? They catch a rare moment of a Ukrainian wild looted drone connecting to the plant. Wow, exported freedom into Russia. This is the only glimpse of democracy they will get. But this is beautiful. As you can see from the video itself, the plant is burning. Not gonna work anytime soon. Here is another video of another Russian woman standing on her panelka roof or window, just saying war and bad words. Just saying war, why not, blad, why not? It's funny how the commentary of them is always very simple, very filthy, and so Russian. Anyway, she sees the drone and is like, I'm out of here. Bye, I'm leaving. There was another attack. At least 5 explosions occurred in Novomoskovsk, which means New Moscow, pretty much Novomoskovsk, Tula region in Russia. Residents heard between 5 to 8 explosions. Local telegram channels write that one of the drones hit the Azot chemical plant. Information is being clarified. But only about 3 weeks ago, I remember covering this, Ukraine attacked this chemical plant. These plants are massive in Russia, massive areas. So you gotta attack them multiple times. Honestly, I think this Azot chemical plant has been attacked once a month in 2025. But the footage is again beautiful, and it comes from true Russian citizens who gift us with this beautiful footage, filming how Ukrainian drones dismantle their industrial complex. Now we go to another attack that happened in last Thursday. I reported it on Friday. Now we have more information about it. Now I reported it was an Iskander missile complex being destroyed, but Russians themselves report that it was one Mi-8 and Mi-35 helicopters at Bryansk airfield. Now it doesn't matter which ones they are, it's really bad. I mean, if it's the choppers or if it's the Iskander. The thing for the Russians is, it's really embarrassing for them that Ukrainians are capable of just destroying their military hardware at will. So they usually choose a less expensive or less rare weapon system that was destroyed. Something they have to admit to. They say, okay, maybe it was an Mi-8. Perhaps it was an Iskander. For Russians, it's more important to save face than to actually change the fact that it might have been Iskander. And of course, we couldn't get away from this without showing Ukrainian looted drones in Moscow. Of course, Russian citizens filming them for us once again. Now, this happened June the 7th, 2 days ago, flying on the suburbs of Moscow, hunting military industrial factories. And we see 3 different kinds of long-range drones. Lute was the first, and this is a different one. Look at the triangular shape. This is not a Lute drone, but Ukraine has many different long-range drones in mass production that they send to Moscow to deliver presents. Now we go to the Russo-Ukrainian border, and Russians did something really bad there. I mean, this is nasty. When there were Istanbul talks, now the peace talks are over, thank God. They were horrible, and it was all like show for Trump. But they settled one thing. They Russian and Ukrainian side, they agreed to exchange fallen soldiers' bodies. Now they put a certain date to it. 1,200 bodies of fallen Ukrainian soldiers that Russia would give them back. Certain date was set. But what Russia did is they brought all of these bodies 2 days before. I mean, if you have a certain date, I mean, you have to have infrastructure and people ready to receive over 1,000 deceased soldiers. If you bring them 2 days before, imagine what can happen in the heat of Ukraine when you have 1,000 of these bodies in one place and Ukrainians cannot receive them because the date was supposed to be in 2 days. And Russians immediately turned it into massive informational campaign against the Ukrainians, saying that we brought these bodies, but Ukrainians don't want to receive them. They're making news videos about them, and these bodies are actually right here on these trucks, filled to the brink. It's nasty. It's as nasty and it's as low as the Russians get. But the thing is, it was supposed to be in 2 days, but the trucks are there now, and Ukraine now is forced to scramble everybody to be able to receive them. But Russia just wants to produce for internal propaganda that they brought these bodies as a goodwill gesture, while in fact it was all scheduled with the Istanbul talks. It was all agreed upon, only Russia breached it by now making these propaganda videos and stunts here. And yes, Ukraine will also return bodies to Russia. Now for the final news of today, we get reports from Russian Black Sea Fleet sailors. Russians started to look into why there are so much malfunctions in the vessels of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Most of the Black Sea Fleet vessels are in port. They don't want to go out because ever since Ukraine released their drones onto the Black Sea, everything that moves will be sunk. Ukraine controls the majority of the Black Sea. So why are Russian vessels having these malfunctions if they're not even sailing? Russian Black Sea Fleet submarines based in Novorossiysk are reportedly suffering from constant mechanical breakdowns. What's going on? Which are being blamed on sabotage. The suspected culprits, however, are not Ukrainians, but the fleet's own personnel. Wow, what a surprise there. Russian Telegram channel reports that according to a source, since the beginning of 2024, constant breakdowns have been occurring on submarines of the Black Sea Fleet of the Russian Federation. Because of this, all ships of the Black Sea Fleet are sent for inspection. More interesting is the reason for what happened. It is not Ukrainian saboteurs who are under suspicion, but the personnel of the fleet. According to the source, over 50 minor incidents occurred on the submarine Kolpina and Krasnodar over the year, which slowed down their scheduled and combat work. The most common is leak in the fuel cylinder. And we can even see the photo of it. I mean, this is obviously man-made and there's no Ukrainians on this submarine. I mean, that would be pretty much impossible. For Ukrainians, it would be easier to use a torpedo or underwater drone to take out these submarines. This is Russian sailors who don't want to be deployed on a submarine onto the Black Sea because they're afraid of Ukrainian maritime drones, which again shows you that you have this weapon system, a maritime drone, but the fear it puts in the enemy's head is enough for them to destroy their own ships. Just a small leak in the fuel cylinder, the whole ship has to be checked for days, for months to find this leak. And they find it, they fix it, it's so easy to make that again. So yeah, they don't want to go. They're not, if you know the coast of the Black Sea, it's mostly a paradise. If you're a Russian sailor in Novorossiysk, you don't want to be deployed onto the Black Sea, which is controlled by Ukrainian drones. You want to stay in the port, you want to have fun with the casinos there and the kurort areas and their strip clubs, whatever they do there. Russian sailors do not want to be in these Russian death cans underwater. They will sabotage their own vessels before they go. Alright my friends, this was the video for today, but I urge you again, go and get 8 missions in Ukraine. This book has been in the works for a year and a half. It has been written and rewritten. So much hard work went into it. It's in 2 languages. This is in English. This is for you. The Estonian one is only in Estonian, don't worry about that. This is for you, my friends. It was created for you to show what exactly happened with the 8 missions that you funded. Everything that you funded is here with details. If you have any kind of batches from any kind of missions, then you want to read this book because it's part of your doing also. Go and check it out, links in the description below. Also, if you have friends who you want to open up why we're fighting this war, why this is a black and white conflict, a good and evil, this book will open it up for them. Go and get it. Until my next video, my friends, Slava Ukraini, and bye bye. Thank you InVideo AI for sponsoring today's video.
If there's one country out there that I hate as much as America, Britain and France, it's gotta be the United Arab Emirates. I'm the #1 hater of the UAE, but this video isn't just about why I hate the UAE, it's about Sudan, British colonization, and Arabian imperialism. Although this is gonna be a very serious historical video, I'ma keep and continue trashing the UAE, and I'm hoping you join in too. When I was an undergrad, I would often find myself wandering through libraries, looking for cool history books to read. One day I stumbled onto the most peculiar book. It was called something like The Making of Dubai, From Deserts to Skyscrapers. To a lot of white people, like the author of that book, or Adam something, Dubai and the Gulf states in general are seen as peak modernization in the Middle East. The puzzling question both Adam someone and this random old historian chased after were, how did Dubai become like this?
Slavery.
It was deserts in the 1910s and now towers? What? How did this happen? How is it all possible? I aim to answer all of these very puzzling questions, but if you think you already know the answer, write it below. And make sure you like and subscribe for more history videos. Become my Nakama. I'm currently gathering a crew of 10,000 pirates to find the One Piece. Any support is appreciated. For those who are curious, thinking I'm gonna drag the mystery of how Dubai went from a desert to whatever this is, the answer is slavery. It's slavery. the present day, few living in the West ever question how their societies have been able to advance at such an astronomical pace. Few ever question or care about how they're able to enjoy all the benefits their society provides them. A simple set of reasoning is able to halt most serious thought while simultaneously providing a justification to why the global south has continued to become poorer and poorer. White Westerners tend to claim Western nations are simply rich and prosperous thanks to capitalism, the Industrial Revolution, and a secret missing ingredient, while global south nations are simply poor. It's like they were born poor. In the past, white people rationalized this head-scratching divide by analyzing the difference between a civilized society and what they deemed as an uncivilized society. These white and literally diseased people based the definition of civilized on a European ideal. The society had to be white, Christian, and if the society lacked these civilized features, they were deemed as applicable for conquest and colonization. I mean, they had to be civilized. Those ancient beliefs linger, because when a white person like Mr. Beast looks at Africa, they see a barbarous, primitive place that is ripe for exploitation. The image of a poor global south has been imprinted into the psyches of white people, but it's a myth, a lie. Yellow Printy explains it better in his 1986 lecture.
But that expropriation of the third world has been going on for 400 years, brings us to another revelation, namely that the third world is not poor. You don't go to poor countries to make money. There are very few poor countries in this world. Most countries are rich. The Philippines are rich. Brazil is rich. Mexico is rich. Chile is rich. Only the people are poor. But there's billions to be made there, to be carved out and to be taken. There's been billions for 400 years. The capitalist European and North American powers have carved out and taken the timber, the flax, the hemp, the cocoa, the rum, the tin, the copper, the iron, the rubber, the bauxite, the slaves, and the cheap labor. They have taken out of these countries. These countries are not underdeveloped, they're overexploited.
Even before Yellow Printy emerged, before he had his epic battles with microphones, Walter Rodney wrote how Europe underdeveloped Africa in 1972. And before Walter Rodney, in 1917, Vladimir Lenin wrote and explained how imperialism is the most advanced form of capitalism. So the head-scratching, puzzling question of how did Dubai become like this isn't really a grand mystery, but it is for racists. Racists who think iDubbbz are these primitive people who can't build shit and only have the capacity for destruction.
Arabs only
the Gulf
like
states
to
and Saudi
blow shit
Arabia
up.
were able to speed run their modernization because they received aid from the West while importing European imperial tactics to maintain their slave states. The contrast between a rich imperialist nation and an exploited African nation brings us to present-day Sudan. Like in occupied Palestine, there is a genocide in Sudan. The genocide is being committed by the UAE-backed Rapid Support Forces who have seized Western Sudan to mine gold. They have killed, murdered, starved, displaced 11 million people and underdeveloped an entire region so that Dubai can continue to be a city of gold. On January 7th, 2025, after 2 years since the Sudanese genocide began, the Biden administration finally acknowledged that there's a genocide in Sudan. They've placed sanctions on the RSF, but the root issue is dismissed. The UAE, like Israel, remains unpunished. Although this video will cover a dual history, the heart of this video is Sudan. Let this be a reminder for those who are apathetic, those who dismiss the plights of Africa, that the people of Africa are deserving of peace, dignity, and liberation.
俺はこの世界を変えてみせる。自由のため共に戦う意志のある者はこの船に乗れ。
The way this guy is speaking is not for me. I know, but you know this. There's gotta be
I
other
also
fucking
believe that a crucial part of
cringe
fighting
videos on this channel.
imperialism is stopping people from dick riding the UAE.
Because like he's not
Stop
wrong, but
supporting
also
the UAE.
the
and
way he
instead
comes to the
help
conclusions,
people
you're just
of
like, oh
Sudan.
no.
In respects to the Sudanese people, we begin the story in Sudan, and not in the filthy, rotten slave states. Bilad Sudan has a long and turbulent history. It was and still is a land filled with a diverse people. The north and the south differed greatly. The north had closer ties to the Islamic world. The majority there were Muslims who spoke Arabic. The south and the west were populated by different tribes who practiced their own indigenous religions. Like Palestine, Sudan was not a barren, empty land. Rather, it was a land that was known by the Islamic world. Even though they did kind of give it a racist name. I mean, who came up with Bilad Sudan, the land of the blacks? Regardless of the name, the different tribes and people were not unified when the Egyptians invaded in the 1820s. This era is often referred to as the rule of Ar-Turki, where the Egyptians, like the British after them, exploited Sudanese labor. After 60 years of rule, the Sudani people revolted against their Egyptian occupiers in 1881. The man who led the revolt went by Al-Mahdi, which for those who don't know, like I'm gonna pull you aside for a quick aside, in Islam it's believed that around the time of the Day of Judgment, Al-Mahdi would arrive. It's claimed that he's a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad. In Sudanese history, however, there have been a lot of self-proclaimed Mahdis. But Muhammad al-Mahdi fought and successfully liberated most of Sudan from Egyptian rule. Now this could have been a slightly wonderful story if first Muhammad al-Mahdi wasn't such a terrible ruler who oppressed Coptic Christians, and if the British didn't invade Egypt in 1882 and placed General Gordon as Governor General in Khartoum, North Sudan. In 1882, as these white British-loving historians try to illustrate it, Mahdi forces attacked Khartoum, where Governor Gordon was stationed. Gordon was killed, and the British were expelled from Sudan. The battle and the victory was a small one, but it delivered a humiliating blow to the image of the mighty British Empire. For almost 6 years, Britain spewed propaganda of these savages who murdered Gordon. The British, who were enjoying luxury from underdeveloping Africa and colonizing the world, wanted revenge for Gordon. Britain, for those who don't know, is all the way over here, right? They wanted to bring law and order to Sudan, bring civilization, teach these so-called barbarous savages the meaning of civilization. Most of these rationales were smokescreens, but some of the genocidal level of violence inflicted in 1896 did stem from wanting revenge for Gordon. The scholar Michelle Gordon highlights two reasons why Britain invaded and colonized Sudan. The first is one most British historians use to justify Britain's part in colonizing Africa, in that Britain only colonized Africa to protect its sphere from the French and other European colonial powers. While this is true, it doesn't explain or justify Britain's genocidal violence. The second and the most true was that Britain and its colonial officers were humiliated by the Mahdi's victory. Michelle Gordon, however, adds a third: racism and white supremacy. The belief that the British were superior resulted in a pattern of genocide. Gordon's book covers 3 cases of genocide: Malay, Sierra Leone, and Sudan. In all these colonies, Michelle uncovers that the British enjoyed massacring and killing Africans. It was the British way. The 1889 Anglo-Egyptian invasion of Sudan was not a war, it was a genocide. Massacre after massacre followed. as the British hooked machine guns to trains. Sudanese people were starved by a British blockade. The wounded were hunted down and shot. Illegal ammunition was used, the type that exploded people. Finally, the British looted and plundered Sudan. In the eyes of the Sudanese, the true savages, the true barbarians were the blood-soaked British. The general in charge of the blood and the death was Herbert Kitchener, a man whose motto was to win a war as fast as possible, regardless of the brutality. In fact, international law was waived throughout Africa. See, law, this European invention, couldn't be applied here, since the Europeans were fighting against savages. By 1899, Sudan was completely colonized by the British. They set up an Anglo-Egyptian condominium, but in reality, Egypt had no power. Although these British historians write about what a flowery time this all was, Britain used prisoners of war as slaves to build infrastructure and colonized Sudan. They built all of the government buildings, the governor's building, and the train tracks in the hellish heat. The British didn't care if POWs died while working, for that was the British way, a British tradition. Although Walter Rodney does not have a specific chapter on Sudan, his book and the many cases within it apply to how Britain crushed any political organization and underdeveloped Sudan, both politically and economically. See, the Sudanese were children. They were babies. The matters of the colonized state fell onto the adults, the rational, civilized British. The genocidal violence inflicted in 1896 most likely instilled a deep fear in Sudan. To rise and fight, to defy the British, meant to be massacred. Further, like French Algeria, Britain instilled and brutally taught that the Sudanese were uncivilized, and thus had to become more British to graduate into the rank of civilized. And so many Sudanese people looked up to these white men who were colonizing them. This is why Frantz Fanon stresses in his book, The Wretched of the Earth, that the colonized must first decolonize their minds, because these white people, these overlords, these disgusting, cruel, and twisted people are not friends of the colonized. Thus, for almost 20 years, Sudan was governed with an iron fist. When revolts, political thought, and political dissent did rise, the British cracked down. It wasn't until the end of World War II when the Sudani people began to organize politically and a vote was set up. By this time, Britain's power in the region had waned as Jamal Abdel Nasser came in and trashed the Egyptian bootlicking monarchy.
النهارده اما بيشتمونا طب ما احنا نقدر نشتمهم واحنا جريدنا ما تقدرش تشتم ملكة بريطانيا ولا رئيس وزراء بريطانيا ممكن قوي ما انتوا شتمتوهم هنا كتبت لهم ايه على الحيطه في بورسعيد احنا فاكرين الكلام ده بنجيب لهم الكلام اللي على الحيطه ونطلعه لهم قلت لهم يور كينج ايه.
The choice of the vote was to become independent, but still have political ties to Britain, or link up with Jamal Abdel Nasser, the Chad's Egypt, which may sound bad. It may sound like which may sound bad, but the Sudanese didn't trust Britain. They loathed Britain, and thus they didn't trust the party that still wanted to be friendly with their colonizers. And so in 1956, the Sudanese people voted to link up with Egypt, sending the British packing. But Sudan didn't join Egypt. It became independent.
نتحدى الموت عند المحن نشتري المجد بأغلى ثمن هذه الأرض لنا فليعش سوداننا علما بين الأمم.
This is the UAE in the 1800s. To a lot of people, this may look backwards, uncivilized, and downright ugly. But wallahi, I would have preferred this region of the earth to have remained like this. the nation that is now known as the United
Oh my
Arab
God, bro.
Emirates, used to be a bunch of tiny little tribes, Arabs who settled in a very harsh region of the earth. The organization and forming of each tribe is long and turbulent. There were a lot of assassinations, a lot of overthrows of emirs over the years, but before the official forming of a federation, they were quite
come on,
democratic.
please don't put
As if the
gas
tribe
back
were
over here.
displeased with their ruler, they would rise up and just kill them. The emir or sheikh, often a royal, would also visit his people, hear their plights, provide gifts and aid. To historians who look at this history from what the UAE became, this all seems kind of primitive, but this type of governance surpasses whatever the hell the UAE has today. We start in the 1800s, because a lot of people seem to be puzzled to how the UAE went from this to this in 200 odd years. And like Sudan, it mostly has to do with the British. Before the British landed onto these shores, the people of the UAE first met the Portuguese, who were racist fucks. The Portuguese stormed their shores and massacred Muslims, and I swear, if these Arabs kept hating Europeans, this history would have been a lot more brighter. In the 1800s, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and Bahrain were coastal towns that had mixed economies. Some of these Arabs were nomadic Bedouins who migrated around with camels. Others stuck onto the coast, fishing and diving for pearls that they sold to Iran and other Arab countries. This is how Dubai was rediscovered by Europeans who were impressed with these pearls. Finally, the Gulf was a hotspot for pirates, smugglers, and slave traders. To a lot of historians, this early history is used to contrast the gains in modernization. They say, look at these primitive Arabs, so disconnected from the rest of the world. They don't have roads. They don't have plumbing. They live in mud huts. They didn't even have proper nations. For me, however, this is peak UAE. In the 1800s, British ships kept getting attacked by pirates in the Gulf. The Straw Hat Arabian pirates were doing some good work,
Oh my God, you're
tanking
so
British
cringe.
ships.
This is
Britain,
so fucking cringe.
Great Britain concluded that these ships originated from a place they called the Pirates' Cove. And thus they sent warships to bomb Dubai and parts of the UAE. This is how the relationship began. In 1820, the British took a different approach to combat the Straw Hat Arabian pirates. They forced each emir to sign a treaty. The terms were simple. Britain would protect the tribes by surveilling the Gulf waters with warships. And in the fine print, Britain would receive a cut from trade. However, British intervention in the region was a double-edged sword. Protection guaranteed each tribe a level of stability to grow and maintain power. This would aid the Emiratis greatly when oil was discovered in the late 1950s. However, like Africa, Britain stagnated the political growth of each tribe or city-state. British intervention normalized the rule of royal families, while Britain had total control over trade and foreign affairs. Fuck. On November 7th, 1928, the fate of the entire region was changed with the discovery of oil in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Britain would capitalize on this discovery by being even more friendly to the Arabs to build and expand more wells. The British and later Americans built the infrastructure and shipped the majority of the oil back home. However, Saudi Arabia did profit. This initial discovery of oil drove the British to search for oil in the rest of their Middle Eastern colonies, Egypt, Iraq, Yemen, and Transjordan. The amount of oil found in these regions delayed the oil found in the Gulf states. But in 1958, oil was discovered in Abu Dhabi. And in 1963, jealous little Dubai struck oil. Fuck. Although the emirs received a fortune from the discovery of oil, the treaties they signed in the 1800s backfired, as the British shipped most of it back home, seizing most of the initial profits. However, the 1950s and 60s were a very turbulent time, a time when the British Empire began to crumble. And so in 1971, the British left the Gulf, and a new nation was born, the United Arab Emirates. The fortune from the oil led the emirs to attempt to build a paradise on earth. the city-states and emirs would compete, each trying to build a better city. Abu Dhabi, having the head start, began modernizing much faster than the rest, but Dubai's emir, Sheikh Rashid, would gamble away almost everything to build ports. His gamble would pay off in 2001. The Gulf states speedrunning their modernization has gotten a lot of praise from Western academics who point at the UAE as a capitalist dream. These academics, try their very best to steer people away from questioning the nature of the state. Like, how is this all possible? Where is the wealth even coming from?
The fuck is going on over there?
Who built all this? Who built the ports? Who toiled in the oil rings? Who built these insanely tall-ass towers? What's up with the difference in citizen rights? What about workers' rights? These academics know or should know the answer to these questions, but they just want people to forget about them by throwing that paradise image around. Like, did you know, if you're a citizen, an Emirati, the government pays and rewards you? These emirs may be royal dictators who are billionaires, but their wealth is distributed. They're good billionaires. They're good dictators. You get to live in one of the greatest, one of the wealthiest cities on earth. Man-made islands, casinos, sex. Yeah, I mean brothels. Just lots and lots of brothels. Others attempt to paint a progressive image, as they call the UAE the Las Vegas of the Middle East, a place where you can be Christian, Muslim, Jewish, atheist, Zionist, as long as you join in and gamble. A place that's so progressive, women can walk around half naked. A place where women can have an education, drive, and be free. It's also a place where Andrew Tate ran to avoid the law. Some really, really progressive stuff here. The oil boom, the ports, the hotels, the man-made beaches, the real estate, all attracted foreigners to come to the UAE and invest. But the UAE is not paradise on earth. It's not progressive, it's hell. A disgusting, vapid, soulless nation built by the labor of slaves who have no right, no benefits, and who are locked into their contracts until death. You want to know how the UAE became like this? How they speed ran their modernization and became Western? How they're still able to maintain this expensive ass excuse of a bullshit country? Let's talk about slaves and imperialism. The United Arab Emirates uses 3 European tactics to increase its wealth and maintain its imperial influence over Africa. The first stems from a 1644 Manual of Warfare. My professor on approaching modern Europe would ask us all some very puzzling questions. One day he gave us the 1644 Manual of Warfare, expecting all of us to read it. It's a book about pikes, troop formation, but hidden inside of it was a small detail of how the French were able to combat the English without a standing army. I didn't know the answer. I was too busy playing Age of Empires. The answer, however, was mercenaries. The Emirati states have always used slaves. Most Arab countries have, but as Walter Rodney stresses, this usage of slavery differed from plantation slavery. Although the Prophet Muhammad abolished slavery, Arabs continued the tradition to show off that they were elite. In 1837, slavery was abolished in the Gulf, and slaves were emancipated. The scholar Crane doesn't really prove that slavery was actually abolished, but to make matters simple, the Gulf states adopted a more advanced form of slavery. This kind of slavery, called kafala, resembles the slavery used in American prisons, where slaves are contracted and forced to work. The Gulf states would thus lure poor people from the third world, pay them pennies for their labor, and chain them to the state. The chains that are currently used are passports. This is a Bedouin, a nomad. This is a Badoon. Badoon is short for Badoon Jinsiya, translating to a person without a passport, a stateless person. To acquire the human labor needed to modernize, the Gulf states would buy a country's passport en masse and ship human beings to the Gulf. So you have people from India, Indonesia, and Africa all being enslaved by a dual system. A system that sponsors people, luring them in by giving them hope of employment. A system that promises wealth. And a system that chains people to the UAE. With these systems at work, the Gulf states were able to build the impossible with no workers' rights, no compensation, and slave wages. On top of this modern slavery is the plantation-like slavery found in Africa, where Africans are forced to mine diamonds and gold for the Gulf states. But how is a tiny state with a small army able to do all this? This is where the two European tactics add up to make a third: imperialism. The Gulf states are able to exert their power with the wealth they accumulated from the oil boom. They hire, fund, and arm mercenaries to go into Africa, subjugate and enslave the people so that the wealth is plundered, so that Dubai and Abu Dhabi continue to be cities of literal gold. Or they simply pay off poor and desperate governments to lease their mines and ports. All these tactics are found in Sudan. All these tactics have led to a genocide in Sudan. But even with the slavery, the genocide, the sex trafficking, the differences in citizens, the hell Badoon workers have to go through, I bet people will still look at the Gulf states with awe. I don't see it. I see a bunch of rotten states that'll do anything to increase their wealth. Like aid a genocide in Sudan for gold, or support the genocidal Israeli state, or send mercenaries to Yemen to capture land and kill people. The UAE should cease to exist. If you're thinking of visiting, don't go to Dubai. You'll be walking on the graves of slaves. You'd be supporting slavery. And on a rare occasion, you'll see the true nature of the UAE. It's a state covered by the blood of Africans. Their blood drips down the tallest of buildings, to every wallet, to every golden bill, until it pools down to the foundation. The apathetic can't see it. They walk and dance and sing and pray in that blood. They deal with blood-soaked cash, blood that's dripping on every single golden bill. To them, the UAE is paradise, when it's actually hell. The year is 2003. America is prepping for its invasion of Iraq. The UAE is starting to slither its way into African mines. The Sudan was split by a war. However, in the war, a genocide began. The genocide happened in the most western and isolated region of Sudan, Darfur. Although the people of Darfur historically belonged to the north, they rebelled against Omar al-Bashir, the traitor of Sudan, by attacking military outposts. The reasoning behind the rebellion ties back to Walter Rodney. The people of Darfur were displeased that their region had long been ignored and underdeveloped in comparison to the rest of Sudan. The lack of development, the lack of focus on the people of Darfur ties back to Sudan's long history of focusing more on the Arab central parts while ignoring the indigenous population. Al-Bashir, like the British before him, answered by listening to the lingering ghost of Herbert Kitchener, who would brutally crush the rebellion by using the Al-Janjaweed militias to scorch the earth. What resulted was a genocide, a slaughter of 300,000 people, rape, burnings of farms, poisonings of wells, and the displacement of millions. This genocide lasted for 3 years, and at its core lay anti-black racism and Arab supremacy. The people of Darfur were dehumanized, seen as monkeys, as primitive beings. The Janjaweed went unpunished and were instead gifted parts of Darfur for their service. From 2006 to 2013, the Janjaweed militias reorganized, becoming the Rapid Support Forces. The RSF was al-Bashir's counterinsurgency tool. They were used to crush any political dissent, like in 2013, Darfur. This is when the RSF seized gold mines, but they were still in part controlled by al-Bashir, as he sent them to Yemen in 2015 to fight on the front lines instead of the Saudis and the Emiratis. Although evidence is sparse and mercenary work is shady as fuck, it was in this time period when the UAE began funding the RSF and hired them as mercenaries. Nicholas A. Harris shows evidence of the RSF going to great lengths to aid the UAE in Saudi Arabia. By this I mean doing all of the dirty work, fighting on the front lines, emptying port cities, running into ambushes, and attempting to genocide a new peoples. But Harris also shows how badly the Yemenis trashed the RSF. The RSF are like the IDF. They're great when committing a genocide, you know, killing kids and innocent women, but when it came to a real battlefield, the people of Yemen packed the RSF and had them running. In 2019, things changed. Before al-Bashir was ousted, the RSF were sent to Libya. Who gave the command? Did they go there to secure gold? We don't know. It's all so fucking shady. But during the 2019 Sudani economic crisis, the RSF used the weakness of the state to seize more gold mines in the lusher areas of Darfur. With their power growing, they invested $1 billion into the banks of Sudan to stabilize the economy and proclaimed something grand like this: "We totally committed a genocide 17 years ago, but look at us now. We've changed. We've saved Sudan." Once al-Bashir was ousted in April 2019, power shifted in favor of the RSF. By this time, the RSF had cemented its ties to the UAE. Gold and food were smuggled out of the country through South Sudan and Uganda, feeding the RSF's war machine. From the years 2019 to 2023, a weakened transitional government ruled Sudan, and the RSF, once the tool al-Bashir used to crush his enemies, had become stronger than the Sudanese National Army. On April 15th, 2023, war broke out. The RSF seized the capital and split Sudan into two. Like in 2003, a genocide began. The RSF began to ethnically cleanse the black indigenous peoples in the region of Darfur. In having the manpower, they've enclosed the region, starving people to death. They've sieged cities and displaced over 11 million people so that the UAE can have its blood-soaked gold. But underneath that obvious motive is a white British motive to commit a genocide. Like the British, the RSF see the people of Darfur as unworthy of possessing such a rich land, and thus like the British, like the genocidal Israelis, they are attempting to empty the land. The RSF reminds me of the colonized Sudanese in British Sudan. They resemble the colonized Algerians who aided the French in wrecking and underdeveloping their own nation. However, since April 15th, 2023, the Sudanese people and the people of Darfur haven't surrendered to the UAE-backed RSF. Rather, this war is in reality a war of liberation. It is a war of dual liberation. Liberation from the racist Arab supremacy that dehumanizes the black indigenous peoples of Sudan, and a liberation from the United Arab Emirates. I sincerely hope that with every RSF death, the UAE receives the message that they cannot just walk into a country and rob its food and its gold without any resistance. No, all of Sudan will be liberated, and I hope whoever gains power completely severs any connection with the UAE. Let it be a new trend where African countries take a stand for their sovereignty and sever all ties with the UAE. If diplomacy is not an option, they should violently force them out. Let the rich, blood-soaked states of the UAE starve. Let their land of riches dry up until their unnatural golden cities disintegrate to dust. Until that happens, there's a genocide in Sudan, and the world is silent.
Bro, stop it. You're making me uncomfortable. You're scaring the shit out of me, man.
Revolutionary scholars who wrote in the era of decolonization often stressed that within the battle of imperialism, there's a battle against apathy. Fanal wrote about how French communists cared more and supported the far, far, far away Vietnamese more than the Algerians. Fanal was a man who stood witness to the death. He stood witness to the skulls and the bones of massacred Algerians. As a medic, he stood witness to people dying in his arms, to Algerians driven mad by the horrendous French violence. Fanal wrote with fire, with violence and rage, because of what he witnessed. In part, this rage stemmed from what he had witnessed, but also from the apathy around him. In researching Sudan and the UAE simultaneously, I've noticed how Westerners gaze at awe at the UAE. They mention its past with slavery, they mention the sex trade, but the violence it inflicts is ignored. For these writers, the progress of the UAE sits at the center, not the genocidal violence. Why is that? It may be that these academics were given a guideline, limits in scope, or they were writing for a specific, apathetic, academic audience. An audience that cares more about the gold and the glamour. They're the people sitting there, puzzled, questioning how a tiny country in the Middle East has surpassed the West. So the violence needed to build such a state gets filtered. Instead, the focus of these books are on oil, daring gambles, trade negotiations, and political talks. The blood needed to create such a hellish state is dismissed. The neo-colonial and imperial projects are tossed out of the window to perfect the progressive image of the UAE. In my humble opinion, fuck that. I want it to be honest. On the other hand, there's Sudan, a history that was more difficult to research than Palestine because the resources are so scarce, or I didn't know where to fish. The first two books I read were British apologia, books that dismissed the effects of genocidal violence has on a people, books that praised and worshipped the British for civilizing Sudan, books that make it seem that British colonization helped Sudan. Fuck these scholars and their dishonest, pathetic betrayal of history. Tying this project all together, it basically made this video possible, was Walter Rodney's book on how Europe underdeveloped Africa. You could feel the fana in Rodney's words. The same fire, the same rage. In those rageful words, I understood Sudan's relationship with UAE better. I understood that, like under the British, the Sudanese government were agents of the Gulf, willing to send mercenaries who committed a genocide to help the UAE conquer Yemen. Thank God Yemen fought and humiliated the RSF.
نقول لكل أولئك الأعداء وكل من تحالفوا مع الضعيف الأمريكي نقول لهم إن بحرنا الأحمر سيزداد احمرارا من دمائكم ومن أراد منكم أن يطلع على جهنم فليأتي إلى بحرنا الأحمر وتهددوننا بالحرب أيها الأغبياء أو ما علمتم أن أهل الحرب أنتم عندما تهددوننا بالحرب أنتم كمن يهدد مريضا بالعافية تعالوا واحشدوا جيوشكم وشداد آفاقكم فالويل لكم الويل يا من جاء يبغي ذلنا.
But Walter Rodney stresses that for European colonization to have worked, they needed colonized people in the inside. The UAE is the same. They may hire mercenaries to secure gold mines, but they vitally need African governments to cooperate. And they need the West. They need you to remain apathetic to their many, many crimes. Whenever I make a video, any video, at the core of each video is a goal to affect people's hearts, to shake them, even a tiny little bit. To do this, I borrow the rage and anger of Fana, George Jackson, and Walter Rodney, and mix it with my own. Because how does one look at Sudan, a place that has experienced multiple genocides, and be apathetic? How does one care more about the blood-dripping slave states of the UAE more than Sudan? For me, Sudan is connected to the struggle against imperialism. Sudan is linked to Yemen and Palestine. You can't go around fighting one genocide while ignoring the others. So as I always call for the downfall of the genocidal Israeli state, I also call and pray for the downfall of the UAE. It'll happen. But until it does, support the people who are currently suffering in Sudan, and I hope the comments are filled with 3 simple words. Fuck the UAE.
But most importantly, this building is for all the people of Dubai, which is today the tallest building in the
Hey, welcome to the end of the video. Thank you so much for watching. On your way out, don't forget to share and subscribe. Please rate this video on how depressing it was. I'm expecting a lot of skulls. I also want to clarify something. The Badoons were not shipped to the UAE. There is human trafficking there, but the Badoons are basically stateless people. People who were brought from India and Pakistan in the 1950s when Sheikh Rashid was building the ports and modernizing Dubai. So to fill the gap, he brought in a lot of illegal workers. Countries like to complain about illegal workers, but they use them as cheap slave labor.
Wishing harm on people is against TOS.
Was that since the Badoons had kids and were away for so long, they had lost their nationalities, becoming stateless. The emirs of the UAE refused to give the Badoons an Emirati citizenship, and they didn't want to deport their slaves. So they went to the Conmore Islands and bought citizenship. So these Badoons woke up the next day becoming citizens of a random ass island. It's absolutely absurd and twisted because, like, why don't you just give these people your citizenship? Why don't you just nationalize them? Why can't they be Emiratis? You fucking dumb shits. You know, like why did you go to a random island next to, I think it's near Madagascar, and buy the citizenship of them just so these people do not become Emiratis? Like that's the length these fucking emirs go to keep their slaves in bondage and chains. It's so fucked up. I wanted to clarify the situation of the Badoons because I was just ranting and raving about dishonest historians. I'm gonna flip a coin to decide what's next. I really want to do Castlevania, but the world seems to be calling for a video on doomerism and apathy. The world
on aggression principle. Do not initiate force against another. Walk softly, but carry a big stick. And so in the first video where we showed you some of the physical principles of how acoustic projectors work and went through the construction and assembly of this unit and how you can put one of these things together for a low cost. In the second video, we went out in the field and in an industrial park took this behind our warehouse and demonstrated it to a bunch of volunteers. We had a lot of fun. Today what I'm going to do is show you some techniques that can be used to defend or protect yourself against high acoustic pressure projectors. And so the simplest technique is to use distance. Farther away from the source that you get, the quieter it gets. And the sound pressure will drop 6 decibels every time you double your distance from the source. So distance is great, but sometimes you don't have the flexibility or ability to get away from it or get away quickly enough. Another technique is to use earplugs. These are just standard foam plugs that insert in your ears. They're very good sound obstruction methods, and they're disposable and very lightweight. You can put them in your pocket. Another technique is just a standard pair of shop headphones. Use these whenever you're going to be using a saw or something that generates a lot of noise and you want to protect your hearing. Very inexpensive. Another technique is to use electronic headphones. Now this doesn't follow the same sort of phase interference methodology that, say, Bose uses in its acoustic headphones, where you're actually producing a negative phase sound
no lives left,
to
0 objectives completed
around you.
Like, what have you been doing?
Simply very good mechanical headphones
dying over and over again
both
to
a
nothing?
speaker and a microphone that allow you to dial up your ability to detect ambient sound up to 4 times as loud as your normal hearing. You can actually hear better with these on. But they reach a threshold, and so above a certain point, they won't amplify anymore. So they protect your ears from loud sounds, but allow you to hear the ambient sounds. These Howard Light headphones cost about $60, and they're frequently used by shooters at a range. So you can hear ambient sounds around you, the instructors, other people on the range, but at the same time you protect your hearing. Another technique is to use a face shield. There might be some ability with a simple face shield to protect you because it may, in fact, deflect some of the sound pressure away from your ears. We're going to test that today. And finally, we're going to test a polycarbonate riot shield, see if that has the same effect as this or even better. And so in order to do the tests, what we're going to do is set this up outside, and at a distance I'm going to have Alex stand away from the projector, and we're going to see how close at a very low setting he can comfortably get with certain levels of protection and see what the effectiveness of these different techniques turns out to be. So let's get this set up outside and we'll start the demonstrations. All right, we've got it set up now. So what I've done is I've turned this way down to only 10% output. Obviously, I don't want to hurt anybody. And Alex is standing about 20 meters away, and we're going to have him approach this until he gets to the point where he says, I can't stand this anymore, and I'll turn it off. Right now, he's not wearing anything, just normal, natural hearing. So here we go. All right, so we have a little marker, nothing. All right. All right, now the next step is he's going to put some of the ear foam obstructors in, and let's see how that sounds. Ready? All right, so let's mark where the plugs are. Now if you look, because he's about twice as close, that means he's got about 6 decibels more sound protection from the earplugs. The next is going to be a standard set of shop headphones. All right, so even though the earplugs are supposed to protect pretty well, probably the fact that they don't wrap around the head very well. Now, if this keeps getting closer and closer, I may actually turn the volume up as we get to more effective sound protection. So now what we're going to do is we're going to try the electronic headphones, and he's going to have it dialed off. So they're just basically a pair of plain headphones without any electronic system running. So it turns out they work just about as effectively as the very inexpensive shop headphones without the electronic feature. Now what he's going to do is he's going to hook up the microphone and see if that interferes with it or it still operates just as well. All right, here we go. That's interesting. So with the electronic headphones switched on, the amplification ceiling doesn't seem to be working. If anything, it's amplifying everything, and it's worse than not even wearing the headphones. That's interesting. All right, before we start this test with just the face shield and no hearing protection, I'm just going to review those four markers that we have on the ground. The very worst was the electronic headphones with their electronic feature enabled. The next is without hearing protection. The next is wearing the ear plugs, the foam plugs. And finally, just the inexpensive pair of shop headphones. Now he's just got the face shield on with no hearing protection.
The thumbnail on this video was so good.
All right, so it looks like the face shield might have benefited him a little bit, but not much. It's a close call. All right, so now no hearing protection and the riot shield. That's interesting. So the face shield obviously helped a little bit, but the riot shield seemed to make a really big difference. And I guess the final test is to combine the very best of both. We'll use the standard set of headphones. We'll go ahead and we'll test it with the riot shield and see how much closer he can get. We might also adjust the volume up and see if we can determine at a greater distance where the limit is with that compared to, say, the limit without any kind of protection at all, which might be kind of interesting. He's coming quickly and he's smiling. All right, I think we have our answer. Clearly the riot shield and the standard headphones are overwhelmingly good. I think what might be kind of interesting, just to do another test before we review the overall, is I'm going to turn the volume up a little bit. and set him all the way back and find out if we can actually keep him away from this system if we have that kind of level of protection. And I'm going to turn this thing up to beyond stun. Whoa. This right now is at about 50%. That's a pretty loud level. I didn't go to max.
Oh, that isn't max?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to try max.
Yeah,
okay. All right, back up just in case, because this is kind of sketchy. All right, make sure you're ready. That was interesting. So it looks like if you wear the regular set of headphones and the riot shield, you can basically get close enough, you can almost touch the LRAD, and that thing is putting out 153 decibels at 1 meter, which without any kind of hearing protection, that will damage your eardrums. So not a bad combination. Also, in your opinion, if you take off the headphones so you can hear me, do you think that the face shield did anything?
Yes, but not nearly as much as the riot shield. And what's good about the riot shield is you can sort of direct it in front of your head. The face shield, if you happen to turn the wrong direction, you're screwed. That you can sort of keep around you wherever the sound's coming from.
And you noticed that the face shield did make an effect.
Yeah, it definitely had an effect, but that's a lot better. Maybe the sound was able to sort of get around it more. There's less coverage area that the riot shield has. Headphone wise, again, the electronic feature on the headphone, for some reason there's some feedback, I don't know what it is with the microphone or something like that, that it's actually way more painful than without headphones. It's worse than nothing.
Right, you couldn't even get as close.
Yeah.
Something else I noticed when you got close with the riot shield is that I could hear the sound much louder even with my own headphones on. It was reflecting off the riot shield and it got a lot louder, which kind of suggests there might be a somewhat less passive means of dealing with this, and that is that the riot shield is designed as a curve to sort of diffuse whatever is going to strike it away from you. But I wonder if you were to turn the riot shield around and act as sort of a cylindrical reflector, if it would have an effect to actually send the sound back to the source. So one last test I want to try is to see if he holds the riot shield in reverse, facing me. Does it make it a heck of a lot louder and almost unusable, the LRAD unusable to the person who's operating the controls? So that'll be the last test that we run here. So I got it up at full volume, so I'm going to definitely have these on. He's going to start from a fairly good distance away, and then as he approaches, I'm going to see if I can detect any kind of difference in the sound pressure. Oh! Wow! Wow! Aim it right at me. That works. That is impressive, and it's very, very directional. When he took the riot shield and he was using it the way that it's intended to be used, I could definitely detect an increase in sound pressure, but again, with this protection behind the device, no problem. When he turned it around and it acted as a cylindrical reflector, it was highly directional. When he would move it around, I wouldn't notice anything, and then all of a sudden it would peak, and it got a lot louder, to the point where I actually had to throw my hand up, uncle. That's very interesting. So I suspect, were you noticing that you still had the same level of protection when it was in that direction, or not really a difference?
There's a difference. Less than 5%. You can't really tell.
So you could use a riot shield in reverse, but it affects the person on the other side more aggressively. So that's kind of interesting. So anyway, we're not trying to create weapons. What we're basically doing is having a lot of fun messing around with the different kind of effects of these different
we're just having
ways
fun
to deal with the acoustic pressure from a really powerful device like this. And you learned with us that there's some interesting techniques that can be used not only to prevent you from damaging your hearing, but also to allow you to use the right equipment. Those electronic headphones, wonderful in the shop. I love them and I use them all the time now, but definitely you wouldn't want to use them if you're going to be exposed to this. So the system simply either isn't sensitive enough or it isn't quick enough to deal with the chirp. That might be part of the problem, but in any case, definitely you wouldn't want to use those. The portable headphones, the little earplugs, are certainly nice because you can carry a pocket full of them. And the regular headphones for about $5 or $6, you can use them for a number of different purposes, and we're actually the most effective method. The best method is stay out of situations where you're going to be facing one of these devices. They're obviously potentially harmful. They could be a little dangerous if you get very close. And I'm just going to advise everybody to stay safe, try to stay out of trouble, take care of yourselves, and we'll see you soon.
I'm trying to click
Emperor
off anything.
Palpatine was a little-known senator from Naboo, small planet. He finances terrorists to attack the planet. And then he plays victim and says that the pacifist republic isn't doing enough to help him with the terrorist invasion, the Trade Federation invasion, who even speak in Chinese accents. It's all geopolitical. He then goes and catapults himself into the role of Chancellor. Episode 2, launches terror attacks all over the galaxy with groups he's secretly financing through his backers. In the Trade Federation, he turns around and double crosses in the end, which always happens. Nazi Germany, Soviet Russia, Maoist China, learn from history. And now he's got this big imperial army to counter this outside threat run by Count Dooku, the Osama bin Laden guy that actually works for him, and they meet in secret. In episode 3, he launches an attack on the imperial capital himself. He launches an attack on New York. And in the end, he then sets up the Jedi and says they're terrorists and has the anti-terror forces go in and wipe them out to bring peace. Now, the media could not understand. Adults cannot understand children-level ideas, okay? Child-level ideas. Child-level. How can you not understand it?
What are your thoughts on some of the immigrants being sent to El Salvador, to those vicious prisons there?
I'm all for it. You're here illegally. You broke the law to get here. You need to go. If you want to come back and didn't commit any crimes while you were here or there, then come back legally.
But going to those prisons, there is not a way out of those prisons. They're designed so you stay there for life, and you can't go outside, and you're in a cell with 50 other people. Is that the right punishment for coming into the country illegally?
That is the punishment that they chose.
Did they? But because they didn't. Some of the people came in 10 years ago.
Listen, if I go over a border, I'm going to be in prison. Any other border, any other country, that's how it is. So
no, it's not
that's the way it should be.
What are you talking
about, prison that's
lady?
In another country that is a vicious, basically concentration camp? That's okay?
I don't have a problem with it.
This is one of the problems, and I don't watch Theo Von enough to know, largely what he does, to be honest with you. And I don't, I've seen a lot of examples of Joe Rogan doing this, and I have a feeling Joe Rogan does more politics than Theo Von, though, but, I have no idea. I remember when Mark Maron had Barack Obama on, and he largely, if not totally, stayed away from politics.
No.
The politics of the day. It was much more like
fuck off. Why are you alt-tabbing me? I'm not touching shit.
Your guys. Exactly. And he took he took some grief for that because, you know, he had some experience doing political talk, and there were some things that, you know, people felt that you have an opportunity, once in a lifetime opportunity, to sit down with somebody that powerful. You take that opportunity to hold them to account in some respects. In retrospect, I'm not sure how I feel about that, because at least he's not asking questions that he's not capable of responding to.
Right.
And so, you know, one of the problems that we have with like a Joe Rogan is that any Yahoo goes on there, says stuff to him, and Rogan is just like, whoa, okay. I mean, just gobbles it up.
And Theo Von is in this sphere, but he's shown like humanity. He's shown he's cried on air about Gaza, and the problem though is that I think he's starting to encroach on the Rogan space, and we saw this.
Mar-a-Lago.
We saw this with Rogan before, where like I think in the past, some people on the left, including myself, were like, okay, he's in the he's saying positive things about Bernie Sanders. This is somebody we can work with. But it's never about the individual. If Theo Von gets as big as Joe Rogan and he's getting a $200+ million deal with Spotify and things like that, it has been shown that there's clearly this incentive structure here with this new media for wealthy and powerful people to go on these shows and say whatever they want to say, because it's not a traditional journalistic format. We have all these problems with like Face the Nation or Meet the Press or whatever, but if you're going on those Sunday shows, these are political producers, these are political reporters, and you're at the very least in an arena where they could hold you accountable. But increasingly that's not happening, and this ecosystem, this media ecosystem, is very well funded and very influential.
And the problem is, even if I don't know what Theo Von's intentions are, but don't ask the question if you don't know enough to be able to assess whether it's even remotely true. I mean, look, broadly speaking on some things, of course, but and sometimes it's even trickier, and maybe he'll address it in a later show, which I think is also okay. And let's hope. But here is J.D. Vance lying to Theo Von, and to be fair, your average Joe wouldn't necessarily know enough to push back on this. But I hope after being sort of steamrolled by J.D. Vance here, that Von comes out in the next episode or whatever it is of his show and say, hey, I need to do a fact check, because he does. Here is Von talking to J.D. Vance.
Was Doge helpful?
It was. Yeah, it was. And I mean, look, Doge continues within the White House and within the executive of the country. I mean, look, there's a lot of ways in which we are wasting the American people's money.
Yeah.
Sometimes spending it on crazy stuff. Sometimes spending it on like actually counterproductive stuff. I think Doge has saved already at least $170, maybe $200 billion. Hopefully it's going to save more. But yeah, I think it was very
so
worthwhile.
Much money.
It's a ton of money.
How would you not even notice that? If that much money.
There's so much I could tell you about this. Okay, so one of the crazy things we all figured out like first week or so we're in the White House, okay, is there was a payment that should be stopped because the president signed an executive order to stop a payment. And this is like the day one of the White House for like, okay, how do we stop this payment? Because somebody's trying to make this payment, and nobody knew where like the computer was that actually wired the money from the U.S. taxpayer to this entity.
God.
So, dude, the amount of waste and the amount of just grift in the federal government was off the charts. It's still it's getting better, but there's still a lot more I think we can find.
Who was getting it? I don't know. I don't know one person that was getting something extra. I don't think. Well, unless everybody was slurping.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were slurping, man. You look at
Man.
you look at
a lot of people are slurping.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, there are all these humanitarian programs that we have where we send money for people, for medicine, for food.
Oh yeah.
Okay, but like I think like what I thought before I got in the government, what most Americans think is, okay, so we send $100,000 to this group to buy food for like poor kids in Africa, okay? And what actually happens is it's not $100,000 that go to the food for the poor kids in Africa. Right. That the NGO, the non-government organization that gets that money, contracts it out to somebody else.
Right. So
and then they
middleman.
subcontract it out to somebody else. There's like 3 or 4 middlemen. And what, Marco Rubio, who's the Secretary of State, he's a very good friend. What he told me is that his best estimate after he had his team look at it is that 88 cents of every dollar was actually being collected by middlemen. No so way. Every dollar we were spending humanitarian assistance, 12 cents was actually making it to people who needed it. That's crazy. So there's a lot of ways.
Now he's lying here. It's a lie. There was a U.S. agency, a U.S. aid report in 2024. 12.1% of the agency's money went directly to local organizations in foreign countries. The remaining 88% is distributed through organizations and companies that operate internationally. In other words, there's not a organization on the ground in Somalia where the guy calls up the USAID and says, okay, Venmo me the money. And if there was, they'd have a problem with that. It takes to distribute money like any other entities to distribute the money and the aid and to provide it in certain areas. It's just like any other enterprise. There is no charity that you give to where 100% of the money goes to the recipients, because they don't necessarily have the ability to go out and contract to have grain sent to them. It's just absurd. But
it's also, the question is also like, okay, it's inefficient, whatever. Well, then what did we save? What did we save? What will the results of those savings be? Because we know what the results of cutting USAID are. We know that children have already died. I don't know if you saw that segment that Lawrence O'Donnell did, where he started basically breaking down, talking about this boy who's an orphan who had HIV that has died within weeks of these USAID cuts because he had no family, but he was being kept alive because he was, I guess, HIV positive or had AIDS at this point. And next infection, that's how it happens. You die. You don't die of AIDS. You die of like pneumonia or whatever, right? Whatever infection that you get. And O'Donnell's point was, how many of these kids do we have already died? We don't know because no one's monitoring it.
And the point is that, like, if they knew of a more efficient way of doing it, they could have done it. Instead of just like closing the agency, essentially, they could have figured it out if they knew of one.
The idea that the United States is like spending all of our money helping the rest of the world is just completely belied by the fact of our inhumane foreign policy that we're currently engaging in. Like,
also just the difference between like what we spend on this versus defense, for instance, which is also not the most efficient.
How many audits has the Pentagon failed?
0. I should say 9. How many have they passed? Virtually 0. The number of audits that USAID is subject to is every year.
Here's one interesting detail. Look at this is from Joey Politano. Catholic Relief Services, the largest recipient of USAID money, spent about 6% of the money they received on overhead and administration. 94% was going to people in need, and Elon impounded that money and blamed the Catholic charity.
And that dynamic is probably replayed over and over again with the other agencies.
With ones that are less sort of like on the face, sort of contrary to their message of like, I don't know.
An agency like that, to operate an agency like that, that would have relationships on the ground with all the people that they distributed to, would cost 10, 20, 50 times more. You need the apparatus one way or another. And all it would do would be replicate the existing agencies that are out there that knows their communities better. I mean, it's absurd.
You know, like a lot of these lies that the administration tells, there is like a very small grain of truth in what Vance is saying, which is, you know, like I've been to Haiti to do reporting there after a hurricane a few years ago. And one of the things I kept hearing from people there was like, yes, the aid agencies are inflated and they do sort of skim, and not just like financially, but also in terms of their sovereignty. Like when these aid agencies have so much power and authority that operates without any democratic checks from the local people, that creates a problem of influence. But that's not something that the Trump administration or any like recent U.S. administration is concerned about. They don't want to just, like Sam's saying, empower the communities by just giving the aid directly to people on the ground there who could probably do it smarter and more efficiently. That they are interested in peddling influence.
I mean, Haiti has the most NGOs per capita of any place in the world. So yeah, this whole structure doesn't really work, but that's not what they're not trying to make it actually work. As he says, it's not even going to the people in need. Well, let's figure out how to get it to the people in need then.
But every good conspiracy theory starts that way, with some sort of kernel of truth, or like one that's more pernicious and lasts longer. They expand on an already existing fissure in society or something that people are observing, and then you divert it in the wrong direction. And in this instance, it's being used to achieve, in my view, explicitly almost eugenicist ends by this administration, where they're in response to how the United States and the people here have been harmed by globalization, by free trade, by capitalism. They are choosing to basically allow for mass death for people outside of our borders who are also, and oftentimes worse, more harmed by globalization and capitalism, and by us. It completely removes our responsibility from the world. It removes the U.S. responsibility towards helping its own citizenry, because they're not doing that with this Medicaid stuff. They're going to immiserate us more for people further, and to the rest of the world. We're just a bully now, apparently.
We got one more clip of Theo Von talking about Gaza. Again, it's sort of like good for him to bring this up. But
well, he kind of has to, because his tears about it, despite, you know, going to Mar-a-Lago. His tears saying, how are we letting this happen? Like, ask Eric Trump. But
Mr. Witkoff, but I never met him. But I
Good dude.
Yeah.
You should have him.
I think the tough thing, just as a regular person, right? It's like we're seeing all these videos of people like picking up pieces of their children, and like it's the sickest thing I think that's ever been televised. Basically, if you consider watching something on your phone being televised, it's a mass. It feels like a massacre, and it feels like, you know, I've called it a genocide. Other people have different thoughts about it, and that's
look
fine.
at how close
right? And
this
I don't
shit
need
is.
anybody to share the same thoughts, or you two. But I think where it gets scary is that we give.
I'm sorry, can you just pause it for a sec? I don't need you to... This is the problem with this platform. Like, you guys aren't shooting the shit in your basement, Theo. There's a difference between you having an opinion that it's genocide and the Vice President of the United States having an opinion that it's genocide. It's not an opinion. He's one of the most powerful people on the planet. He has the ability to stop it, or at least put pressure on Trump to stop it. This is the problem with this format. It's
a mass. It feels like a massacre, and it feels like, you know, I've called it a genocide. Other people have different thoughts about it, and that's fine, right? And I don't need anybody to share the same thoughts, or you two. But I think where it gets scary is that we give, you know, we're complicit in it because we help fund like military stuff, you know, and that's where as like a regular guy, you're like, well, I'm paying these taxes, and they're going towards this, like. But you can't do anything, you know, like you can talk, you know, but it's like,
he can.
I don't understand how it becomes like tough for people. Like sometimes it feels like we look out for the interests of Israel before we look out for the interests of America.
So let me say a couple things. So number one, like, I think you're a great dude, so we don't always have to agree on everything. Do I think do I think it's a genocide? No. And here's the reason why I don't think it's a genocide, because I don't think that the Israelis are purposely trying to go in and murder every Palestinian. I don't think that's what they're doing. I think they got hit hard.
Pause it for a second. Now, I just think that, like, if you're going to have, if you think something's a genocide, you should have the commitment to it to sort of be able to say, like, well, for it to be a genocide, it doesn't necessarily involve the Israelis going
This
in
planet
to do
might
it.
already have been
And
fallen.
they
You know,
don't
I don't
really
think we can
have
do. We got to be doing
the
this in under
capacity.
3 minutes, maybe.
They have the literal capacity to go in and
Have
kill
any impact on
just
it?
about every Palestinian. But if they did that, there would be much more repercussions than we see right now. Instead, what they're doing is that they're doing it bit by bit, and they're doing it slowly, and they're doing it in such a way that they are causing people and immiserating people, and they are destroying the sort of the fabric of any type of Palestinian society, literally wiping all of their housing off the face of the earth.
They're bombing rubble now.
So this is a moment where, like, if you're going to bring this up to the second most powerful person in the country, who's going to, push back and has a different opinion, you got a responsibility. Like, I know you're just a regular dude, except for the fact that regular dudes don't have millions of people watching them. Regular dudes don't get to sit down with the vice president. So if you're going to braise this, you have a responsibility. There is a legal concept, like, you're not legally responsible. If you walk by somebody who's injured on some level, you don't have the same legal responsibility if you start to engage to help.
But you can see,
because there's an implication that you know what you're doing.
You can see that he has the impulse to ask about it because he knows it's on his mind and he knows he's covered it before.
But we're bros.
But bro,
Hey, you're a
dude.
good dude.
Well,
Hey,
this
you're
is
a
just
good
a
dude.
response. This is just the point. Is that there's no sense that they have a responsibility to do this. And I get that he's a comedian. I used to be a comedian. He may have been funnier than me. It doesn't matter. I probably did more sitcoms. It doesn't matter. I have no idea what his career was. That doesn't matter. The bottom line is, if you're sitting there and having an interview with the vice president and you're bringing up these issues, good for you for bringing them up. But you also gotta be able
He's not
to
capable.
push back.
Stand on business.
But he's not capable. That's the. This is not a show that is like meant for this. This is the problem with the format. This is the problem with, like, I don't know. I mean, the Rogan has the same issue.
Do I think it's a genocide? No. And here's the reason why I don't think it's a genocide, because I don't think that the Israelis are purposely trying to go in and murder every Palestinian. I don't think that's what they're doing. I think they got hit hard, and I think they're trying to, like, sort of destroy this terrorist organization, and war is hell, and that is true. I also think it's true, man. I mean, I've seen people on my side of the political aisle. I'm a Republican, you know that, but your audience may not, who, like, will see these videos of these innocent Palestinian kids and say, oh, well, they had it coming to them. No. Like, if you have a soul.
Look, man, I was trying to measure the distance to get you away from him.
Why we have the policy that we have, which is we're trying to eliminate the conflict, eliminate the source of the conflict, so that we can actually bring some peace and some humanitarian assistance into people. And that's my basic view.
What is the source of the conflict?
Hamas.
Was it just Hamas? Oh, okay. That's weird. That's weird.
Break.
Well, listen, Hamas has been around for centuries upon centuries upon centuries. They existed since the time immemorial and has always been the problem.
Yeah, the president's interesting. He's a pro-Israel guy.
Yeah.
And he also recognizes that to bring any conflict to a close,
Little
you gotta
bug
talk to
got in the
everybody.
way.
And so, we've been attacked. I've been attacked. The president's been attacked for being too interested in diplomacy. And you ask, like, what can I do? I think that what people should demand is that if our tax dollars are going to something, we should be actively trying to fix it. Okay, that's kind of the way that I think about it. And what happened with the Biden administration?
Can you pause? I'm so okay.
They were spending so much money all over the world.
It's fine. What do you mean you should try and fix it? People are doing that in the streets, and your administration is locking them up and deporting them. Okay.
They weren't engaged in diplomacy at all. So they'd sent, I mean, we sent $300 billion to Ukraine, for example, and you never had the President of the United States actually trying to force a diplomatic settlement. When you talk about bodies all over the ground, dude, the Russia-Ukraine thing is the most vicious. We see satellite images, we see classified images, man.
Yeah,
It is vicious. And again, it's I will hear people who
How
will say,
is
well,
it that we don't have something like a million and a half soldiers have died in this conflict, I think, in Ukraine. I'm not exactly sure. The ratio of civilian to military deaths, it's not even, it's not even remotely close. And the idea that you have to pivot to that when you're talking about Gaza is telling.
It's because it's the anti-war thing. It's the same dance Tim Pool did, right? When we were talking about this before even the genocide began, which is that the right pretends it's anti-war because there's a faction of the right that finds itself aligned with Vladimir Putin because of his, authoritarian nature and because there's some overlaps with conservatism here in the United States. And they've made that into, we're isolationists, we're anti-war. When you come down to brass tacks, with the Zionists in the administration, they have no answer except to deflect. And Theo Von is completely not up to the task for this obvious deflection.
I mean, and this started off them talking about Witkoff. Witkoff, of course, he did some diplomacy, and certain people got mad at that. And then it turned around, and it didn't mean anything. It was all a ruse. The Witkoff massacre, hundreds killed or wounded as Israeli forces opened fire on Gaza food aid site. This was after a supposed diplomatic outreach by Witkoff. Like, they're building a mythology that has no bearing on the actual reality.
And we talked about this a little bit with Trita Parsi last week, but there's a very real possibility that right now, because Trump wants to be the deal maker with Iran, that his de facto position right now is he doesn't want to doubly piss off the Israelis by pursuing some sort of talks with Iran, so he's just letting them do whatever the hell that they want in Gaza to complete the genocide. And I think we're at a very real hinge point there, where just because Witkoff and Trump are talking around the Israelis and are trying to do something that we think is positive, hopefully, with Iran, doesn't mean that has any bearing on the issue of the Palestinian genocide.
We're going to have Jasper Nathaniel on
oh my God, please plan it.
A week or so. It's coming out with a piece about the moves that Israel's taking now to annex the West Bank.
Look at that shit.
Which we know
it's
Donald
dead
Trump
even.
promised Miriam Adelson as well. So we will see. We'll see where that goes. Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Okay, there's been a lot of fallout from the Musk-Trump big bad breakup, the BBB breakup. And here's some reporting of the paranoia that is blossoming out of this breakup. Pop this up. What's he have on us? Paranoia grips White House because Musk, quote, knows too much. And put up the excerpt. Musk was allowed nearly unfettered access to sensitive information and executive power, and some advisors aren't even sure what he does or doesn't know about the administration. 6 Trump advisors, senior administration officials, and others close to the president have told Rolling Stone that an anxiety shared among some of the Trump brass is that Musk may know too much and that it could come back to bite them, considering his bitter, explosive exit. Tisk, tisk.
Here's the thing. These are people that think it's fine to do war plans and strategizing on Signal group chats, who invite their wives and their attorneys and brothers on Signal chats. So the only thing I can think of that they're so worried about being secretive is stuff they know is either against the law or in the against the Constitution. And that's my opinion. I think that this is nefarious to the end. You're not that paranoid unless you're doing something wrong.
There's no question that Musk went into these organizations and stopped investigations into himself and played all the loopholes and glad-handing that he could to award himself contracts. And he knows a lot of the conversations that have been had. And like we've been screaming from day one, this is mutually assured destruction. I think it's fascinating that people within Trump's inner circle are leaking to Rolling Stone magazine, who has been relentless. They're not like ABC News. They're not like CNN. They're not bending the knee. Rolling Stone is relentlessly going after this administration. So that part really cracks me up. Next up, we have another story coming from the Rolling Stone. Pop this up. Trump finally gets the police state he's been craving for years. The president's increasingly aggressive immigration raids and arrests drew protests in LA and gave him an excuse for a militarized crackdown. And here's an excerpt from the story. Two sources familiar with the matter tell Rolling Stone that senior administration officials are planning to ramp up and expand the already tense blitz of immigration raids during the weeks that the National Guard is expected to be mobilized in the Los Angeles area. One of these sources, a Trump administration official, says it is hard to imagine that protesters would stay home for this, and that escalation is such a scenario is all but inevitable. And so, the reason that this is even going on is the same reason that we have all of this tariff stuff. It's the same reason that everything crazy is happening in this country that shouldn't be happening. It is that Trump is a toxic, unhinged, crazy person. All of this, Stephen Miller is the architect of. He's sending ICE to Home Depot, which is interesting considering the Home Depot owner is a big MAGA thumper. I mean, a triple Trumper to the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars donated to Republican policies. So he's sending in ICE to Home Depot because he wants people to see injustice. And decent people, when they see injustice, speak out against it. People that have convictions speak out against injustice. Wild horses can't keep them from speaking out against it. So you have this in Los Angeles, this reaction to people seeing injustice, and they're going to spread this all over the United States because their number one goal is to prevent the midterms from happening so that they have just standing power with no expiration date.
Well, Mike Johnson's even going around saying, if the Democrats win the midterm, Trump will be impeached. No shit, because he's breaking the law and doing impeachable acts all day, every day. And what they are doing, just the fact that it's by design, they're hurting people on purpose for their own power, just shows how depraved they are, the whole lot of them. And spiritual hatred as spiritual nourishment didn't go far enough, in my opinion.
No, I completely agree. And all of the people that are bending the knee, ABC News, these law firms, Columbia University, it's such a short-sighted bullshit, chicken shit, cowardice game that they're playing to bend the knee to Donald Trump, who, let's face it, he's slumped over. He's 80 years old. He can't blend his makeup. He can't stay on point when he's speaking. Slurs his speech. He's wearing knee braces. He's shitting his pants. He's got a catheter in his panties because he can't hold his TT in. And he's running around with Elon Musk, who's freebasing ketamine. And he himself, too, is pissing his pants as well. And that's who you're bending the knee to? That's the short-term game you're playing? Are you kidding me? Talk about brand damaging. I'm going to tell you this. If we get through this shit with Trump, which I think we will, people, these protests, this is the fight of our lives, the fight for our country. We've got to. The next step will be for us to consolidate all of the people that protested this and make sure all of those people that bent the knee are fucking canceled. And I mean totally canceled. ABC News, those law firms, and on and on and on. Bending the knee to a fascist when you have you have reaped all the benefits of the American public and all the loopholes, the bullshit loopholes that have fucked over the working class, only to benefit you. And you can't fight for everybody. It's just so chicken shit to me. Okay, next up we have an article from the Washington Post. Pop this up. Breaking news. The Trump administration is planning a major increase of deportations to Guantanamo, including citizens of Britain, France, and other allies. Officials said they are unlikely to inform the foreigners' home governments about the transfers. Interestingly enough, Caroline KKK Levitt has said on Twitter that this is, quote, fake news, but I think she's a lying liar, and I think that this is the kind of shit they want to do. You need to realize, everybody needs to realize, Trump shows more kindness to dictators. The guy from El Salvador, Vladimir Putin. We all know about his love affair with Kim Jong-un from his words, not ours. Donald Trump told us he had fallen in love with Kim Jong-un. And so, of course, he's going to do this kind of shit because people in his administration bash Europe and bash the European Union and bash democracies around the world. You know why? Because they call for accountability. And this kind of shit doesn't live in accountability. It dies in accountability. That's why they fired all the inspectors generals.
Well, they fire everybody that's going to hold them account or anybody with expertise. And you look at this, and here's my thing. We've got the World Cup coming up, and Donald Trump thinks it was divine intervention that the World Cup, he would be president during the World Cup. And if I am the World Cup nations, I look at this and say, I'm not going. I do not want it there. And I would love to see an uprising. So many countries are planning to be here for the World Cup. I wish they would move it. I really do. Our behavior, our ICE and Homeland Security, what they're doing to people should not be tolerated.
And what they're doing at the border when people are flying in from other countries, that kind of stuff that's happening is insane. Christiane Amanpour, the famous journalist, she had a video tweet that she put out where she was planning a trip for work to come to the United States, and she had to plan it as though she was flying into a dictatorship. And she's been to the United States multiple times because she's not a citizen. And she hears what's happening in airports. She hears what TSA is doing. And so she had to plan her trip entirely differently than she would have 5 months ago when Joe Biden was president. And you guys, this is why it is just so important. The most important thing you can do as an American right now is fight and make sure that you are as educated as possible on the facts. MAGA has this massive misinformation arm of the media. And you can see a headline about what Trump is doing in Los Angeles, and it's spun to favor him. And then you can see another headline with the facts, that it is an overreach, that it is a manufactured crisis so that he can federalize the National Guard. And how Pumps and I keep all of this clear is through our subscription to Ground News. We use it all day, every day. It tells you if there's a bias in the story, it tells you the factuality ranking, and it tells you who owns the publication in which you're reading the news from.
I love the blind spot feature because it is shocking to see the different reports from the right-leaning versus centrist versus left-leaning media. It's so important, you guys.
So join us by going to groundnews.com/IHIP to get 40% off the Ground News Advantage plan that Pumps and I use every single day. They are subscriber funded and female founded. By subscribing, you're not only getting a tool we all need today, you're also supporting our work here at I've Had It and iHip News. That's Ground, GROUND, news.com/IHIP. We have pinned the link right below in the show notes. This is totally worth it. Be a good citizen, and you have agency about the way that you get the news. Next story up. Let's put up this tweet from Dan Rather, who his post-retirement Twitter career, no notes, A+. He posts, maybe a new slogan for Fox News should be, for those who can't handle the truth. And this is so true, because that stupid phone call that Trump's lying about between Newsom and Trump, Jesse Waters edited out the part where Trump said I called him last night. They edited out that sentence. And if you remember, Titty Baby, I mean, the biggest toddler on the planet, with his poo-poo diaper. Donald Trump, he is suing
Okay, they're starting to bother
CBS
me
for
with this shit.
editing of Kamala
It's like
Harris's
baby fetish
interview. And I
shit
can
at
tell
this
you,
point.
as podcasters, when we have people on, and if they go on and on and on and on, sometimes we have to cut here for time, and we never edit it to make the person sound worse or better or whatever. But in Fox's situation here, they edited it to lie to their viewers, and they have had to pay $1 billion for lying to their viewers, and they still have millions of viewers because people can't handle the truth.
He's exactly right about that. And when you look at Fox News, their viewers know they had to pay almost $1 billion. They know Donald Trump lies more than he tells the truth, and they simply don't care because they're so angry and full of rage.
Okay, and then here's Trump economically is a total disaster. It's just such bullshit. One of the biggest lies, besides the fact that he's a patriot, one of the biggest lies is that this guy is good at business and that he knows about business. Everything he's ever touched, he's bankrupted. His daddy handed him $400 million. This guy is a con artist to the most extreme. So he fucks up everything with all these tariffs. And then now he's fucked it up. China has basically just owned us, and this guy's so dumb he's taking a victory lap. Put this up. Our deal with China is done, subject to final approval with President Xi and me. Full magnets and any necessary rare earths will be supplied upfront by China. Likewise, we will provide to China what was agreed to, including Chinese students using our colleges and universities, which has always been good with me. We are getting a total of 55% tariffs. China is getting a total of 10%. Relationship is excellent. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Okay, first of all, you're not welcome, and quit thanking people at the end of your tweets. I think that's stupid. Secondly, it's such an L. Take the L. The American taxpayer is now going to be paying 55% tax on Chinese goods. And China won this all day long and twice on Sunday. You created this thing. She has walked you like the tiny little puppet that you are.
Of course the relationship is excellent. Donald Trump's too stupid to know he got hosed, and China's laughing all the way to the bank. And for your attention, Donald Trump, you can't keep Chinese students from U.S. universities. The courts have told you that so far.
But what about this, Pumps? Is it he wants to dismantle universities, or he's going to let Chinese people come to universities? This type of moral duplicity that these guys have is where democracy dies. No National Guard at January 6th, National Guard for sure in L.A. We can't stand universities. They're too woke. Oh, wait, China wants their kids to go here. Oh, welcome Chinese students. This type of just ambiguity, just corrosive thinking that MAGA lives in, that level of dissonance is where democracy dies, because there's no conviction. There's no flow of ethics or morality or process or anything. This guy is like a toddler. Sees something in front of him, it's a shiny object, he likes it, he rattles it, he falls down, he starts bawling, crying, he shits his pants, he pisses his pants.
Oh my God.
We're dealing with a fucking toddler.
Stop with the pants
Petulant
shitting.
toddler that's empty. He is so mentally ill and morally bankrupt that, he truly is the worst of every American, in my opinion. He exemplifies everything that is bad about the human race.
I couldn't agree more. It's just fascinating that people voted for him and that they get on the internet and defend one day one stance, and then President Dipshit changes his mind and they're like, oh yeah, it's 180.
I read
and then they just
Luigi's
change their
letter.
minds. He's playing
Very
5D
funny
chess.
that he's played
Shut
to the
the fuck up.
conservatives and
I've
libs.
just had it with these dipshits and this dipshit party. You know what? Let's stop calling it the MAGA party and start calling it the dipshit party over and over and over again. All right. It's a very uplifting episode here at iHip News. Please subscribe to our channel, buy our book, support us how you can, support Ground News, and we'll see you all later.
Would you rather date an illegal immigrant or a liberal?
Oh my gosh. That is like
the worst question ever. I don't know, like, probably, oh my gosh, I would say I would say an illegal immigrant.
Hey guys, I'm Carlin Borisenko with Decode the Left. You can find my Substack at Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com. I have been analyzing the left as an independent journalist for about 4 years now. I do deep dives into their subcultures.
Is that what you want to call it?
I go undercover at their events. And so all the information that I bring you guys about the left is directly from the left itself. You can check out my Substack, my YouTube channels, Rebel channels, stuff like that. I wanted to do an extra little video today because I've been getting this question a lot with the riots and the protests going on and all of these different groups. And there are just tons of groups on the left involved in these protests. People are very confused about what's going on. I'm hearing a lot of people ask, who's leading? How are they coordinating? Okay, so here's an important lesson that people need to know about the left. The left is a completely decentralized structure. What that means is there is no leader on the left. When you're on the right, you think about things in terms of hierarchy. There's a boss, there are people under the boss, there are people under those people, etc., etc. That's the way that most people think in what the left would call the capitalist societies in a hierarchical structure. Well, if you understand the left, then you would understand the left abhors individualism. They don't believe in individualism. They don't believe in hierarchy. They believe individualism creates hierarchy. Hierarchy creates oppression. When I say individualism, what I really mean, of course, is capitalism. The left's ultimate goal is always and forever to abolish capitalism because they believe capitalism creates all hierarchies. Hierarchies create all oppression. Oppression creates all human suffering. And therefore, if we can just abolish the hierarchies and the capitalism, we will abolish the oppression and all human suffering. They really do believe this. It's critical to understand this if you want to understand how they organize, though. Because how they organize is not hierarchical. It's in a flat line. It's collectivized. It's decentralized. The left has thousands and thousands and thousands of organizations across the country. I have tried cataloging these organizations, and it failed colossally because there are so many organizations. I can't even tell you. I have a community of people where we started trying to do deep dives into all these organizations, and we thought if we can just map out all of these organizations, then we're going to be able to see how the left functions. And when we tried to map out the sheer volume of organizations, you go into a rabbit hole in one organization, all of a sudden you find 50 other organizations that organization is connected with, and all those people are connected to 50 other organizations. And in the sheer volume of organizations, and we're talking social justice organizations, advocacy organizations, political groups, mutual aid networks, colleges and universities, centers within colleges and universities, majors and programs within colleges and universities, lots of stuff in there, obviously. But just the sheer volume of these organizations is almost incalculable. Not all of these organizations work together, obviously. But the left does have a system of communication that seems to work among major leftist groups where they are all decentralized. They are all at the same level. None of them report to anyone else. There is no leader. No George Soros or Alex Soros are not the leader on the left. We can talk about that later. How these groups communicate with each other is they basically put out their ideas online, and they communicate via manifestos and communiques and websites that are available to everyone. There are sometimes hub organizations, and CrimeThink, which is a website I refer to often, it's Antifa's publishing arm. They are one of those kind of hub organizations that a lot of leftist groups read it, so a lot of leftist groups get their information, and that is the perspective, and that is the strategy they're going to run with. So what CrimeThink does is they publish a strategy and they say, we are going to do this. Now, I've been talking about this. They've actually published since November the strategy of attacking ICE facilities and explaining to people how to do it and training people how to do it. I covered this on my Substack back in January. Conservatives and right-wing influencers have just discovered it this past weekend, but I published this back in January. So this is an example of how this works. CrimeThink comes up with a plan saying, we want to attack ICE facilities, and here's how we're going to do it. They publish it on their website. All these anarchist groups and far left groups read this website and come up with that idea. They then take it and bring it back to their local organization, and they kind of decide, okay, do we want to participate in this action or do we not want to do it? It's all voluntary association. So it's like someone puts out an idea and then groups start to raise their hands saying, oh yeah, I'll do that, I'll do that. And if they find alignment and everyone wants to do these ideas, they start working together. A lot of these groups on the left have formed long-term organizing alliances over the course of years or even decades. So a lot of these groups on the left have been working together for a while. Someone asked me today on the stream, was this protest spontaneous or was it planned? A little bit of both. It wasn't spontaneous in that all the organization around it just poof materialized. But it was spontaneous in that the organizations that were organizing for it, specifically I'm thinking of yesterday in Los Angeles, Sunday, which is when the Party for Socialism and Liberation came out. The Party for Socialism and Liberation has organized with groups for years and years and years. So they have these relationships already. Was their involvement on Sunday in Los Angeles pre-planned out? No, not to the best of my knowledge, and I track them quite a bit. I pay attention to what they're doing. I don't think it was planned out. But because the Party for Socialism and Liberation is such a highly organized group, they can get people going at a moment's notice. They have mailing lists, they have Telegram groups, they have signal groups, they've got ways to communicate out to people, they've got their social media. Party for Socialism and Liberation has Breakthrough News, which has over 1 million followers or subscribers on YouTube. They have a propaganda arm. They basically put out the message on their social media and to all their groups saying, we are protesting here on this time. It's not entirely spontaneous because the organizing apparatus is already there. It is spontaneous in that they can decide to do something really last minute and they can still get a lot of people there because they have the organizing apparatus and because they already have all these partnerships with all of these other decentralized organizations that exist on the left. Now, a lot of people look at the left as a monolith. This is a fundamental mistake. There are groups who work well together on the left, and there are groups who don't play well at all on the left. There are groups who tend to be more violent on the left. There are groups that actually do tend to just be peaceful in their protesting. They may show up and be annoying, but they're usually not going to cause violence. The left is a giant spectrum of basically cells, for lack of a better term, that they choose when to work together and they choose when to go on their own. They choose what strategies to engage in. All these groups do operate usually separately from one another. Most of their funding sources are not going to be from NGOs. They're not going to be from USAID. Party for Socialism and Liberation and Breakthrough News and the People's Forum, they are an exception. Because the conservative influencers over on Twitter are saying, they're all funded by the CCP. Well, there is absolutely a connection with China in that specific
publishing
case.
arm, yeah, right.
But don't make the mistake that Representative Anna Paulina Luna is making right now because she's not looking into things and she's following clickbait content on Twitter. Don't make the mistake that Representative Anna Paulina Luna is making and thinking that just because one group has that funding, that all groups have that funding. It's just fundamentally not true. We can look at some of the protests. You can look at the leftist protest today that happened in New York City. That was not a funded protest. They were standing around on a sidewalk. They didn't even have signs. Some guy was holding up a sign on a piece of cardboard. They were there chanting their chants, and it may have gotten, violent at some point if it had been provoked, but I don't think it ended up getting violent, thank God. But they weren't well funded. It doesn't require funding to get everyone to show up. This is, I think, another thing people on the right don't understand. It doesn't require funding to create a signal group or a Telegram group. It doesn't require funding to put together a mailing list most of the time. It doesn't require funding, really any significant funding, to have a social media account. Most of these organizations, that is how they manage their stuff, just like every other kind of like normal business does. They have social media, they might have a Telegram group, they might have something like that they can go out to people and get them to, they have a text message. If they've really got some money, they can send out a text message or two. They have a website they put stuff on. They have an Instagram profile they put stuff on. Most of these operations are not highly funded operations, but they are highly conscious and proactive about how they're putting together their outreach, okay? So the left is a decentralized organizing structure. The differences between the groups matter. If we don't know the differences between the groups, we can't predict what they're going to do. And so we want to be able to predict things, so we pay attention to the differences, right? They're not hierarchical. There is no leader. There is no funder that's just throwing money out. There are organizations that do have money, but that doesn't mean that all the organizations have money. It doesn't mean they all have funding. The biggest thing I want people to know is that even in the Party for Socialism and Liberation, which again, I will fully admit, I have seen the evidence myself. They do have a funding connection with China, 100%. But even within the Party for Socialism and Liberation, which, by the way, isn't even the biggest leftist group that exists and is not the most dangerous leftist group that exists, it's just the one that conservatives are talking about the most. Even within that group, the local chapters of the PSL don't have access to that national funding. They're just people that are true believers in what they're doing. They're people that don't even have enough money to make photocopies of something within the budget of their group. Just because the national group has money doesn't mean the local groups have money. There's still a ton of true believers in there that are actually, they're not doing it because they're paid. They're doing it because they believe this. And even within the people that are paid, listen, I'm sure that Claudia de la Cruz, who is the presidential candidate for the Party of Socialism and Liberation, gets paid a handsome penny for her work from China, on behalf of China. But Claudia de la Cruz still believes every single thing that she says. Do not mistake this. These people will live and die for this ideology. This is their identity. This is who they are. This is not a game. I think a lot of times people on the right like to say, oh, they're just doing it because they get paid. No, they're not. If they get paid, that's a bonus for them. But they're not doing it for that reason. And most of them do not even get paid any more than, you know, the cost of a sandwich or a taxi cab to get to the protest. Or who the fuck takes taxis anymore? What am I saying? A lift to get to a protest. You can tell how old I am, right? Anyway, so this is who these people are. They are true believers. This is their identity. This is what their values are. This is what they want. And so regardless of whether they're getting paid or not, they're still all in. They will sacrifice for this. They're not just doing this for monetary gain. They're doing this because this is the world they want to create. I know you don't agree with that, but that is reality. That's reality. So that is a little bit more information about how they're organized. It is not hierarchical. It is a flat, decentralized movement. There is no leader. There is no main funding source. There is no primary decision maker. It is voluntary association. And some groups have been working together for years and years and years and years and years, and they just have really good relationships, and they can spin stuff up on a moment's notice, and that is how they're doing this. The groups we're seeing protest on Saturday for the No Kings protest have been organizing with each other for years. That's why they can just spin it up at a moment's notice. The people that we saw in Los Angeles over the weekend, some of those groups have been organizing with each other for years. Some of them were actually infighting because they didn't like each other when they all showed up at the same protest site. But, you know, they managed it because they had bigger issues that day. But make no mistake, there is no leader calling the shots. This is why it's so important to listen to these groups separately, to know what the differences between these groups are, because if you think you're going to get an impression of what the left is doing by listening to one group, you are completely wrong, because not everyone on the left is working with that
hey,
group.
Hey, don't you think Hitler's in heaven?
Of organizations.
Isn't that something you've said before,
more
lady?
More than a single person or a single group of volunteers can catalog. That's how big the rabbit hole is. So that is that explanation. If you appreciate it, let me know. Leave a comment if you have a question. If you appreciate the work I'm doing, head over to my Substack. That is Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com. Support my work for $8 a month, $80 a year. If you guys ever have questions about the left, I read all the comments on my Substack. DM me on Twitter. I will try my very best to answer any questions I can. And make sure you're tuning in to YouTube and Rumble and X for live streaming all this week. We are covering the No Kings organizing protest. There's a new meeting every single day, so we're going to be spy streamed out by the end of the week. And but you guys,
she
can
must
come
be
and
Jewish,
see
correct?
this actually getting organized live, and you can see exactly how they're doing what they're doing. I will break it down to you. I will explain it to you. Now more than ever, it's important to be informed, and it's important to have access to the primary sources. I will always show you evidence directly from the left, so that you can decide for yourselves what you think about it. You don't have to take my word for anything. I show you the proof right up front. No pinky swear, trust me, bro. Anyway, that's all I've got. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
There, kids. It's running. That means it's time for news and commentary on this, the 9th day of June, 2025. Hope you're having a great day.
I am.
In here. Live from Lincoln, Nebraska, and oh my, looking out the window, and I see, well, it looks like partly cloudy skies, windy, well, a little bit windy, breezy, let's put it that way. It's windy, breezy, and cool. High's only supposed to get to, well, in the low 70s today, I guess. So, not too bad. Anyway, what we do on this program is we take a topic and we talk about it. We give commentary on it. And for some reason, my innards are not staying in. They're not. I don't know why. But they're not staying in very well.
This is like my dad if he was a nice guy.
By the way, let's talk about what's happening in the news.
And not like an evil
what's happening
monster.
In the news in the last about 3 or 4 days has been nothing but unbelievable news. From Los Angeles, the riots that are going on out there, and it is something you've never seen before in your entire life. It's the opposite of what we normally would see.
Doubt.
It's the military people. It's the police. It's the ICE people. They're making their rounds. They're doing their thing, what they normally do. But what they've caused, because there's protesters going out trying to protest this, they don't like the looks of it, they don't like the sound of it, they want to get out of here. But what's going on is that the military and the police and so on are actively attacking the protesters. They are literally attacking them. They're not blocking them. They're not keeping them at bay from anything. They're actually attacking them in the streets. You've got burning cars. You've got glass and bottles and everything thrown all over the place. And you've got people getting shot. I saw a reporter from Australia on video. He got shot in the leg and I saw the cop that did it. He just literally boom, and it showed the whole thing. The cameraman picked it up and everything. Unbelievable footage of people turning on their fellow people. That's basically what they're doing. And they're doing it under the order of this administration. Now, that tells you one thing right there, is that they're doing it under this administration. You saw it coming. You knew it could happen eventually. And now it's here. This action, of course, is for the administration, the Trump administration, to have an excuse, if you will, to declare martial law in major cities across the country. Maybe all the cities in the country, I don't know. But anyway, it's an excuse for it. He's looking for an excuse to do this. He's creating it. And it's working. That's the bad part. It's working. Because he now has that excuse. He now can at any time, and he's hinted at it already, of declaring martial law in major cities across the country. I didn't think I'd live this long to see this happen, but here I am. I'm seeing it, and I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. This is not the country I grew up in. This is not the country I want to live the rest of my life in either. It's got to change. It's got to stop somehow. Something has got to happen to knock this off, but I don't know what. Right now, I don't know how it's going to get fixed, because now he's talking about calling the United States Marine Corps.
You should send this video to your dad. I'm not about to start shit. LA.
And their thing is not pretty.
He used to just not interact with him.
Done. And that's a bad thing. I don't know, kids. But this is the #1 news item to talk about right now, is what are we going to do about this? And it could happen. It could get a lot worse before it ever gets a lot better. Brace yourselves. That's all I can say. Pray for better times, and pray for the people who are getting shot and beat up and all that kind of crap, because they don't deserve it. They don't need it. Why, so that's my opinion, by the way. It's my opinion. It's my commentary on news and commentary. This edition. And I hope that you have a good day where you are, and hope that you take it to the heart. I hope that everything goes well for you. And once you, where are you? There you are. You're right there.
Don't point
You're
at me.
always right there.
I hate that.
I want you to remember that you were always number one in my book. That's right. We'll see you
Okay,
next
Dad.
time. Goodbye, everybody.
New tariffs on steel and aluminium imports to the US kicked in a few hours ago, now doubling to 50%. The struggling US steel industry is applauding this latest broadside from the Trump administration. But other sectors that rely on the metals are warning of price hikes everywhere, from car lots to grocery store shelves, although it's not entirely clear how or when the cost will be passed on to consumers. Meanwhile, the Trump team has asked all countries that trade with the US to submit trade proposals by the end of today. The White House called the letter that went out a friendly reminder that the deadline is coming up. Meanwhile, trade tensions between the US and China are still flaring as Chinese state media is taking some new swipes at President Trump with the help of AI. CNN's Will Ripley explains.
This AI-generated anime is going viral in China, portraying U.S. President Donald Trump as a tariff-wielding superhero. It's one of several recent videos mocking Trump's trade war policies, many of them created with AI.
Your taxi truck, your taxi tire, red was burning in your dumpster fire.
China's English-language broadcaster produced this video, blaming Trump's tariffs for U.S. inflation and global instability. The video echoes Beijing's official stance. Since the U.S. imposition of the unilateral tariff measures, it has not resolved any of its own issues, she says, and has instead severely undermined the international economic and trade order. China's Xinhua news agency produced this AI animation featuring a robot named Tariff, programmed to impose trade restrictions.
I now choose death to end the harm.
Please, don't do this.
Goodbye, Dr. Mallory.
The robot self-destructs rather than obey orders to raise tariffs. AI-generated clips like these, showing Trump and Elon Musk hard at work in factories, have been flooding China's tightly controlled social media platforms for months, all untouched by Beijing's army of online censors. Designed to push China's narrative, the U.S. is making a fool of itself, and more importantly, losing ground to China in the global trade war President Trump started. China's foreign trade has been able to withstand the difficulties, he says, maintaining steady growth and showing strong resilience to maintain competitiveness on the international front. China's Bureau of Statistics put out numbers claiming exports are actually rising despite the trade war, partially due to a surge in orders before the tariffs kicked in. Outside observers often question the accuracy of China's numbers, which are impossible to independently verify. At this Chinese textile plant, the director says the U.S. no longer dominates their strategy. The trade war made me realize the U.S. is just a small part of the global market, he says. We'd rather bring Chinese products to the rest of the world, reasonably priced, high quality, and let more people benefit. China's top diplomat is also firing back, Wang Yi reportedly telling new U.S. Ambassador David Perdue the U.S.-China relationship's at a critical juncture. The Chinese readout of the meeting also says David Perdue stated that President Trump greatly respects President Xi Jinping. Far from tough talk, China claims, ahead of that likely crucial call between Trump and Xi. They sure do have a lot to talk about. The 90-day trade truce they brokered in Geneva is unraveling right now. At stake, rare earth minerals, vital for U.S. tech and defense, which China is still restricting. Washington's latest retaliatory moves include tech sanctions and student visa bans. Both sides are now accusing the other of undermining the agreement, which is putting global markets and supply chains on edge. Will Ripley, CNN, Taipei.
New U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum imports are now in effect. President Donald Trump signed an executive order on Tuesday, doubling the tariffs from 25% to 50%. Critics warn this could lead to higher prices on everything from cars and appliances to electrical equipment and even groceries. But the U.S. president insists the action will boost manufacturing jobs. Meanwhile, the U.S. trade representative has told all countries that trade with the United States to submit their best trade proposals by Wednesday.
USTR sent this letter to all of our trading partners just to give them a friendly reminder that the deadline is coming up. And they are in talks. Ambassador Greer, Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick are in talks with many of our key trading partners around the globe. As you know, Brian, I know the Wall Street Journal has covered this quite heavily. And they continue to be engaged in those discussions. And this letter was simply to remind these countries that the deadline is approaching and the president expects good deals, and we are on track for that, I will emphasize.
To New York now, and Rana Faruha, CNN global economic analyst. She's also a global business columnist and associate editor with the Financial Times. Good to have you with us.
Great to be here.
So ahead of a much anticipated phone call between President Donald Trump and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping, China is mocking Trump, saying he's losing his own trade war with Beijing and portraying the US as increasingly isolated economically after Trump previously criticized China. So where do you see this going, and how might this back and forth impact the outcome of that critical phone call?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, you know, there are the facts on the ground about trade, and then there are the psychologies of the leaders of the U.S. and China. And, you know, I would say that in some ways, Donald Trump and Xi Jinping have a few things in common. They're both quite nationalistic. They tend to like things to go their way. You know, these are two powerful leaders that are squaring off, and neither of them can really afford politically to be seen as being weak. You know, weakness and the perception of political loss is something that's completely unacceptable to Trump. We've seen that again and again. And China is at a moment where it really can't afford to be seen to be kowtowing to Donald Trump. So I think Xi Jinping is in a position where, you know, even if he wasn't naturally inclined to play it tough, I think politically it's, you know, difficult at this moment for China to back down in the face of Trump's tariffs war.
And just weeks away from the deadline for the 90-day pause on tariffs, the White House says that President Trump has sent out letters to major U.S. trading partners demanding their best offers by the end of today, Wednesday, calling this a friendly reminder in an apparent effort to get deals done before that July 8th deadline. What's your response to this method of making trade deals?
Well, I think Trump's strategy has always been to divide and conquer. You know, he looks for who's weak in any given trading bloc, tries to sort of pull weaker nations apart from their natural blocks. I mean, in some ways, you would look at the trade deal that's been cut with the UK and say, well, shouldn't the UK's natural alliance be with Europe post-Brexit? Of course, that's not the case. But I think one of the things that Trump likes to do is to really kind of separate nations out and really try and make them negotiate on their own. I've been a little bit surprised, frankly, that we haven't seen more open alliance making between countries outside the U.S. I'm surprised we haven't seen China and the European Union, for example, coming out with some, you know, shared talking points or shared approaches to Trump. That, to me, would be the way to deal with the U.S. president, but we haven't seen it yet.
And Donald Trump posted on Truth Social Tuesday that, quote, because of tariffs, our economy is booming. As an economist yourself, what do you say to that, particularly after the OECD just slashed its US growth forecast, bringing global expectations down with it?
Yeah, it's really kind of tragic, Rosemary, because, you know, the U.S. had the strongest recovery in the post-COVID world. I mean, we really were the envy of the rest of the world coming out of the pandemic over the last few years. That's been squandered. You know, the U.S. economy has been strong. It has been robust. Jobs numbers are still pretty good, amazing, you know, despite everything. But absolutely, the OECD is saying by the end of 2025 and into 2026, we are going to see growth that's about half of what it was over the last few years. So that's a big blow. And the U.S. is coming in way weaker than many other countries. So it's as though the tables have been turned, really, in this administration.
And Rana, we're also hearing warnings about a crack in the bond market. JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon warning of panic when that happens. Is it too late to stop that from happening if the trade war drags on?
Boy, I think if we see high double-digit tariffs, if we see on-again, off-again legal remedies, I think the bond market is going to crack. We've already seen this happening, and it's going to be very difficult for the Fed to lower interest rates at this point, given the tariffs that are coming. We hear them being felt, in Middle America and other parts of the world, and with inflation the way it's looking like it's going to be really, really hard to lower rates. That puts pressure on the U.S. government. It makes debt more expensive at a time when there are fewer foreign buyers for U.S. Treasury bills. The bond market doesn't like any of this, and it doesn't like the uncertainty.
And you mentioned the debt. I mean, billionaire Elon Musk is publicly breaking with President Trump, calling his big, beautiful bill a disgusting abomination because it will add nearly $4 trillion to the national debt. How damaging could Trump's spending bill be if it gets through the Senate in its current form?
Well, very damaging. The rule of thumb is that you want to spend when there's a crisis, which is what happened during COVID. You saw the Biden administration really pouring money into the economy. That's why we had such a robust recovery. But then you need to use the good times to really scale back. And instead, we're doing just the opposite. We're giving billionaires a tax break and wrecking our debt and deficit picture.
Rana Faruha, many thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Oh, hey guys, what's up? I was just working. I was just doing work for my job.
Camera when a rubber bullet appeared to strike her leg near the end of her report.
Now confirming to ABC News, 700 Marines are now on their way to Los Angeles.
In a speech at Fort Bragg today, he called protesters a foreign enemy and animals. Foreign enemy and animals.
People that burn the American flag should go to jail for 1 year. It's weird. That's what they should be doing.
Aaron, one of the largest protests that this city has seen in quite some time.
People protesting all over the place. These government mutants are gooners of government. They're sending in the Delta Force, the Expendables, Black Hawk Down. They're sending them there to do awesome stuff like, shoot reporters with rubber bullets.
But anyway,
on this channel, when something happens, we say, let's find the person on YouTube who's saying the stupidest stuff. Let's find the biggest dingus on YouTube who's commenting on this. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anybody, man. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anybody, dude.
LA riots!
Oh, Jesus, Russell! God damn it! You gotta warn me before you start doing that. Oh, Russell, my kids were sleeping. You just woke them up, you piece of shit. You!
LA riots!
Hey!
Civil action or engineered distraction?
Right, put a shirt on, man.
Hello there, you awake?
Okay, please stop yelling, man.
Please stop yelling, man.
Sorry, guys, excuse me, but I need some takes, commentary here from my guru and spiritual advisor and advisor.
Praise God.
Russell. Oh, he played Arthur in the Arthur remake. He was in other movies too. Okay, man, go ahead, man.
Urgent review. Let's have a look at what Michael Schellenberger wrote about this on his Substack. Over the last several days, in the name of compassion, Progressive dismantled the foundations of public order. I'm interested how compassion is deployed when increasing authority and now generating
Yeah, you need to get interested in putting on a real shirt, man. What is this? Who can watch this? Who can watch this seriously? Hello, I'm dressed like I'm at a breathing retreat all the time. And I'm doing right-wing content.
Gavin Newsom called the deployment of 2,000 National Guard troops to restore order purposefully inflammatory. What's truly inflammatory is not sending in the Guard. In wealthy neighborhoods, the law is still enforced. In poor and working class neighborhoods, it is not. If you torch a car in Beverly Hills, you'll get arrested. If you do it in East LA while shouting political slogans, you're engaging in protests. This two-tiered enforcement is not progressive. The fact...
Okay. Oh man, it does appear that Russell Brand's views have dropped off a goddamn cliff. A little bit.
I'm on your heels, mate, view-wise.
Having a bit of a low click-through rate, are we? Okay, that's enough with that. So it does look like Russell Brand's views are a little bit down because people got headaches. People started getting headaches and irritability. He's doing an amazing segment here where he's reading this article from this goofball. This doofus. He's reading a goofball Substack from a little ding-dong, Michael Schellenberger. He's one of the Twitter file guys, and he's trying to do a clever little trick here. He's like, this They need to send in the SEAL Team 6 and the Green Berets. They need to send in the red and blue teams and all this crap. Because this affects the poor people, man. If you don't support, you know, this kind of police state thing, then you are against poor people, actually. This is kind of like the I mean, first of all, there's footage all over the place. There's protests all over the place, all over LA. I mean, there's protests all over the country, but this is so dumb in so many ways, you know? You know, this idiot Michael Schellenberger, he's just trying to come to whatever the status quo, you know? Whatever the Republican Party position on this or whatever is, he'll try to figure out a clever way to get there. But this is really stupid. It's like, I mean, first of all, probably a lot of poor, working class, whatever, normal people are the ones doing the protests. And he's basically saying there should never be political protests because someone might not be able to drive to work.
Oh, great point, Michael, you moron, you idiot.
Get one of these. And then Russell gets some of these too. And he gets one of these. Okay?
People sometimes ask me how California can feel so anarchic and so authoritarian at the same time. That's a brilliant question, isn't it? How can something feel anarchic, complete disorder and entropy, and
Break it
so
down,
authoritarian and controlled? It's really interesting when Newsom, for example, says that Trump is being authoritarian. Just remember the pandemic period. Didn't someone get arrested for paddleboarding during the pandemic? Do you remember the protest?
This is just like, honestly, a lot of the times I watch somebody like Russell Brand, I start feeling sorry for him halfway in, you know? Like, is this just an idiot? Are we watching the Russell Brand retirement plan here? Is that what his show is? Having a bit of the cash out, you know, whatever. Because, like, what's the thinking here? People are saying, oh, this seems kind of creepy. Seems pretty creepy. You're sending in the military, you know, to shoot at reporters and protesters. Yeah, that's creepy. That's wrong. That's immoral. And Russell Brand is like, what about the COVID times? Okay, what's the point? What's the point of this? What's the point here? Oh, there is no point. You're just bringing that up because your audience likes that. Okay, they're great. This guy is such an idiot. This guy, Michael Schellenberger. Basically, this is Russell Brand's whole segment. He just reads this dumb Substack crap. But this is a guy, this is the Twitter Files guy. He was like, oh my God, can you believe the government? The government is going in there, controlling what people can do.
They're trying to control people's free speech on the Twitter.
That's sick. I gotta expose this, and maybe it'll help my career a little bit in the meantime. That's not my business. Now you have like what are very clearly political protests for very obvious, clear political reasons, and he's like, send in the army, send in the army, get them, shoot reporters. That's great, Michael, you moron, you idiot.
That's the question I answer in my new PragerU video. Subscribe to PragerU to be notified when the video comes out.
Okay, is it stupid? How stupid is that video? Better be very stupid. Can't wait, man.
This is not confusion, it's deliberate inversion. Sometimes I thought about that. I thought that they're trying to stoke a deliberate state of bewilderment so that we ain't got no principles, structures or ethics that we can cling to unless you're bowing down at the foot of the cross saved by his blood. What else are you going to believe in? What Gavin Newsom tells you this week, is that going to be your religion? During the COVID-19 pandemic, Gavin...
Like, what the hell is this? Oh my God, Russell Brand is the best. I don't know what the hell anyone would possibly get out of this content. What a bunch of absolute mush this is. 60,000 people did watch this, but he's reading this article from this absolute goober, you know, who's saying, hey, send in the military to stop political protests. You know, then Russell Brand's like, this is all about to try to create chaos. From who? Who's creating the chaos? And then Russell Brand's just like, and also Jesus, the blood of the Lord. Okay, great, Russell.
Keep on trucking, Russell, whatever.
You can't be in movies anymore, I guess, so you gotta do this.
Power towards those with none. Inadvertently, we've come into a subject that I happen to know a lot about, addiction, and in particular abstinence from addiction. The simple truth of this is addiction is a spiritual disease. People with addiction issues, particularly chemical dependency, are addicted to altered states. They cannot live here.
I mean, this is a hilarious guy, you know? This is a wacky guy right here, you know? Because some of this I agree with. You know, it's like, he's like, addiction is a spiritual thing. You need a community. You try to fill the void with blah, 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 blah.
You're having a bit of the addicty, are we? Okay, you know.
Yeah, this is all fine. It just has absolutely nothing to do with what he's reading. He's reading an article from this right-wing crank, this dumbass, who's basically saying, hey, any civil unrest, any protest against something unjust, throw him in jail. Also, I'm the free speech guy. You know, this idiot. And then Russell Brand latches onto something about addiction. It's like, okay, yeah, we agree with you, Russell, but what the hell is the point of this segment? I thought you were talking about some guy who doesn't want protests. Yeah, we can agree. Addiction is a spiritual problem as well, okay? All right. Do a separate video about it. You weirdo. You cult-like weirdo you.
Let me know if we can pop Grant in here. Hey, Grant, how are you?
Hey!
Grant. Hi, Grant.
Turn your audio on,
I can't hear his audio, guys. Can you hear it? You're on mute.
Oh, I had to hit the mute button, so.
There we go. How
Get
are
that
you?
thing going, man.
Now, can you bring up Grant's tweet on X here?
Bring up that tweet.
Another orchestrated and organized event to encourage the contributing, law-abiding taxpayers and business owners to exit California. This is a land grab. Do not be deceived. This is not, nor has it ever been, incompetence. It is intentional. The goal is to get rid of law-abiding citizens by importing illegals and not enforcing the rule of law.
Everything just fell
It's
off
to
my
drive
desk.
real estate values down and grab all the property back. Hard to believe.
That's great, man. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. This is part of the PBD network of content and products and merchandise. What the hell is that thing called? Her Take. Her Take. This is the most, like, on-brand PBD thing.
Videos aren't real.
This is the most on-brand Paul Bet Davidson type thing. Hey, there's some political thing going on. Let's get the Grant Cardone in here. Who the hell is Grant Cardone? Isn't Grant Cardone like a internet marketing scammer? And now for comment on this thing is a guy who does pop-up ads and squeeze pages and upsell checkout crap. Does he have a course on this that I could buy for $500? Oh, god damn it. Is there one weird trick I can use to understand what's going on in LA? If I eat a weird looking fruit, that makes me want to click on it because it's weird looking, you know, in an ad. And I'll go to a story about this?
Hit me up, Grant. What do I do?
Since it is intentional. The goal is to get rid of law-abiding citizens by importing illegals and not enforcing the rule of law. It's to drive real estate values down and grab all the property back. Hard to believe. That's how they get away with it. It's communism, not socialism. And if they pull it off in Cali, they can and will do it in other parts of America. Now, I just want to preface before...
Whoa. Hey, Jillian, goddammit. If I need tips on abs and how and whence to get them and how I go about getting them, then I will ask you. But in this case, goddamn. Okay, anyway. I love this guy. I love this kind of thing. This is a new kind of thing on social media where it's some idiot. It's some absolute buffoon trying to do I'm pulling back the curtain on all this crap. Whoa, this guy really sees all the angles. And he writes stuff like, do not be deceived. Oh, they're trying to pull this crap over your eyes, man. The story here is that there's like a bunch of ICE raids happening. And people around LA, people all over the country are doing protests. I mean, obviously that would happen. I mean, just read some of the stories about it. Obviously that's gonna happen. People are gonna be like, I don't like that.
But this guy, he came up with an amazing...
He is exposing the truth here, this guy who does pop-up ads. This is all a false flag. These are all actors, I guess. These are all actors who are just, they're going out there making things look all bad and stuff, man. So that the property value in LA goes down, so somebody can buy, the Chinese Communist Party, I guess, can buy it and then it turns communist. I mean, that's almost, it doesn't make any sense, his post, but I would assume he would agree with what I just said. I mean, this guy's a genius. Just on so many levels, this is amazing. I mean, just read anything. Just literally just Google anything about Los Angeles real estate, that the big real estate companies, yada yada development, they have total control, political control over Los Angeles. There's that, but also he would kind of have to be saying, oh, this is all staged, these are all actors. Nobody's actually pissed off about ICE raids and stuff. This is all an orchestrated thing to lower property values in Los Angeles. He never names who's gonna buy it. Him? I love the PBD network. It's just like the most irresponsible people in society getting 400,000 views every video.
I pass the baton is that at first one might go, oh, come on, Grant. This is conspiracy theory.
Right.
What I'm going to unfold for the rest of the show, though, backs you up 100%. But can you tell me what made you post this? Why is this your position? What the hell's...
What made him post this? My first guess would be that something fell, some plaster thing or something fell from a roof and bonked him in the head. That would be my first guess. No offense, man. No offense.
If you have this, you can bring it up. It is Laura Loomer's post stated
that these riots are perfect cause and justification to roll out Palantir in California right now. And the timeline of events is particularly interesting for me when you have so many people objecting to what is going on with Palantir and the way they want to surveil Americans and create this database. And then all of a sudden there is chaos that is taking place in California, and right-wing populist influencers are making posts saying, bring in Palantir. This isn't the one, Nat. This is the Craigslist ad. I believe I texted it to you.
We do not need to implement Palantir to deal with the situation, nor do we need to deal with it to get a hold on illegals voting.
Okay, here we go. This is great. I think this Grant Cardone guy might be my new he might be my new PBD, my new favorite guy, maybe. You know, he comes up with this conspiracy theory. I think what I'm trying to put together what he's saying here, because he doesn't know either, I don't think. But it's like the communists, these disgusting communists who have endless resources, the disgusting and all-powerful communists in America, they're doing a false flag operation to take the land of the innocent real estate developers of Los Angeles. And then this lady's like, I got one. And hers gets a little closer to something real. Oh, there's all these like right-wing, goofball social media weirdos who are like, get the Palantir surveillance out there to get somebody. The protesters? I don't know. Again, if you're one of these influencers, like, I don't know, you just post it and figure it out later, you know? But this lady's like, I can't believe they're saying this. These right-wing influencers, the people of the highest moral caliber, they're saying get the digital surveillance in there. And she's like, no, I'm taking a stand, no. But if this lady like read anything about this, like any of the reporting about this over the past years, they're already doing this. They're already doing that. So, Tim Dillon was talking about this, that they're paying influencers to talk about, hey, we should do this, we should do surveillance, it's cool. So yeah, that probably is going on, but this is like an open secret. And she's like, no, I'm against this thing. That has already been widely reported is already going on. But this is what we like about the PBD universe of products and services is, it's just like
And this actually declares that Colorado had an invasion and we can use the Illegal Aliens Act.
Oh my God, of course we have to check in with the bringer of all news.
Look at my penis.
Now, that's not news, man. Oh, he's got on-the-ground reporter Lauren Boubois to weigh in on this. Oh, I can't wait.
Causing so much harm to these agents and these officers that this is an insurrection. Another country, a foreign country coming into our country and creating this kind of chaos. And they might call it a peaceful protest, a demonstration. No. This is anarchy. This is an invasion. And I even have legislation that I'm working with the leadership to introduce my TDA Act.
It's kind of a boring interview, Tim Pool should have asked her something that she actually knows about. What's a fun drink to drink? What's the best shot? What's the funnest shot to take when you're out? When you're out going like this.
But yes, no, these illegal aliens, and no, they're not just undocumented immigrants. They are illegal aliens. That is the definition.
I think we have a very serious problem to consider. I know that Trump has brought up the issue of birthright citizenship, challenged it.
Yeah.
A lot of these people that are on the ground in LA.
He needs to pass a no hat law. We'll get Tim out in the streets protesting when they pass the no hat, no beanies as an adult. That'll get him in some civil unrest.
LA waving the Mexican flag.
Right.
There's a guy on video burning the American flag, saying that's not my flag. This is.
Go to jail, like Trump was saying. Oh man, Tim Pool's really speaking truth to power here. They agree on everything. They're both going like this. Okay, hold on. Let's look at some of the news stories that are coming out about this. Remember that expert internet spammer? What's the guy's name? Grant? He's one of the Her Take cast members. He's one of the Her Take digital content strategies product advisors. He said this is all fake or something. So I don't know if I'm going to believe any of this, but okay.
He went with his father last Thursday down to Texas for a hearing on their immigration status. And then after that hearing, they were separated and detained. No doubt a very scary situation for a little boy.
Wait, what was the last part? For a what? Wait, for what?
Lawrence Elementary received word that one of their students, a fourth grader named Martir Garcia Laura, and his father, Martir Garcia, are being detained in Houston, Texas by ICE agents.
Right, so he's permanently traumatized now. Good job. Hey, great. Great job by the agents. That's what they should be called, the...
One such case has made headlines in Georgia, where a college student who was wrongfully pulled over wound up detained by ICE for weeks over her undocumented status.
Great.
Jimena Arias Cristobal is now out on bond, and she's speaking out after she was accused of making an improper turn and lacking a driver's license earlier this month in Dalton, and she was arrested. Following a review of dashcam footage, though, police determined that, quote, Ms. Arias Cristobal's vehicle appeared similar to the offending vehicle, but was not the vehicle that made an improper turn.
Oh,
the citations against her were dropped, but the 19-year-old remained.
Okay, that's another traumatized person right there. Young girl trying to go to college. Great. Good job.
On Monday, multiple Homeland Security agents showed up at 2 elementary schools in Los Angeles, according to LAUSD Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. These agents were stopped, questioned, and turned away by principals at Lillian Elementary and Russell Elementary schools, both in the Florence Graham neighborhood.
They wanted access. They approached the school and did one of these. And reportedly, they did one of these. Couple of those, too. Back to you.
This administration is not keeping us safe by putting 18-year-old honors students in prison. I think you'll hear from Marcelo just what conditions he was held in, and Jake and I are going to go in and inspect them for ourselves.
Wait, what the hell? Wait, what the hell? These are child actors. An internet marketing con artist told me that these are all actors. I'm not falling for it, man. I'm not falling for it. These Hollywood child actors are just trying to trick everybody so that the innocent real estate developers in Los Angeles don't have all the crap that they need, man. Man, oh man, that guy.
There was actually
Sorry,
a piece
'cause
in
he
the
threw
New
me
York
in a
Post this
fucking
morning, I'm
giant
not sure if you
bug
saw
then.
it, about some of the groups that they've already linked to these protests. It turns out this is one of the things that a lot of Americans have woken up to over the last few years.
Post,
is that
what happened? Wait, whoa. What happened? You were on the subway and you found that on the floor or something? All right, go ahead.
Protest movements seem to not be quite as organic as the way we like to think of them when we tell
Dave.
ourselves stories.
Nailing it, Dave.
I'm not sure exactly to what extent that's true in the past, but it's certainly
Joe?
very true in the recent past.
Right.
I think all of these things are at work here. And especially when you're kind of going into the summer months to see like these protests turning into riots. I think there's a view from the Trump administration, which I think is largely fair and correct, that they did not do enough to put down the riots of 2020, and that ultimately that hurt Donald.
Right there. Way to go, Dave. Good job, Dave. You're doing great, man. Get on Joe a couple more 1,000 times. 150,000 views. Great job, man. I love this guy. What the hell is a libertarian? You're Republican, man. Everybody, like, gives this guy so many props for, like, getting one thing right. Way to go, Dave. Good job. You understand one thing. You're not completely insane when it comes to foreign policy stuff. Good job, man. You're #1 best guy.
I'm a libertarian. Keep the government out of my crap, man.
You know, then there's a bunch of protests because of police violence. Now there's a bunch of protests because they're sending armed goons into elementary schools and stuff. He's like, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
People are protesting a government overreach. I'm a libertarian. I hate that. What do you believe, man? Like, you're Republican. Who cares? Go do this somewhere. Go do that on Joe Rogan. Smoke a cigar. Who cares? Who gives a crap? I'm a libertarian. The government's overreaching on all this crap, and when they do, I like it, and they should send the military in also.
I'm having a great time. Everything's fine.
I'm a libertarian. I hate government overreach, and people should fight against it. In fact, they need guns to fight against it. Also, the government should do it, and I support it. I have a fun view of the world. It's wacky, man. Anyway, I gotta get the hell out of here. Bye. Oh, dip. I'm getting an incoming thing from what, 14 hours ago? 14 hours ago. Whoa, 500,000 views. 500,000 views for
Paul Bet Davidson.
Okay, why? Why do I do that?
Deshaun Parker.
Yeah, it's his fault. Oh man, these guys are on fire. Here's an absolute fire. Another one right here. You know what? He's my new favorite guy. And we're talking the entire PBD universe, the her takes also. Of all of them, he's my favorite. The great Tom.
By the way, this is programmatic. I'm going to show you something, Pat, that you haven't seen so I can get an instant reaction from you.
Yeah.
Can't wait,
The text
Tom.
that I just sent you, Rob, pop that up.
Yeah, pop it up, man.
There is anonymous accounts on Craigslist. Here, pop it up.
Yep. Okay.
It is...
Well, let's get this prepared before the show, guys. Come on, Tom did a bit of digging on X or something, and by digging I mean probably the first thing that popped up on his timeline. Let's check it out, man. Come on, hurry up. What's the guy's name? Rob. Hurry up, Rob, you son of a bitch. You.
Boom. Take a look at this.
Yes, I will.
Anonymous accounts on... You got it?
Yep.
On Craigslist, looking for the toughest badasses in the city of Los Angeles, 6,500 to 12,000 per week, and they describe exactly what you're going to do. You're going to kick ass. You're going to do this. We'll give you high pressure, no risk, no room for hesitation. Need individuals who do not break, panic, or fold under stress. They're recruiting people to be part of the.
How do you know this is tied to that?
The response.
Give him a break, PBD. Give him a break. Hold on, I gotta watch that. Again.
They're recruiting people to be part of the.
How do you know this is tied to that?
The response is from L.A. and they took it down. It went. They took it down last night. Over in L.A.
But how do you know? How do you know this is them though? So they're asking these.
Good for you, PBD. Good for you. I mean, PBD himself probably wants to do a segment where it's like, oh, this is all staged, and communists pay. The Communist Party of America, with their endless resources, funded all this. He probably wants to do that too, but he can't resist just giving Tom a hard time. Just giving his underlings a hard time. He can't resist it. And now Tom's without a paddle at this point. Okay, go ahead.
Guys, to go do the damages
And
to
the area. This supposedly popped up 2 days ago.
Let me read it. Physical. No. We are former select types of doing in this unit will be activated when the situation demands, but you get paid every week no matter what. High pressure, high risk, no room for hesitation. We need individuals who do not break, panic, or fold under stress and are basically all around kick-ass dudes. Physical strength, speed conditioning is important, but mental toughness is everything. If you're the biggest guy in the room, but you're you're the one people follow when things go bad, that's who we're looking for. We're recruiting those who are already hard badasses and ready to confrontation whenever necessary. However, we can train you if necessary. What we're looking for: mental toughness. You keep level head pressure, bravery. Okay, is there a phone number? Is there a phone number?
It was a Craigslist link.
Oh, what would that be? What would that be
Update
there?
just got pushed.
I think the her takes
That makes
brought
sense
this
why
up
nobody
too.
was
They were
joining.
Like, look at this Craigslist ad, man. These protesters, they're paid actors. They're getting paid $12,000 or something. Tom's like, this is irrefutable proof. These are all paid. All these protesters are paid. It says it in there. Then they read it. It's like, we need badasses to do badass stuff for money. And the PBD does ask the right question. How do you know they're talking about that?
It's
Doesn't
sunny,
sound
man.
really very specific.
happening?
Tom's like, it must be, because I saw it on another show like our show. PBD's like, let me read this. What the hell does this say? Okay. All right, Tom. Well, Tom filled his airtime. Okay, this is one of my favorite games to play when I watch my favorite show, the PBD program.
Not her take.
I only watch her take when there's not a new PBD out. Her take is my House of the Dragon, or whatever the hell that Game of Thrones offshoot piece of crap was. Okay, sorry. Anyway, this is one of my favorite games to play when I watch this. How many times will PBD give Adam a hard time, or how many times will he mention Casa D'Angelo's? And one of those things happens here. Here we go.
Intersect with what's happening in California today.
Okay,
so
man.
this whole open border mindset, like, why do they think this way? So I had a friend actually.
You said 90 seconds you've been saying, why do they think this way? And I'm still waiting.
Okay. Well,
tell me, brother, why do they think this way?
Okay. Well, thank you for that, Pat. I had a conversation.
What a great leader. What a great leader he is. Oh, in business, you got to be a leader. You got to really make your team look good. Inspire your team. Adam, what the hell are you talking about, you moron? Come on, get to it, you idiot. You can just see Adam deflating. Where's the fire, Patrick? Where's the fire, PBD? Let the guy drone on. There's no limit on podcasting. as you've illustrated many times in this 2 hour and 22 minute and 40-second podcast. Okay, everybody's talking about Palantir here, so now these guys are too. This is a great take on this. Here we go.
AI powered to be working for our government.
What's this, Rob?
This is Alex Karp at the World Economic Forum in 2023 talking about the primary goal of Palantir.
Go for it.
Okay.
Then we were asked if we were willing to supply our product philanthropically, basically for free, and I was very in favor of this because our primary mission is, in fact, to set a global standard for the world for behavior.
To set a global standard for behavior, that means they want to control everything.
This is Jon Stewart talking about Alex Karp.
The most effective way for social change is humiliate your enemy and make them poorer.
I don't think in win-lose. I think in domination. I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us.
What the?
Well, let's not judge a book by its insides.
Okay, that's Jon Stewart. Oh,
that's hilarious. He's telling you what he wants to do.
By the way, he's a $12 billion guy. He's a
$12 billion?
Yeah, he's worth $12 billion. He's a $12 billion guy. Very smart, very successful.
Saves a lot on haircuts.
A lot of people are siding with him and supporting this next move. So here's the concern.
Great. That's great, PBD. This is kind of like everybody, even these like goofball right-wing channels. They're like, I don't like that. I don't like that guy. We saw even the her takes. Even the her takes are like, that's creepy. Don't watch me to Palantir. Patrick Bet David. That's the perfect Patrick Bet David response. You know, his whole crew is like, that's bad, man. This guy wants to collect all our personal data, panopticon monitor everything, and he's a billionaire, and he's connected to all these perverts and weirdos. That's bad. Patrick Bet David, he's rich and very smart, and a lot of people like this. Okay, great. Amazing, Patrick. Thank you for that. Oh, by the way, did I mention that 500,000 people watch this in 14 hours? Oh, man, it's almost as much views as I get. Almost as much as views as I get, and I was not hit in the head. But anyway, guys, it's Wednesday. Wednesday, the of days. But I hope you're having a great one, you know? Be like, oh, okay, it's Wednesday. It's not exactly my favorite day, but could be worse. You know, say that. Talk to you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Hi, I do the outros around here, and for some reason my name is LeDron James. But I'm asking you to please subscribe on Patreon. You get every episode that you're missing. Oh my God, you're missing episodes every single week. You're missing episodes. This is kind of a nutty thing to say, but the episodes of Patreon are way better, man. So get on Patreon. Get all the episodes every single week, and you will be much happier, and everyone will love you. Oh, this is LeDron James. Oh, just click a link in the description. That's how you get to the Patreon. By the way, quick update, Ken. Quick note there. Anyway, I gotta get the hell out of here because I got a lot of problems. Bye.
Crushed a Cheez-It on the ground.
What began as protests in Los Angeles against ICE actions have now escalated to what appear to be full-blown riots. But is part of this escalation the fault of the White House? But when we look carefully and peel back the layers, Does this all have the hallmarks of Russian propaganda? I'm Paul, U.S. Army combat veteran. Let's talk about a little bit deeper into the story of these 2025 LA riots. Okay, so here's the overall contours. We talked yesterday about the fact that really, on the 7th, there weren't that many protests. In fact, in LA, the mayor and governor said things were largely under control. And when we looked at the LAPD's official Twitter account, we noticed that basically there were some evening protests, some street closures, and then things largely died down, right? And the situation appeared under control. In fact, the LAPD didn't even ask for assistance from surrounding police department and counties and sheriff's offices.
Now, you would think after the massive failure of blender bacon that I would give up on the whole blended meat concept. Well, I guess that says more about you than it does about me. We're gonna give it a final shot with these blended up ribeyes. The blender is quite honestly terrible at blending up meat, so we're gonna help it out just a little bit by pre-cutting it. All right, and then we'll hit it with some salt, pepper, and garlic powder. I can't tell if it's working. Oh, drink up, little guy. This reminds me of the time I went to an Irish wedding. And as always, when it starts smelling like melted plastic, we have to stop. Then you just kinda... It's working! Oh, Jesus! All right, yeah, you know what? I'm going to say it's done. Is it a hamburger or is it a steak? It's a little bit of both. It certainly doesn't hold together like any of them. It's so fall aparty. Okay, here we go. Right, so that 100% does not work as a steak. It just continues to fall apart in your mouth. And as for a hamburger, it's equally bad. All the fat and moisture has drained out of it. The texture is little balls of barely hanging on meat. So I think we can thoroughly put blending meats as a good idea to rest. So I'm gonna have to give the blended steak a 1 out of 5.
Bop, 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 bop.
Gavin Newsom on the deployment of military to LA. Gavin Newsom, not necessarily my favorite person, but the point is he is the governor of California, and his state is challenging Trump's use of the military in this instance, which is going to be an important precedent to set. And hopefully it'll happen quickly. If you are to believe Ketanji Brown Jackson, Supreme Court Justice, it probably won't move as quickly as some of other things involving Trump. When Trump wants the Supreme Court to act quickly, that shadow docket immediately responds. When anybody else does, it seems to be very, very slow. But
and to your point though about how Newsom, not our favorite person, but it's important to have this on the books. The memorandum that Trump put out that basically authorized this did not specify. There have been a number of legal writers who've pointed this out. Did not specify a particular state. Did not just say that this is for California. So this memorandum could be, in theory, used for other states. So it's important that California, given its size and population, stands up in this way.
You think things are now under control?
For the moment, but they're not about to be. He just called up another 2,000 National Guard, so it's now 4,000. And we're getting word that he's looking to operationalize that relationship and advance significantly larger scale ICE operations in partnership and collaboration with the National Guard. We're on the other side now of the red line, and I haven't even mentioned the self-evident major escalation, which is next level, and that is the Secretary of Defense just moments ago tweeting out that he's quote unquote deploying 700 active military to Los Angeles, and unless he just done it, I have not seen the Insurrection Act formally advanced. But by definition, this would require the Insurrection Act.
Yeah, I mean, I saw you have now filed suit to protest the federalizing of the California National Guard. These 700 Marines who are apparently being sent to Los Angeles, is there a legal avenue for you to challenge that deployment?
Well, unless he opposes the Insurrection Act, just blatantly unconstitutional. It's not even a close call. And so we're going to immediately try to seek a TRO, an injunction to stop this completely reckless, immoral, yes, but completely illegal and unconstitutional act. And I'll remind folks, this is an act not just against the people here in Los Angeles, against the people here in the state of California, but against Americans all across this country, against the principles of our founding father that did not live and die to watch these authoritarian tendencies in action. And let me be now even more specific. The absurdity of this cannot be understated. There were 2,000 National Guard that were, quote unquote, deployed, of which only 315 actually were mission assigned. 1,700 have no particular role or responsibility. Yesterday, local law enforcement had to protect the National Guard. The additional 2,000 National Guard men and women that President Trump now is redeploying are being taken away. It's the 79th Infantry. These are I know these folks well. You know these folks well. These are the folks, these are the National Guard men and women that have been out there protecting you here in Southern California during the fires, after the fires. We are now taking many of them off assignments on forest management, protecting communities, vulnerable communities against summer and wildfire season. We're removing them from task forces that we've created to deal with fentanyl interdiction. I have 394 National Guard men and women down at the border. I imagine they may even be pulled for this theatrical display of toughness by a president of the United States who's unhinged and has now crossed a red line in this country, and he has nationalized this order. This is not an order against this state. This is an order that can be imposed now all across the United States.
There you have it.
Accurate explanation by Newsom, and also about the concern broadly about this being a testing ground. I think I saw Karen Bass say something similar, and there's many issues with how they've responded to crises, including this one where there's some criticism on the ground about like Karen Bass being weak on this. So this is not to let them off the hook, obviously, but she said that basically it seems like this is a laboratory, what they're doing in California. This
Without a doubt.
What they can get away with across the country.
Without a doubt. Let's cue up this one I just put in the IM, because here is Trump. You just heard Gavin Newsom say that 1,700 of the 2,000 are just sitting around, and that the National Guard are actually having to be protected now by the police department.
Right.
They have nothing to do. They have nothing to do under the auspices in which they were sent. And here is Donald Trump claiming that the police couldn't handle it, when in fact the police were the ones who ended up protecting the National Guard. Good.
Engagement. All I want is safety. I just want a safe area. Los Angeles was under siege until we got there. The police were unable to handle it. You can speak to the chief. He said it on television 3 nights ago. He said, this is more than we can handle. They said that. And the LA police, I know a lot of the police in LA, they're good.
That is exactly not what the police chief has said. The police chief has put out written statements saying, we don't need this. Go ahead.
This is more than we can handle. They said that. And the LA police, I know a lot of the police in LA, they're great people. But they're given instructions not to do this, not to do that. But in this case, they were trying their best. They were not able to handle it. It was out of control. When we got there, and you have to remember, I've been here before, and I went right by every rule, and I waited for governors to say, send in the National Guard. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't. Engagement. All I want is...
They wouldn't do it. Yeah. They wouldn't do it. Like, which is it? They said that they needed the help, or they said they didn't need the help. Incidentally, this is the same guy who, when it comes to FEMA, here, play this clip. This is in the same press conference that Trump had just gave moments ago. He's saying that he needs to send it in despite the fact that the governor, the mayor, and the police chief say we don't need this help. And here he is talking about disaster relief.
Thank you very much, Rachel, everybody. So we want to wean off of FEMA, and we want to bring it down to the state level. A little bit like education, we're moving it back to the states. So the governors can handle it. That's why they're governors now. If they can't handle it, they shouldn't be governor. But these governors can handle it, and they'll work in conjunction with other governors. They'll give each other a hand.
Okay, so there it is now. When it comes to a hurricane, a flood, earthquake, tornadoes, you guys got this. Listen,
give each other a hand.
It's just, I mean, contemplate the notion of each of these states. Many of them are red states, of course. Contemplate the notion of each of them having to have a dedicated rescue operations, dedicated emergency workers. And I'm not saying the numbers they have now, they obviously have some. But how many do you think come in the wake of a hurricane or massive tornadoes or floods? 2 times the personnel? 3 times? 5 times? What about all the trailers, the specialized trailers? Are states supposed to just sort of maintain these things, buy them all, maintain them, do upkeep, hire people to service them? Of course they won't. Of course they won't.
Well, they would. This is probably Trump trying to push them towards privatization.
Yeah, I mean,
like down in New Orleans, and we saw how that worked in Hurricane Katrina.
Yep.
Even with a completely anemic federal response and.
So on one hand, Trump is sort of shoving the National Guard down the throats of folks in California who have specifically said don't do it, and then pulling back resources for things like real emergencies. I mean, that's the story of what's going on here.
What? I can't believe it.
And here is Trump just...
I'm shocked.
Was that this morning or yesterday?
Yesterday. Bring in
the troops, says Trump. And of course, there's Charlie Kirk.
Saying bring in the troops if we... Yep. There we go.
Charlie Kirk is all geeked up.
What? Could they borrow some of the buses that you used on January 6th?
Yeah, exactly.
I think this was over the weekend, by the way, but
Maybe say it is
June 9th.
Yeah.
Oh, does it say there? Oh, okay.
And then this is also, I mean, past the big, beautiful bill, this is, how they're trying to shore up all the support as you have the Hawks versus the dead Hawks versus the tax cut people. Well, you're anti-American. You support the invasion if you don't pass the BBB.
What's the part that we're supposed to team up with Charlie Kirk about? Is it that he's anti-war? I can't remember now. What is it? What is it that I know we're supposed to have a beer with him, but what is it that we're supposed to join Charlie Kirk in doing?
It's really tough to remember at this point, I gotta say.
You still have that ka-ching sound effect? Could answer things.
Honestly,
Speaking
what is
of
it that
Gavin
we're supposed to...
Newsom.
What is it we're supposed to do?
But isn't it... Right, I was reminded of that fluffy interview that Gavin Newsom conducted, the governor, on his podcast with Charlie Kirk.
Exactly.
Right? Yes.
Hey, Gavin, how'd that work out?
How'd it work out, buddy?
Why didn't Newsom just call Charlie Kirk and say, "Hey, man, we're going to pod again? Let's do this." Instead of we can
have
have
so
a
much
debate.
in common, as you're basically saying, send in the troops over your newfound buddy's objection. Insane.
Pizza Dog. Local news confirming ICE raids at South Omaha meatpacking plants. Liberal city in a red state. Don Bacon's district. we have yet to see widespread ICE enforcement in a lot of the key red districts in red states.
Yep.
My understanding is Kristi Noem, I remember reports from like early in this administration, Kristi Noem apparently had a lot of people maybe at her farm.
Undocumented folks. There's targeting, they want to make a big display in cities because, of course, that's the decay of multiculturalism. And then they're going to move on to meet their quotas elsewhere. But this was all about the pretext of, setting up and expanding their authority and their power.
I have just a late edition here. Zoran gave a press conference, and Dave Weigel clipped an interesting part of it, just 20 seconds here, about what America needs as from mayors in this moment.
Yeah.
It is authoritarianism. It is an example of what the Trump administration is already doing across this country and hopes to bring to cities from coast to coast. What we deserve in this moment is a mayor who can look that authoritarianism in the eye and not see a reflection of themselves.
Ooh.
They're next to him, Chiose, guest for tomorrow on this program.
Oh, yeah.
Very cool.
Cuomo's out there going like, wait, what? Wait.
Cuomo's the guy who got us through COVID by putting all those people in nursing homes to die.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear. Allied destroyer joining.
Enjoy the wording of the way this was reported, that Greta Thunberg was deported from Israel. She wasn't going to Israel.
She was kidnapped.
She was kidnapped, brought to Israel, and then deported from Israel. And she was put on a plane.
Which, by the way, so Greta doesn't fly out of objections due to climate change and fossil fuels. It's why she sailed across the Atlantic to come to the U.S. at one point, and it's why the flotilla was a sailboat that took off from southern Italy to go to Gaza. This is a way to humiliate her, I'm sure.
Yeah, I got this from a Zionist, innovation minister who's hope you enjoy the service.
This is what they got out of it. They got some photo of her on a plane. With her autism diagnosis, I have to say that she's putting herself in a lot of really stressful, to put it mildly, situations. Her bravery can't be overstated. But they at least, she's safe at the very least, because they bombed the original flotilla that was supposed to go and take her around a month and a half ago.
Let's check and see what the anti-war president, Donald Trump, has to say about this woman who was on a boat with food, medical supplies,
prosthetic
limbs for children, and other humanitarian supplies, period. I mean, that's it. Food. And let's listen to what the anti-war president, Donald Trump, has to say about this.
Do you have a message for Greta Thunberg, and did she come up on your call with the Prime Minister today?
Well, she's a strange person. She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually, but I saw what happened. She's certainly different.
Do you think
anger management. I think she has to go to an anger management class. That's my primary recommendation for her.
Was she kidnapped by Israel, as she says? Was she kidnapped?
I find it. I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
And secondly, are you going to
Is that what she said? She was kidnapped by Israel?
Yes, sir.
I mean, how did she get to Israel? How did she get to Israel? They were taking a boat to Gaza.
They were in international waters. They were marked as a UK ship. Israel has no jurisdiction, but they did it anyway because right now we're in the era of the rule of the jungle. and Israel has all of our weapons. And like, Trump seemed kind of fed. I can tell but the reporting is that he's fed up with Netanyahu. But we've heard this before with Biden. Like, I don't take that more than just like, okay, that's interesting. And he seems exacerbated with Israel there, but he's too stupid and he's too racist against Palestinians to like actually do anything to bring Israel to heel. He's never gonna, I don't think, halt weapons to Israel. So then what is all of this for?
I don't even think he was actually taken. I first saw that in isolation. It sounded like he was being condescending to Israel. I think he was awkwardly actually being condescending about Greta.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
We heard one relatively bat-crap person comment on the Greta Thunberg trip. Let's listen to one who is even more bat-crap crazy. What is the status of Russell Brand's legal proceedings regarding the claims of, I think it's multiple women that he sexually assaulted them?
I've been wondering about that. I think he's back in the UK. I'm not sure if he's facing charges or what's going on.
No, they brought charges against him.
I know they did. I'm not sure if that's why he's back there.
I saw he was baptized. Does that?
Well, no. I wanted to see.
Sentence served.
I actually wanted to see if we could have a graph that had days until he was indicted on the one axis, and then amount of religiousness on the other axis to see where they would intersect.
So Russell Brand, host of Stay Free on Rumble,
Stay Free
is the
where that
interesting name there.
Wish fulfillment.
He's out on conditional bail after pleading not guilty to rape and assault.
Okay, well,
5 charges.
Innocent until proven guilty. But I'm also willing to forgive him if he becomes super religious and gives himself over to the Lord our Savior and repents. I mean, not really, but
I mean, at least on
that's
camera.
A theory.
That's what he's betting on.
He should have to put a shirt on at the very least.
Yeah, well, that's something.
Interesting wearing sunglasses now, but yeah, here he is talking about Greta.
You cynical, filthy Europeans. Israel seizes Gaza-bound activist boat and detains Greta Thunberg. And here is Greta Thunberg being captured while delivering food to Gaza. Let's have a look.
My name is Greta Thunberg and I am from Sweden.
Well, firstly, we've all been saying it wrong. I mean, I know Greta Thunberg. That's an unsayable sound. I didn't know that. My name is Greta Thunberg.
I am from Sweden. If you see this video, we have been...
seem terribly Christian to mock people that way.
Jesus loves speaking in tongues, Sam.
It's funny. He seems to have like come back around after the
old Russ looks a little bit back right now.
Yeah, he's a little bit back after the indictment. Back out on probation.
Wearing sunglasses indoors.
I'm back out on probation. Lord has not protected me in the way that I thought he did, so maybe I have to go back to my other means of generating revenue.
Let's find an apolitical way of attacking this young woman.
I'm from Sweden. If you see this video, we have been intercepted and kidnapped in international waters.
Right, let's go and get her now. She's been intercepted. We've got to go and get Greta Thunberg. Get out. Rescue Greta. How's that shot, you lunatic?
That's a guy named Jeff.
We've got to rescue her. Now, back. Quick. I like that. I like the sort of casual grandiosity of that.
She's shocked, too. She's just like, I can't believe we're captured. She didn't know that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Can you...
It's crazy.
Are they dumb? She pre-recorded that video, obviously, and submitted it, and I think Prem Talker was the reporter who she sent it to.
Because they thought it might happen, yeah.
To release it when it happens. That's what happens all the time.
Also, just to
in
say,
war,
they got arrested at international waters.
I'm sorry. You know, what they're saying is absolutely ridiculous, but I'm trying to imagine that guy in the hat and everybody else on the set when Russell Brand shows up wearing a kimono and
are
we ready to shoot?
Here.
Are we ready to shoot? I've taken off my clothes. news now. We're ready to
Can you see the cross? Is the cross visible, mate? Hey, mate.
Can you see my abs? That's my six-pack going.
Wait.
I'm ready to talk about the news now.
No.
Let me get my nipples erect, and then we'll talk about the news.
There you go, MR out of context.
Thank you.
Look, on one level, I really like Greta Thunberg. I admire people that will pursue their ideology. Do you think that we should find compassion in our hearts for people we disagree with? For example, I do believe that climate change is being exploited to legitimize new measures of control, and that Greta Thunberg is promoted by
control of things like Exxon, for instance.
Right. We're losing day by day our ability to drill wherever we want.
He has
new forms of control.
Russell has lost his ability, or at least to drill wherever he wants without consent. That's true. I was a little hesitant to do the rape joke, but I went for it. Yeah.
by the culture because she somehow perfectly represents a sort of pagan idea of Cassandra, a hysterical figure on the edge of the culture. How dare you? How dare you? She does a brilliant job. All of us at different points have been deployed by the culture. I myself was used for a while as a sort of hedonistic playboy individual promoting.
Sorry, I just have to jump in here.
I was used, wasn't it? It might be.
It's a good thing I'm not being used no more, mate.
Right.
He is on a platform that is owned by Donald Trump's Commerce Secretary, as he speaks right now, Rumble, aka Cantor Fitzgerald Acquisition Corporation number 6. That is Rumble. It's owned by Trump's. Like, maybe you're still being used, mate. Maybe there's some agendas being served right now, haven't you, mate?
But I do like him, like, oh, I was used in the past.
I'm not being used as sex symbol anymore. I just like it's a little bit warm in this studio.
The paganism.
I'm sorry. My kimono, it chafes my nipples, so I've got to keep my shirt open.
Sandra, a hysterical figure on the edge of the culture. How dare you? How dare you? She does a brilliant job. All of us at different points have been deployed by the culture. I myself was used for a while as a sort of hedonistic playboy individual promoting decadence and promiscuity, which worked out very well for me, I have to say. So Greta Thunberg, she's I have to respect the fact that she's so committed
so much respect.
to
So he was used by the culture, and that's part of the problem.
He was used by big promiscuity.
Right.
To promote promiscuity.
So the Hollywood cabal made him into an alleged rapist.
The devil made him promiscuous.
Yeah, the culture made him ask a man or brag about having sex with a man's daughter on the phone to him on the BBC radio. That's what the culture was making him do.
The devil is everywhere.
I have to respect the fact that she is so committed to virtue and what she believes to be true, even if I feel like she's being moved about on the chessboard by powers that have a deeper and more articulate understanding of the reality upon which she comments. But maybe that's true of all of us, continually true of all of us. And certainly there needs to be some kind of resolution to the ongoing blockades and suffering of the people of Gaza that needn't immediately open one up to accusations of anti-Semitism simply to discuss it. That's why we have Isaac here, to ensure that when I'm saying that...
There's a Jewish guy, so he decides to do a little bit of...
I love the fact that he both wants is like, she's actually doing something to open up the blockade.
Right.
Like, even at the very, very least, it gives this guy an opportunity to say we should open up the blockade, which is exactly what she's doing. Like, I don't think that they thought they were actually going to be able to land. Maybe there was a small chance, and there was a small chance. But obviously, this is to draw attention to the blockade. And yet, he thinks that she's being manipulated in actually doing something to do the thing that he says should be done.
But what was his biblical reference to her? Is he gesturing towards, there's that conspiracy theory, Peter Thiel has said this before, that she could be the Antichrist.
He called it a pagan.
Pagan. So this is interesting to me, right? Do we know what Thiel's involvement is in Rumble?
I'm sure there's some crossover.
Oh my God!
I'm just pointing out that
certainly the PayPal mafia has invested in it.
I'm just pointing out that it's interesting that he's all about freedom and trying to articulate these thoughts in a way that isn't controlled by big Hollywood or big money, but. Cantor Fitzgerald, heavy investor in Rumble. Peter Thiel, likely investor in Rumble, at least involved. And they have been railing against Greta Thunberg for I don't know how long, because
Marines,
she
stop.
puts.
They're like, oh boy,
shines
mines.
a light on
We need
the
to play in the
exploitation of the
minefield.
environment and on capitalism and on genocide.
Forbes headline: Rumble, the JD Vance-backed YouTube clone is finally relevant. That was from December 2024. This is just from a little bit earlier, the first time they bring up this Greta Thunberg thing, and he mentions one of our faves.
Where that comes from. How would we be in this controversial time if we did not welcome the opinion of the Jew? they have a present. They're from the Old Testament. You're right, mate.
Yeah, doing well.
Can I get that APAC money, please? Because
Run out because they had to take Greta Thunberg away.
Yeah, Greta Thunberg, she's out there. Did you see? I want to see that post where, of course, someone predictably says, look, it's Babylon. We try not to ever use Babylon B, our producer says, because they're so good you could use them all the time. But Israel seizes Gaza-bound activist boat and detains Greta Thunberg. Here's how the Babylon B handles that. Hamas agrees to surrender if Europe will take Greta Thunberg back. Why don't we go? I want to go to Israel. Well, where's those people? Didn't Dave Rubin said he was going to take us to Israel? I
want to go to
Said he was
Israel?
going to take us to Israel. One brief stint.
He would be right at home there. He would be right at home. He's gonna be a sex pest that hides from the authorities in his home country. There's a good amount of those in Israel. A high quotient, I would say. All right.
Well, we gave you a little bit of fun half in the free part of the show, ladies and gentlemen.
More like I need to take a shower half.
Exactly.
How do you order a sound drop up in here? I'm gonna have to consult later about that.
We'll talk about it after. But the quote I think from Peter Thiel was, "Doesn't the Antichrist come to power by acting as the Cacheton, as Greta says she's doing?" I'm not sure what the Cachon.
It's probably some Lord of the Rings shit.
Okay. Either way, it's a force that withholds or restrains the Antichrist's full manifestation. Doesn't make it any less insane to hear that.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Okay.
Mission complete. Sample collection below average.
Welcome back to the biggest clown show on YouTube. In today's video, Hassan has joined the riots in LA, California, and is supporting terrorism again. Absolutely nobody is surprised. He's also called out Asmongold to join him on the streets. Asmongold responded saying that he should probably be arrested. They also have a bunch of back and forth. We're gonna look at a bunch of idiotic Hassan clips and also take a deeper look into what's going on in LA. So basically, some quick context if you didn't know, there's a situation in Los Angeles right now that looks a lot like GTA 6. Basically, Trump was arresting and deporting a bunch of people who entered the country illegally. Turns out there's actually a lot of them, and this is obviously different from immigrants who came legally and waited for their visa, waiting in line, and came through based on certain qualifications. He's basically going and arresting people who broke the law. So essentially, a bunch of people are protesting these arrests, trying to keep these people in America, but the protests have turned into to full-blown riots, with people throwing bricks, lighting cars on fire, vandalizing property, and causing massive destruction to not only the cops, but also civilians and the city itself. So Trump is now sending the National Guard to quell the riots. So let's start with Asmongold talking about the riots and how Hassan should be banned for participating. Alrighty, subscribe or you gotta join Hamas Piker in the riots.
That's not peaceful what was happening. It's not peaceful for people to be on the highways. It's not peaceful for people to throw rocks or bottles. That's not peaceful.
So she said it's not peaceful. Even she says that. I think it's pretty impressive that they managed to blame the fact that all of their citizens are totally f***ing schizoing out, setting cars on fire. They're trying to blame that on Donald Trump. And the fact is that none of these people are ever being held accountable. This is a person who's like getting inside of the car. Like literally, like you're looking at burning cars. Hassan almost got banned for filming a crime. I mean, realistically, Hassan getting on the highway like that should get him banned. It's not even a question. It's very cleanly and plainly stated in terms of service that if you commit a crime and you're breaking the law on stream, you should get banned. It's explicitly against the terms of service. I just want you guys to see this immigrant-run Salvadoran restaurant help sheriff's deputies with tear gas in their eyes. This entire dichotomy, it's like the Latino people are like the ones being attacked or whatever. No, this is not true. This is a group of lawless, aggressive, psychotic people that are setting random cars on fire. W restaurant? Yeah, those are illegal immigrants. Those are Americans. This isn't white people versus brown people. This is not Mexicans versus Americans. These are crazy, violent, psychopathic, aggressive criminals versus the rest of the normal people that want to be able to live their life and run a restaurant in America and pursue the American dream.
Right, that's pretty well said. This is obviously not a race issue. This is not an immigrant versus non-immigrant issue. This is people breaking the law versus law-abiding citizens. This is violent people committing crimes, literally setting cars on fire, endangering regular people. And obviously people like Hassan are actually out there supporting violence, supporting terrorism, and trying to make this a race issue, trying to divide people based on nothing but propaganda. Now it turns out Hassan even admitted that this protest is full of his fans. Hassan says that half the people at the protest he attended in LA were his fans. No wonder there's so many federal agents in my chat.
No wonder there's so many federal agents in my fucking chat, dude. It's like half of the protest is Hassan obvious.
But been watching you for years. Love you.
Of course. Nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you.
Right, so he's admitting that his own fans are rioters and criminals and violent extremists. You actually can't make this shit up. Dude, there's literally a giant fire behind him with this cloud of smoke. I don't know what exactly is burning. I'm hoping that's a car and not a building. Both are pretty bad, but one is worse, obviously. Like, Hassan is out here openly admitting that he is basically leading to this. He's the one radicalizing these people. These are literally his fans. Half these people are his fans. He's admitted it. How is he not banned for streaming this? This will be used against him in court someday. I wonder if Hassan started that fire behind him. Wouldn't put it past him. This is a good way to speedrun a long prison sentence. Oh wow, so
We need to fucking save this for Jack to show.
that's why.
Remember, it's in the liked videos.
Lately, bro, this guy's regarded
That's
for
where I
saying this.
saved it.
Expect the ADL to bring this up again. He's always like, "Why are they complaining about me on media? Why are these slop tubers talking about me?" Dude, you're literally supporting terrorist actions. Did you get that on camera? It's just Hassan like soy facing. Mommy, I did a protest. Look at me. I'm just eating some ice cream, guys. I'm a worker for the people. And he's obviously not gonna put himself right next to the danger. He wants to be as safe as possible while getting.
Bro,
all
he
the
literally
brownie
got
points.
hit in the head with a fucking
Asmon is
grenade.
still living rent-free in Hassan's head. He calls him out even at the protest.
Bro, he's out there. He's out there talking about me.
Hopefully one day we'll see the largest political commentator, Asmongold, out here in the streets, you know, for protesting, for, I don't know, making...
Okay, sure. I'll go with the National Guard to arrest everybody who's standing in the highway. Yeah, I think that sounds great.
By the way, before some people spaz out, this is literally what the mayor said.
That's not peaceful what was happening. It's not peaceful for people to be on the highways. It's not peaceful for people to throw rocks. That's not peaceful.
And now this genius is also calling out Bernie Sanders after he said these protests were counterproductive.
but they're putting themselves in harm's way and potentially setting themselves up for a criminal future. I talked to the DA just a couple of minutes ago. The DA will file felony charges on individuals and also the potential for federal charges.
Listen, I don't think anybody has a problem with peaceful protest. Like, if you're just out there marching and letting your voice be heard, I don't really see much of a problem, right? You're entitled to do that. But if you're out there burning cars, literally vandalizing property, causing destruction, harming civilians, of course there's gonna be a problem. And of course Hassan is on the side of the violent rioters. Can any Hassan fan tell me what purpose does lighting things on fire serve? What purpose does burning cars serve? You're literally just giving the cops more reason to actually go and arrest you because you're committing crimes.
I can't get the fucking dumbass take that Asmongold had out of my mind. It was the stupidest.
Oh God, bro, it's always about me. Which one?
Being like, oh, if you ever see protests where there's other countries' flags being waved, you know you're in America. It's like, yeah, dumbass, it's a diverse country.
If it's a diverse country, wouldn't you expect to see more American flags though? Because, like, I mean, to be fair, at least there's one of them right there.
Also, not much to feel proud about right here. This endless police militarization.
You wouldn't need the militarization. You didn't have people throwing rocks at them. You have to remember bricks of peace, gentlemen.
There is no war in Ba Sing Se, guys. It's mostly peaceful protests, actually. Now, I've been saying this for 37 videos now. Hassan is radicalizing people to the extreme, supporting violence openly, and he needs to be stopped. I don't care if it takes 100 episodes. We're gonna show everybody, piece by piece, what a fraud, lying piece of shit this guy is. And the real damage he's actually doing to people. Hassan acts more like an obsessed ex-girlfriend than he does a man. Hassan is how's it called, the Raider syndrome? Peaceful bricks, oh my god. Bricks of peace, fires of healing. Throwing rocks off an overpass should be an attempted murder charge. It literally is, though. It literally is. Now, remember that journalist that always glazes Hassan, Taylor Lorenz? Well, she actually showed up to the protest to meet Hassan.
Hi, Taylor, what are you doing?
Hi.
Watch out.
Good to see you guys. Hi, everyone.
Taylor's here.
I'm here with some other journalists. I'm actually on my way to go meet them.
What are you guys doing?
Sergio just got here. He got shot with one of those pepper things in the chest. So
oh no.
He's coming back.
Yeah, they are.
I know, they keep shooting shit. Be careful. I feel like it's not gonna get really crazy until dark, like later.
These are the journalists that Hassan points you to. He's like, oh yeah, these are the objective, very neutral journalists here. Literally all a bunch of Hassan Sims, man. How pathetic. Also, you know that you're in the right when you need to hide your face. I don't even know why Hassan is doing that. Like, everybody knows who he is. The cops are not gonna be like, well, it seems I can't identify this man.
My hair up. Anyway,
I will give Hassan some credit here that he did actually go down there. Granted, it's literally all his fans who would apparently just take a bullet for him because they're so integrated into the cult, but at least he went on the ground. As he says, there is a 0.001% chance that he does get shot, so he is actually risking something here. But I do think Hassan is conveniently far enough away from any danger, so he's positioned perfectly so that he will get all the accolades for actually going down there, but at the same time, he's far enough away that he's not going to get damaged in any meaningful way, right? So for example, Hassan is not going to be standing next to a burning car. Now, if he actually does that, okay, then he's actually legitimately insane. He is not just stupid, but dangerously stupid. Now, apparently one of his fans went up to him and basically like severely dramatized the story of getting pelted with like a paintball gun or something.
Show you this. I'm trying to show anyone who can get it out. I had the Palestinian flag with the Shahada on it, and they purposely
shot you in the arm?
Yes, they said get the girl with the tan backpack. My comrade overheard.
Wait. Did she just say comrade? I swear that's like a communist thing, no? Dude, average Hassan fan. Now you can literally see the bruise. It's like the tiniest shit ever, which is kind of bound to happen if you're out there rioting in the cop's face, right? And she tries to make it so much more than it is. Like, I might be fractured. Thank God I still have my legs.
There's the tan backpack, and they shot me point blank. Direct.
Have you seen a field medic?
Yeah, and I'm all slinged up.
Okay?
I think it might be fractured or sprained, but I'm okay. I have cousins in Syria. They go through it way worse. I still have 2 feet, so I'm gonna keep going.
All right.
But, you know, I just really wanted, thanks for letting me show you that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, thank you.
That's wild.
Great commentary, Hassan. Even he knew that she was completely bullshitting. He's just like, yeah, that's crazy, man. It's like when your friend tells you some like made up story and you're like, that's crazy, bro. Dude, she literally said, thanks for letting me show you that like on the stream and stuff, right? Obviously, nobody actually grievously injured actually says that shit. She just wanted to be on your goddamn stream and dramatize the story like, oh, they shot me point blank. Dude, they clearly didn't want to harm you. That barely did anything. I get more injured playing table tennis when I hit the edge of the table. Her acting like a war survivor, like, thank God I still have my 2 legs, bro. These people are actual, like, revolutionary cosplayers. Anyways, Hassan is losing his mind.
She was
on
like
Twitter.
a child,
Tweets,
bro.
An easy way to check if a protest is in America is the flags. Are they all of one country? Not America. Are they a random bunch of countries plus pride or identity flags? America. Yeah, I can't believe people would wave Mexico flags in flippin' California. A migrant worker, asylum seeker contributes more to this country in a day than this rotting husk will in a lifetime. Bro, you both have the same job. You're both streamers. Also, I feel like Hassan has done immense damage to America, just spreading the type of propaganda he does. Also, funny thing, while I was researching this story, every single headline uses the word immigrants or migrants. None of them says illegal. Not a single person actually mentions the fact that they illegally crossed the border and went into the country. That is an important fact. If you're breaking the law, it's completely different from waiting in line and actually following the law and getting a visa. And Hassan uses the same tactic. They basically want you to believe that there is no difference between law-abiding citizens and people who break the law. Hassan continues defending the basically domestic terrorists at this point. People who freak about retaliation to cops at these rallies need to attend one protest, and they'll quickly realize that the agitators are the armed dudes in riot gear, tear gassing thousands of unarmed taxpayers who are paying for the chemicals as well as their salaries and pensions. Just flashback to the burning cars, bruh. Also, half of these illegals are not paying taxes, bro. They ain't doing shit. Now, people are also hounding XQC over this. XQC and the community have become too fascistic for my liking. I guess having genocide lover losers like Destiny and Asmon as their moral compass turns you into fascist little buh. F XQC. XQC responds, bro saw burning cars and got mad I wasn't celebrating. Completely rage out him. Now, Hassan tries to call out Asmongold again, but immediately owns himself.
By the way, to understand how far right we have gotten, for the record, back in the day when Pestany said, I don't care, white supremacists need to fucking mow down these like stupid black counter protesters, he got fucking banned, he got de-verified. Asmongold can now be the largest content creator on the fucking platform and be like, yeah, they deserve it. To be fair, he's talking about the cops in this circumstance. We understand them as white supremacist force, but and not like the non-state actors taking matters in their own hands.
Dude, oh my god, he just caught himself immediately. Like, Asmon said the cops should enforce the law. Wow, what a controversial opinion, man. Almost like that's what they're paid to do. Dude, Hassan is so far left at this point, it's crazy. Bro just loves any form of terrorism, whether it be Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, domestic terrorism, like any form of it, bro. And this guy saying Asmon is far right for saying that people who are burning down the city need to be arrested. What the heck is wrong with you, man? This is beyond mental illness. And then in classic Hassan fashion, he plays victim, saying that he's gonna get banned on Twitch.
The results are the same. He will get no punishments for this. As a matter of fact, I'll probably get banned before he does.
Literally zero sympathy for these kinds of people. He's trying to run away from the police, etc. I don't give a shit. They're psychopaths. Well, there are people. The reason why these people are doing it, I'm off. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, no, you're right. The psychopath is certainly the people that are protesting ICE kidnapping other people, okay? Kidnapping their neighbors, kidnapping their community members, and not the fucking rat king who is covered in his own fucking filth and rot, sitting in the comfort of his fucking home, going, yeah, it's perfectly fine to trample over a taxpayer with horses. Yeah, it's based. Yeah, I'm really glad. Disgusting.
Yes, a taxpayer. Brother, they are committing crimes. You're never free to commit crimes.
So it's okay
even
to
if
trample
you're
them with
a
horses?
legal taxpayer. Also, can this guy stop pretending like Twitch is ever going to ban him? Bro, we all know Dan Clancy is literally under the table right now, sucking you off with the force of a victory bell from Pokemon. He's Venus flytrapping that shit.
Bro,
And
he gets
whenever
banned all the
Asmund
time.
calls for the ban of Hassan, it is for a legitimate reason. Hassan was literally participating and supporting the riots. That is a perfectly legitimate reason to be banned. Then Hassan says that anybody that hates him only watches edited clips of him out of context.
But there's not a single person out there that actually despises everything I stand for that has consumed my content directly. They have consumed my content either indirectly with 17-second increments of clips, or they used to consume my content and they had a severe bout of anger when I said something that they disagreed with, that they internalized heavily, and they could not deal with that back and forth.
It sounds like you're
And
talking
then
about
that
someone
caused them
specifically.
tremendous resentment. What was once tremendous love and admiration turned into tremendous resentment and anger, and now they are super enemies.
Yeah, not a single person, huh? I mean, I can think of a couple people, not gonna lie. But okay, if you believe him, okay, open invitation to everybody watching. If you ever think I'm lying or misrepresenting him about anything, please, for the love of God, go to Hassan's channel. You know, go verify the opinions. Go to his stream, watch his content. You know, heaven forbid, maybe drink a couple before you go there. You know, get his opinion, watch his 10-hour streams, come back, and then let me know. Let me know what I got wrong, because I'm guaranteeing you, if you survive the ordeal, because watching 10 hours of this guy is grounds for Minecraft jump off a cliff, your opinions will probably not change at all. Turns out I'm literally just showing this guy's own words that make him look horrible. Not taken out of context. It is perfectly in context that this guy openly supports terrorists. What does I support the Houthis 10 toes down mean, bro?
I believe what the Houthis are doing is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down.
Such a narcissistic piece of shit moron, bruh. The only way anyone hates me is if they don't watch my content. Of course they don't. You're a flippin' idiot. The only reason this video is even bearable is because of my commentary interjecting, or we're occasionally watching Asmongold or somebody else. Like, if it was just Hassan clips, holy shit, we'd die. So anyways, let's just get a better idea of what's actually going on in LA. Shout out to YouTuber Decoy Voice for this coverage.
The unruly mobs just took over Los Angeles, as it literally looks like it's been conquered. As the ICE protests were essentially encouraged by the mayor, more of these foreign forces started to show up in the streets, where even the Fed vehicles are under attack. Actually shattering the windshield and injuring the agent, as this guy in a yellow dirt bike helmet was throwing rocks at not only the marked patrol cars, but any random car driving by. So now the FBI's deputy director is looking for that specific guy, as honestly I see this as a foreign invasion at this point. Military-age males flying another country's flag, fighting with our federal agents. So it's good to see the feds finally fight back.
About you, I'm a Hassan viewer, and this looks pretty peaceful to me. I think we should actually give them sandwiches and refreshments for their great work for America. Dude, LA is so cooked, bro. If any of you are actually living there, my god, my heart goes out to you, bro. Imagine dealing with this shit. Now, it turns out the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, has responded. He announced that California will be suing President Trump over the deployment of the National Guard. Gavin Newsom, we are suing Donald Trump. This is a manufactured crisis. He's creating fear and terror to take over a state militia and violate the U.S. Constitution. This dude has the audacity to say it's a manufactured crisis, bro. You can't be serious. Oh my god, what a scumbag piece of shit. Are we sure this guy works for America? That doesn't seem correct. It seems like he wants his own city to crash and burn. What a despicable person, my god. And the fact that the entire media is just constantly lying about this, and you have to get your facts from like slop tubers, is insane.
And then some idiot goes crying online how her kid was affected in the riots. Out of all the people I want arrested, I think the so-called mother deserves it the most, as you should know better than to bring your kid to this very volatile situation, unless, at best, you are using them as a prop for your protest, and at worst, you were using them as a shield from repercussions. Or at the very worst, you knew this would happen and are just looking for a taxpayer-funded lawsuit.
Dude, people really bring their kids into this, man. How disgusting can you actually be? Like, using your kids to advance some sort of political point has got to be the most disgusting thing you can do. Like, if you're an adult, whatever, be as stupid as you want, but don't harm your kids, man. It just sucks.
What you saw in Los Angeles yesterday wasn't rioting and destruction, so stop trusting your eyes and just listen to the experts, as CNN shows you vehicles burning.
Peaceful protests, people that are there to protest.
MSNBC watches them skirmish with the feds.
These are peaceful people that want to get their message across. They brought signs, they're out with families in some places.
And even controlled opposition, Fox News says,
there were no problems. At one point, somebody did throw a Molotov cocktail.
As the mostly peaceful people that cause no problems other than throwing a Molotov, with her LAPD releasing a statement saying, the demonstrations across Los Angeles remain peaceful.
Remain peaceful, mostly peaceful, actually. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. Dude, it's so pathetic. They're like trying their best to hide the footage and show the most non-violent parts, but even that is just a Herculean task because just so much of it is openly violent, right? It's just hilarious watching them squirm as their like complete narrative falls apart.
The rioters at best set buildings on fire, then broke apart their own sidewalks to make concrete projectiles, and as Fox News pointed out, they made improvised incendiary devices that masked men in hoods threw at the local coppers. These idiots themselves as revolutionary freedom fighters, but they're really just live-action roleplay.
Yeah, these are not revolutionaries. They're
15-year-olds, yeah, right.
Waste of space humans, useless to society, obviously unemployed if they have time to do this shit. Like, can you imagine what kind of person actually has time to go out there and just set cars on fire and stay in these riots all day?
And like clockwork, the looting has begun. As this small business owner's store has been destroyed.
Yeah, this is about immigration, guys. Let me just rob this store, bro. No. America's a psyop, bro. This can't be real. We used to have to watch, like, Game of Thrones for entertainment. Now we can just watch a live feed of California. That's how much of a clown show it is. Anyways, Asmongold also reacted to the mayor responding to the situation, just downplaying everything.
Well, I just have to say that if you dial back time and go to Friday, if immigration raids had not happened here, we would not have the disorder that went on last night. I will tell you.
What a great concept. We're not going to riot if you just don't enforce the law. Yeah, we're going to riot and destroy things if you make us follow the law.
Yeah, great deal. Basically, you have to let them commit crimes, you know? Let them commit their crimes in peace. Peaceful protest, by the way. Why are you arresting me? I'm just your local Hassan fan. Hassan told me to do this. I watch his stream every day. No, I don't have maggots in my brain. Why do you ask?
There was a protest that got a little unruly late at night. It was
a little unruly late at night. Bro, they were lighting cars on fire. This shit was a PvP server. What are you talking about?
Mostly peaceful, actually. As a wise man once said, these rioters were genuine in their actions, but a little bit brain broken.
You know, and speaking of now, there are also, about 500 active duty U.S. Marines over at Camp Pendleton, not too far away, awaiting possible orders to mobilize. Governor Newsom has said.
For what? What do you mean for what? To keep these people from burning down your city. You need to understand that the goal of these protests is to terrorize people and to make them afraid of speaking out and pushing back against it. This entire premise that this is about free speech, it's absolutely not. And if it were up to them, you wouldn't be able to say anything. Don't fall for this bullshit.
Yep, that is spot on. Basically, the reason for all of this is to intimidate and silence people. This is the classic Hassan 101 playbook. Harass and bully people until they are silent, and your opinion is the only opinion. But unfortunately, that's obviously not going to work this time around. You aren't in the majority. You're going to get cooked. Luckily, people have come to their senses. Well, you know, most people, not the psychos in LA or the Hassan fans, obviously.
I want to share the CBS poll. It shows 54% of Americans approve of the Trump administration's program to deport illegal immigrants. A minority, 46%, disapprove.
It's got to be bad if you're getting cooked by CNN over this. Even CNN is like, yeah, well, what about the fact that most people agree with this? Police officers are in gear that makes a brick not a deadly weapon anymore. Okay. They're also probably wearing bulletproof vests. Does that mean that you can shoot them with a gun?
That's right, he's wearing a helmet, guys. That makes it okay for me to throw a fucking grenade at him. Genius, genius. This guy studied at the Hassan School of Logic. Now click this video or Hamas Piker is elected president. Alright, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Hassan's going on the 101? All right. Maybe he's not a liberal after all.
Hang on. Hold it for me. What? Hold it for me.
Content theft.
They drove in there super hard. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah.
Let's do it. Thank you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Hassan might get arrested for this. His face is known, lol. No, he's wearing a mask.
Are they dispersing the crowd? I'm not sure.
Looks like a lot of people are coming back up. Maybe they decided they didn't want to do this? They just wanted to like dip down into the 101? Just the tip? Yeah, everyone's going up. Wait. Let's see him from the ABC 7 cam. No, go back.
It should be towards the left onto the road surface. Do we see on the other side of
okay,
this overpass?
No. Zoom in. Come on, it'd be funny.
Maybe they're under. Maybe they're underneath.
Hell yeah, man.
I'm not sure where
Come on,
they have
move
gone.
to the
but
right,
at some
pan
point,
to the right,
Bruce,
pan,
they are going to look to take control again of the 101 freeway, and it is going to be a difficult task.
He's somewhere here, probably. He's somewhere here, probably.
Ask to do that. Those might be, those could be those cruisers. I'm not sure. Those look a little larger. But Bruce, how do you regain control of the 101 freeway after a scene like this is playing out?
But it looks like they're going back up.
That's a huge problem. Those were 3 CHP cruisers that were at the top of the ramp. But you've got hundreds of vehicles that are just stuck there. So to get resources to the problem is going to be a whole nother matter. You're going to see CHP mustering
Too low res.
miles and miles away, and then they're going to have to come on the wrong side
Cars
of the
are already
freeway.
moving. Yeah, it looks like they're letting the 101 north through, and they're just sticking to blocking the south. Oh, there they are.
And meanwhile, you've got the freeway shut down, at least in the south end, and probably the north end.
And here we go. We see some officers on foot now making their way through the cars that have been backed.
Hold on, wait. Is Hassan still going down?
But obviously, cops stopped the traffic all the way back there. Look, your point over there.
Okay, hold on. I'm about to become the
protesters are
the biggest left streamer on the internet.
They're trying to get everybody to move back.
Yeah.
I suspect because when the cops get here, they're going to beat the shit out of the people that are still remaining on the street. In an effort to open up. They'll probably try to arrest some people.
Cops should be like right off to the left here. Where are they? Where are their heads? Oh, there they are. There they are. You see them? All right, everyone. Keep your eye on Social Blade. According to my calculations, the numbers are about to go up. Congratulations on your promotion.
There's some disagreement on whether or not they should let the cars pass or not. Some people are refusing. Some people are trying to push them. Some people are trying to let them in. I think once the cars pass through, the cops are going to most likely storm the remaining people that are
probably, yeah, they're easy targets.
The road to try and arrest them.
This feels like when Trump said his building was now the tallest after 9/11. That's funny. Oh.
They're throwing stuff at the cops from above.
Okay, that's gonna piss them off.
I can't tell if that's protesters or if that's like.
Oh yeah, people are seeing the writing on the wall, and they're like,
What's up? Sure.
This federal asset man. Hey, can you stop for a second, take a picture with me? Oh yeah, sure. Wedding, you see cops approaching in the reflection off the car window. It's funny. I hope he doesn't mind me content stealing a bit here. It's kind of pertinent. Oh, baby.
What's going on?
Oh, yeah, it's happening. Looks like. Actually, okay, interestingly, it looks like the police are actually prioritizing letting the cars through over busting the crowd. Look, they're all they're funneling everyone into the leftmost lane, which, you know, makes sense. But if they wanted to, they could just storm forward. They could have a lot of people up, like, super quickly. So it's a little, it's interesting, you know? Again, not to give cops credit, you know, ever, but they could have been a lot more antagonistic there.
If you get uncomfortable, let me know and we'll move. All right.
Also, Hassan's feed is objectively, like, the best in that it doesn't stutter and it's high-quality video, you know? Like, a bunch of other people here just they're, like, broadcasting from an iPhone. This is easily the highest quality video you're gonna get in the ground. Okay, well, the cops might f some people up if they keep scuffling over there.
Go get in there? From the median? Oh, you want to get up there? Yeah.
This city will soon be a shining beacon of freedom once more.
Just gonna, because I can't hear the video until my headphones charge, so.
An unmitigated success, aside from the below-average sample collection, of course. Welcome aboard, Helga.